I am Uchiha Madara and the eldest son of Uchiha Tajima, the head of the Uchiha Patriarch who stands at the pinnacle of the ninja world, and the future successor of the Uchiha clan. In the family, I would sleep until I woke up naturally every morning, then drink a fresh glass of hot milk and eat a hot boiled egg. Then, start doing the morning exercise. Yo, big brother, you still got up so late today. Walking out of the room, just doing a simple warm-up exercise, wearing slightly thin clothes, Uchiha moved his slightly long stream that had begun to grow to the side. This thing blocks the line of sight very much, and if only one eye is exposed, Uchiha always feels that the field of vision he can observe and notice will be halved, and in this dangerous ninja world, his sense of security will be instantly reduced by half. I'm just following my heart, stupid brother, how many times have I told you? After answering Izuna's sentence, Madara, who was only 10 years old this year, began to slowly jog around the periphery of the family. He exhaled a breath of heat as he ran. Following behind the eldest brother, Izumi only felt that the speed of the eldest brother was too slow, and the slowness made him feel a little uncomfortable, so he followed closely and complained dissatisfied. Big brother, can you hurry? Can jogging like this really play a role in exercise? Hearing the whining voice of his brother behind him, Madara's body stiffened slightly. This is his weakness, it has never been changed, and someone behind him will make him seem very sensitive. At the same time, because this dangerous ninja realm is constantly amplifying his sensitivity to the surrounding environment, his current weakness has become more and more annoyed. We're all young, Izumina, and when we're all growing our bodies, it's enough to do some lighter training. Overtapping your body's potential too early will only affect your future physical development. Got it? Every time the eldest brother says so. Izumi was a little impatient. The eldest brother Madara advised him this every time, but Izumi really couldn't stand such slow training, ran from behind Madara to his front, and then disappeared without a trace. Therefore, in the case that the eldest brother always goes to bed early and gets up late, he will quietly take time out to practice himself. Otherwise, what would others think of them, who were the sons of the Uchiha Patriarch? You know, because the eldest brother Madara has never wanted to overtrain the body too early, and even chakra is unwilling to extract too much from the body, resulting in the current eldest brother, in terms of strength, compared to the other children in the clan who have received rigorous training since the age of 4 or 5, they are only so much stronger. And the tough father Sama, when the time comes, will kick his boots on the ass of the eldest brother Uchiha Madara, and let him roll to the training ground to practice wildly. The eldest brother Uchiha has been very good to him since he was a child, and several younger brothers, and strangely, he made very delicious dishes that fed him Uchiha Senna and several younger brothers well. Izumi likes his eldest brother very much, and hopes that he can always maintain his happy and carefree happy time like this. As for the glory of the Uchiha clan, let me Uchiha Izumi carry it for my eldest brother. Madara looked at the back of his own brother Uchiha Senna's arrogance, and sighed helplessly. Izuna, forget it, this is fine, after all, in this chaotic era, no one knows if they will be able to live until later. Madara stopped struggling and continued to follow his training plan at his own pace. He didn't need to worry too much about himself, because he behaved quite mediocre, and Uchiha Tajima, as his father, did not have high hopes for him, but turned around and began to try his best to cultivate his younger brother Izumi. But whether it is Izumi or his father Uchiha Tajima, they probably can't think of what kind of talent is hidden in Madara's body. Other children, from the age of 4 or 5, received brutal and rigorous training according to the standard of being ready to step into the battlefield for the sake of the family. From morning to night, day after day, they keep squeezing every physical strength and sweat in their bodies, just to get more powerful strength. But what about Uchiha? Training is not even a third of the age of ninjas, never once exhausting all physical strength, falling to the ground in pain panting, even chakra is not willing to extract too much at this age. However, whether it is ninjutsu, physical arts, or illusion, he can be a little ahead of ordinary ninjas of the same age. Such a talent can only say that the bloodline of the Uchiha clan, as well as the talent of Uchiha who is the reincarnation of Indra, is really terrifying. Silently completed today's day's training in ninjutsu, physical illusion, raised his hand, wiped his forehead that did not have sweat, Uchiha relaxed his body and walked towards the corner of the Uchiha clan. There are seeds that he planted, waiting for him to continue to plow and harvest. Young patriarch, you are here. In this corner that occupied many places in the Uchiha clan, some of the Uchiha clansmen waved their arms at him happily after seeing his arrival. Young patriarch, I've learned some, it's just that the latter ones are still too difficult. Many young girls who were a little older than Uchiha showed a hint of shame in front of Madara. Such a smart and powerful young clan elder who has every opportunity comes to bring hope and new life to these useless guys every day, but they have not been able to better grasp the opportunity, and they sometimes feel that they are wasting the time of the young clan elder. Don't rush, take your time. Uchiha looked at these useless clansmen in front of him who were full of expectations and longings for themselves, nodded, and walked into the corner where they lived. The clansmen of the Uchiha clan, as long as they have a talent for fighting or who have opened the chakra eye, will be reused by the clan to become a ninja. However, even among the Uchiha clan, the clansmen who do not have combat talent cannot open the chakra eye, and are difficult to even fight on the battlefield are a larger group. However, this is a troubled time, and the most important resource, of course, must be given priority to the powerful ninjas who can protect the family and ensure the inheritance of the Uchiha clan, and the next leftovers will be distributed to these weak clansmen. Uchiha has no intention of changing this, and in this cruel chaotic world, the Uchiha family, which has been passed down to today, clearly proves that this approach is undoubtedly correct. He came here to tap the potential of the Uchiha clan, from aspects other than combat. Before that, he taught some very rudimentary mathematical knowledge to some of these people. Among them, there are several clansmen who are very good at this, learn very well, and then they can also play a role in the family. For example, help the family count the monthly resources, money consumption, calculate the benefits that the Uchiha family now gets, enough to maintain the family for several months without going out to complete the commission, and even calculate which task to complete, the distance back and forth, risks, benefits and other issues. These people who are not able to fight, although they do not have access to the same resources as ninjas, can at least eat better and dress better for themselves and their families. Moreover, after their lives became better, the Uchiha clan became more harmonious and loving among the clansmen. The clansmen who had no power in the past would feel more or less hatred in their hearts for the ninja class that occupied most of the resources. But now, there is a channel in front of them that can rise, although the odds are small, but it is better to have hope than no hope. In this way, it has also reduced the resentment in the hearts of many ordinary people, and they only hope that they or their children can work harder, so that their families can live a better life. Come on, now in the family, there are still many such talents, and you all still have a chance. With a gentle word of encouragement to them, Uchiha brought the young girls who were willing to follow him to study, even the uncles and aunts, to the place where he taught them. Ahem, last time we talked about the most basic column calculations and some equation problems. Now, let's see how to solve a few practical problems. For example, our ninja of Uchiha is going to fight the hateful and evil Senju ninja. The place of the battle was 100 miles away from our Uchiha clan, assuming that the ninja in charge of logistics, because he needed to harass the ninja of the Senju clan on one side, it would take 3 days to get the food to the ninja in front. And our ninjas, who are in charge of logistics, assume that each person needs to consume 1 kilogram of food per day, and every ton of food transported will slow down the delivery by 1/10. And the ninja in charge of combat missions need to consume 3 kilograms of food, and the ninjas who fight on the front line have 100 people. So every 3 days, under the condition of ensuring safety, how many logistics ninjas and escort ninjas, and how many tons of food do we need to transport, just enough to supply the ninjas who are fighting on the front line, and the food we consume is the least. The young girls with a headache couldn't help but whisper there. Young patriarch, our ninjas of the Uchiha clan are so powerful, as long as one day is enough, our Uchiha clan can defeat the Senju clan, and then, snatch food from the Senju clan, then don't we need to calculate such a troublesome problem? Uchiha glared fiercely at the guy who made such a sound, making him too scared to speak nonsense. If the Senju clan were so easy to defeat, would you still be living such a poor life in the corner of the Uchiha family? They also wouldn't have imagined that there would be so many doorways and calculations needed in the war. Everyone, think about it, if we can calculate the best plan, we can support the war at the lowest cost. The clan can save a lot of food, save resources, maybe it can give you and me, and leave more hope for our descendants. Under the strict requirements of Uchiha, they finally began to calculate helplessly. It's just that, for a while, they don't have too many good thoughts. Just when Uchiha felt that he should not be able to find a suitable clan member from these clansmen who had a fairly good talent for studying and researching, a thin girl caught his attention. It seemed that because he felt that the difficulty was a little too great, he could not stand out from the gaze of the young clan elder, and this girl's anxious tears were about to fall. Uchiha knows this girl, and the record of her life is probably only known as the patriarch of the Uchiha family from generation to generation. Uchiha Kotori, the legendary female ninja of the Uchiha clan, descendant of Uchiha Yuri. When there was a time when a large number of powerful ninjas of the Uchiha clan abused the power of Izanagi, they even led to mutual killing and infighting among the ninjas of the Uchiha clan. The legendary female ninja of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Yuri, developed Izanami, stopped the infighting of the Uchiha clan, and saved the Uchiha clan. It's just that after that, until this generation, the descendants of Uchiha Yuri seem to have lost the spirituality and talent of the genius female ninja back then. By the time they arrived at Uchiha Koto, the descendants of their line had completely declined, and counting generations up from Uchiha Koto, there were not even ninjas in their line who opened the Sharingan. They themselves have forgotten that their ancestors have appeared such an outstanding female ninja with amazing talent. And Uchiha Kotori does not seem to have any talent for fighting, and after cultivating within the family from the age of 3 or 4, after discovering that it does not seem to have much cultivation value and does not have the qualities to become a ninja that the Uchiha clan needs, Uchiha Kotori was abandoned and could only live as an ordinary clan. Now, Kotori desperately needs to be recognized by the elders of the minority clan to improve the living conditions of his family. I will definitely be able to do it, I will be able to do it. Under the urgent self-hypnosis, her eyes were becoming more and more red. However, there are some things that cannot be done if you want to. In the case of extreme anger, people can change from a weak little woman who can't even unscrew a bottle of water to a violent tigress who can unscrew the lid of other people's heavenly spirits. But even so, when people are extremely angry, if they can't do math problems, they still can't do it, and they will only get angry more and more. Sure enough, the next moment, in this Uchiha Kinlai, his whole face instantly turned red to the extreme, his eyes rolled and he fainted. But Madara saw that at the moment when she was unconscious in the piano, a pair of single-hook jade writing wheel eyes appeared in her eyes. Madara is crying and laughing. Uchiha Kotori is the most motivated of these young girls. However, she was anxious to this extent, difficult to suffer this level, and instead of being able to come up with a solution to the math problem, she was hurriedly opened her chakra eyes, which was also something that Madara did not expect at all. However, after thinking about Uchiha Kotori's family situation, he also had certain ideas. For these people who live in hardship, seeing the hope of changing their fate and changing their lives, but in the end they can't grasp the hope, and can only watch their own sinking again, which will make them more desperate and more painful. It seems that this has become the fuse for Uchiha Kotori to open the eye of the chakra, and it is also a matter of course. Half a day later, he received a message from Madara that Uchiha Tajima, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, also quickly rushed to the room where Madara placed Uchiha Kotori. Madara, is what you said true? Uchiha Tajima, who had always been a little unprofessional, poorly trained, and seemed to be unable to inherit his position as patriarch, glanced at his eldest son with some surprise for the first time. After focusing on cultivating his excellent second son, Uchiha Senna, the eldest son was silent and made this kind of thing. Is this a coincidence? If it is not a coincidence, it will mean much more to the Uchiha family. If you can use this method to increase the stimulation and allow more clansmen to open the Sharingan, this will greatly improve the combat effectiveness of the Uchiha clan. Then, the eldest son who mastered such a method would undoubtedly become the most important person in the Uchiha clan, second only to him, and a few powerful elders who had made great achievements. Uchiha Tajima quietly withdrew his gaze at his eldest son and began to check the information in Uchiha Koto. The more he looked at Uchiha Kotori and her ancestors, the more difficult it was to open her eyes, and the more ordinary the situation became, the more Uchiha Tajima felt that Madara's method did not seem to be a coincidence. However, he couldn't just draw conclusions, and in the end, he simply said to Uchiha, "In this way, I will let the clan support you, so that more clansmen of this age, who are not good at combat effectiveness and have not opened their eyes, come here. I hope you can come up with more results." If the eldest son Uchiha Madara can't do outstanding things in terms of combat effectiveness, but it would be nice if he could cultivate more ninjas who open chakra eyes for the sake of the family. In this way, the Uchiha clan will also have more combat power to use in the future. I am. In the darkness, Uchiha Kotori slowly opened his eyes. Kotori, great, you're awake. What's wrong with me? Uchiha Kotori looked at the family around him in front of him and asked with a confused look. By the way, I remembered, I can't do the things that Patriarch Bansheo asked me to learn. I'm so stupid. When Uchiha Kotori thought that he had no way to defeat Uchiha's request to improve his family's life, he couldn't help but bow his head in pain. Kotori, you fainted in the school, but you opened the Sharingan. What? The surprised voice of the family made Uchiha Kotori a little incredulous. Father, mother, I opened the Sharingan? Touching both sides of his eyes, Uchiha couldn't believe that in his eyes, there were now eyes that he had been dreaming of. Uchiha Koto was in a trance. Did he actually want to focus on cultivating me, a person who had no talent at all before? But I am obviously not suitable for becoming a ninja. From childhood to adulthood, the test of various ninjas in the family, Uchiha Koto, there is no possibility of becoming a ninja at all. But now, Uchiha Kotori, can actually open the Sharingan. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Uchiha Kotori can't help but laugh maniacally. When she laughs, the scarlet pupils that bloom from the eye sockets make her family feel a trace of fear. Because of the opening of the Sharingan, the piano they were once familiar with seemed to have changed a lot. Is that so? Uchiha quickly received a report about Uchiha Kotori, and couldn't help but sigh after discovering that her temperament had changed. Sharingan, it looks like an ominous switch. Once this switch is turned on, the people of the Uchiha clan will gain power, and likewise, they will lose something because of it, and the whole person will begin to change under the influence of the Sharingan. After all, it takes extreme emotional stimulation to allow the special chakra produced in the body of the ninja of the Uchiha clan to cooperate to open the eyes of evolution. Okay, leave her alone, get on with what I'm supposed to do. At the end of the day, Uchiha returned home and wrote and drew on a piece of paper in front of him. Thanks to this body's powerful talent and possession of the all-attribute chakra, Uchiha can have many ideas to expand his future path. Although in the original work, Uchiha Madara's fire dun is more and stronger, Madara believes that whether it is fire dun or any other kind of chakra attribute ninjutsu, he can use it very well. Chakra condensation can release ninjutsu, but it is only faintly used to release ninjutsu, and to ignore more things, in Madara's opinion, is a bit too wasteful. Let's start with you. Uchiha took out a scroll and carefully read the various uses of ninjutsu of the Thunder Attribute, the main points of release. To the ground. The place where the Uchiha clan is specially used for ninjas to train, Uchiha BA according to the ninjutsu scroll, the seal of lay-done ninjutsu. After completion, both hands pressed on the ground, you can see your lay-done chakra visible to the naked eye, on the ground, through the contact of both hands, turned into electric snakes, rushing forward. However, it soon disappeared. The distance transmitted on the ground is very close, it is easy to be avoided, and it does not play much role, but it can be used to cooperate with water escape, and it can play a good role. However, Uchiha does not want to make any breakthroughs in Thunder Ninjutsu. Lay-done chakra is well controlled, and it is good to be able to greatly improve the strength of ninjutsu like the future 3 generations of Thunder Shadow. However, Ben feels that lay-done has greater development value. Madara found a few iron coils, wrapped them around a wooden board that was propped up in mid-air, and found another kunai and placed it on the board. His hands grasped one end of the iron coil that formed the circle, and led the other side into the ground. After taking a deep breath, one of Uchiha's hands began to input Thunder Chakra, allowing the current to begin to quickly conduct around the coil and enter the earth under his feet. And when he began to constantly try to use lay-done chakra to create a changing current, and then wanted to create a magnetic field through the changing current, his head was a little confused for a while. How to judge the direction of the magnetic field, whether to use the right hand or the left hand, what rules? Is the direction of the coil eye wound reversed? God, how I forgot, it seems that I can only try it slowly, my care, and then care, slowly test the direction. Just when Uchiha held his breath and wanted to try some rules, behind him, Uchiha Tajima, I don't know when he had appeared. Originally, he watched Uchiha practice Thunder Ninjutsu here, and he was a little relieved, thinking that his eldest son was about to open up. As a result, you only practiced walking once and you stopped moving, and what weird things are these iron coils doing? Ready to teach Uchiha a lesson and see what the hell he was doing, Uchiha Tajima quietly walked behind Uchiha and patted him on the shoulder. Madara was instantly startled, and the Thunder Chakra in his hand, at this moment, suddenly underwent a huge change, and the drastic change in current also made a huge magnetic field in the simple coil made by Madara to push the metal made of Kumu, suddenly, towards the direction of Madara, slid up. Madara knew that he might have gone the other way, and when he was startled, he had already subconsciously dodged to the side. But Uchiha Tajima, who was standing behind him, did not feel any murderous aura in Madara's experiment, nor did he feel any surprise, and was caught off guard, so he could only watch the end of the round toot of Kuwu hit his stomach. Uchiha Tajima gasped, grabbed Kuwu and looked at his eldest son Uchiha Tajima. A trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. Are you still so young? Do you want to kill your father and me, usurp the throne and seize power? And besides, it hurts so much to be hit in the waist. Ha ha ha, my lord, when did you come to me? You didn't notify me. What is it? Uchiha Tajima did not pursue the matter of being hit hard by Uchiha Madara just now. He looked at the simple little device in front of Uchiha Madara and couldn't help but be a little curious. Recently, the eldest son Uchiha Madara has suddenly become effective in the family from being idle before, and he, the father, is also a little curious about what Madara has been doing. This is the little thing I've been thinking about myself. Will you show me again? Uchiha was helpless, and could only electrify the simple coil in front of Uchiha Tajima again, and through the drastically changing current, a changing magnetic field was generated, so that the metal made of Kuwu was subjected to force in the magnetic field and moved slightly. This? Uchiha Tajima frowned, watching Uchiha Madara's demonstration make Madara sigh in his heart. Father-sama, maybe he thinks he is fooling around again. That's right, in addition to being defenseless just now, even an ordinary ninja can easily dodge the kunai who just sneaked out. Maybe you should try something smaller, it's too heavy. Who knows? After watching it for a while, his father Uchiha Tajima actually did not disparage Madara's experiment, but put forward an opinion. Uchiha's eyes lit up, and soon, he took a small iron bullet and placed it on this wooden board. Sure enough, the lighter iron bullet can be in the magnetic field, under the action of magnetic force, and quickly roll on the wooden board. I can also try it with a lighter senbon, which has less resistance in the air and is more penetrating after accelerating. I can continue to improve, make this thing faster and more powerful, and Uchiha Tajima saw his son, his eyes were shining, and the whole person was slightly surprised. It seems that because my eldest son has not trained ninjutsu particularly hard before, he does not care enough about him. He seems to have other incredible powers. That's right, although it still looks weak, Madara is sure you can make it even better. Thank you, father. After getting his father's affirmation, Madara is still very happy in his heart. At least in the future, he will get these things again, the materials that need to be experimented, it should be better. Come on, hurry up and get some results out, the great elder already has an opinion about you. Uchiha was stunned, and saw his father, Uchiha Tajima, who had revealed the news to him, leave with his hands behind his back and an inexplicable smile on his face. Is it because I am not good enough in ninjutsu that I want Izumi to replace me and become the young patriarch? Uchiha was a little surprised, but it was not surprising. In this chaotic era, the common idea was that a stronger patriarch, a more powerful heir, could make the family prosperous and last. Madara could understand what the great elder and the other clansmen were thinking, but would not accept it. Became Uchiha Madara and has lived in this ninja clan for so many years. Madara has feelings for the entire family, for his younger brother, for his father, and for the clansmen. I want to protect my brothers, I want to protect my people, Madara made such a voice in his heart. While Uchiha was busy continuing to complete his experiment, among the Uchiha clan, a very strong, gorilla-like clan was a little slender clan like a normal Uchiha ninja, with a serious face, serious, step-by-step walking in the place where ordinary clansmen lived. Is it right here? Yes, Lord Hoon. The Uchiha clan who led the way, with admiring eyes, took Uchiha all the way to the door of Uchiha Kotori's house. Uchiha Kotori, Lord Hoon is here, come out quickly. Uchiha Kinri came out weakly. Although he had already opened his chakra eyes, looking at the imposing guy in front of him, he couldn't help but smack his tongue. Although she had no training in ninjas before, nor did she have the talent in this area, she had heard Uchiha Hoon, a name that was quite famous among the Uchiha clan, many times. Uchiha Hoon, the son of the great elder, a rather talented Uchiha ninja, has more physical strength than the average Uchiha clan, has a strong physique, and seems to be a very serious and old-fashioned man. In battle, Uchiha Hoon always took the lead, rushed ahead, killed many powerful enemies, and at a young age, he had already made a lot of merits for the family. Some people even think that Uchiha Sun's talent is not much less than that of the youngest genius Uchiha Senna in the current Uchiha family. Now, this gifted genius ninja, did he come to find himself something? You are Kotori Uchiha? Uchiha Kotori said with a straight look at Uchiha Kotori in front of him, although it seemed a little domineering, but unexpectedly, it did not make Uchiha Kotori feel that this guy was putting up a shelf, looking down on himself condescendingly, but made her unexpectedly feel a little serious. It's really strange, whether it is Madara-sama, Izuna-sama, who often follows Madara-sama, or this lord in front of him, it seems that they are a little different from the other ninjas in the family. Yes. Uchiha Kinlai opened the Sharingan eye, and the pair of single-hook jade in the eye socket made Uchiha Sun nod with satisfaction. Very good, Uchiha Kotori, you have the talent to be a great Uchiha ninja. Now, I invite you to join my team, join me, to protect the Uchiha clan, to protect the people. The Sharingan in my Uchiha Koto, but it was stimulated by the young patriarch Madara-sama, and it was Madara who had been taking care of himself and taking care of these ordinary clansmen to make their lives a little better. Having lived in poverty since she was a child, Uchiha Kinlai's ability to read words and colors is still very powerful, and she has also heard about a little contradiction between the elders and patriarchs in the Uchiha clan. If he agreed to the invitation of Uchiha Hoon in front of him, wouldn't it be a proper slap on the face of the young clan elder? This, Lord Sun, sorry, my chakra eye was successfully opened with the help of the young clan elder. What I want to do in the future, I must report to the young clan elder. Uchiha Sun frowned, but time does not wait. Now the clan battles have begun to become frequent, and the casualties of our Uchiha clan are increasing recently. We need more talented ninjas like you to join us and fight for the family. You have not experienced battle, defeat, despair and pain, and you have opened the Sharingan, and in the future, you will definitely be able to get the more powerful power of the Sharingan. Kotori was stunned for a while, looked at Uchiha Hoon in front of him, shook his head, and firmly rejected him. No, Lord Sun, my pain and despair are no less than what you have experienced, and if you do not understand, you will not understand. My previous life made me more uncomfortable than death. Uchiha Hoon was a little disappointed. He really wanted to invite Uchiha Kotori to join his team, and he really wanted to contribute to the family. Recently, the battle between the Uchiha clan and other ninja clans is intensifying. Don't look at the fact that Uchiha Kinlai has just opened his eyes. There is value in cultivation, but when the family reaches a critical point of life and death, at that time, even the clansmen who have not opened their eyes, even children aged 5 or 6, 6 or 7, have to take the kunao and rush to the battlefield to fight the enemy. I see. Uchiha turned around and left, not wanting to waste time here. Since Uchiha Kotori said that she obeyed Uchiha Ban's arrangement and everything, then he went directly to Uchiha Madara to forget it. After Uchiha Hoon turned to leave, Uchiha Kotori was relieved. Her back was already covered in cold sweat, and the mere fact that this strong gorilla-like man stood in front of her and shrouded her in the shadow brought by his height made her feel extremely stressed. Fortunately, he persevered, refused his invitation, and chose to continue to follow the young patriarch. However, this guy is surprisingly easy to talk to, and there are no other Uchiha people who should listen to the ideas of the strong, but will ask their own opinions and respect their choices. Perhaps, this is one of the reasons why they are all geniuses and far beyond ordinary clansmen. In the corner of the training ground of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha has been staying here for the past 2 days, taking the materials collected faster because of the permission given by his father Uchiha Tajima, and perfecting the simple device in front of him. Hey, if I know how to escape, or have the ability of sister cannon. Uchiha complained slightly, and then quickly placed an iron pellet that had been made very, very light inside this simple magnetic field. As Uchiha released the Thunder Chakra manufacturing current with both hands, the small, extremely lightweight iron projectile also began to roll in the magnetic field. Purr, purr. Uchiha looked at his experiment, satisfied at the same time, but also a little distressed in his heart. Further strengthening the power of the magnetic field is not only to increase the number of coils, but also to upgrade the material of these coils so that they can withstand greater currents. At the same time, the projectile and the senbon must also be able to be lighter and thinner, otherwise, if it is too heavy, the acceleration will not be faster. In short, there is so much to improve. Uchiha Madara, are you staying here? Uchiha Hun has been looking for Uchiha Madara for the past 2 days, but Uchiha Tajima will not tell him where Uchiha Madara is, and after completing his task, it took him a lot of time to find Madara. Uchiha Hun, what's the matter? Madara was still busy, the iron marbles were rolling back and forth in the magnetic field. Uchiha Hun looked at the scene in front of him, although he was also curious, but did not think that it was of any use. No matter how fast this little iron bullet rolls, can it still threaten the life of a ninja? Can this little iron egg still penetrate the body of a ninja? Uchiha Madara, why are you still wasting your talent? Before Uchiha Madara went to take care of ordinary clansmen, and also let Uchiha Kotori successfully open his eyes, and also made Uchiha Hun feel that Madara had changed. Now that I look at it, you guy is really getting more and more excessive. However, although Ujibo-sun has quite a position in the clan, he will also be the pillar of the Uchiha clan when he grows up in the future. However, he is not able to dictate to Uchiha. Fortunately, although Uchiha did not use his talent in ninjutsu, Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha Ban's younger brother, still performed very well. I wanted to invite Kotori Uchiha to join my team, but she said that she was up to you. Madara pondered for a moment and shook his head. I don't think it's appropriate. Uchiha Kotori doesn't have a talent in fighting, and she opened the Sharingan, and it's not because of this aspect, so it's useless for her to fight with you. Uchiha Kotori is over 10 years old, except for the Sharingan eye that has just been opened. In terms of physical arts, ninjutsu, and illusion, to put it bluntly, they are all wasted firewood. She is not the same as Uchiha Obito, 2 extreme Uchiha people. After losing love, she instantly superevolved, opened the kaleidoscope chakra eye, and became a guy who became stronger in terms of IQ, combat, and ninjutsu. You're wasting her Sharingan, you should believe in the power of Sharingan. Uchiha disagreed, and said that in the entire ninja world, the melee between the various ninja clans was becoming more and more fierce during this time. Uchiha Kotori has awakened the Sharingan and is about to obtain the corresponding resources, so she should also take the corresponding responsibility. She was already 10 years old, Uchiha, and if she didn't start training well and preparing to step into battle, then it would be the turn of younger children who were equally talented. Uchiha-ban, you have no way to escape, even your younger brother, I'm not talking about Izuna, they will soon be inferior to the battlefield and face danger. Uchiha-ba frowned, has the situation in the ninja world been chaotic to this point? I know, I'll figure it out. Uchiha Madara did not respond lightly, making Uchiha-sun even more disappointed. You guy, how do you feel that you didn't take the affairs of the Uchiha family to heart at all, whether it was such a statement or such a look? Madara, I have no right to say anything to you, I just hope you cannot regret it. Uchiha turned to leave. Madara looked at the back of this guy, and was surprised to find that this was a very serious guy who was thinking about the family. He wanted to concentrate his strength to protect the Uchiha clan, but his status as the son of the great elder made what he did easy for others to make a fuss. I certainly won't regret it. Uchiha put away his little things and went back home while thinking. He didn't have time to do such experiments now, and what Uchiha said to him gave him a sense of urgency. Back home, Uchiha actually saw his younger brother Uchiha Senna at home. You know, at this time, it was time for him Uchiha to end the day's fatigue and start resting, but it was far from the time when Izumi and other younger brothers could relax and let go of their practice. Even sometimes, in order to train his younger brother's night combat ability, his father Uchiha Tajima would take him out day and night, wandering outside all night and not coming home. And now that Uchiha Senna has returned home so early, I'm afraid. Big brother, you are as early as ever today. Uchiha Senna looked at his eldest brother Madara, who had returned home, happy, with a little depression. He practiced hard all year round, and finally he was able to relax one day before the battle began, but what he didn't expect was that he had only returned home not long ago, and his eldest brother also returned home with a relaxed face. Feelings Uchiha Senna's most relaxing day of the year is the most sparse and ordinary daily life of your eldest brother. Are you going to go on a mission tomorrow? Younger brother Uchiha Senna is not the first time to go on a mission, but he has never been so cautious, and all the ninja tools on his body have been packed. The bitterness on his hands was still shiny by the shiny tiles he wiped. Big brother, I still can't hide from you. Izumi smiled silly at Madara, and the caring eyes of the eldest brother still made him feel warm as always. In this family that was a little twisted by strength, the eldest brother was the softest and warmest place in his heart. Isn't it this time to assist the ninja in the clan attack? Is it to personally fight the enemy on the front line? Although compared to other ninjas who are now embarrassed to let 5 or 6-year-old children step on the battlefield, Izumi is almost 10 years old before he will personally fight on the front line, which is already very good. However, in Madara's eyes, he is still a younger brother. Yes, big brother, the fight has been fierce recently. The battle between the Haji clan and the Senju clan over there is fierce, and we the Uchiha clan can't lag behind. However, they should have failed in the end, and they did not resist the power of Senju, because in the chaotic world of the Fire Country, they finally went around in circles and returned to the battle between the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. I'll go tomorrow too. Hearing the sudden words of his eldest brother Uchiha, Uchiha Senna raised his head in surprise and looked at his eldest brother. In Izuna's eyes, the eldest brother Madara is very gentle with himself, and he is also very caring for his younger brothers, and he is also very gentle with many clansmen and others. However, the eldest brother is precisely because of this, so he seems to be a little less fond of fighting. In the past, when his father Uchiha Tajima asked his eldest brother to fight, his eldest brother was always a little sad and seemed very resistant. However, Uchiha Senna seems to have heard his father Uchiha Tajima sigh a little pity for his eldest brother Madara's waste of his talent. Big brother, do you really want to go with me? Being able to go to the battlefield with the eldest brother is a very happy thing for Uchiha Senna now. Thinking of how he could fight side by side with his most beloved eldest brother and kill enemies together, Uchiha Senna felt that his blood was boiling all over his body. Well, you big-headed ghost, you guy wants your eldest brother and me to step on that dangerous battlefield, to face the Kuwu who doesn't know where it will come from and stick to your eldest brother's head, and don't know the detonation charm buried in that land? My stupid Adaudu, stop laughing like a fool. What task are you going to perform tomorrow? Looking at the stupid Adaudu in front of him, Uchiha decided to be fully prepared first. After knowing what tasks will be tomorrow, I began to pack up. Uchiha Senna didn't care about the words that his eldest brother just said that he was sand, but instead helped his eldest brother Uchiha on the side and prepared together. But while packing up his things, the smile on Uchiha Senna's face began to gradually solidify. Good fellow, big brother deserves to be big brother. The average Uchiha ninja goes out, in order to balance the convenience of movement, the battle is smoother, almost bring a ninja bag, prepare several detonation charms, a shuriken, a few kunao is enough. No matter how much you want, you need to carry it with you, or keep it on your hand and behind your back, such as the sword that he likes to use with Uchiha Senna. But the eldest brother in front of him almost armed himself to the teeth. 8 ninja packs loaded with a large number of ninja tools, detonation charms, kunao, shuriken, and silk thread were distributed on the left and right sides of his body, on both legs, on his butt, and on his chest. If it weren't for the fact that the eldest brother Uchiha might be afraid of fierce action, the kunao shuriken in the ninja bag pierced his thigh, and maybe he would have hung a few more ninja bags on the inside of his thigh. Big brother, as for it? Uchiha Senna looked at the big brother who was still carefully arranging the pattern in the ninja bag because he carried too many detonation charms, so that the detonation charm would not be detonated in advance because of his actions, very helpless. What's wrong? Stupid Adaudu, you actually doubt your eldest brother's preparations? Carrying so many kunao, detonation charms, and shurikens, aren't you afraid that this will delay your actions very much? Big brother, in the middle of the battle, such a small delay, whether it is in terms of speed or your own coordination, will bring you a fatal crisis. Uchiha Senna told his eldest brother about his understanding from the battle very seriously, and then he was slapped on the head by his eldest brother. You smelly boy, do I still need a lesson from your smelly brother? After teaching the stupid Adaudu a lesson, Uchiha Madara pulled his clothes outward, and then Senna saw Madara take out several pieces from inside his clothes and felt a rather heavy load at first glance. Big brother, you. Uchiha moved his body and twisted his neck. Don't worry, I have always known the truth of sweating more in peacetime and less blood in wartime. Don't underestimate your eldest brother. Izumi looked at the eldest brother in front of him in surprise, which had become much smoother, whether it was movements or various actions, and suddenly realized that he did not seem to know the eldest brother very well, and understood what the eldest brother, who seemed to be not particularly excellent in the eyes of everyone, was like. I'm not fond of fighting, but I'm not stupid, and I'm afraid of death. Izumi laughed. It turned out to be like this, that big brother will definitely protect himself well when he goes to the battlefield. Presumably, he usually likes to hide himself, making everyone think that he is actually just a big brother who can't bear the responsibility of the patriarch, and he has always wanted to hide his intelligence, so that it is even more difficult for others to target him. But how could the eldest brother, who had been hiding all along, suddenly want to go to the battlefield so actively? It must be because the eldest brother is worried about himself, otherwise, why did he change his previous hidden tactics after specifically asking himself, but to follow himself to the battlefield? My brother's brain was broken, and Uchiha looked at the sudden tears in his eyes, and shouted the slogan that big brother I will never let you down, and continued to help Izumi clean up. Such a thought flashed in his mind. Early the next morning, Uchiha Tajima looked at the team of the Uchiha clan assembled in front of him with some surprise. What he didn't expect was that Uchiha chose to take the initiative to join the battle team for the first time in his life. Obviously, because he now has a way to help the family to spawn more Sharingan ninjas, and his strange experiments, and he is particularly tolerant of him in this regard, he has changed his nature and wants to come back to fight. Although I felt a little unhappy, Uchiha Tajima, thinking about his smug and frivolous appearance when he was young, seemed to suddenly begin to understand Uchiha a little. Probably, at his age, he began to want to oppose his father, and began to question the authority and power of his fathers. Really, is it possible, after this, I have to turn against this rebellious eldest son? But my father, who is also Ban's grandfather, is not so patient with himself, and he is directly beaten up. Seeing that Uchiha had joined the team on today's mission, and thinking about the recent change in Uchiha Ban's impression in his heart, Uchiha Tajima wanted to try it. Madara, today's task is under your command. Ah, yes. Uchiha, who was a little skeptical, finally accepted, and his father Uchiha Tajima's arrangement seemed to have a deep meaning. The ninja in the clan did not say much about Uchiha Tajima's arrangement, and for so many years, his prestige was enough to suppress many doubtful voices. Let's go. After becoming the commander of this mission, Uchiha got all the information about the entire mission, and couldn't help frowning. Are we bait? Recently the Uchiha clan is being commissioned by a small nobleman to protect a mineral resource that their clan recently discovered in their own territory. And the competitors of this small family have always wanted to snatch this mineral. At first they can't buy it, and then they are angry, they want to hire ninjas, kill this small nobleman, and then take the mineral resources they found in the territory for themselves. The mineral resources found in the territory of the small family can be used to make various iron tools for life, hose, and various items, and can also be sold to the country of craftsmen, so that the country of craftsmen can help create a large number of ninja tools for war. Obtaining this mine resource is equivalent to obtaining a huge and continuous flow of gold mines, which will make a family continue to become stronger and richer, and it is no wonder that it will cause others to covet. And the small family is also ruthless, knowing that before the resources of the mine are exploited, it is difficult to transform into the interests of their own family in a short period of time, and they do not have enough money to entrust a strong enough ninja clan to escort themselves. Therefore, he simply found the Uchiha family and used part of the proceeds of mineral resources in the future to bind himself to the Uchiha family. In the past, the Uchiha clan had always been satisfied by accepting such tasks as annihilation and assassination, and obtaining a huge commission money. Now, there is a long-term benefit sent to the door in front of him, how can there be a reason to refuse? For this reason, during this time, the Uchiha clan has been protecting that small family, and there have always been some ninjas stationed in that small family to protect them. The family ninja has repelled the attacks of the small family enemies many times, but the other party has always persevered, which has caused the Uchiha clan a little headache. This time, they plan to let the squad led by the Shift Uchiha BA become bait, so that the enemy thought that their Uchiha clan had despised these enemies, made a slack gesture, seduced them to launch a bigger attack, and then, in one fell swoop, beat them to pain, crippled, and beat them for a short time, and did not dare to come and harass them again. What a simple and crude plan. Uchiha looked at the clansmen who were already excited and eager to try, even his own brother, ready to kill the enemy. Hey, this plan is simple and crude, but this is also a naked conspiracy. If the other party does not dare to take advantage of the change of team of the Uchiha family, and also sends a team that seems to have relaxed its vigilance and despises them to attack, then the first minerals on the side of the mine will immediately begin to be successfully excavated and mined, and then begin to be transformed into the actual interests of the small nobleman and the Uchiha family. After they get the benefits, after they become stronger and stronger, it will be more difficult for the other party to snatch the past again. This will be their last chance. Of course, they can also choose to evacuate here and never come to the trouble of the small family and the Uchiha family again. Madara had already left the Uchiha clan with his younger brother Uchiha Senna and the clansmen, and quickly walked towards the place where they issued a small family for the benefit of the mine. Soon, they successfully entered the small family and completed the handover. It's just that for several days in a row, the peaceful life where nothing happened made Izuna, the younger brother next to Madara, a little bored. Really, I thought there was a fierce fight, it was so boring. Big brother, don't be so careful, I guess those guys don't dare to come. Izumi has nothing to do every day except to practice her swordsmanship. And Uchiha looked around and became lazy, full of confidence in the Uchiha clan, feeling that the other party was proud of being too scared to come back, and was quite helpless. Then he went on to set traps around him. In the shadows of the forest, in the inconspicuous places between the trees, he was everywhere wrapped with dense silk threads, and one by one the detonation charms were pasted by him in inconspicuous places, or buried in the ground. Even in the forest, he took advantage of his surroundings and made some rough traps out of a lot of wood and ropes. Uchiha understood that the other party was most likely to wait until his side was most lax before attacking them. Now he doesn't know where the rest of the Uchiha are hiding and when they will appear to launch a counterattack against these guys. But he and Izumi must survive the first round of attacks to survive. Lord Shizo, according to our intelligence, the Uchiha clan is led by their young patriarch Uchiha Madara this time, and Uchiha Senna, Uchiha Ban's own brother, is also there. They are despising us. Even the young patriarch of the Uchiha clan was sent. What is this not contempt? Isn't this also our opportunity? Shimura Shizo looked at the subordinates who gathered intelligence, and a wise light flashed in his eyes. Kill the young patriarch of the Uchiha clan Uchiha and the genius of the Uchiha clan Uchiha Senna here. Our Shimura clan will gain greater fame, more commissions, more bounties, and more opportunities. Stood far away, spying on the movements of Uchiha and their squad, fiery emotions flooding in his heart, but the ninjas of their Shimura clan, under his leadership, were still patiently waiting for a fatal opportunity. Another day passed when nothing happened, and while guarding the surroundings and completing his daily practice of entering a fighting state, Uchiha Senna really felt that the other party would not attack them again. But the eldest brother is still tirelessly checking the arrangement of the traps around him every day, checking whether a simple warning enchantment around him has been triggered. Big brother, you are also too careful. These detonation charms have been arranged a lot. Any more, then it will lose its meaning. Such a dense detonation charm will make the other party perceive. Moreover, using so many detonation charms to guard against enemies who may have attacked them, even if they defeat the other side, may not be very profitable. Big brother, the detonation charm is not cheap. You are like this, we will not earn if we fight off the enemy. Yes, not earned at all. We accept tasks and earn commission money, just to maintain and continue the inheritance of the family. But if we consume more resources than we get, then we are losing money. I think that if we can make our people sacrifice even one less in a battle, then it is all earned. Uchiha clapped his hands, stood up, and ended the arrangement of the detonation charm. Izumi was right. Under the trap he arranged, the density of this detonation charm had reached a point where it could no longer increase the killing efficiency. Considering that no ninja can ignore the terrifying power of the detonation charm, this level of detonation charm should be enough to kill the enemy who has entered the trap. But Izuna, you gave me another inspiration. Izumi looked at her eldest brother curiously, and Uchiha's face was slowly showing with excitement, little by little. The detonation charm, in the final analysis, is to seal the fire ninjutsu on the paper in the form of a seal to form a spell. Then since you can make detonation charms, can you also make other charms? Well, it seems that it should be, it is possible, right? Izumi was stunned. He had always used the detonation charm, and he did not think about creating other attribute charms. When the eldest brother asked this, he was stunned. Yes, everyone is accustomed to using detonation charms, and under the long-term mindset, they have forgotten that chakra of other attributes can also be sealed in the form of seals in the paper to form spells of other attributes. Let's try it. Madara's words made Izuna's eyes also shine. Big brother, you are so smart. Soon, using 4 special, detonating talisman-like style talisman papers, Senna watched Madara seal the 4 attribute chakras on the 4 talisman papers. Looking at the skillful movements of the eldest brother, Izumi nodded secretly. The eldest brother Madara, his attainment in sealing techniques was far beyond what he knew about Uchiha Senna. How powerful, big brother, how many more things do you have? However, after triggering the 4 spells, they found that sure enough, after the detonation charm was detonated, the power that burst out instantly was the most powerful. The fire escape chakra sealed inside the detonation talisman, after it explodes, will produce a violent explosion in a small area, and its power within the destruction range can even be comparable to the advanced fire escape ninjutsu released by Shangnin. However, after the other 4 chakra attribute spells were released, they did not seem to have the same powerful effect as the detonation charm they expected. Big brother, don't be discouraged, this is just the first time we have made it, we can still improve it. Madara glanced at Izuna. My stupid Udaru, do I still need you to comfort me? Izuna, first, the whole process of making these charms is my hands, and you didn't help at all in the sealing technique. Second, which of your eyes saw that I was depressed? Uchiha Senna laughed awkwardly and ran away with a puff of smoke. He can see that he is only good at fighting, and he is good at wielding the blade in his hand, and he can't help anything here. Big brother, I'm going on patrol, think about it yourself. Looking at the back of this unstable younger brother leaving, Uchiha smashed his mouth. Really, he can't seal it, don't you know how to learn it? The detonation charm can be based on the innate nature of fire chakra, and when it is detonated, it will also burst out instantly, releasing terrifying power. But perhaps, when the chakra of other attributes is sealed, it needs a small improvement. Looking at the sealing technique symbol that he had drawn on the rune paper in front of him, Uchiha, who had an idea, began to make a small improvement on it. And, soon it came to fruition. Picking up his improved talisman paper, Uchiha quickly entered the forest not far away. Taking this talisman paper that sealed a large number of self-made water attribute chakra, Uchiha fixed it to the thick trunk of a tree, and then Uchiha carefully unsealed the talisman paper and quickly jumped out towards the rear. Soon, in the sight of Uchiha, an extremely dangerous bright silver water line was quickly released from the rune paper, and with a quick move, it quickly penetrated the trunk of the large tree in front of it and disappeared into the forest. After the power of this talisman paper completely disappeared, Uchiha carefully walked over and found the remains of the rune paper that had completely festered under the huge pressure. Then, he walked in the direction of the talisman paper he had made, and walked all the way to the big tree that had been pierced by the hole, and found the traces of it being pierced by the water ninjutsu on it. That's nice. Uchiha looked at the traces of the destroyed place left on this big tree, and now he could only use the sealing technique. While sealing the water chakra, he left a not too clever seal on the rune paper, increasing the pressure when the moisture erupted. However, although Uchiha felt that this talisman paper sealed with the water attribute chakra could burst out quite good cutting and penetrating ability, it was only for a moment. Because at the moment when a large amount of water was squeezed and sealed out of the seal of the rune paper, the huge cutting force would even make the rune paper itself completely destroyed at this moment. The detonator is a fixed-point explosion in a small space, such a water escape charm, that is, within a short distance, to achieve quite powerful cutting and penetration. Uchiha's eyes brightened, and after thinking about it, he thought that he should probably seal some more wind attribute chakra on the rune paper. At that time, these wind attribute talismans plus water attribute talismans will be pasted together on the bitter and thrown out. After using the wind attribute talisman to burst out, a small range of whirlwind blown out from it, so that the water attribute talisman was completely irregularly released at that moment. Then, at that moment, in that area, an extremely terrifying death space with a large number of densely packed sharp cutting water lines will form. However, if the other party can attach a layer of particularly powerful earth escape chakra to his whole body for defense, the water escape talisman he has created now should still be difficult to penetrate such a defense. Uchiha quickly began to prepare excitedly. Before going to the battlefield, you must prepare as much as possible, so that when you go to the battlefield, you will not need something but desperately find that you don't have it. It's just that what makes Uchiha a little uncomfortable is that he didn't think there was any problem when he studied it, but when he really wanted to make it, he found that it was too slow for one person to produce. His raw materials are very abundant, but on every talisman paper that can make detonation talismans, when the water and wind are sealed and stored on this talisman paper, it is the most troublesome time. The sealing technique must not be wrong at all, and every step must be completed carefully, little by little. Just in one day, spending a lot of time to make such a few spells, began to make Uchiha involuntarily feel dry mouth. The whole body was hot, and there were very troubled emotions in his heart, which were constantly rising. Moreover, in order to ensure the success of the production, he also needs to accurately control the chakra in his body all the time, which is even more exhausting. Wea let out another turbid breath. It was time for the first minerals to be successfully mined from the ground and transported out for sale, and their squad was still unattacked by the enemy and did not find out what anyone wanted to do to their employers. Realizing that tomorrow they would be able to start delivering the mined minerals to the merchants who had signed the treaty, and let them start shipping, which would begin to bring great benefits to the Uchiha family, the entire team couldn't help but relax a little. These days have been constantly carrying out the task of escort patrol, such a simple and boring task. No matter how much experience and how many times you have done, it is still easy to get irritated. Moreover, although I don't want to admit it, it is difficult for the ninja of Uchiha to talk to the guy of this small family, except when performing tasks. The rest are staying in the room to rest, and there is no communication with this partner, which is even more dull. Only Uchiha will have some communication with the employer who is now cooperating, and even, what makes Uchiha feel surprised that the other party will feel flattered by his willingness to talk to them. After collecting all the talisman paper made in his hand these days, Uchiha hid it in his ninja bag, and quickly walked towards the house of this small nobleman. Tomorrow will start to earn benefits. There will be more ninjas of the Uchiha clan, come here to escort the common interests of the two families. Before leaving, the people of the small family also want to chat with Uchiha and strengthen cooperation. Uchiha Madara was about to come from where he lived to the room where the guys of the small family invited him to the banquet, and suddenly, the moment he was about to reach out and push the door forward, Uchiha Madara paused, imitating his stomach in his mouth, and let out a series of grumbling sounds. SHHH, my stomach is a little uncomfortable, I'd better go to the bathroom first. Uchiha's self-talk didn't seem to affect the joyful intertwining voices that had begun in the room. He turned around and seemed to be about to leave, and then, a hand immediately reached into the ninja bag on his waist, took out the kunai, and slammed into the rear. The door behind him was instantly slammed open from the inside, and a pitch-black kunai aimed at Uchiha's head and stabbed straight up. Piercing sparks, in the fierce collision and friction of Kuwu and Kuwu, burst out in front of Uchiha. Through the broken door, Uchiha saw the people in the room, shivering, who had been controlled by someone. You're playing with fire. On the last day, when you are most likely to let your guard down, these guys are really a good time to pick. Hee, kill you all here, and then tell others that it was you Uchiha clan who wanted more to get more before you killed your employer, you say, will anyone believe it? Uchiha held Kuwu's hand, still wrestling with the other party, hearing the words of the guy in front of him who completely covered his face and hid his identity, and Uchiha's eyes flashed with a dangerous light. You can try, he said correctly. When such news was transmitted, the entire ninja world would no longer believe that the Uchiha clan would do such a thing, but whether anyone would want to believe so. Those hostile ninjas of the Uchiha clan are probably happy to believe such a statement, which casts a huge shadow over the glory of the Uchiha clan, making it difficult for other nobles and businessmen to trust the Uchiha clan and dare not cooperate with them anymore. Uchiha, you are a little different from the rumors. Piercing sparks are constantly bursting out in the bitter collision between the two, and they are particularly conspicuous in this dark night. Perhaps the other party saw that Uchiha was alone now, and he had to deal with so many of them, so he did not choose to threaten Madara with hostages at all, but wanted to take him, the young patriarch of the Uchiha clan, and get more benefits. As the battle progressed, Madara's expression began to become more and more calm. His mood, his thoughts, were in the midst of the battle, and he began to slowly move away from the present. However, the instinct to fight began to quickly revive in his body. So strong. The masked Shimura Shizo, feeling the guy in front of him, became more and more skilled in combat skills, and his face under the mask couldn't help but feel a little anxious. This guy is completely different from the rumored image of the young patriarch of the Uchiha clan who doesn't like to fight. His grasp of the timing of the battle is very accurate, and at this moment, he is rapidly improving his ability, becoming more powerful little by little. This kind of improvement visible to the naked eye couldn't help but make his heart sink. This guy is a genius, definitely a genius in battle, a rose capable of dancing on the battlefield. It seems that I can't keep you. The original idea of capturing Uchiha and using it in the hands of the Uchiha clan in exchange for more benefits disappeared in an instant, and this terrifying enemy genius who will rise rapidly in battle will definitely not be able to stay. Shimura Shizo ordered, and behind him, the ninja of the Shimura clan rushed towards Uchiha Madara with a whoosh. With 2 fists and 4 hands, Madara is still just a teenager, and in the face of the siege of so many people, various small wounds that have been cut by Kuwu have begun to appear on his body. Without hesitation, Madara jumped out the door, turned around and took out a pile of shurikens from his body, throwing it at the ninja of the Shimura clan who was chasing him behind him. Shuriken windmill technique. Tiny silk threads that were difficult to see clearly with the naked eye wrapped around the shuriken, and along with Uchiha's shuriken throw, it quickly shot towards these enemies. Although they easily resisted Uchiha's shuriken, when they tried to continue their pursuit, the pain caused by the small cuts on their hands, feet, and face, as well as the blood spilling from the wounds, made them stop. What? Shimura Shizo looked incredulously at the line under his anxious gaze, and finally saw in his eyes that the real silver silk thread with a large number of blood beads dripping on it wrapped around the space where his people were, trapping them firmly inside. Before waiting for his clansmen to cut these silk threads with their hands, Uchiha finished the seal with a grim face. Fire, Phoenix Immortal Fire Art. Small fireballs quickly spread from the silk thread towards these trapped Shimura ninjas, and seeing that they were about to be engulfed by the flames that quickly drilled up their bodies on the silk thread, the wind whistled behind them. The sharp knife-like wind cut off the silk thread of Uchiha and lifted the life and death crisis of these Shimura ninjas. Uchiha sighed darkly. It was really a bit stretched to face so many enemies alone. The other party can calmly attack themselves, and those ninjas behind can also support at any time, crack their own skills, and their own attack methods. If the opponent had a slightly less manpower, his own wave of attacks would at least be able to reduce the opponent's personnel by several people. Thinking of such a pity in his heart, Uchiha looked at the small aristocratic family in front of him who were still under control, and silently said sorry in his heart. If he is killed here, then the Uchiha clan really can't tell with their mouths. How can the other party splash dirty water on the Uchiha clan? And if they throw rats because of their lives, if they continue like this, they will not even have a chance to escape. It's up to you, whose life is better. The hand quickly took out a handful of talisman paper from the ninja bag on his body again, and the detonation talisman, wind talisman, and water talisman were all mixed together in his hand. Quickly threw Kumu at the liberated ninja of the Shimura clan in front of him, and one by one Kumu with the detonation charm attached to it was knocked off by the sharp-eyed opponent with Kumu during the flight. A violent explosion sounded in the courtyard, awakening the clansmen outside and causing smoke to fill the courtyard. Under the fierce wind, another pile of kunao was lost, but Shimura Shizo's pupils shrank sharply when he saw his own clan knocking these kunao away. In the smoke generated by the explosion of the detonating charm, the rune paper that was shot out again in their direction was completely different from the pattern of the seal of the previous detonation charm. Shimura Shizo opened his eyes wide, staring closely at the bitterness that was stuck on the ground, stuck to the wood of the room, and tied everywhere on the door, and the strange talisman paper. A strong sense of crisis welled up in his heart. If these things are detonation charms, the power of the explosion is completely impossible to pose any threat to his people. Uchiha Ban, will he do such useless work? Be careful, shouted to the clansmen who had rushed into the smoke in front of them and were going to leave Uchiha Mama, and the next moment, the scene that made Shimura's scalp numb suddenly appeared in front of him. The thin silver thread suddenly shot out from the center of these rune papers, which were stuck everywhere, and at an extremely high speed. The crisscrossing thin lines, irregular in an instant, appeared everywhere in front of him, making him in his field of vision, and at this moment only these reaping life, the scythe of death. Poof, poof, poof. The sound of something falling to the ground sounded, and the smoke from the explosion of the detonator was completely dissipated under the fierce wind. Shimura Shizo's eyes widened, looking at the bloody scene in front of him, and his whole body began to tremble. Then, great fear filled his heart, and he ran away without looking back, leaving here in an instant. When Uchiha Senna led the rest of the clansmen to rush here, he couldn't help but be taken aback when he saw the bloodstain all over the ground and smelled this pungent smell of blood. The ground was full of stump and severed arms of hostile ninjas, and sharp cuts existed in these ninjas who could not understand how they were killed until death, dividing their limbs one by one. The expressions on their faces were still very stunned, as if they didn't understand how their bodies were split into so many parts so quickly. There are also some remaining ninjas who have lost some parts of their bodies, still screaming in pain on the ground, wanting to stretch out their broken arms to grab Kuwu, quickly kill themselves, and give themselves a pain. The mournful screams and the smell of blood echoed here, making this place feel like hell for a moment. Big brother. Uchiha Senna swallowed his saliva, looking at the big brother who was standing in front of him, with his back to him. From the big brother's body, he felt a breath of Shura, which was terrifying, like a flame, burning hotly. Suddenly, he remembered once again what his father Uchiha Tajima had said to him about his eldest brother, and his father's somewhat pity for his eldest brother's talent, and now he finally understood what his father was pitying. The eldest brother is a natural ninja, an Ashura who exists in his heart, and is particularly terrifying in battle. However, the eldest brother has rarely awakened this terrible thing in his heart. Quick, clean up. At this moment, the strange momentum on the eldest brother that made Izumi feel a little scared disappeared instantly, and he turned around and smiled at Izuna. The rest of the Uchiha tribesmen, for the first time in their eyes, were filled with awe for the young patriarch Uchiha, and they all walked forward and began to clean up the battlefield. It was not that they had never seen a battle even more brutal than this, but it was rumored that the young clan elders who were not good enough in the clan and were not suitable for succeeding the patriarch could kill so many ninjas on the other side so easily, which was really unexpected. Unfortunately, the wind escape talisman thrown out by Uchiha and the high-pressure water escape talisman cooperated, and the direction of the attack was really difficult to control, except for a few enemy ninjas who were still alive and lying on the ground groaning in pain. There were also many people in the small noble family who were hit by Uchiha Ban's attack and died a lot of people. Sorry, I can't save you guys anymore. No, it doesn't matter. The little nobleman's whole body was still snoring, looking at the fact that there was not a drop of blood on his body in front of him, but the whole person made him feel like an Ashura Uchiha spot, and a flattering smile appeared on his face. If we and the elders of the young clan were killed here by these bastards, it would be a great loss for our two races. I can't thank you enough for being able to survive. His body was still shaking, and after making a confession, he immediately left in a hurry, as if he did not dare to stay in Uchiha for another second. Big brother, how did you do it? After carefully cleaning up the battlefield and examining the corpses of these enemies, Uchiha Senna still looked incredulous. It was your words that inspired me before. I made a special charm similar to the detonation charm, and I had such a result. Uchiha Senna swallowed his saliva. Special charms, big brother, are you such a genius? Then, after Izumi heard Uchiha's specific explanation, his eyes lit up. It sounds very good, but big brother, these spells of yours, the shortcomings are also obvious. The attack distance is too short, and when you use it, you can't control the direction of the attack yourself, and even you have to be careful. Izumi quickly felt the shortcomings in this. If it weren't for the first time the other party saw such a special thing, he was frightened, he was caught off guard, it was difficult to analyze the intelligence in it, and the corresponding method of getting along. The spell made by the eldest brother would not have had such an excellent effect. Moreover, with the use of these things, I am afraid that the enemy will soon figure out how to deal with it, and the simplest is to use the wind to blow down all these kuna with charms and prevent them from approaching him. In this case, these charms created by the eldest brother can finally play a role. I am afraid that they are similar to the detonation charms. These things can be improved, and it's not like after the detonator was invented, and no one has continued to improve it, and it has been like this for so many years. Uchiha had slowly recovered from the state of calmly killing so many enemies in front of him without discomfort. After glancing at Izuna, he walked to the edge of the pool, crouched down, and saw his appearance on the surface of the water through the miserable white moonlight. Did I accept that I had killed so many people so easily? Holding a wad of water in both hands and washing it on his face, Uchiha felt much calmer. After exhaling a turbid breath, he quickly returned to his room, lay down, closed his eyes, and soon fell asleep. On the other side, Shimura Shizo took a few clansmen and ran for his life, and soon, he was far away from the target of this mission. Shimura Shizo was panicked at first, but after calming down, he quickly went through the previous battle in his mind and discovered the limitations of Uchiha's spell. Abominable, inherently evil Uchiha's little ghost. But Uchiha's face had been deeply engraved into his mind, making it hard for him to forget. I didn't expect that the rumored young patriarch of the Uchiha clan was hidden so deeply and so terrifyingly. What doesn't like to fight, what ability is not enough, and cannot succeed the position of patriarch of the Uchiha clan? It is all a lie. That guy is young, he does not panic in the face of battle, and after entering the battle, he is as calm and terrifying as Shura, and constantly draws nutrients from the battle to grow. Uchiha, this guy will definitely become the biggest enemy of my Shimura clan to the top of the ninja world. I have to bring this guy's information back to the family, and I have to share it with the Sarutobi clan. The escort mission was a complete success, and the story of Uchiha repelling the enemy's attack alone was also passed back to the family. After Uchiha Tajima learned about his eldest son's performance in battle, he was not surprised, but still a little regretful. How good it would be if the eldest son, Uchiha, could always give full play to his talent. If he could go well on the road of battle, he would have grown to an amazing point by now. Although, judging from the news transmitted back by the clansmen, his progress and development in other aspects seem to be quite good. However, Uchiha Tajima still believes that this is a waste of talent for Uchiha Madara. The things of developing and researching these things can be left to other clansmen, he only needs to use his talent in combat to the extreme. Lord Clan, great, next we Uchiha clan will have a good and stable income every month. The high level of the Uchiha clan is quite happy. After the contact with the small nobles becomes close, their Uchiha clan can also reap a good income from the mine every month, which will make the life of the Uchiha clan better. And the young patriarch Uchiha, who discovered the enemy's sneak attack and repelled the enemy in danger, was even more contributed. After Kotori Uchiha learned the news, the smile on his face also became even more. Recently, because Uchiha Hun asked her to join Sun's side and fight with him, but she refused, many clansmen felt that she did not know how to be evil, did not know how to fight for the family, and dedicated. But the enormous pressure she was under, along with the victory of the young patriarch Uchiha, had eased a lot. I have to work harder. Holding the kunao, he opened the Sharingan, and Uchiha pressed his body hard. She started much later than the other fighting clansmen, and after opening the chakra eye, although her control over chakra has improved, and her physical skills, ninjutsu, and illusion have also improved, there is still a lot of gap between her peers and ninjas. I'm a young man, I can't disgrace him. And Uchiha Hun, after knowing Madara battle, the expression on his face was even more complicated. Soon, after the completion of the escort mission, Uchiha Madara, who had carried out the handover, and his younger brother Uchiha Senna, who could not even pull out his sword, returned to the family together. Big brother, you are so good. The younger brothers all happily came to Uchiha and looked at the big brother with envious eyes on their faces. I'm going to be as powerful as my big brother in the future. Yes, I adore my big brother the most. I want to go to war too. Uchiha Senna followed behind Uchiha resentfully, looked at these little brothers, and rolled his eyes. You bastards, I said before that you admire your second brother and me the most, and you want to become as powerful as your second brother and me, but you suddenly change your heart, smelly brothers. However, facing the envious eyes of his younger brothers, the corners of Uchiha's eyes unconsciously showed a trace of sadness. Stupid, go and train me well, at least have the strength to be recognized by me, before I allow you to go to the battlefield. Being in the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Ban can't change the fact that his younger brothers enjoy the best education and the best resources in the Uchiha clan, and at the same time, they must also lead the way and go to the battlefield. However, he didn't want to see a few younger brothers, all in this chaotic world, leaving tragically one after another. As the eldest brother, at least extend their time on the battlefield, so that when they have enough self-preservation power, let them contact the cruel side of this ninja world. Yes, big brother, the two younger brothers, under Uchiha's scolding, excitedly ran to the training ground. Uchiha Senna felt that his eldest brother Uchiha seemed to have changed a little in the moment just now. Let's go, Izuna, we still have a lot to do. If you want to better protect your clansmen, protect your relatives, and protect your younger brothers, Uchiha must continue to take his own steps and move forward. Soon, Madara and Izumi reported the specific situation of this battle in front of the gathered high-level officials. The Great Elder was a little surprised to hear Uchiha Madara state that he faced the attacks of many enemy ninjas alone, not only protecting himself, but also repelling strong enemies. However, he still listened carefully to Uchiha's statement and found a key point in it. You named your shuriken throwing technique the shuriken windmill technique, and you used a charm that you made yourself that resembled a detonation charm? Uchiha did not shy away, took out a scroll, took out 2 of them, and demonstrated it to them in front of many high-ranking members of the Uchiha clan. I am willing to contribute the sealing methods and production steps of these charms to the family. At the same time, I hope that the clan can create as many of these charms as possible to strengthen our clan. Of course, it is also possible to sell these charms, because these charms have obvious shortcomings, and as long as our people understand the function of these charms, they will not be overwhelmed by the things sold. And we Uchiha family can get a lot of benefits from it, and even get more allies. In the face of so many elders, the high level of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Ban said his suggestion without humility, which made many people look at it. This guy seems to be a little different from the rumors. Very good suggestion, I think it can be adopted. We can let the clansmen who used to make detonation charms within the clan learn a little, and we can start trying to make these new charms. While everyone was talking, Uchiha Tajima, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, coughed. Soon, the entire high level of the Uchiha clan quieted down. Madara should be praised as the developer of these spells, so that Madara newly developed charms are priced according to the price of the detonation charm in the family, and then, no matter who they sell to, the money earned must be rewarded with a part of Madara. Uchiha Tajima's words instantly made the entire Uchiha clan high level seem even quieter. Clan elder, this handwriting is really generous. For a while, many Uchiha elders couldn't help but look at Uchiha with envious eyes. Because these spells are popular with the clansmen once they are launched, it will soon be that Uchiha will become one of the richest people in the clan. However, although the elders were envious, they did not have much idea about the wealth that Uchiha would be able to obtain in the future. As people who follow the family and have experienced many winds and waves, although they are more aggressive than ordinary clansmen, their feelings are more indifferent and cruel. However, he also knew that if he and the others took advantage of the benefits that Uchiha should get, it would only stifle the creativity and development ability of the ninjas in the family. The strength of the family, these elders will also be strong, and the honor that the family has is also the honor that these elders have. In this chaotic world, the ninjas in the family know that they have to advance and retreat together with their own family, and they will definitely not easily do anything that drags them back. Even if it was the matter of the great elder encouraging his own child Uchiha Hun to snatch the status of Uchiha BA before, it was because Uchiha Ban's previous performance was very dissatisfying, making the great elder feel that Uchiha Ban was not suitable to be the person who led the Uchiha clan forward. It was also because of the great elder's thoughts that Uchiha Tajima did not stop him and Uchiha Hun's various actions, but let Uchiha Senna stand up. Well, we can start preparing now. Soon, a special clan member came to collect the information that Uchiha presented to the family, and began to learn and improve according to Uchiha's ideas. However, Uchiha personally went to see it, and the clansmen had to slowly rely on manual work, little by little, and stored the chakra escape technique of various attributes in the rune paper with seals, which was still a little dissatisfied. It's too slow, and even though the speed at which the detonation charm was created within the family before, Uchiha still feels too slow. This is completely not up to the level he wants. However, now the sealing technique is a delicate job, and there are only so many people in the family who can seal the technique, and who can make the corresponding detonation charm. They were only able to make these special rune papers one by one, little by little, in the form of hands. If only he could break down the sealing technique into various modules, Uchiha couldn't help but think. At that time, maybe you can let these clansmen slowly add the sealing technique module by module to these talisman papers, and then seal the corresponding chakra attribute escape technique in the end. But unfortunately, in terms of sealing, the Uzumaki clan is the most popular guy in the ninja world. However, it was almost impossible for the Uchiha clan to get support for this aspect of sealing from the Uzumaki clan. In desperation, Uchiha returned to his usual life, while continuing to find ways to dig out more talents among ordinary people, so that even if they could not adapt to the battle, they could play their role in other ways and contribute to the family. On the one hand, they also began to work hard to strengthen their combat effectiveness. The guy who fought him that day was, like himself, a young teenager. Under his attack, the other party felt that a fighting genius was slowly awakening, but what Uchiha felt in the hands of the other party was a huge sense of urgency in the ninja world. Before he was 10 years old, the family's combat effectiveness was still abundant, and most of the commissions, combat missions, could not be completed by himself and Izumina. But recently, he and Izumi have also begun to go out on several missions and experience several battles. The frequency of battles is constantly increasing. This is an indisputable fact that Uchiha has discovered. Although in the future, it may be because the family gets a profit from the mine, and the charms developed by Uchiha are sold outward, the Uchiha family will relieve a lot of pressure as a result. However, Uchiha did not dare to guarantee that this would make his little brothers avoid the fact that at a young age, they had to wear armor, step on the battlefield, and die cruelly in battle. I need to have more say in the family, Uchiha thought. But Uchiha didn't expect that some things had quietly changed because of his change. When Uchiha was working hard to save the lives of more clansmen and change his brother, who would die tragically on the battlefield in the future, a team of ninjas from other families came to the Uchiha clan. Patriarch Tajima, we Hashirama clan have come here to seek an alliance with you and sign a friendship agreement. Hearing that the Hakaha clan wanted to join forces with his Uchiha clan, cooperate with each other in tasks and commissions, and jointly fight against other families, Uchiha Tajima hesitated slightly. Although the Uchiha clan is powerful, it is not stupid enough to be arrogant enough to think that with the power of his own clan, he can fight against all other clans. Moreover, the Uchiha clan moved from the land of thunder to the land of fire, and compared to the native ninjas who have lived in the land of fire for generations, there is a strong alliance. It's just that it sounds good to join forces with the Haji clan, but the Haji clan has been fighting and competing with the Senju clan in the land of fire recently. If it had been before, Uchiha Tajima would definitely agree to the alliance request of the Hakaha clan for the sake of the family, and complete the commission with them to fight against the Senju clan and let the Uchiha clan gain more benefits. However, now, the recent successive changes in the Uchiha clan made him not need to agree to join forces with the Hakaha clan so quickly. This is not to be afraid of the strength of the Thousand Hands clan, but to be unwilling to be wronged by others when their own family is now doing well and quite well. The conditions and prices that the Yui clan is now giving are already a little low for the Uchiha clan. I'm sorry, I can't promise you right away, I still need to think about it. This is basically Uchiha Tajima's polite refusal. The Uchiha clan has not yet reached a particularly urgent time, naturally can wait for the price, choose allies, choose enemies, choose entrustment among more ninjas. Seeing the ninja of the Haji clan walking away with a bad face, Uchiha Tajima suddenly laughed, which made the great elder on the side a little puzzled. Why is the patriarch smiling so happily? The Haji clan can fight against the powerful Senju clan in the Land of Fire during this time, which shows how they also have two brushes. How can the clan elders still be happy? You said that the other party used a different kind of detonation charm, which can unleash a very terrifying penetrating attack at a short distance, and in an instant, kill our clan there? If it weren't for the first time our people saw such an attack, we wouldn't be so bad. Shimura Shizo faced his father with a bitter smile on his face. As a young patriarch, the operation he led this time was a bit too failed, not only failed to successfully block the Uchiha clan from gaining huge benefits, but also lost so many clansmen. I see. It's not to blame you, the current patriarch of the Shimura clan, looking at his son with regret on his face. In the battle between ninjas, intelligence is especially important, and if you have the information of the other party, you can think about ways to deal with the other party and develop strategies against the enemy. The Uchiha clan actually had such a hand, and the young patriarch of the Uchiha clan, who was rumored not to do much, should not be underestimated. Could it be that the previous rumors about Uchiha not doing well were all fake news released by the Uchiha clan in order to paralyze others? They like to show off their power, and quite a few clansmen feel that the Uchiha clan is the most powerful ninja in the world, with the most powerful blood succession limit, and is a very proud family. The Uchiha family, who believes in the respect of the strong, should not deliberately hide the talent of the Uchiha spot. That is, did the Uchiha BA himself choose to hide? However, this does not have much to do with their Shimura clan. Before their clan carried out such an assassination mission, they set a seal on their brain memory like other guys, and erased all the Shimura clan symbols on their bodies. The Uchiha clan also had no kung fu, and spent a huge amount of effort to track them down. Even if the Uchiha clan became more powerful under the influence of the strange Uchiha people of Uchiha, it should be the other ninjas who felt the panic first, such as Hinata, such as Senju, these two powerful families. They will be extremely jealous of the rising Uchiha family. Father Sama, we must hurry up and warn the Sarutobi clan. Shimura Shizo had not finished speaking, but was interrupted by his father's raised hand to stop him. No, don't do it, Shizo. Why, aren't the Sarutobi clans our allies? And the current patriarch of the Shimura clan, Shimura Shizo's father, glanced at his own child, and he hated iron without steel. Shizo, when a secret is known by a third person, it is no longer a secret. How can you be sure that after we tell the Sarutobi clan this news, the Uchiha clan will not find out the truth that we attacked them? Even blood relatives cannot share all the secrets of both sides without reservation, let alone allies. Besides, Shizo, Sarutobi Suzuki, the young patriarch of this generation of the Sarutobi clan, is much better than you. Yes, I see, father. Shimura Shizo left in front of his father in a trance, and what his father said today, he quickly understood the deep meaning implied. It's just that for a while, he was still a little unacceptable. The Shimura clan and the Sarutobi clan have always been on good terms, and Shizo has also been good friends with Sarutobi Suzuki since he was a child. But now, his father began to teach him that for the sake of the family, even friends can cheat and hide, which makes Shimura Shizo's heart a little uncomfortable. The bastard of the Haji clan, ran to form an alliance with the Uchiha clan. As the Senju clan, the arch-rivals who have been fighting with the Hakai clan all this time, they have naturally been watching the movements of the Hakaza clan, and when they found out that the Hakai clan sent ninjas to seek an alliance with the Uchiha clan, the Senju clan was nervous for a while. After all, although the Senju clan still has a slight advantage in the face of the Haji clan now, if the enemy has one more Uchiha clan, their pressure will also become great. But now looking at the movements of the Haji clan and the Uchiha clan, the Senju clan is very sure that the two families have not yet been able to reach an agreement and cooperate. This news made the two emerging geniuses in the Thousand Hands clan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The Senjukuma and Senjukuma were already tense. In this battle with the Haji clan, if you join Uchiha as an enemy, then I am afraid that it will not be long before the fierce battle will make their two younger brothers, who are only 5 or 6 years old, have to go to the battlefield and fight hard. Thousand Hands Pillar and Thousand Hands Pillar naturally didn't want to see the two younger brothers desperate, and now that they knew that the fierce battle would not start, they couldn't help but feel a little good in their hearts for the Uchiha family, who rejected the proposal of the alliance of the Haji clan. Big brother, have you heard, the young patriarch of Uchiha, who alone repelled a dozen ninjas who attacked, is quite strong. After relaxing, Senjuma couldn't help but tell his eldest brother about the little information he had recently heard about the Uchiha clan. Yes, what an amazing guy, Uchiha's guy. The Thousand Hand Pillar sighed in admiration and walked towards the family's training ground. He has to work hard to become more powerful, so that he can better protect his people. Kodori, how many times have I told you, be focused? Uchiha clan, where ordinary clansmen gather. Madara used to dig for talents among ordinary clansmen. Uchiha Madara stern voice, so that Uchiha Kotori, who was obviously a little distracted, lowered his head a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, young patriarch, you've been a little absent-minded lately. Uchiha's words made Uchiha's face become embarrassed. It's not that she doesn't want to be serious, but now that she can start receiving guidance from Madara from all aspects every day, it inevitably makes her a little flustered. After a long period of contact, Uchiha Kinlai found more and more that the young clan elders were different from other Uchiha clansmen. The other clansmen also have love, responsibility, and obligation to the family. However, after being in a state of war for a long time, constantly losing one loved one relative after another, their eyes have begun to become insensitive, their hearts have begun to become distorted, and they only want to pursue great power, and the Sharingan has also become a fanatical force for all clansmen. However, the young patriarch is different. Not only has he always had love in his heart, but after seeing so many lives lost in front of him, experiencing several battles, and seeing many tragic scenes in this chaotic world, he still has not become as insensitive as other clansmen. He is also releasing a huge amount of light and warmth, wanting to illuminate the entire Uchiha family. And Uchiha Kotori is the person who is radiated by the sunlight emitted by Madara's body. I'll try, Madara-sama. Otherwise, I will not even have the qualifications to stand behind Madara-sama in the future. I wanted to continue following behind him, to continue to be able to keep Madara warm like this. Uchiha gritted his teeth and began to do his best to devote his body and mind to training. In the outside world, in the land of fire, it is not calm at all now. The dispute between the Yui clan and the Senju clan has reached the most intense time of interest disputes. If they can't join forces with the Uchiha clan to deal with the Senju clan, then they can also find other allies. So when the Haji clan was fighting with the Senju clan and was constantly at a disadvantage, he thought carefully about it, and finally rushed towards the Hyuga clan. Since the Uchiha clan did not join forces with the Haji clan to fight against the Senju clan now gradually gained the advantage when facing the Hakuwa clan and began to gradually become stronger. Therefore, this ninja world, this country of fire, some or other equally powerful, inheritance of ancient ninjas, do not want the thousand hands to step on their heads and become the strongest in the country of fire. If the Senju clan really achieves the title of the strongest ninja clan in the Fire Nation, then the Senju clan will become the best place in the hearts of other hirers and mission principals to issue commissions and tasks. In that case, the Senju clan will be favored by more employees, while the other ninja clans will lose a lot of benefits. In this way, the strong will always be strong, and the weak will always be weak. Other ninjas who do not have sufficient resources to train the next generation will always be separated by the Senju clan in this regard, and it will be difficult to catch up. They can't let the Senju clan have such momentum, otherwise the other ninja clans will have a hard time surviving after this. Sure enough, after the Haji clan found the Hinata clan, they were quickly persuaded by the Hakai clan for such reasons. After secretly signing a contract of friendship and mutual assistance with each other, soon the two clans began to attack the Senju clan together. The battle between the Senju clan and them began to become more and more intense. The fiery battle between the three clans of Haji, Hinata, and Senju not only broke out among them, it was like a signal that completely ignited the entire chaotic world. The battle between the major ninja clans and the ninja clans, the battle between the various ninja alliances, like a barrel of explosives that had been ignited, exploded with a bang. Vigorous wars broke out every day in the land of fire, and the intensity of the war was far beyond the imagination of the ninjas who had triggered this unprecedented melee. Every day, small families will be swallowed up and wiped out by other families in this chaotic war, and every day, many innocent people will die tragically in the aftermath of the ninja fight. Father, I think that our Uchiha clan should get as much food as possible now, and this is the priority. Within the Uchiha clan, in front of the elders, Uchiha was arguing fiercely with them about his ideas. Young patriarch, food is very important, but our current stock of food is very sufficient, enough for the family to use for a year without worry. Now it is more important for us to strengthen our armed forces. Whether it is sending people to the side of the craftsman country to get more well-built kunao, shuriken and other ninja tools, or strengthening the defense within the clan, and letting more clansmen devote themselves to the detonation charm, and those special charm production, we all need a lot of manpower. Madara now has no more people who can trade elsewhere to get more food and escort it back. Madara was a little silent in the face of the bitter advice of the great elder in front of him. Of course, he knew that the family's current food reserves were enough for the family to last for a year. However, a year later, the great elders did not expect that this fierce war between the ninja clan and the ninja clan would continue until the end of the chaotic era. In the last period of this troubled world, 5 or 6-year-old children rushing to the battlefield to fight enemies will become the real norm in the ninja world. The average life expectancy of ninjas, even from the pitiful 30 years old, will continue to decrease significantly, and the number of orphans and widows and lonely parents who have lost their loved ones in the ninja world will increase at a terrible rate. Of course, the food stored by the Uchiha family can also allow the Uchiha family to last longer. After all, there were more dead ninjas, and there were more dead ordinary clansmen, and the consumption was not as much as expected. What's more, young patriarch, we don't have enough weapons to protect ourselves, and we who have a lot of food will also become fat in the eyes of other ninjas. The great elder's last meaningful words made a layer of cold sweat suddenly ooze from Uchiha's forehead. He seemed to see at once the scene of many ninja joining hands to attack the Uchiha clan. He raised his head and looked at the great elder in front of him, his father Uchiha Tajima and the others, with a bitter smile on his face. Sorry, I was naive. It's okay, Madara, you're thinking about the family, we can disagree, but this heart of ours is all the same. Uchiha took a deep breath and left the place. Sure enough, even in the proud Uchiha clan, no one was simple to become a powerful figure like an elder. Great elder, what do you think of Madara? Just after Madara left, Uchiha Tajima asked the great elder beside him with a smile. The great elder closed his eyes and remembered the genius Uchiha Senna, who now only knew how to fight hard for the family and enhance his combat effectiveness, and his own child Uchiha Hoon, and sighed softly for a while. Uchiha Tajima couldn't help but smile a little when he heard the great elder's evaluation, but soon, the smile on his face disappeared, and he began to discuss with the somewhat depressed great elder. Next, what should the Uchiha clan do in this chaotic world? How can it go further? But I think Madara is right, we can sell a small number of specially crafted charms, and the ninjas in our own family, after experimentation and use, have figured out how to deal with such things. These things will sooner or later be discovered by other families to deal with them, so we might as well take advantage of this opportunity to make more money resources, and let the battles between other families become more and more chaotic. Uchiha Tajima and the great elder began to deliberate carefully, and all kinds of ideas began to emerge rapidly. However, chatting and chatting, their last topic eventually returned to the Senju clan, a family that would definitely become their opponent in the future. The Senju clan has been in the limelight recently. Even the combination of the Hyuga clan and the Haji clan has not been able to take advantage of the Senju clan in frontal combat. This is normal, but this is only temporary. Although the Senju clan is powerful, the number of ninjas is still not as strong as these two families joining forces. Coupled with the white eyes of the Hyuga clan, it can allow them to take advantage of their strengths and avoid their weaknesses, and before the battle, they begin to collect intelligence and obtain a lot of information, and those guys of the Hyuga clan may have to avoid the strength of the Senju clan and attack their weaknesses next. The analysis of the great elder made Uchiha Tajima nodded, and the white eyes of the Hyuga clan were very powerful strategic weapons on the battlefield. Detect the enemy's movements, see the enemy's traces from a long distance, and then roughly judge the enemy's strength according to the opponent's chakra, and provide information for whether to engage with it next. The white eyes of the Hyuga clan can work very well most of the time, helping their side to grasp the opportunity before the enemy's perception ability detects them. After discovering that the two clans on the frontal battlefield could not suppress the Senju clan, the Hyuga clan would definitely change the current way of fighting. However, I think that in the end, the Hyuga clan and the Haji clan should not be the opponents of the Senju clan. The two geniuses of the Thousand Hand Pillar and the Thousand Hand Pillar of the Thousand Hands clan are a little amazing. The elders of Uchiha nodded and acknowledged that in this ninja world where personal strength would far exceed the realm of ordinary people, a powerful ninja could even play a decisive role in a war. The current Hyuga clan plus the Haji clan can compete with the Senju clan in high-end combat effectiveness. However, among their younger generation, there is only one guy who claims to have the greatest talent of the Hyuga clan and can be awarded the title of Tenin, which can be compared with the younger generation of genius ninjas in the Senju clan. But fortunately, among their Uchiha family, the children of the younger generation, there are also many geniuses to look forward to. Hey, big brother, a lot of money. In the Uchiha family, Uchiha Senna saw his eldest brother Uchiha for the first time, and when he received the dividend from the family, his eyes turned red. That's a lot of money, really a lot of money. This is a huge amount of money that he has never seen before in Uchiha Senna. Think of him, Uchiha Senna, as the son of the patriarch Uchiha Tajima. Also in this chaotic era, tighten his belts to live. After each battle, he must take the initiative to go to the ground to pick up the unbroken kunao shuriken for recycling, and also compete with other clansmen for the corpses of those enemies who were killed by themselves to touch the corpses, and collect the undamaged shurikens, kunao, detonation charms, and even money on their bodies. Then, these collected things, after changing money in the clan, eat and drink well, and then go to repair their own ninja tools, replenish the detonation charm or something, and consume some more, to get the guidance of the elite ninja in the clan, and get more ninjutsu practice qualifications. There is basically nothing left. In this critical period, even if Uchiha Senna was the son of the patriarch, he did not have any preferential treatment and no particularly rich resources. As a genius of the Uchiha clan, you must also rely on your own strength and your own contribution to get more of what you want in the family. But now, looking at this dividend that was distributed to the eldest brother, it really made Uchiha Senna, the younger brother, his eyes red. If he can get so much money every month like his eldest brother, then where do we need to bend down to touch the corpse and clean up the battlefield when his body is stained with the blood of the enemy? After the battle, dashingly withdrew the sword to its scabbard, and then turned away without looking back. This is Uchiha Senna, the real battle in my imagination. Big brother, you said that I have contributed all my understanding of swordsmanship to the family, so that the clansmen who like to use swords can learn. Can I also receive so much money every month? Ha, come on, Izuna, your swordsmanship is still very young. There are more powerful people in the clan than you, and when you become the most powerful group in the clan, you will not be short of money. Uchiha dashingly split the money in his hand in two, and divided half of it into the hands of his own brother Izuna, and Izumi was overjoyed. By the way, this is you and your brothers, not you alone. Good, okay. Senna took a deep breath and looked at the blade beside her, a hint of longing flashing in her eyes. However, the words of his younger brother Uchiha Senna reminded Uchiha Madara. At this time, I am afraid that anything that can substantially and quickly improve the overall strength of the family will be rewarded by the family, and it will further increase their weight and voice in the family. At the same time, when the strength of the family is enhanced, it will also allow the clan to better defeat the enemy and survive more in battle. Even Izumi wanted to get his own comprehension of swordsmanship to the point where he could sell it, so now, Uchiha could take out something to contribute to the family, and there were some things that could quickly improve the overall strength of the family. Soon, at Madara's orders, Izumi went to buy what he wanted. Uchiha also stopped the two younger brothers and Izumi and asked them to practice the spiral pill practice method with him. After spending 2 full weeks, after making sure that even the youngest brother could rub out a small spiral pill the size of a finger, Madara approached his father and asked the youngest brother to show him. Spiral pill, the younger brother was a little ashamed. He was the youngest, Chakra was the least, and he was now undergoing a lot of family training. Under the teaching of his eldest brother, he was the last to learn the spiral pill, and when he used it, the power was also the smallest, which made him feel very embarrassed. However, he bravely used this trick in front of his father Uchiha Tajima. Uchiha Tajima was a little surprised to see the effect of even the youngest child after using this trick. This technique can actually be instantaneous without a print. Uchiha Tajima is worthy of being the patriarch of the Uchiha clan who has experienced countless battles in the chaotic times of the warring states. Although in the hands of the younger brother, the power of the spiral pill is not very strong, but Uchiha Tajima sees the true meaning of this technique to the ninja of the Uchiha clan. There is no need to seal the seal, it can be launched immediately and instantly, which is really a bit foul. Let me see. Uchiha Tajima carefully watched the whole process when Uchiha Baba let his younger brothers train with him, and his mood quickly became agitated. Nice, really nice. The difficulty of learning this technique and the difficulty of cultivation are not low, but once you learn it, you can let the clansman have a good killer weapon in the battle. Madara, you did really well this time. The corner of Uchiha's mouth twitched, showing the spiral pill technique in advance, and actually let daddy praise me so directly for the first time. What I did before the relationship, what I did in your eyes, is it all a little trouble? Is it more meaningful than this spiral pill? I can now be sure that Madara, you are indeed a genius. Uchiha Madara smiled awkwardly. In fact, the 4th generation of the future of this ninjutsu Hokage wave Feng Shui Gate is a genius. Don't look at this technique, it seems quite simple to learn, but Bofeng Shuman got inspiration from it after seeing the Tailed Beast release the Tailed Beast Jade, and it took several years to develop this technique. The real difficulty is never from 1 to 2, to 10, to 100, but from 0 to 1. After Uchiha Tajima wrote down the practice method and name of the spiral pill, he carefully felt it. I will position it as an A-grade ninjutsu and put it in the family's ninjutsu collection for the family ninjas to learn. And 1/3 of the family ninjas' consumption or money to learn this ninjutsu belongs to you. I will stipulate that as long as you are alive, they can only learn through family inheritance, and cannot teach others privately to ensure your benefits. Uchiha Senna heard the number and gasped hard again. And what will be a third, how much cute little money, and it is, with the passage of time, there will be a steady stream of inexhaustible money in the hands of the eldest brother. Everything is arranged by my father. Uchiha said that he had no problem. Uchiha Tajima nodded in satisfaction, and soon, he was a little impatient to find the other elders and tell them the news. Great elder, come, take a closer look. With a strange smile on his face, Uchiha Tajima leaned over to the great elder, seemingly eager to see the great elder's expression. The great elder silently looked at the cultivation process and method of the spiral pill, and then couldn't help but sigh. Uchiha Tajima saw the complicated look of the great elder, and a hint of pride filled his heart. After all, it was the eldest son Uchiha who let him, the father, be able to make these elders no longer dare to say anything about him. Moreover, he must also pinch his nose and praise his eldest son Uchiha Ban, who is indeed a genius. Clan elder, deduct 2 copies of the merits and resources needed to learn spiral pill for my share. After the great elder opened his mouth to ask for a chance to learn for himself and his child Uchiha, the rest of the elders followed suit, giving themselves and their relatives a chance to learn the spiral pill. Soon, these elders contributed a lot of wealth to the Uchiha family and to Uchiha. Big brother, my dear big brother, what other ninjutsu do you have? It has been inspired, but it has not been developed. You say it, I will help, and then finally, can you divide me a little? Uchiha Sena's eyes were completely red in front of a large pile of wealth. These are not just money, not just contributions, resources are as simple as things. They can be transformed into the foundation of his Uchiha Sena's ninja path, allowing him to constantly become stronger and stronger. Big brother, I see that your spiral pill has actually had an idea for a long time, but it has never been taken out to use it, right? Yes, because when I have free time all these years, I have been trying to think about developing another technique, a very important, auxiliary ninjutsu. Huh? Izumi looked at the eldest brother with some puzzlement. Even the spiral pill like this, which can be continuously extended in the back, can be integrated into the change of chakra's nature, and becomes more terrifying, and the technique of advancing to S-level ninjutsu, the eldest brother can quickly get it. But now, the eldest brother actually said that he has been trying to develop an auxiliary ninjutsu for so many years. What is this technique? The ninjutsu that Uchiha has actually been preparing to develop is a shadow avatar technique that has not yet been developed in this ninja world, but after it is developed, it occupies an important position in the entire ninja world and has an incalculable role. Unlike the general avatar techniques that ninjas can use today, the avatars created by the shadow avatars have a physical existence. This entity avatar with chakras separated from the body can unleash ninjutsu exactly like the body and take a certain amount of damage. Moreover, this shadow avatar, because it is exactly the same as the body, can also have the same chakra and chakra flow as the body. Whether it is a white eye or a chakra eye, you can't see the difference between the ontology and the shadow avatar. Moreover, in normal times, the shadow avatar can be used for practice, and the last experience and memory of the practice can be transmitted to the ontology. If you can withstand as much of the negative impact that the shadow avatar brings to yourself, the art of shadow avatar, as well as the advanced art of shadow avatar, the art of multiple shadow avatars, is the existence of divine skills in auxiliary ninjutsu. Unfortunately, this shadow avatar technique, which was developed by Senju in order to cope with the increasingly severe espionage work after the establishment of Konoha village, and the increasingly difficult intelligence investigation work, so far, Uchiha always feels that there is still some place behind, making him a kick from the final success. Sure enough, this guy in the Thousand Hands Gate can definitely not be underestimated. This guy who has developed a large number of ninjutsu that will affect the entire ninja world in the future, forbidden arts, in terms of ninjutsu, has a powerful talent that ordinary people can hardly imagine. Well, it's time for you to move on to your training. It's time for me to keep doing what I'm supposed to do. After taking away his hungry younger brother Uchiha Sena, Uchiha looked at the wealth in his hands and began to have thoughts in his mind. The development of the shadow doppelganger art, the use of lei-dun chakra, and the exploration of the interconnection with electromagnetic forces, as well as the necessary changes to the family, one thing after another, are still waiting for him to do. Uchiha knows that with his current talents, ideas, it is very likely to make the Uchiha family unprecedentedly powerful. However, if some parts of the Uchiha clan do not change, those who covet the power of the Uchiha clan will slowly be forced into a desperate situation where the unsociable Uchiha clan is not in place, which is both the problem of others and the Uchiha clan itself. Whew, now, get ahead with my work. Is this the special charm that the Uchiha clan is selling to the outside world recently? Among the Thousand Hands clan, the two brothers between the Thousand Hands pillar and the Thousand Hands were curiously looking at the spells that sealed other chakra attributes created by the imitation of the explosive talisman in their hands. It's really a clever design. The reason why these spells exert such powerful killing ability in a short distance must be because of the special seal design in this place. According to my speculation, here should be a design that can be pressurized and increase the pressure of the chakra attribute inside the moment it is released. It's so powerful, Kyojima, you can actually see at a glance. In the family, everyone else doesn't know about it. In the face of the eldest brother's praise, Senjima did not have a smug look on his face, and after taking a closer look at the charm, he finally shook his head. It is also because of the simplicity of this design that if we want to study it, the moment it is opened, it will also let it instantly release the energy in the spell, and then let the sealing technique on this spell be destroyed in this instant. From this, it is already difficult to get specific information about this sealing technique, unless we can get everything directly from its developer, or, let me see the other party completely seal a spell. After Senju Juma got his conclusion from his younger brother, he was not depressed. If you can't imitate it, just keep buying. Moreover, after several experiments, the family quickly understood that this thing, like the detonator charm, is a lethal weapon that can be quickly used in a small range and at a short distance without chakra and without sealing. Be a little more careful than the detonation charm and avoid the lethal distance of these special spells. Genma, I can't use these anyway. Simply, you will give my detonation charm and anything else to the tile and the board, okay? When Senju saw that the eldest brother was a little embarrassed to ask for himself, and his face showed a helpless expression, a warm current also flowed in his heart. The eldest brother has always cared about his younger brothers, whether it is himself or Wama and Itama. Recently, because of the fight with the Haji clan, the fight between the Hyaga clan has become more and more intense, and the manpower in the family is becoming more and more insufficient. In the face of the tactics of the Hyuga clan that can open their eyes to see the movements of their Senju ninjas, promote their strengths and avoid their weaknesses, and attack the east, the casualties of the Senju clan are surge. In order to defeat the alliance of these two ninja clans in one fell swoop, the patriarch of the Senju Buddha clan decided to come this time, let the ninjas of the family, including his younger son, set out to fight, and attract them to the predetermined ambush location, and must hold out until the time before the plan is completed. Even Wama and Itama, who are only 5 or 6 years old, will be sent out on a mission, which will make the Hyuga clan and the Haji clan feel that the Senju clan has reached the point of exhaustion recently, and will increase the attack on the ninja of the Senju clan. And this is also a trap that they need to spend a lot of the lives of the family's future flowers to complete the arrangement. It's just that the eldest brother Thousand Hands Pillar doesn't want to gamble with the lives of his younger brothers, doesn't want the lives of so many young clansmen to fight, and he wants his father to ask the Thousand Hands clan's distant relative, the Uzumaki clan, for help. With the help of the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique, it can help the Senju ninja block the detection ability of the Hyuga ninja, so that they can have the opportunity to fight with the Hyuga and Haji clans. But his father did not agree, but felt that he was too cowardly. There was a big fight with his father Thousand Hands Buddha, and Thousand Hands Pillar was also slapped and pumped by the Thousand Hands Buddha, and then let him go and perform the task according to the plan. Don't worry, I will give them my share, and I also hope that they will be safe and sound in the tile and the board. Finally, under the worried gaze of the Thousand Hands Pillar, the younger brother Thousand Hands Wama first followed the team, left the family, and rushed to the battlefield with an excited face. This scene made my heart ache between the thousands of hand pillars. Such a young brother, who has never had the experience of going to the battlefield, is now immediately facing the most brutal battle in this ninja world, and he does not know what he is facing, but he feels that as a ninja of the Senju clan, as the son of the Senju Buddha, he is going to fight for the family. You must be safe, Wama. A cold snort came from the throat of the Thousand Hands Buddha, and the Thousand Hands Pillar stubbornly looked at his father, and expressed his dissatisfaction with his father to him. At this time, he should obviously be the eldest brother to go out on a mission instead of his younger brother Wama, but his father had to be paranoid to choose his younger brother Wama, pushing this great danger on such a young and inexperienced younger brother. The Thousand Hands Buddha looked at the burning anger in his eldest son's Thousand Hands Pillars, and his eyes were slightly touched, but soon, he resolutely turned and left. Damn, father, why are you doing this? It's Wama, it's my brother, it's your child. Thousand Hands Pillar didn't understand why his father Thousand Hands Buddha was able to do such a desperate situation. Didn't he really see Wama as his own child in his heart? No matter what Thousand Hands Pillar thought, in the end, the team of the Thousand Hands clan who set out to carry out the task had quickly left in front of him. The younger brother between the Thousand Hand Pillars and the Thousand Hands Pillar, with infinite longing, followed the rest of the clansmen and stepped onto the battlefield. However, soon, cruelty and despair completely surrounded the Thousand Hand Tiles, allowing the young him to face the bloodiest cruelty, powerless despair in this ninja world for the first time. With the sound of blades entering the flesh, Kinshi looked at his face in horror. One by one, the clansmen he was familiar with, constantly teaching themselves various seniors along the way, one by one, children not much older than themselves, blood flying, died in front of them. The first time I saw the scalding hot blood splashing so terrifyingly in front of me, the first time I saw so many lives, and disappeared in front of me in such a large number, I felt that courage and reason were being quickly withdrawn from the body along with the temperature in the blood. The weapon he held in his hand became so heavy at this moment, and every swing he swung at the enemy seemed to exhaust all his strength. No way. The sorrow in the heart of the Thousand Hands Tile will not be heard by the enemy in front of him, but the weakness in his eyes will stimulate these enemies in front of him even more. Is this guy a ninja of the Senju clan? Is it really fake? Do they all already need such children to go into battle? The adult ninja of the Haji clan and the adult ninja of the Hyuga clan surrounded the weak, helpless, and poor Senju tile in the middle. The surrounding ninjas of the Thousand Hands clan were still struggling to resist, but there was not much spare strength to help him solve the siege. However, this has actually changed a lot from the end of Senju Wama dying at the hands of 5 adult ninjas of the Uchiha clan and the Haji clan. The 5 ninjas who besieged him and killed him became a union of the Hakai clan and the Hyuga ninjas, and everyone was injured. It was not easy, and the surrounding clans were not dead or wounded, and they were struggling to resist, waiting for the final plan to close the net, and the thunderous blow of the Thousand Hands clan army to these guys. Just when Thousand Hand Wama was ready to die, he suddenly remembered what the eldest brother Zuma and the second brother had given him before the mission was carried out. I can't embarrass the eldest brother and the second brother. Such a thought flashed in his heart, and the Thousand Hand Tiles trembled and grabbed the spell in the ninja bag, and then miraculously, not a single detonation talisman was caught, and all the special charms of water and wind were caught. Go and die. The Thousand-Handed Tile, which was ready to die together, suddenly released all the charms in one fell swoop. Under high pressure, at a very fast speed, the waterline that ejected from the seal of the spell, and the wind that was as sharp as a knife, instantly shot out from the Thousand Hand Tile with the will to die. The spells that were thrown indiscriminately around were unleashed with great power in an instant. The water dun penetrated the bodies of the 3 adult ninjas, opening up blood holes, and the wind dun ninjutsu also cut off one leg and one arm of the remaining 2 guys. However, even though their bodies were so bloodied, they were not dead, but quickly withdrew from the area with a painful wail. This is also the disadvantage that the special charm is not as good as the detonation charm in terms of overall power, and the water and wind escapes after pressurization have a strong ability to penetrate the cut, but they are not as easy to kill people as the detonation charm. I survived. In contrast, his whole body was trembling, 1,000 hand tiles. I don't know if he was lucky today. In the center of a large number of flying spells that released huge chakra energy, he was cut off by a strand of hair by the wind, and after the clothes on his body were pierced by the water escape, there was no other accidental damage. Abominable. And when he came back to his senses, he immediately got out of this already loophole encirclement, converged with the other ninjas of the Senju clan, and continued to resist the attacks of the ninja of the Haji clan and the Hyuga clan with them. I have to say that the special charms that have circulated from the Uchiha clan are too good to use against enemies like the Hyuga clan, who are mostly melee physical ninjas. Although there is also a very serious possibility of causing himself to be injured and die, the other party may not be uninjured, but he is not afraid of 10,000, just in case. The ninja of the Hyuga clan, in the face of these spells that erupt at close range with extremely powerful penetrating ability, have to be very careful and tie their hands. And when the 1,000 hand tiles were fighting, the 1,000 hand pillars were already a little impatient. Father, please act quickly. 1,000 hand Buddha couldn't help but anxiously want to ask his father 1,000 hand Buddha to start acting quickly, but 1,000 hand Buddha just glanced at him coldly and didn't say anything. Father, quiet. The voice of the 1,000 hand Buddha seemed to contain a strange power, which immediately suppressed his son's dissatisfaction. If in the past, after the 1,000 hand pillars, they would be honest, but now, every minute and second of waiting may put his own brother in a more dangerous situation. Father, you give me quiet. A suppressed voice with great anger and pain between the 1,000 hands Buddha made the 1,000 hands pillar stunned, looking at the trace of blood hidden in his father's eyes, suppressed, as well as pain, anger and even powerlessness. The 1,000 hands pillar suddenly felt very strange. In the impression, the father who has been leading the entire Senju clan to do everything and forge ahead bravely actually showed such a weak expression. Since he remembered between the 1,000 hand pillars, his father's impression in his heart has always been an omnipotent existence, and he is the man who stands tall in his heart. No matter what difficulties and dangers, he will not make his father frown. Between the pillars, stop making trouble. The elder between the 1,000 hand pillars, an elder uncle in the family, came behind the pillars and gently patted the shoulders between the pillars, with a sadness on his face that could not be experienced between the 1,000 hand pillars. We and your father also had brothers, but for the sake of the family, they have all been sacrificed one by one. At the critical juncture of the survival of the family, each of us, when necessary, will make sacrifices for the family. Now, we are just doing what we didn't understand at the beginning, protecting the 1,000 hands clan. The 1,000 hands pillar was stunned, looking at his father's dull appearance and the trace of pain in his eyes, and slowly fell silent. Father, is it also very painful, and he also made such a decision with an extremely heavy heart? 1,000 hand pillars, in this world, some pain, some responsibility, must be borne by me, and next, it will also be borne by you. The 1,000 hands Buddha is separated by a forest, looking at the place where they are in the 1,000 hands tile. Over there, his youngest son was there, fighting the enemy because of his decisions. Moreover, my child is a child, the child of our clan, isn't it a child? He slowly closed his eyes, feeling the passage of time minute by minute, and his body became much older in that moment, as if in the eyes between the 1,000 hand pillars. The 1,000 hand pillar looked around blankly, and many of the clansmen who followed him also had sad expressions on their faces, but they were still very firm. At the critical moment of the survival of the family, even the patriarch personally sent his own children to die, so what complaints could they have? These uncles, these seniors, also have relatives, and are now being used as bait, fighting in front? The 1,000 hand Buddha seemed to have bent its spine for a moment, but the next moment there was just a trace of the spine that was about to bend, and it stood straight up again, so that the body of the 1,000 hand Buddha was overflowing with a powerful momentum. 1,000 hand pillars, if you don't carry such a heavy consciousness, if you dare not sacrifice something in order to protect what you want to protect, you can tell me as soon as possible, and I will cultivate it well. Zuma's face turned pale for a while. He didn't feel bad because his father 1,000 hands Buddha didn't recognize himself, and even belittled himself so much, letting him give up the responsibilities and obligations of this young patriarch. It was because at this moment that he understood what his father was carrying on his father's 1,000 hands Buddha, and how naive he was doing before. I see. It's just that what the 1,000 hand pillar thinks in his heart is a little different from the 1,000 hand Buddha. The 1,000 hand Buddha saw that the 1,000 hand pillar was honest, and thought that the 1,000 hand pillar had comprehended what he wanted to convey to him. But what Senjuja thought was that I was too weak. If I could easily lead the clan to defeat the Hyuga clan and the Haji clan, then my younger brother and them, and more young clansmen, would not have to face such a danger. Every second is a huge torture for the Thousand Hand Pillars, who are worried about the life of their younger brother and the safety of their clansmen. It's time! Just when he felt that he was becoming more anxious every second, a low burst of shouts from the Thousand Hand Buddha made him immediately come back to his senses. Go! The big hand of the Thousand Hands Buddha waved, and the ninjas of the Thousand Hands clan, who had been waiting for a long time, silently rushed forward, like a wave, fiercely rushing forward. They want to burst into the Thousand Hands team that is now with Wama and the large army of the Thousand Hands that are now fighting with Wama and the large army of the Hada clan, and they want to hit the joint forces of these two clans in one fell swoop. Closer, closer, closer. The Thousand Hand Pillar erupted with unprecedented strength and speed, following behind the elite ninjas in the clan, adjusting their breathing and condensing killing intent. It's not good, it's a ninja of the Senju clan. The ninja of the Hyaga clan, who was fighting with Wama and the others, suddenly appeared a trace of great panic in the white eyes that were originally in his hands. Because they concentrated on fighting the enemy in front of them, they relaxed their vigilance and reconnaissance around them for a while. Now when I happened to see that not far from here, there were already a large number of ninjas with extremely strong chakra who were rushing towards this side, and my heart suddenly felt cold. When the ninjas of their two clans began to surround this bait, they were doomed to be unable to escape. They could not get out of the fight with these guys, even if they ran away. I am afraid that in the battle of life and death, they will not be able to escape the pursuit and killing of these guys who have consumed chakra and their energy. With a pop, along with the last enemy falling to the ground, the ninjas of the Senju clan finally couldn't help but cheer. During this time, the feeling of heaviness and suffocation that had been suppressed above their heads was spreading out from their heads little by little. The sense of oppression brought about by the joint siege of the two races finally disappeared completely after the success of this operation. Oh, we have won. This victory, rendered with the blood of the clansmen and the blood of the enemy, the joy of victory born with pain, can now only be vented in the roar. Big brother, I'm still alive. I'm still alive. When Kinshawa saw his eldest brother again, his whole expression was a little stunned. In the continuous killing and fighting, watching the clansmen and enemies fall beside him, the fear of death has always shrouded this boy, allowing him to grow rapidly in battle and fear. Great, Wama, you're still alive. Qian Shaozu hugged his little brother, tears were flowing with excitement, and the other clansmen, seeing their relatives and compatriots, couldn't help but burst into tears. But more clansmen, after venting the joy of victory, collected the dead clansmen and even the bodies of their relatives with a heavy face. Big brother, do you know that thanks to those special charms you gave me, otherwise, I would have died? Wama's words made Senjukuma secretly remember the Uchiha clan in his heart, even if he knew that the other party's invention was also used to kill and fight, but this thing that saved his brother's life will still make him remember it forever. In the future, I must thank the inventor of this special charm, thought of the Thousand Hand Pillars. The Thousand Hands clan won in the end. The Uchiha clan, who has been following the battle of the Senju clan, also finally got the final result of the battle between the Senju clan and the alliance of Hinata and Hakai. After Uchiha Tajima knew that the Senju clan had won, he also felt the strength of these guys of the Senju clan. Use your own children as bait to lure your enemies into the bait? Facing the patriarch of the Senju clan, who had never met, Uchiha Tajima's heart arose with the idea of meeting an opponent. Ask yourself, can I come up with such a way and make up my mind to let my son be used as bait to seduce the other party? In Uchiha Tajima's heart, several children began to appear, and then slowly grinned and laughed. Yes, absolutely so. When the Uchiha clan reached such a dangerous situation, how could he, the patriarch, be reluctant to give up his children? At that step, even if he was a bait, sacrifice, and death, as long as he could continue the family inheritance and defeat the enemy, it was worth it. But now, Uchiha Tajima saw the recent progress in the family in his hands, and couldn't help but smile. Obviously, the frequency of accepting commissions and tasks has decreased a little, but the money and resources earned have become more. The mines and small nobles who have always needed protection, as well as finding more clansmen who conceal magic to craft special spells, have reduced the number of ninjas who can go out to accept tasks and commissions. However, the benefits of these two dividends can be more and more stable than sending these ninjas out to complete the task commission. Within the family, many ninjas' pockets have become more bulging than before. The most obvious is Uchiha, who has now become a veritable little rich man within the Uchiha family. Uchiha Tajima felt so comfortable, but when he opened more reports on the situation within the family, he couldn't help but gasp. As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, who has run the family for many years, he feels that he has never seen such a vivid number within his family. Compared with the previous lifelessness of various production and life within the family due to the frequent fighting, this month, the various figures within the family, reflecting the living conditions of the clansmen, have become quite active. Strange, what's going on? Even if the clansmen became rich, they shouldn't have changed so much. Uchiha Tajima knew that after the ninjas in the clan bulged their pockets, they would relax their pressure after the battle, buy new weapons, buy medicines, and so on, and promote the circulation of materials within the clan for a period of time. Uchiha Tajima keenly began to look for the root cause in this, and finally combined with the reports of his ninjas, finally looked left and right, and finally, in this internal family report, he found a name that he didn't expect, Uchiha Madara. Not wanting to ask his son what he had done, but he was a little curious about his eldest son's actions, Uchiha Tajima, after finishing other affairs, soon took his own escort and quietly investigated himself along the trajectory of Uchiha on the report. XX month, XX day, Uchiha Madara bought a large number of metal materials here? Madara has a large amount of dividends every month, all spent here? Coming to the small shop in the family, looking at the owner who was smiling and buying, delivering, and selling some materials to some craftsmen in the clan, Uchiha Tajima's eyes flickered slightly. However, he remembered that this shop was specially supported by the family, just so that one day, when someone cut off the source of weapons such as kunao and shuriken from the country of craftsmen, the shop had a certain reserve that allowed the craftsmen in the family to continue to build weapons for the ninja of the family. After carefully reading this month, all the actions that Uchiha did in the village, consumed, and spent money, the words first rich and then rich inexplicably appeared in Uchiha Tajima's mind. Don't look at Uchiha spotted money seems to be spent, but in the end, Uchiha Tajima was surprised to find that it seemed to flow back a lot to his hands. The experimental materials he consumes every month feeds the material store in the family, so that it really makes money by purchasing and processing materials. The owner of the material store, the employees have money, and the craftsmen within the family can take more orders. Many ordinary clansmen who can't fight, or don't like to fight, craftsmen, just follow up and help do something within the family, build more weapons, ninja tools, and can replace more weapons sold by craftsmen in the country of craftsmen, occupying the share of weapons consumed by their families. After these tribesmen and craftsmen have more money, they will spend money to make their families and children eat better, renovate their small homes, and add many things to their homes. And their money circulated to other tribesmen, so that the people who made clothes and sold household and daily necessities also had money. This series of chain effects seems to have benefited many clansmen a lot, making the entire family rich, and the circulation of wealth and materials within the family has accelerated. The final result is that more ninjas have money again, and they can exchange contributions and money to learn the ninjutsu created by their eldest son Uchiha Madara himself, and return a lot of money and contributions to his hands. With more resources, the richer clansmen also have more opportunities to become ninjas, and then these extra ninjas will also be unable to avoid learning Madara's ninjutsu and using special charms made by Madara. For a moment, Uchiha Tajima felt that he really couldn't figure out whether his eldest son Uchiha was spending money on purpose or unintentionally. Before him, the elders and ninjas in the family, in addition to the necessary expenses, kept the rest of the part, stored it, and used it only after they could exchange it for their favorite things, materials, and ninjutsu. Or, if you feel that you have no hope of progress, you can keep it all and let it become a resource for your child's future practice. No one has ever quickly absorbed a large amount of wealth from the family after quickly absorbing a large amount of wealth from the eldest son, and then quickly releasing these wealth and giving it back to the family. This smelly boy, I actually can't see through him a little. The smile on Uchiha Tajima's face has not disappeared today. His eldest son's actions, whether intentional or unintentional, are transforming the family for the better. This made him, the patriarch, this father, also honored. Great elder, you also said that my child Uchiha is not worthy to be a young patriarch, hahaha, I really want to see your face when you see this report again. Here, build this place. Uchiha Ban's energy is limited after all, and after discovering some good people from the family who have a certain talent in learning, Uchiha began to give some of his own experiments and some things to them to help him complete. He also generously paid these people, and said that once they have something new that can promote the growth and progress of the family's combat effectiveness, they will also enjoy the same dividend rights as themselves. Uchiha is directly or indirectly feeding more Uchiha people, and among the more and better Uchiha people, more talents will appear, making the family stronger and further making Uchiha more rich and powerful. It's a virtuous circle. Then you have to start here, step by step, slowly do experiments, slowly explore the truth of this world, and slowly learn. I can only give you a general direction. Yes, young clan elders. These clansmen who can eat and drink well, and have wages to settle every month, were moved to tears. They are freed from their previous embarrassing lives, and they can live well and dignified, respected and liked without fighting, without having to do the tiring work that they cannot bear. All this is the change brought by Lord Madara. They respect the young patriarch from the bottom of their hearts, and they will definitely complete the task of the young patriarch of Madara. Well, okay, it's time to talk about you, Uchiha Kotori. Obviously because of the opening of his eyes recently, and began to be in training, the strength of the rapid increase in strength Uchiha Kotori, in the face of Uchiha Ban's roll call, still couldn't help but snort, a little afraid to look directly into the eyes of the young patriarch. Uchiha looked at Uchiha Kotori in front of him, and after falling silent, he began to have a momentum that was not angry and self-threatening. Stretch out your hand. Uchiha was silent for a long time, causing Uchiha Kotori sweat to ooze from his forehead and his face to turn pale. His words made Uchiha Kotori's body tremble again. Madara-sama, didn't you hear what I said? Uchiha Kotori involuntarily raised his head and faced Madara. It is clear that the young clan elder has not yet opened his eyes, but Yusaibo Kinlai, who opened the single-hook jade writing wheel eye, feels that he has been completely seen through under the gaze of the young clan elder's eyes. Uchiha stopped talking again, just looked at Uchiha Kotori quietly, as if waiting for her to quibble. Facing Uchiha Madara's gaze, Uchiha Kotori's heart tightened, feeling as if he was going to lose something, and finally, he still stretched out his hands tremblingly. Looking at this pair of small hands, which were already rough because of the hard life before, and now there are many new scars, Uchiha was silent for a while. As I said, Kotori Uchiha, it's better for you to continue to consolidate your foundation now than to go high and start learning spiral pills. You don't even have a good exercise in chakras control ability, and learning spiral pills will only make you bruise all over your body. I just want to be able to go with you the next time Madara-sama goes on a mission. Uchiha Kotori lowered his head, his eyes red in the face of Uchiha's rebuke. However, she heard that Madara-sama faced the sneak attack of many people alone before, and almost had an accident. But now my own life, the life of my family, the lives of many clansmen and friends, are all because of the changes in the elders of the young people. Uchiha Kotori didn't want the young clan elders to encounter danger again. And, I've learned. Uchiha Kotori whispered, which was finally heard by Uchiha Madara, and he raised his eyebrows and looked at Uchiha Kotori with his head bowed. You learned? You secretly practiced and learned by yourself? When Uchiha Kotori was in basic training before, Uchiha taught his younger brothers to learn spiral pills, and did not avoid her, but she didn't expect that she would later learn it by herself. This kind of talent, a little good. Heard the question in Uchiha's voice, carefully demonstrated it, and then, in her hopeful eyes, saw a flash of approval in Uchiha's eyes. This can't cover up your unauthorized practice and disobedience to me. Kotori Uchiha, I know you're eager to prove yourself, but don't forget, you're just starting out now, and over-squeezing your potential will only affect your body and your future. Even if the physical qualities of people in the ninja world cannot be inferred by common sense. Look at the wounds on your hands, and then look at the scars on your body. You can imagine that this girl, who is quietly hiding on the side, has put in some kind of effort and is practicing these things. After exercising your chakra control ability better, it will be much easier for you to practice ninjutsu. Do you think I am deliberately delaying you? Uchiha's hand had been grabbed by Uchiha, and he lowered his head shyly, watching Uchiha take out the bandage with the potion and wrap it around his palms, as well as his wrists and arms. First go and continue to practice climbing trees and treading water, and then practice techniques such as the three-body technique. When fighting, the more basic things like this, sometimes the more it can save your life. Well, what's going on? Obviously just dared to fight with me, prove that I can learn ninjutsu, and also took the initiative to expose the fact that I learned spiral pill. Why now she nods and listens to what she says. You girl, why did she start to become weird? Will this woman, or the Uchiha clan, change her talents so much after opening her eyes, directly from not even having a little combat talent before, to a genius that can improve rapidly? When Uchiha Kotori learns the spiral pill, it is likely that he uses the Sharingan to memorize all the details, and then when practicing, he can also rely on the Sharingan to practice more accurately and quickly. Izumi Nago, you said that the eldest brother has been holding that Uchiha Koto's hand for a few minutes? In the face of the curious brother's question, Uchiha Senna also looked curiously at the side of the eldest brother Madara, and a lot of gossip appeared on his face. It's so interesting, this is the first time that the eldest brother has been in close contact with a girl for so long. Could it be that the eldest brother is interesting to Uchiha Kotori? It also makes sense, it is the eldest brother who dug out Uchiha Kinlai from ordinary clansmen, and it is also the eldest brother who taught Uchiha Kinlai a hand, and let him successfully open his eyes, let him secretly learn ninjutsu with him, and did not let him pay money is also the eldest brother. Uchiha Senna couldn't help but look at Uchiha Kotori again. Does the eldest brother like this? Because he was an ordinary clan member with no talent since he was a child, and of course he couldn't eat and drink as much as the clansmen who could be screened out and trained to fight. Even though her life has improved now, the whole person still looks thin and small, like a bean sprout. Moreover, when other girls are in their early teens, they have begun to develop, and the whole person looks a little green. This bean sprout is black and thin, and it is not good looking at all. In addition to those eyes that were quite spirited, Uchiha Senna felt that this girl was not particularly outstanding. Uchiha Senna quietly commented there, in this chaotic era, everyone generally gets married early, and his eldest brother is over 10 years old, and Uchiha Senna knows a lot of things. At least in his opinion, the skinny little Uchiha Kotori is definitely not as good looking as those girls with convex front and back. Well, let's go and lay the foundation first. During this time, you have to make up your body first. The consumption of your ninja equipment replenishment, detonation charm and other materials is counted on my head, and all the subsidies you receive in the clan will be used to improve your own food. Uchiha's voice had become more and more inaudible, and she lowered her head. Her face was red like a monkey's butt. Even when Uchiha let go of her hand, she didn't know. Stumbling all the way back to the new home that had just moved, Uchiha fell headlong into his small room, covering himself with a quilt, and let out a series of strange whimpering sounds. Sister, are you all right? Uchiha Kotori was the biggest root cause of the change in this poor little family, and her younger siblings were a little worried when she saw her sister become so strange. No, it's okay. Uchiha got out of the bed and sent away his younger siblings with a red face. Then, he began to be in a daze in the room again. Uchiha asked her to recuperate her body first, and then while supplementing nutrition, she exercised Chakra's basic control ability, learned shuriken, kun throwing, learned all kinds of ninja combat knowledge, and then learned more powerful ninjutsu. At this time, when her hands were wrapped around the bandages coated with ointment, she had nothing to do, and in her mind, she kept recalling the appearance of the young clan elder who had just gently guided her. She had almost completely forgotten those words, because in that strange feeling of ignorance, she couldn't even hear what Madara-sama was saying, only nodding her head mechanically. As soon as Madara-sama spoke, she could feel a breath of heat, and her head would also begin to have a strange comfortable feeling at that moment. From one point, it instantly spread to all parts of her brain, comfortably making her unknowing. I really want the young patriarch to treat himself more like this, it's so warm. Uchiha couldn't help but laugh stupidly, just laughing, and she saw the small mirror in her simple small room, among the few pieces of furniture. Looking at himself in the mirror, Uchiha Kotori suddenly couldn't laugh again. The young clan grown-up is so warm, like the sun, shining on all the clansmen, and I, Uchiha Kotori, is just one of the many Uchiha clansmen. Even if I open the chakra eye, it is not special. This is something that the discerning people can see after the Haji clan and the Hyuga clan joined forces to fight with the Senju clan, but were seduced by the Senju Buddha with bait and suffered heavy losses. Although the losses were also not small, the Hyuga clan, who had not yet been injured, completely realized after this battle that it was impossible to defeat Senju by uniting with the Hakkai clan. As a result, their alliance with the Yui clan also began to become ambiguous, no longer as before, working so hard to attack the Thousand Hands with the Yui clan, wanting to get more benefits from the Thousand Hands. On the contrary, the Hyuga clan began to have a feeling of separation from the Hakkai clan, and it is not surprising that they may bite back at any time and get enough benefits from the Hakata clan to make up for their losses. The strength of the Thousand Hands clan has been thoroughly manifested after the last battle, and the other ninja clans now know that the Thousand Hands clan is not easy to provoke. Of course, they will not follow the Yui clan and the Thousand Hands clan to death. Then, it will not be surprising that the Yui clan began to weaken continuously in the next counterattack of the Thousand Hands clan, and even finally completely eliminated by the Thousand Hands clan. So next, how can we, the Uchiha clan, get the greatest benefit from the decline of the Uchiha clan? Within the Uchiha clan, in response to the information recently obtained from the ninja world, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Tajima, is convening the high level of the Uchiha clan for an emergency meeting. In the face of Uchiha Tajima's inquiry, many clansmen used their brains and began to think there. There are also many clansmen who quietly set their sights on others, ready to echo and say yes after a reliable opinion comes out. Of course, there are a small number of eyes that constantly look towards the body of Uchiha who is sitting in the corner. Today, Patriarch Uchiha Tajima called Uchiha BA to a high-level meeting and asked him to participate together, which is clearly to cultivate Uchiha Madara and begin to involve Uchiha in the entire family, and will decide the future direction of the family. Madara, do you have anything to say? Uchiha Tajima saw that many clansmen looked at Madara, and without changing their faces, they asked directly towards Uchiha Madara. Uchiha shook his head. The young patriarch is still young. It's okay, the biggest advantage of the young patriarch is also young. This kind of meeting, this kind of thing, now the young patriarch looks good, just study hard. After all, the opponent is the Senju clan, even if it is us Uchiha, we must be careful. Is it because you are young, or under the gaze of so many clansmen, some dare not open their mouths and dare not say their thoughts? Not talking indiscriminately is also a stable advantage, but it still makes him, who has already had huge expectations for Madara, feel a little bit of loss that does not meet expectations. No, I'm not without an opinion to say. I just want to say that while we are still discussing here, everyone else is about to finish the meat and drink the soup. Hearing Uchiha's words, Uchiha Tajima laughed, and the look on Elder Uchiha's face paused, and soon he also became relieved. Soon, a strong domineering aura was revealed from Uchiha Tajima's body, stimulating the surrounding clansmen, and their eyes were red. Yes, things that even a child can see, we adults, but here are verbose and procrastinating. What's wrong with the Senju clan, such a large piece of meat of the Hajiha clan? Our Uchiha clan is determined. With the domineering roar of Uchiha Tajima, the morale of the entire Uchiha clan, the morale of the Uchiha ninjas, was all mobilized. With the orderly issuance of battle orders one after another, looking at the family that was running like a war machine, Uchiha took a deep breath and felt that his whole person was also boiling with enthusiasm. Fighting, is the main theme of the entire chaotic era, and Uchiha will inevitably be involved in it. And the Uchiha family is even more impossible to break away from this whirlpool. After the family became much more abundant in all aspects of materials and conditions, of course, the family wanted to go further. And when every ninja has the ambition to stand at the peak of the ninja world, a brutal war will break out. The The Uchiha clan quickly reacted, taking advantage of the fact that the Yui clan began to shrink the defense line, while the Senju clan was still constantly wanting to take advantage of the victory and pursue, and make the final blow to the Hakata clan, the mortal enemy who had been fighting with them for many years. The Uchiha clan quietly took over the original interests of a large number of the Hakata clan under the leadership of Uchiha Ban. At the height of the fiercest fight between the two races, the people of the Uchiha clan outside, under the command of Uchiha, did not participate in their war, but were trying to digest and absorb the benefits obtained from the Haji clan who lost their armor and abandoned their armor. When the Thousand Hands clan completely defeated the Yui clan, a mortal enemy who had been entangled for many years, and gained a lot of prestige, they were surprised to find that the benefits they deserved had shrunk a lot. Within the Thousand Hands clan, there was also a quarrel over the sky. Clan elder, these bastards dare to take advantage of this time, we should kill the chickens and monkeys, and fiercely repel the Uchiha clan who occupies the most interests. Yes, clan elder, I'm so angry. We Thousand Hands clan worked hard to attack the Yui clan in front, and in the end these guys picked up so many cheap, I am unwilling. Thousand Hands Pillar was next to his brother Thousand Hands Pillar, quietly looking at his father's Thousand Hands Buddha's equally livid face, and asked his younger brother, Wama, we have already defeated the Yui clan, will we continue to fight with other families next? Big brother, you shouldn't be able to fight. In addition to the Uchiha clan, the Saratobi clan, the Shimura clan, and other families have all robbed us during this time. Now we have indeed defeated the Hakata, but there are more opponents around us who may become enemies. Thousand Hands sighed helplessly. It was really humiliating. Obviously it was the Thousand Hands clan who should win the most, but after seeing these guys following behind them to pick up leaks, Thousand Hands still felt a little disgusting. But after we recuperate for a while, we should continue to fight with the Hyuga clan. Is that so? Seeing the lost expression on his eldest brother's face, he became even more helpless. After all, the Hyuga clan and the Haji clan have joined forces to attack us. They are our enemies, and when we recuperate, we will definitely continue to fight with them. If it goes on like this, when is it ahead? In the face of such a question as the eldest brother, Qianshao did not know the answer. Maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after tomorrow, the two brothers may die on the battlefield. No one can give an answer as to when this war between ninjas will end, maybe in their children's generation, maybe, never end. Fantastic. At a time when the Senju clan was depressed because so many families followed behind them and drank the delicious soup they should have drunk, the Uchiha clan was filled with a piece of joy. Since the beginning of this year, the frequency of Uchiha people receiving commissions has decreased slightly, but the overall quality of life among the Uchiha family has not only not declined, but has greatly improved. This dispatch is another operation that makes the Uchiha clan a lot of money, and they can be said to have gained a lot of benefits from the constantly rooting and dying Yui clan unharmed. Since the young clan grew up, our Uchiha clan is getting better and better now. The ninja with Uchiha couldn't help but whisper to his companions around him. Although the frequency of battles has decreased a bit, but after the resources have become more abundant, the supplies that each ninja can get, the ninja who can practice has also become more, and now most of the ninjas of the Uchiha clan like to pursue strength have also been satisfied, and Uchiha himself does not know how much prestige he has between the Uchiha clan and the ninjas. Stupid, are you saying that the current Tajima patriarch is not good? Ahem, I didn't mean that. I mean, our Uchiha clan will become stronger and stronger because of the young clan's elders, and stand at the top of the ninja world. Father, listen, everyone is praising the eldest brother. Just as happy as the clansman was Uchiha Senna, but he didn't notice that when he said these words, his father Uchiha Tajima's face turned dark. Well, before the eldest son was suspected of wanting to kill his old father as soon as possible and then take the throne, the stupid second son also hoped that his eldest brother would replace him as soon as possible. You two are really brothers. After slandering the two brothers Uchiha and Uchiha Senna in his heart, Uchiha Tajima's face also began to become happy. Both brothers are excellent, and it is very gratifying for him to be a father. Coupled with the recent period, the frequency of battles has decreased, and he, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, has also dissipated a lot, and the whole person looks a lot kinder. Let's go and see what you, the praised good big brother, are doing now. Uchiha Senna led the way, Uchiha Tajima followed behind him, and soon came to the corner of the Uchiha clan, and saw a bunch of people who were being taken out by his Uchiha spot, watching them debug electromagnetic equipment. Madara has adjusted the direction of research, allowing these people who were brought out by themselves to start with the simple electromagnetic conversion at the beginning. Uchiha Tajima and Uchiha Senna did not make much noise, curiously watching the group of people nervously debugging under the gaze of Uchiha Madara. These handmade coils, hand-crank generators, and a small light bulb that can be lit by an electric current and are not known to be made of these guys and are not used are all being put into final checks. Ready. Kotori Uchiha followed Uchiha and looked around nervously, looking like a most loyal guard. When she saw Uchiha Tajima and Uchiha Senna raised a finger in front of her mouth, signaling that she didn't need to disturb Madara. So, let's get started. Madara is still so calm. Naruto's world, the speed of technological development behind is extraordinary, and all kinds of black technologies can emerge. Now, he just wants to be a promoter and make it develop faster. Here we go. Accompanied by a Uchiha clan, the generator slowly began to rotate, and the coil began to rotate in the magnetic field generated by the magnet. Then, in the surprised gazes of Uchiha Senna and Uchiha Tajima, the small light bulb slowly brightened like this. Uchiha Tajima and Uchiha Senna looked at each other, as if they were asking each other, "Did you just feel that the clan who shook that thing released thunder chakra?" With the uniform shaking speed of the clansmen, the brightness of the light bulb finally stabilized. Ha ha ha, we succeeded, we succeeded. These chakras are scarce and have no talent for fighting, and the clansmen who originally lived a fairly poor life in the family, and were finally pulled out by the hand of Uchiha, saw that they had worked hard for months, continued to learn, and under the command of the young clan elders, constantly wasted the experiment of forgetting food and sleep, and finally cried with joy and tears of the experimental results that were successful. We made it, woo woo. Uchiha Tajima's eyes widened sharply, and he looked at one of the clansmen incredulously, and under the excessive emotional stimulation, there was another clansman, in front of Uchiha Madara, opened the chakra eye. Izumi swallowed her saliva, thinking that she hadn't even opened the Sharingan, but the clansman who was crying with joy and crying around him, opened the Sharingan, and suddenly, he was also a little moved. Ahem, fellow citizens, be happy, be happy. We have succeeded today. Don't look at it as a small step for us, but it will be a big step forward for the whole world. From today onwards, this world will open a new chapter by you. Pride, your name, will also be engraved in history. Uchiha's heartfelt congratulations made these ninjas all couldn't help but be happy and excited. However, you can be happy and happy now, but you cannot be complacent and continue to explore. For example, you have to solve the problem that people have to shake the generator here all the time to generate electricity. It is also necessary to solve the problem of power storage, so that the excess electricity is stored when generating electricity, and when the power is not generated, the excess electricity can be released, and also to solve the material problem, so that the current loss becomes smaller, and the wire is easier to make. Uchiha kept saying some suggestions for improvement, asking these clansmen to write it down and let them slowly improve. At the end, he spoke out about their reward. When you solve more and more problems, this power generation system can be supplied to the family, as well as to the daimyo and nobles of the Fire Nation. Think about it, without candles, without burning anything, you can have warm lighting at night. Instead of using the faint candlelight to dispel the darkness, your power supply system will become a thing flocked to by daimyo, nobles, rich merchants, and other rich people. And once the night is dispersed by the light, there will even be a city that never sleeps at night on the side of the daimyofu, and we will not sell these things at that time, but only provide electricity and charge according to the electricity, which will be a chicken that will never stop laying golden eggs. Not only will you be remembered by the world, but you will also have unimaginable wealth. This is all the credit of the elders of the young clan. Uny, you opened your eyes, you also opened the chakra eyes. At this time, these clansmen finally saw their companions who had opened the Sharingan, and cheered for him even louder. Finally, after the success of the experiment and the joy of seeing a clan member successfully open his eyes, they looked at each other, and these clansmen thought that at that time, no matter what, the biggest head of this income must be the young patriarch. After giving these clansmen another reward to eat and drink well, and resting for 2 days, Uchiha turned around and saw his younger brother Uchiha Senna and his father Uchiha Tajima looking at him with red eyes. Is what you said true, big brother? The ability of the eldest brother to make money, Uchiha Senna will not have any doubts at all. And now, even his father Uchiha Tajima, when he heard Uchiha Madara say that he would promote the beautiful prospects of this power system among the nobles, daimyos, wealthy merchants and other groups of the Fire Nation in the future, his eyes had turned red. He could imagine how much money those rich guys would pay to satisfy their curiosity and usual use. And what Uchiha said is that not selling this power system, but relying on the electricity generated to bill, will let the income continue to enter the pockets of the Uchiha family. And Uchiha will thus become the Uchiha clan, no, the richest person among all the ninja clan. At that time, he, who is a son, will be far more wealthy at a young age than his father, who has been fighting for many years and has gone through countless life and death battles to accumulate some. Putting away his red eyes, Uchiha Tajima took a deep breath and turned his attention with difficulty to the clan who had just opened his eyes. Who is that guy? He is Uchiha Genwai, and he was just an ordinary clan before. Uchiha Tajima glanced at the group of clansmen who had just said goodbye to him and walked away cheerfully, and nodded. It seems that there is another clan member like Uchiha Kotori, who showed his combat talent after opening his eyes. It's just that outside that Uchiha source, he seems to be a little old. Among that group of Uchiha people, he looks the largest. Moreover, there is not much hair left. It seems to be a little old. Father Sama, Genwai is different from Kotori. He is not suitable for fighting, even if he opens the Sharingan. Uchiha Tajima nodded non-committally. Since this is the case, forget it. Compared to the wealth that can be earned, one more clan member who has opened the Sharingan has no effect on the current Uchiha clan. Abandoning his focus outside of Uchiha, Uchiha Tajima began to ask Madara about the prospects for the application of these things he had just mentioned. Soon, Uchiha Tajima got a lot of news he wanted. Finally, he looked at Uchiha again and asked what he had last discovered. Madara, the device just now didn't let the ninja output any bit of chakra the whole time. Ah, that's right. Uchiha Tajima got the answer, and the stunned expression on his face deepened a little, and after thinking for a while, he shook his head and left. The Uchiha clan will benefit a lot from this project, and as the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, it is only necessary for the entire Uchiha clan to continue to prepare. As for the implication that this device does not require chakra to drive, he needs time to think about it. After Uchiha Tajima left, Uchiha Senna also left with a red face, and he decided that he would immediately develop a new ninjutsu, or find a new way to make money, so that he could rely on his own strength in the future, and no longer have to worry about funds, materials, and other problems. After they left, Uchiha looked at the very simple hand-cranked generator that generated electricity for small light bulbs. At the same time, bursts of electric light began to flicker in his hand. By participating in the manufacture of these things, he felt that he was deepening his understanding of the principles of electromagnetism. Holding a small projectile in his hand, the electric light on Uchiha's hand is becoming more and more intense. Wrapped in such a terrifying current, the small metal projectile, in the midst of the stirring current, became rosy and hot. Young elder, the problem of wire and wiring materials has been solved. Young people, we feel that we can replace manpower with a steady flow of water for electric drive. The material of the bulb has found a new alternative, and the bulb can be lit for a longer time. Several months have passed, and the improvement of the power generation system that only provides electricity for electric lighting within the Uchiha family is constantly making greater progress under the leadership of Uchiha Genwai, who has opened the eye of the writing wheel. In the past few months, the Uchi family has completely disappeared from the ninja world, leaving only 3 or 2 cats and kittens so big, left everywhere in the ninja world, hiding. The Senju clan, who achieved the final victory, has a great reputation in the ninja realm of the Fire Country, and has also obtained many benefits, and has taken a lot of the inheritance of the Haji clan into their hands. At a time when they were gaining momentum, the Hyaga clan was trying to shrink their defenses and actively looking for more allies to fight against the mighty Senju clan. With sufficient protection of interests, the Uchiha clan did not rush to make a move after digesting the benefits they had received from the Heiji clan before, but like the other ninjas, while maintaining the frequency of receiving tasks before, they were watching the battle in the Fire Nation. They are now busy digesting the improvement of the family's overall financial strength, the increase in resources, and the positive promotion effect of their strength. After the strength is improved, the Uchiha clan, which also has ambitions, will not miss the ninja feast of this chaotic era, and will shine in it. Time is in a hurry. In the Uchiha family, when the body enters puberty and begins to develop, it also begins to improve its training volume, and the strength of the whole person, along with the development and growth of the body, has entered a terrifying stage of terrifying progress. In the blink of an eye, the talent of this body, as if it had been held back for too long, was developed and rushed forward by leaps and bounds. The 5 attributes chakra are complete, and the yin and yang attributes are also available, and the Uchiha spot itself is not low in sealing techniques and physical skills when focusing on strengthening the ninjutsu of thunder and fire. The progress of Uchiha will soon be surpassed by Uchiha Hun and others who will soon be trained hard from the age of 5 or 6, always ready to kill enemies, but even his younger brother Uchiha Senna will soon cease to be his opponent. Shuriken Windmill Art. Tinkling, the silk threads on the large number of shurikens that surrounded Izumi once again bound his body. Thunder, go. The silk thread made of a special conductive material was transmitted through Izuna's body almost at the moment when the thunder ninjutsu was released, shaking his paralyzed body, and without the power to resist, he collapsed helplessly to the ground. Why did I lose again? Uchiha Senna was a little tearless. The eldest brother began to grow rapidly, and the strength began to improve at a terrifying speed, but this speed is a bit excessive, big brother. You also always use him Uchiha Senna as a reference. Ninjutsu becomes powerful, take ninjutsu and Uchiha Senna to practice, physical skills become powerful, take a scythe to cut him, illusion is powerful, come to hypnotize him and make him have nightmares. Is there a big brother like you? Because of your eyes, I have 2 more shurikens that I didn't catch this time than last time, and the silk thread wrapped around them restricts your movements. And my control ability over Lei Dun Chakra is also a little stronger than last time, coupled with the replacement of a silk thread specially used to conduct current. The current entering your body can instantly confuse your neural control system and make your own body relax. Big brother, but I still have a problem. Uchiha Senna got up from the ground tremblingly, and after being violently electrified, he felt that many parts of his body were still a little uncontrollable. I have also learned your ninjutsu, and I have also learned the art of windmill manipulation with your shuriken. Why do I always lose? Didn't you tell me all the reasons? You learned from me. How can you overcome me? Go your own way, Izuna. Think about your most proud and comfortable power. What is it? After being said by Uchiha Madara like this, Uchiha Senna suddenly fell into confusion. During this time, I was taken aback by the rapid strength of Uchiha, and some unwilling Izuna, as well as some clansmen, all learned a lot from Uchiha. However, the other clansmen who are far less capped than Madara and Izumi Nataka can learn from Uchiha Ban. Izumi, you have your own fighting style, your own combat ability, you can't blindly imitate your big brother. Seeing that his brother fell into deep thought, Uchiha left and came to the corner of the Uchiha clan. Young clan elder, we have completed most of it now. Looking at the system that has been able to stabilize the power supply and let the lights be lit for a long time, Uchiha nodded. Let's go, it's time for us to go, it's time to make money, and where the rest is inadequate, we have to let those daimyo and nobles pay to help us slowly improve. The clansmen laughed, and then, under the leadership of Uchiha and the escort of a group of elite clansmen, they left the Uchiha clan with a complete set of equipment and headed towards the city of Daimyofu, where the largest number of nobles, rich merchants, and the most noble person in the country of fire were located. Only there will a large target demographic that can consume what they want to sell now. Soon, the news that the Uchiha clan offered treasures to the daimyo of the fire country quickly spread in the noble circles in the city of the daimyo of the fire country. Curious, they all waited for the day when the invitation would come after receiving the invitation. In the daimyo's own mansion and palace, there was originally a living water running through the town, which made their workload much smaller. The device that relies on hydropower to generate electricity was arranged, packaged in a small black box, and after arrangement, it was debugged several times. The clansmen who finally felt that they had done their work were already covered with sweat on their heads. This was what they were going to sell to daimyos, rich merchants, nobles, etc., and it was the first public demonstration that they could not make any mistakes. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the nobles who had received the invitation could not wait to queue up outside the palace where the daimyo invited them, and entered one by one. They enjoyed the unimaginable glory and wealth of ordinary people, but because of the chaotic world, there is a lack of entertainment, and they have been excited to come to see the excitement today. They are all curious now, wanting to know what exactly is that will make the daimyo mansion make such a big move. If the Uchiha clan can't come up with something amazing, it will be very humiliating, and they will become the ministers of the entire Fire Nation daimyo and the laughingstock of the rich business circle. Soon, the dim sky, after the sun set, had become darker and darker, almost making people completely unable to see the surrounding situation. After the sun goes down, ordinary people can only wash up early at home, with the faint candlelight, ready to go to bed. In this chaotic era, whether candles or kerosene, it was too luxurious for ordinary people to use for long periods of time. Only these daimyos, nobles, and wealthy merchants will enjoy life in the dark night under a large number of lights after the sun goes down. Along with the daimyo's palace, it also began to become much darker, and with all the invited people who had a little prestige in the Fire Nation and a little money were invited, only a faint candle flame in the daimyo's palace could provide a little bit of light. Strange, what the hell is this for? With such a dark sky, you can't see anything. What else can they make fun? Is it to set off fireworks? Or do you want to gather the lighting things together and perform them on stage? These people looked left and right, and they didn't see any stage, which can be used for people to perform. Let's go. Just as they were talking, a crisp voice appeared in their crowd. Here we go? After hearing this voice, these people looked around one by one. In the next moment, everyone's eyes lit up. Rows of small and delicate electric lights, one after another, quickly brightened in front of them, from far to near. The warm soft light quickly dispelled all the darkness in the entire palace. In every dark corner that was previously difficult to reach by candle fire, the daunting shadow disappeared under the light. What is it? Is this a new candle? Not like it. Is it a new, everlasting lamp that can burn all the time? In the past, daimyo or some rich and powerful people used some special grease that could be burned for a long time to make lighting objects and tightly disperse the night. It's just that, no matter what, they can't have the luxury of lighting this special expensive lamp in every corner of their own home, dispelling the darkness everywhere. Uchiha appeared in front of many powerful classes in the land of fire, and the voice said, "This is what we found, a new thing that can replace candles, replace oil lamps, and light up the night. With it, our activity time can be greatly extended, and it is convenient to get up at midnight, and there is no need to blindly look for toilets everywhere with black lights, or carry an oil lamp and play torches, which is extremely inconvenient. But we don't have to do it ourselves now." Faced with the question, Uchiha smiled slightly, "Then excuse me, if you want to use candles and oil lamps to turn the entire city into a city that never sleeps, how much do you think it will cost? Don't you want to see what a city is like when it never sets at night? The city that never sleeps?" The three words that came out of Uchiha's mouth suddenly, as if they had magic power, made the people who had just felt a little excited suddenly have eyes wide and shiny, and their breathing was short. What does it mean to be a city that never sleeps? It means that the entire ninja world, now a unique existence, means unparalleled attraction, means a lot of entertainment that can continue at night. At that time, countless rich merchants and powerful people in the entire ninja world will come to this city overwhelmingly, and a large amount of wealth will gather here, and everyone here will be worth twice as much. However, before this, such an idea was completely extravagant. Before Uchiha, the city only had a specific day each year, cheering and bustling all night until dawn. At that time, a large number of candles, oil lamps will light up the streets, and a large number of fireworks will bloom in the sky, and according to our preliminary estimates, to let such lights, warm in every corner of the city, make it a city that never sleeps, the cost is only about 1/10 of what you used before. And with our improvement of this system, coupled with the name of the city that never sleeps, it will bring huge benefits to this place, and the cost will continue to decrease. At that time, the whole city will become very lively, and you will get 10 or even 100 times more benefits from it. Wealth is touching, not to mention that now what Uchiha paints in front of them is a particularly bright future, and it can not only enrich their nightlife, but also allow their wealth to achieve a huge increase in the future. Snap! The daimyo was the first to take the lead in applauding, and he easily saw the bright future from the depiction of Uchiha. Soon, others applauded along with them. But at the same time, Uchiha saw the flame burning in the eyes of these powerful people, which was a huge greed and desire. Uchiha frowned and sighed inwardly. He was still thinking too naive before. It is impossible not to sell this power supply system, charge according to the number of days, say the amount of electricity provided, and collect all the benefits in the hands of the Uchiha family. In the Uchiha clan, with the support of his father Uchiha Tajima and the consensus of the high-level members of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha can certainly let a lot of wealth gather in his hands. However, these guys in front of him will not be jackals who talk to themselves about the rules. They may try in every possible way to steal it and then use it in a grand manner. Even the Uchiha clan could not prevent such a thing from happening. Uchiha thought for a while and said to the daimyo and many powerful people in the Fire Nation, "We, the Uchiha family, are willing to invest in technology to account for 30% and do this business with everyone." Uchiha said while observing the reactions of these people, and sure enough, after he said such words, the huge greedy look in these guys' eyes disappeared a lot. The daimyo are responsible for holding these interests firmly in their hands, and the Uchiha family will hold the core technology in their hands before this, without panic, and quickly update the power supply system. After signing the agreement with the daimyo and many dignitaries, they all had happy smiles on their faces. The daimyo looked at Uchiha's young appearance, and he had an unstoppable impulse. Look at how good the Uchiha clan is. It is much more pleasing to the eye than the Senju clan, who has recently jumped up and down and gradually revealed a tendency to show a unique family in the land of fire. As a daimyo, he naturally did not want such a strong existence as the Senju clan to overwhelm other families in his country. He felt that it was better to continue the chaos like now. In such chaos, which family is particularly powerful and particularly prominent, and they can also control these ninja clans through various ways and means, by manipulating resources, economics, task commissions, etc. And once the Senju clan is the only one and forms a monopoly in the ninja realm of the country of fire, it has a strong force, and the prestige of other ninja who dare not resist. They will directly threaten the right of the daimyo, magnates, etc. to exist and control the country of fire. Look at Uchiha again, from the side of the land of thunder, came to the side of the land of fire, not only did not mess around, fought and killed too much, but also was able to earn so much money with his daimyo, magnates and others, and greet a brighter future together. Do you want to support the Uchiha clan more so that the Uchiha clan can confront the Senju clan? In the daimyo's mind, all kinds of thoughts kept flashing. Soon, everything turned into appreciation and smiles for the young man Uchiha. With the full signing of the agreement, the atmosphere of this feast also entered a climax. Sake and food were constantly being delivered, and Mayhem, who Uchiha had asked people to hire from the Daimyofu castle, began to jump in front of them. Uchiha Madara kept awake, watching many people start to become ugly after drinking high, and even held these Mayhems in their arms in front of themselves, and soon lowered their eyes as if they didn't see anything. Everyone got what they wanted, didn't they? Leaving the clansmen responsible for laying circuits and electric lights everywhere, as well as the clansman in charge of guarding, Uchiha quickly left the castle of the daimyo with his own escort and rushed back to the location of the Uchiha clan. This time, the Uchiha clan and many ninja on the daimyo's side have a happy cooperation, and there will be a large amount of benefits in the future, which will continue to enter the hands of the Uchiha clan. If the family's resources don't need to worry about it from now on, then the Uchiha clan can unscrupulously choose their opponents and strengthen their own clansmen. In the Thousand Hands clan, it took many months to forcibly digest all the benefits taken from the Thousand Hands clan after defeating the Yui clan, and now the strength is rapidly expanding. After all, it was they who defeated the Yui family head-on. The real interests of the Yui family, the wealth of many years, most of it still fell into their hands, and other families just quietly grabbed some corner soup and water. A lot of resources, money, have poured into the Thousand Hands clan, making them very strong now. Even the drawbacks of attrition, which have reduced the number of clansmen due to successive battles, have recently been solved. Many small families who saw the victory of the Thousand Hands clan over the Yui clan were willing to be subordinate to the Senju clan, get the protection of the Senju clan, and fight together under the leadership of the Senju clan. The Uchiha clan is really degenerate. The patriarch of the Thousand Hands clan, the Thousand Hands Buddha, couldn't help but laugh proudly when he saw that the Thousand Hands clan was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye these days. Ninjas, they should be killing, tools of plunder. You Uchiha clan, hard work to sell some peculiar charms, go to the daimyo mansion to get some small things, small inventions. Where can my Thousand Hands clan directly pocket most of the benefits of the Yui clan? Come quickly, come fiercely. Look at the benefits of the Thousand Hands clan after defeating the Yui clan, how direct and huge the benefits are. Now that I am a thousand-handed family, each hand can get several times the ninja tools that were before, and the detonation charm can be used at will. A large number of ninjas with rich combat experience can be mobilized at any time. The Uchiha family originally made him a lot of jealousy among the Thousand Hands Buddha, but now it seems that the road is narrow. The Senju Buddha, who was in a good mood, immediately began to organize the manpower in his own family, and at the high-level meeting of the family, he passed the resolution that he would next fight against the Hyaga clan. After the news came out, most of the clansmen within the Thousand Hands clan cheered. Previously, the Hyaga clan followed the Haji clan and killed many of their clansmen, and now it is time to recover this blood debt from them. Only a very small number of people, including Senju Kyuma, did not approve of this great war that was about to be started again. There are already enough clansmen who have died, and a big war will begin, and I don't know how many clansmen will die in battle. And now it is not only the Senju clan who wants to fight, but also some small ninjas who follow behind the Senju clan for shelter. It's just that the Senju Kyuma also understands that the Hyaga clan and the Senju clan have a hatred that cannot be resolved. They have hurt many clansmen, and this blood debt must be repaid. Perhaps, what you can do is to become stronger, protect more clansmen, and live well. When the Senju clan began to prepare for the next move, the Hyaga clan quickly got the news and became nervous. Facing each other, although their Hyaga clan did not give their full strength before, they also joined forces with the Haji clan, and they did not fight more than 1,000 hands. Now that he had to face the Senju clan alone, the Hyaga clan couldn't help but be stunned. Moreover, between the power of the Thousand Hands clan after the great victory, ordinary families did not dare to agree to their request for the Hyaga clan alliance against the Senju clan. These days, the clansmen they sent out to ask for an alliance have been rejected. But, Patriarch Hinata snorted coldly, and the expression on his face was not very worried. Even the elders around him were not panicking in the slightest. Because of their Hyaga clan, there is also a very close generational friend, and they will not be afraid of the allies of the Senju clan. If you want to deal with our Hyaga clan like you did with the Haga, no way. To personally face the sharp edge of the Senju clan, the Hyaga clan must have pressure, but after contacting the family that their Hyaga clan has befriended for generations, they have enough confidence. Time passed day by day, and after the preparations of the Senju clan were completed, they finally stopped hiding and dispatched a large number of ninjas, ready to start attacking the Hyaga clan. They wanted to first target the ninjas who were performing tasks throughout the country of fire, and then after destroying many of their ninja forces who were performing missions outside, they would take advantage of the situation to attack the base camp of the Hyaga clan. However, the ninjas of the Hyaga clan have already noticed it, and they have all contracted their strength within the clan, giving up many mission commissions. Except for some divided ninjas who did not have time to retreat, who were chased and killed by the ninjas of the Senju clan, the losses of the Hyaga clan were not heavy. On the contrary, the increasingly powerful power of the Thousand Hands clan made more other families in the Fire Country fearful. They were still watching before, and they all felt a little frightened when they saw that the Senju clan was going to attack a ninja like Hinata this time, who had a long tradition in the ninja world and was strong. The Hakata clan was wiped out, and the next thing is the Hyaga clan. If the Hyaga clan did not resist, then these families who had quietly snatched a little of the benefits of the Hakata clan from them when they were short of manpower before would also become the target of the Senju clan's attack? No, you can't sit still like this. Of course, it is impossible to support the Hyaga clan, and it is best to wait until the heads of the Hyaga and Senju clans have blossomed and both are defeated. Of course, during this time, these guys also began to increase their attacks on the small ninja clans around them, to completely destroy their enemies and obtain a lot of resources like 1,000 hands defeated the Haji clan. The situation in the entire Fire Nation has developed from an already extremely chaotic situation to an even more chaotic situation. This even made the Uchiha family feel a trace of distress. When the intensity of the Uchiha family's actions on the outside in the recent period was not very high, some small families who felt that they could not be safe in the chaotic times found the Uchiha family one after another, and wanted to join the Uchiha family and get shelter. In the face of this ninja world, many small families began to bet on treasures, wanting to survive the trend of chaotic times. No matter how proud and powerful the Uchiha family is, they will not despise it. It is understandable to worship the powerful Uchiha family and think that these small families want to rely on themselves and rely on their own strength. This is more proof of the power of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Tajima did not wave his hand and accept these small families completely, but after carefully screening, he kicked away those families who just wanted to use the Uchiha family to fight the enemy and lead the water to the east, but did not sincerely submit to the Uchiha family, and accepted the remaining small families who just wanted to survive. Then, a vigorous battle began. Having accepted these small families and becoming the boss of a small alliance, he naturally also wants to show the strength of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha was directly sent out by Uchiha Tajima, and took his own brother Uchiha Senna and the guard Uchiha Kotori to lead the clansmen, frequently participating in battles and participating in the fight. Poof, poof. With the sound of blades entering the flesh, Uchiha looked at the last enemy in front of him, who had been pierced in the heart with his own kunao, fell down with a painful face, threw his hand, and wiped away the blood that splashed on his face without knowing when. This is the last one, right? Hearing Uchiha's words, Uchiha Senna swallowed his saliva, a little scared. How is the eldest brother this person good? That is, after entering the combat state, the whole person began to become strange. When he kills, he pursues to kill the other party in the simplest and most neat way with every move. Originally, ninjas were also like this, but the efficiency of the eldest brother's killing was much faster than that of other clansmen. Now, Uchiha Senna has also further realized what his father Uchiha Tajima meant when he said that his eldest brother was a pity for talent. The eldest brother is in Shura-like existence on the battlefield, and no one can dance in front of him. The powerful Lei-Dun chakra is shining all over his body, constantly activating cells, stimulating his body, increasing his speed, and quickly killing opponents. The terrifying fire ninjutsu, unlike ordinary clansmen, needs to be sealed for a long time, and the release of fire ninjutsu shakes back and forth so obviously. The eldest brother's fire ninjutsu, the power is terrifying, the speed of release is fast and very, and the water escape of ordinary people cannot be blocked at all. The most terrifying thing is that before each battle starts, the eldest brother will use as many shurikens, kunao, detonation charms, and special charms as possible to make the other party miserable and reduce a lot of personnel. The eldest brother is trying to suppress the other party as much as possible and reduce the casualties of the clansmen, but the lethality of the eldest brother alone is too strong and terrifying. Yes, big brother, this is already the last one. Izumi answered honestly, and before he could withdraw the blade of the sword in its scabbard, blood was still dripping. After being reminded by Uchiha Madara to come over, Izumi also regained her best strengths, swordsmanship and fire ninjutsu, instead of blindly learning from her eldest brother Uchiha Madara. Well, then go back. Uchiha nodded, took his younger brother out to sweep for half a month, and eliminated a lot of the enemies of the small families that were attached to them. Those guys should not dare to come to trouble again. It's time to go back. Whew, finally going home. Uchiha Senna also relaxed, and the eldest brother Uchiha Madara had ended the previous state that made him feel a little scared after the battle was completely over. By the way, Izuna, organize manpower, remember to bring back our clansmen who died in battle, and all the corpses must be touched, scrape out all the things on them, and finally burn them all. In the chaotic world, the damage caused by the fight of ninjas to the entire Fire Nation residents is actually not the main thing. Even more terrifying are the many corpses that the slaughtered ninjas did not have time to collect after the battle. While the Uchiha clan was cleaning up the enemies of their small clans, the ninja of the Senju clan, led by the Senju Buddha, was advancing rapidly in the direction of the Hyuga clan. All keep up, all keep up. The deep voice of the thousand-hand Buddha continued to sound in the team. The Senju clan, who had already prepared, was rushing towards the Hinata clan under his leadership. In order to protect their people, the Hyuga clan had to send ninjas to deal head-on with attacks from the Senju clan. The Thousand Hands Buddha could already feel that the other party had sent a large number of ninjas in front, waiting to block them. However, your Hyuga clan and the Haji clan are not my opponents of Senju, and now only your Hyuga clan remains. Can you still stop it? The confident Senju Buddha did not expect that there were not only ninjas of the Hyuga clan waiting for them in front of them, but also a group of enemies that would catch him off guard. Kill! Both eyes were already able to see the moment when the Hyuga ninja with white eyes open and a hideous face in front of him, the Thousand Hands Buddha drank lowly, and the whole person was the first to take the lead and rush towards the team of the Hyuga ninja. Soft Fist Bagwa 64 Palms. In the face of the amazingly powerful Thousand Hands Buddha, several ninjas of the Hyuga clan immediately stood forward, joined hands, and launched an attack on the Thousand Hands Buddha together. Takema, you have to be careful. Big brother, I know. Senjukuma and Senjima followed closely behind his father, and Senjima even carried a machete that seemed to be about the same size as his whole person on his back, and the Hyuga ninja who gathered in front of him swung out the large knife in his hand, and in the air, there was a vicious tearing sound. Poof! The large knife between the thousand hands cut through an enemy, and after leaving a huge wound on the other party, the weapon in his hand was also shattered by the surging counterattack of the other party before death. At the same time, beside him, there were several ninjas of the Hyuga clan, with a terrible chakra in their palms, and with hatred, they slapped them on the temples between the thousand hands. Stirred by the terrifying wind, Senju smelled a trace of death from these guys' attacks. These guys' tricky attacks may no longer be able to dodge by twisting their bodies. Swinging the big knife, while letting go, both hands were sealed under the cover of the machete flying out. Burst! The hateful blow of the ninja of the Hyuga clan hit Senjukuma's head together. However, the body between the 1,000 hands instantly turned into a piece of wood in a burst of white smoke and changed positions. It's worthy of being a younger brother, it's really powerful. 1,000-hand pillar quietly breathed a sigh of relief. The scene of being besieged just now almost scared him to death. Fortunately he dodged in time and was not injured. Just when the 1,000-hand pillar was distracted, a ninja of the Hyuga clan, his eyes lit up, and the bagua palm hit the body of the 1,000-hand pillar one after another, blocking his acupuncture path. Succeeded, the young patriarch of the 1,000 Hands clan, he will be killed by me now. His eyes widened, and he saw with his own eyes that the parts of the body between the 1,000-hand pillars that were attacked by himself, one after another, were injured by his soft fist and blocked. Moreover, while blocking the key acupuncture tunnels, this terrifying force can also pour out inside the opponent's body, causing huge damage to his internal organs and making the enemy completely lose the ability to resist. This is the strength of the Hyuga clan's soft fist, which is why it is difficult for other ninjas to fight them close when they face the Hyuga clan ninjas. If I succeed, I can not only kill him, but even make him completely incapacitated after blocking his chakra and destroying the inside of his body, thereby capturing him. A smug smile filled the face of the Hyuga ninja. However, the next moment, just after he poured out his attack, 1,000-hand pillar continued to concentrate on dealing with him like a nobody. What kind of monster are you? The white eyes of the ninja of the Hyuga clan instantly saw the inside of the body between the 1,000-hand pillars, the acupuncture passage that was directly rushed away by the huge chakra without any effect, and the inside of the body that seemed to recover quickly, as if it had not been harmed at all. What kind of terrifying ninja is this guy, this terrifying recovery ability? After thoroughly cleaning up the battlefield, Uchiha, who had completed the cleaning task, returned to the family. However, after learning that their mission was successful, the family did not show much joy, just normal routine, distributing credit according to combat contributions, and continued to invest in the intense investigation of the information of the chaotic ninja realm of the Fire Country. What's going on, big brother? It seems to be a little serious. Uchiha shook his head. He didn't know what was going on, but soon, Uchiha Kodori, who took the initiative to go to the family to inquire about the news, had the answer. Young clan elder, it's a war between the Senju clan and the Hyuga clan, and the Senju clan lost the recent battle with the Hyuga clan. What? Uchiha Madara was taken aback, looking at Uchiha Kodori, who told him this information very definitely in front of him. Uchiha Madara looked a little stunned for a while. The limelight is incomparable, and it has been very strong in the entire country of fire recently, with many small ninjas following, and after digesting the power of the Haji clan, the ninja of the Senju clan who has increased his strength a lot has actually been defeated? That's really frightening. The elder of the young clan, according to the information in the clan, the Senju clan lost to the new ally of the Hyuga clan. A powerful family allied with the Hyuga clan, its name is Kagaya. Uchiha was slightly startled. Kagaya clan, yes, he almost forgot that the Hinata clan and the Kagaya clan were good friends and close allies for generations, and the Hinata clan asked the Kagaya clan for help. The current Kagaya clan plus the power of the Hyuga clan can still defeat the Senju clan. Young clan elder, why, I saw some clansmen, when they mentioned the Kagaya clan, their expression seemed to be a little, not fear, not timidity, it was an irritation that did not want to meet this kind of guy. Ah, you weren't a combatant before, it's normal not to know. The ninja of the Kagaya clan is a well-known combat maniac in the ninja world. However, such a blood succession limit also brings them terrible bloodstains, and great pain torments the bodies of these guys all the time, and the more talented the ninja of the Kagaya clan, the more crazy the torture is, and the less time he can live. And such pain often makes them very crazy, willing to give up their lives and forget about death in battle. Because perhaps, being injured and bleeding when fighting with others will temporarily make them forget the pain caused by blood disease and make them a lot easier. Is that so? Uchiha's description soon made Uchiha Kodori have his own crazy specific imagination of the ninjas of the Kagaya clan. It seems that it is indeed a bit troublesome, has an extremely powerful body strengthening class of blood succession limit, has a fairly strong defense, and because of the torture of bloodstain, it looks a little crazy, strange, in battle, not afraid of death. Such enemies will indeed make people headache. Well, so you go to rest first. After Uchiha gave an explanation, Uchiha Kinlai's heart fluctuated, and he quickly plunged into serious training again. Having just finished the battle, but he didn't think about taking this opportunity to relax for a while. The ruthlessness that Uchiha Kinri exercised made Izumi a little scared. This woman is amazing. Chanting like this, Izumi quietly observed the woman who had been following behind her eldest brother and saddled her eldest brother. Strange, hell, how could I think this woman seemed to look a little better than before? Whether the eldest brother likes this woman or not, I don't know if Uchiha Senna, but this woman definitely likes the eldest brother. No, if this woman becomes more and more beautiful, is it possible that she will really become my sister-in-law? This is not scientific. Uchiha Senna thought about how this woman looked like her sister-in-law and shook her head. No matter how you think about it, I still think it's too outrageous. She is not worthy of the big brother now. The big brother Uchiha is so powerful and talented, this bean sprout, still not worthy. Not only among the Uchiha clan, because they learned the news of the unexpected defeat of the Senju clan, and they were a little surprised. In the ninja realm of the country of fire, the ninjas, who were originally afraid of the sudden rise of the Senju clan, were quite surprised after learning the news that the Kagaya clan helped the Hyuga clan and defeated the Senju clan. Then, they all felt difficult and distressed for the Kagaya clan. The ninjas of this family are too brave, they are all very strong, they are not afraid of death, and they are complete madmen when they fight. But fortunately, there are ninjas from the Senju clan who go to collide with the madmen of the Kagaya clan. However, with the white eyes of the ninja of the Hyuga clan, the very excellent strategic ability, coupled with the combat ability and will of the ninja of the Kagaya clan, I don't know if the ninja of the Senju clan can withstand it. If the ninjas of the Senju clan can't stand it, then those madmen of the Kagaya clan will recklessly mess around in the land of fire. And among the Thousand Hands family, when the momentum was fierce, they ushered in a huge sudden failure, something that no one expected. Among the thwarted Thousand Hands clan, the Thousand Hands Buddha looked at the wounded who had retreated after being cut off by their own desperation, and endless angry flames erupted from their eyes. Damn, abominable. The Hyuga clan, you cunning villains, I will never forgive you in this life. But now, the priority is to be prepared. After the Hyuga clan moved the ninjas of the Kagaya clan to serve as rescuers, the ninjas of their clan were obviously not able to fight these two tricky clans alone. After counting the damage of the entire family in this battle, the face of the Thousand Hand Buddha had completely darkened. A large number of clansmen died in the hands of the ninja of the Kagaya clan who suddenly attacked, and this time the loss, the series of numbers, and the bloody side that had been imprinted in his mind, could not help but make the Thousand Hands Buddha's eyes black, and he almost didn't faint directly. However, the Thousand Hands Buddha is also a man who has experienced countless years of chaos, and it is not for nothing that the Thousand Hands family has suffered heavier losses than now. Thousand Hands rose. With an order full of anger from the Thousand Hand Buddha, a delicate-looking young girl wearing a tights appeared behind him. You go to the country of whirlpools, the Hyuga clan has reinforcements, and we also have them. Hearing the order of the Thousand Hands Buddha, the girl nodded quickly, and then disappeared. At the same time, in another place in the Thousand Hands family, Thousand Hands Pillar looked at his younger brother Thousand Hands Tile who was lying on the bedboard in his pale face, and he was afraid in his heart. Once again, Wama rushed into battle with the adults of the clan, and then was almost beaten to death by 5 hostile adult ninjas. If he hadn't found it in time and ran over to help Wama successfully get out of danger, I'm afraid that Wama, who had only been lucky enough to escape before, would really die in the battle this time. However, even so, his younger brother Chienshao Wama was also seriously injured, and I am afraid that he would not be able to recuperate well for a month, and he would not be able to get off the ground. And when the younger brother Senjua can't go out to perform tasks, I'm afraid that the younger brother Senjuadama will also be sent out to carry out the task. When the family is short of manpower, his father Senju Buddha can definitely make such a decision for the continuation of the family. As the children of the patriarch of the Senju clan, they enjoy the best resources in the family, and they also have the obligation and responsibility to take the lead in charging for the family at a critical moment. Big brother, don't worry, I'm not still alive and well. Seeing his younger brother smiling strongly at himself, Chienshao Zujian also smiled reluctantly. You recuperate well, I'll wait for you to get better early, I'll treat you to a big meal. After saying goodbye to his younger brother, Senjuja came out and exhaled a turbid breath with a strong smell of medicine. Big brother, Wama is fine. The same embarrassed Thousand Hands also appeared beside the pillars, but he was not seriously injured, and he had skillfully bandaged the wounds on his body. This skillful appearance made the Thousand Hand pillars feel distressed. Seeing him staggering and about to walk back in the direction of home, a strong emotion suddenly burst out in the heart of the Thousand Hand pillars, and he couldn't help but shout at the back of the chest. Chuma, I want to become stronger. Limping along, he suddenly heard the voice of the eldest brother behind him and paused. I will definitely protect you. Suma smiled and continued to walk forward. Well, big brother, I believe you will be able to do it. A few days later, Uchiha Senna rushed to find Madara. What did you find? Stopping the practice of Lei Dun Chakra, whose whole body was glowing with electric light, Uchiha saw his younger brother, who had always been relatively calm, and a restless look appeared on his face, and he couldn't help but be a little curious. It was those guys who attacked us that day and almost hurt your big brother. We found the murderer. Uchiha Senna gave the information to Madara, and Madara carefully read the information obtained from the black market, and his eyes flickered. The Shinura clan? When they attacked him before, those ninjas had obviously made all the preparations to eliminate all the imprints about the family on their bodies, and also left a ban in their minds. Once other ninjas used relevant ninjutsu to probe the memory and intelligence in the brain, they would automatically trigger the ban and completely destroy the brain. The Uchiha family, who had few clues, did not care too much about who the enemy was. After all, there may have been many people who had ideas about the mine that was discovered, and there were many enemies who wanted to do something to the little nobles. I didn't expect that in the black market, someone could really find out. Are they dog noses? After such a long time, they can still follow the clues and find the guy behind them. After all, my father gave a lot of bounty before. A cruel light flashed in Uchiha Sena's eyes. Chimera clan, now you have hit the knife edge of Uchiha clan. After the Uchiha clan absorbed some allies who were dependent on the Uchiha clan and began to obtain a lot of wealth continuously, the Uchiha clan who wanted to do something was missing a name. So, is my father planning to do something to the Chimera clan? Yes, the Chimera clan is also a relatively powerful family in the Fire Nation, plus their allies for generations, the Sarutobi clan, and the combat effectiveness of the two clans together is not weak. If we can defeat them, our Uchiha clan will also have a very good reputation in the Land of Fire. Just beat? Uchiha Madara rubbed his chin. It seems that his father Uchiha Tajima is not to the extent that he thinks that he can directly completely defeat and destroy the Sarutobi clan and the Chimera clan. The combat effectiveness of these two families is not weak. If they really fight them to the end, the Uchiha family will also suffer heavy losses, unable to seek the most benefits for the family in the following chaotic era. Okay, I see. Izuna, go get ready. In this battle, his father Uchiha Tajima did not directly let the entire family operate like a war machine. After ensuring the daily operation of the family, guards, and some ordinary tasks received from nobles, daimyos, and wealthy merchants, Uchiha Tajima transferred other ninjas who could be transferred. At the same time, a large amount of wealth was poured into the ninja world by the Uchiha clan in various ways, and from other sources, they purchased all the detonation charms, shurikens, kunao, as well as food and other materials they could buy. As for the special charms in the family, they did not continue to flow out during this time, but all of them were hoarded by the Uchiha family. Madara, the Chimera clan once attacked you. Next, I will let you lead the clansmen, lead an elite squad, enter the ninja realm, attack the Chimera clan team going out to do tasks, and destroy their living forces. Uchiha nodded, and under his father's order, led a team of all elite clansmen, dressed in special clothes without clan crests, and set off for the ninja world. Listen, we are going to attack the Chimera guys as much as possible without revealing our identities and splash dirty water on others. By the way, pill spiral can be used as much as possible. Izuna, you first change your weapon to a large knife. After the squad entered the Fire Country Ninja Realm Forest, they went to the black market, and Uchiha bought a lot of things, so that the squad members began to change their clothes. Well, come, paint your hair silvery white too. Uchiha even bought dye and painted his younger brother Uchiha Sena's head exactly the same color as Senju, and cut his long hair into short pieces like Senjima in the extremely distressed eyes of his younger brother Uchiha Sena. Uchiha Sena could see in an instant, what did the eldest brother want to do, but was it really useful to do so? Izumi cautiously asked his eldest brother, Big brother, it's too obvious that you are doing this, others can see at a glance that I am disguised as a Thousand Hands and want to blame the Thousand Hands clan. Stupid, can I not think of what you can think of, what we can all think of, others will not think of? Because they thought of this layer, they felt even more that this was the Thousand Hands clan wanting to cover up, and I just prejudged their prejudgment. Uchiha Sena felt dizzy in his head. The eldest brother's matryoshka made him a little lost. Forget it, just listen to the eldest brother. Kotori, you come too. Uchiha Kotori watched the interaction between the two brothers, and like the rest of the clansmen, she couldn't help but laugh a little, but the next moment, she was called over. The Senju clan also has their allies, and they are distant relatives of the Uzumaki clan who are far away in the country of whirlpools. Uchiha watched bitterly as the young patriarch used a cloud of red paint to paint his long dark hair a bright red color like a chili pepper. It's even more perfect this way. Uchiha Kotori looked at the young patriarch who was standing in front of him at close range, with his hands on the top of his head, constantly touching around, and his face instantly exploded red to the color of the hair on his head now. Too close, too close. I can already smell the smell of the young elders. Uchiha Sena saw this woman's coquettish look and became even more vigilant. Hell, what's going on? After eating and dressing warmly, this guy in Uchiha Kotori is actually turning white at a speed visible to the naked eye. Damn, she seems to be taller than before. How is it possible? How can she grow faster than me? Uchiha Sena? You guy actually really harbors ill will towards my eldest brother Uchiha Sena. Subsequently, after the many clansmen looked sad and dyed their black hair with other colors, Uchiha was satisfied. After all, the clansmen of the Senju clan have a variety of hair colors, and the Senju brothers born to the same father and mother have a great difference in hair color. Unlike the Uchiha clan, all of them have black hair. That's them. Up, move faster, move a little cleaner. In the forest, a team of ninjas of the Chimera clan accepted escort tasks, and constantly traveling on both sides of the long carriage road, passing Uchiha Kotori, which is much better than himself and the others. After determining the approximate number of opponents, Uchiha Madara gave the order to attack. Swish! In the forest, there were many black shadows in an instant, using the teleportation technique, quickly rushing towards the carriage team. There is an enemy attack, pay attention to the alert. The ninjas of the Shimura clan also quickly discovered Uchiha and the others who were approaching, and they became vigilant. Wind escape, big breakthrough. A series of blade-like whirlwind attacks shot out indiscriminately into the forest, and the invisible attacks could only be felt and alerted by the ninjas of Uchiha by feeling the flow of wind in the air. Yikes! Shimura ninja saw that among the enemies who were temporarily blocked, piles of Kunao shurikens were thrown out, and immediately called for his own people to guard next to these supplies. Be vigilant, don't let these guys throw the detonation charm over. Don't go over, just throw the explosive charm over. Instead, Uchiha's eyes lit up, and he immediately gave an order to the clansmen around him. Yikes! More Kuwu, who was attached to the detonation charm, threw it forward, while Uchiha spotted, his hands quickly sealed. Fire, fire dragon bullet art. Ding dong! The ninja of the Shimura clan could block the previous rounds of Kunao shuriken shots, but in the end, he still missed a Kunao with a detonation charm attached to it and flew into the carriage team. With a boom, a violent explosion sounded, and a large number of supplies that needed to be escorted to their destination intact were burned to the ground, making them feel that their hearts were dripping blood. Not to mention the failure of the mission, they also have to compensate the employer for huge liquidated damages. Retreat! And Uchiha, who felt that the task had been completed, directly took the clansmen and began to run. Although they have fought, in the case of the anger of the ninjas of the Shimura clan, their squad will inevitably produce a lot of casualties. If you grab it, you will rob it, and if you can't grab it, you will be destroyed. This is what Uchiha has been doing with his clansmen during this time. Uchiha Senna, who was tightly pulled by the wind, ran behind Uchiha Madara with an excited expression on his face. At the beginning, when Uchiha first ordered a direct retreat, instead of fighting to the death with the other party until the last moment and annihilating the other party, he was still full of doubts and felt that it was a little bad to do so. But after doing more, under the leadership of the eldest brother, they achieved great results with very few casualties. Uchiha Senna began to like this feeling a little bit. Although it is also cool to annihilate the enemy, it seems good to listen to the incompetent fury of the enemies behind them like this, but they can't catch up with themselves and suffer heavy losses. And in the words of the eldest brother, although they did not annihilate so many enemies, they brought losses to the enemy not much at all. Uchiha Kinlai also followed behind Uchiha Madara, looking at the back of the young patriarch running so fast, the adoration in his eyes was overflowing. She could see that the young patriarch was not incapable of leading the clansmen and annihilating all the enemies again and again, he just didn't want the clansmen to sacrifice too much. Who else in the clan can have such tenderness? Abominable. With a snap, within the Ape Fei clan, the patriarch and Shimura patriarch of this generation of Ape Fei clan felt very painful in the face of the continuous attacks launched against their clan during this time. The guy of the Senju clan, under the joint efforts of the Hyaga clan and the Kagaya clan, can't please him, so he wants to gnaw a piece of meat from us. The two patriarchs were deliberating above, and the young patriarchs Saratobi Suzuki and Shizo Shimura below were also muttering to each other. Suzuki, do you think this was really done by the Senju clan? Shimura Shizo's idea was simple. The other party constantly attacked their Shimura clan and the Saratobi clan, and snatched many things from their hands. However, whether it was the surviving clansmen among these teams, and the people on the side of the mission's client, the guy with a machete on his back, short silver white hair, and sharp eyes, or the girl with bright red hair, and other clansmen with different colors and hair, it sounded too much like the combination of the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan. Isn't this too deliberate? Would the Senju clan be stupid enough to do this? Shimura Shizo was very suspicious. This was someone else pretending to be the identity of the Senju clan and sneaking up on them. I can't say that either. The contemporary young patriarch of the Saratobi clan has a strong talent, and the very excellent ninja Saratobi Suzuki is a little tangled. Perhaps, it is precisely because this is too deliberate that people feel that this is not done by the Thousand Hands family, so the Thousand Hands family is better able to do these things. You mean, they're doing the opposite? Saratobi Suzuki nodded, but in fact, he was also a little undecided. Moreover, look at what kind of despicable tactics they used during this time. If you can fight it, if you can destroy it, you will kill all our men, and if you can't destroy it, you will hide far away and destroy our mission. Such a despicable and shameless clever way of playing. I think, the Thousand Hands of the Thousand Hands clan is completely done. Shimura Shizo listened to Saratobi Suzuki's analysis and nodded. Yes, that's right, the way to play that makes the blood pressure of both of them soar a lot. It is indeed very likely that a Thousand Hands can think of it. And you see, do ordinary people think that at this time, the Senju clan will not provoke us after they already have two strong enemies, Hinata and Kagaya? Therefore, when this kind of thing occurs, no one will suspect them. You just think, someone must be impersonating them? Moreover, their fighting style is too desperate. This is to get the greatest benefit with the minimum battle damage, which is indeed very in line with the current situation of the Thousand Hands clan. You have a point. Shimura Shizo and Saratobi Suzuki, the more they thought about it, the more they felt that the Senju clan could do such a thing. I think that's pretty much what they did. The Senju clan must have sought the help of their ally, the Uzumaki clan, in the face of the attack of the Hyuga clan and the Kagaya clan. However, their failure some time ago caused them to lose a lot, and they needed to get some supplements from elsewhere first. Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan both decided that the Senju clan had been frantically attacking them recently, wanting to take revenge on them and snatch back the benefits of the Yui clan that they had snatched from the Senju clan. Even if the truth is not 1,000 hands, it must be 1,000 hands. This is a good opportunity to weaken the Senju clan, and it is also beneficial for them to be able to justifiably prevent the Senju clan from ascending to the Fire Country Ninja realm. The Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan immediately increased their vigilance and began to increase the manpower of each mission to prevent heavy losses from being attacked again. At the same time, the ninjas of the two races also began to launch a counterattack against the Senju clan, which for a while, it also brought great trouble to the Senju clan. Within the Senju clan, the Senju Buddha received reports that the ninjas of the Senju clan were outside and were frequently attacked by ninjas of various families. Damn it, these guys. A great sense of crisis surfaced in the heart of the Thousand Hands Buddha, but he found that in the face of the frequent attacks launched by so many ninjas against his family, he had no good way to deal with it. As the patriarch, even if he had experienced a weaker moment for the Senju clan, he had never seen so many ninjas attacking the Senju clan together. What can be done about this? If the Thousand Hands Buddha family decays and dies in the hands of my Thousand Hands Buddha, then how can I go to see my father? How can I meet the relatives, brothers, and clansmen who have sacrificed in front of him for so many years? Concern is chaos, and the experienced Thousand Hands patriarch, after encountering such a thing that exceeds the scope of his own experience and cognition, can't help but be a little flustered, and for a while, it is a little difficult to calm down. Clan elder, we should forcefully beat these guys hard and let them know that we are not easy to mess with. Otherwise, they will feel that we are getting weaker and weaker, and everyone will feel that there is an opportunity to take advantage of the fire and rob. You want to be enemies of so many families? Do you want the Thousand Hands clan to go to extinction? Clan elder, I suggest that we immediately clarify this matter to the other families. How can our Thousand Hands clan provoke a strong enemy, and still make public anger and provoke so many enemies? Nonsense, you are trampling on the dignity of our Thousand Hands clan to the ground. When do we need to rely on the trust of others to be able to prove our innocence? In the past, the wise voices of the elders also became chattering and irritating in the face of such terrible news. Their wisdom, their experience, their foresight, became meaningless shrew-like quarrels that did nothing to improve the present situation. The Thousand Hands Buddha only felt that they were useless, like a bunch of annoying flies. And at this moment, the Thousand Hands clan in the ninja realm of the Land of Fire, it looks like the wall is falling and everyone is pushing, and it seems that it is possible at any time. Enough! A low roar sounded in front of the elders of the Thousand Hands clan, and the Thousand Hands Buddha stopped the clansmen from continuing to argue, but began to pace back and forth in front of them non-stop. A deep sense of crisis enveloped him, and looking at the ninjas in front of him who had finally quieted down, he quickly made a decision after thinking twice. First of all, the inheritance of the family must continue no matter what. If the matter really reaches the point of no return, then we can only send the seeds of the family to the country of the vortex, please the Whirlpool family. Father, we finally have news. However, at this time, the brothers between the Thousand Hands Pillar and the Thousand Hands Pillar hurriedly rushed in from outside. Father, there are indeed people who are pretending to be us and attacking others, and every family that is attacking us claims that they saw me attacking them with a machete on my back and a red glowing in my eyes. And Senju felt his teeth itching when he thought of this. Although he does use such a weapon, he doesn't use it every time. The elders and the Thousand Hands Buddha couldn't help but look at the pair of red pupils that would radiate outwards, which made the face of the Thousand Hands even more uncomfortable. Senju took a deep breath and continued. And, I don't think we're bad enough to get out of the Fire Nation and get out of this place. Many families actually know that it is impossible for our Senju clan to attack so many enemies in one go when facing the two strong enemies of Kagaya and Hinata, which is simply seeking their own death. So they're not really pulling together against us, they're just going with the flow and trying to contain us. Contain us. After hearing this, the Thousand Hands Buddha quickly reacted, and then looked at his second son, Thousand Hands Gate, with appreciation. This kid is smart and talented in ninjutsu, and he is really his favorite heir. However, the eldest son is also very strong and has strong combat effectiveness, and he is also willing to follow behind the eldest brother. So, what is your suggestion? Faced with the problems of the Thousand Hands Buddha, the Thousand Hands did not hesitate. We need to give up something now, shrink across the board, consolidate what we have now, and then, just wait for the timing to change. Before, our strength was too strong, but it was also too scattered, giving the enemy each opportunity to break through. Now, no one will want to fight with us in front of others. The eyes of the Thousand Hands Buddha are getting brighter and brighter. Between the pillars, learn from your brother. That's right, but the family inheritance does not allow for any risk, so now gather all the ninjas outside, and we will do as you say. But we must also be prepared to withdraw from the Fire Nation. Get moving. Despite his determination, and like many elders, because of the excellence of the brothers between the Thousand Hands and the Thousand Hands pillars, there is no doubt that the family will rise again. But the Thousand Hands Buddha still had a little fire in his heart, and the momentum of the rise of the Thousand Hands family was held down like this. Don't let me find out who is blocking our Thousand Hands clan. I, Thousand Hands Buddha, must smash all your heads. It's a pity that it didn't make the Thousand Hands clan lose too much. After the Senju clan contracted, Saratobi Suzuki and Shinmura Shizo were a little sorry. Then, Saratobi Suzuki began to wonder a little. Sizang, you said, in the end, it was not the Thousand Hands clan who attacked us. How dare they attack so many other families? Saratobi Suzuki still firmly believed that this was a trick used by the Senju clan to cover up and confuse others, but now he was not sure. Shinmura Shizo shook his head. Now he was much more certain than Saratobi Suzuki. It must be them, Suzuki think. Do you think that they will not go crazy enough to attack so many families, and think that someone else must have done it? They are using this psychology to confuse us. Ha ha ha, big brother, it's really amazing. The Thousand Hands clan, which was gaining momentum, encountered a blow in the head, and was forcing all the forces to shrink, making those guys who followed the trend and followed behind the people who shouted and killed at the Thousand Hands clan hesitated. They didn't dare to really force the Thousand Hands clan into a corner, otherwise if they suffered a heavy blow, their own family would also be targeted by other families. And the initiator of all this, among the squad led by Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha Senna seemed quite excited. For the past few months, they have been running around non-stop, not only from the Shinmura clan, to recover the debt they had attacked Uchiha before, but also to turn the Senju clan, who were gathering allies and preparing to fight with Hinata and Kagaya, into shrunken turtles. Stop laughing like that, Izumi. I, Uchiha, don't want my younger brother to replace me in the future and become one of the four masters of Uchiha's laughter. Okay, big brother, what are we going to do next? With minimal battle losses and huge gains, Uchiha Senna is now excited, and he can't wait to follow his eldest brother to continue to fight around in the ninja world. Following behind his eldest brother and constantly fighting, his life is similar to before. However, he found that by fighting with his eldest brother, himself, his clan, and his family could get far more than before. There is no good opportunity, go back. The opportunity to sow discord has disappeared, and to forcibly do such a thing will expose yourself and others. Uchiha Senna had some pity, followed behind Uchiha Madara and returned to the family with Uchiha Kotori and the others. It's a pity that because this mission needs to be kept secret, otherwise it may be counterattacked by other families in the Senju clan, and the Uchiha clan is not even in the family to publicize the brilliant victory that Uchiha led the team to achieve. Even many of the clansmen who participated in the operation were given gag orders. Uchiha Senna felt a little sorry for his eldest brother. Obviously this was another opportunity for his eldest brother to increase his prestige in the family and let him gain more respect from his clan. Nice job. Oh, big brother, don't you know, when I was standing behind you, I saw my father praise you so lightly, and at that time, I felt bad for you. Looking at the colorful performance in front of him, imitating his father Uchiha Tajima's appearance after reading the mission report, Uchiha had a little headache. Obviously in front of outsiders, he looks so cold, like an ice-like younger brother, but in front of himself, he seems to have some secrets, and he can't hide the words he wants to share. Then how do you think my father should reward me? With a strange look on his face, Uchiha looked at Izumi in front of him and asked curiously at him. Of course, you have to give your eldest brother some more compensation, big brother. You have not been able to stand out well in front of the clansmen and gain more respect from the clansmen. Of course, you have to give you more compensation in other aspects. Are you teaching me to do things? This is not teaching, this is what everyone knows to do. Uchiha Senna heard the voice from behind and said subconsciously, and then, slowly turned his head, looked behind him, looked at the familiar face, lowered his head, and looked down at his appearance. You mean, I'm not human anymore? No, Daddy, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Uchiha couldn't help but laugh as he looked at the way his father Uchiha Tajima taught his younger brother. If he could, he really hoped that the future would always be so warm. I patted the garlic, cut a little chopped green onion, and gently sprinkled it on the small pot dish in front of me, adding a different kind of greenery to it, and also mixed into the fragrant aroma that made people shrug their noses. After teaching Uchiha Senna, who let him know what it is to respect the old and love the young, and can't say bad things about others behind his back, he wanted to say a few words when he saw his eldest son actually busy in the kitchen. However, when I think of the brilliant achievements that the eldest son has brought to the family during this time, it seems that when I saw that the eldest son Uchiha would do this in the past, he said that he was not doing his job, and some of them could not be spit out of his mouth. It's not that I, the father, can't educate two children, but the food made by the eldest son Uchiha is too fragrant. Compared with the traditional, light practices of other ethnic groups, the eldest son seems to particularly like to use a lot of seasonings to adjust the taste of the ingredients, rather than eating sashimi, which is not too much processed, like other ethnic groups. However, the only thing that makes Uchiha Tajima feel a little unbearable is that in addition to the fresh aroma of stir-fried dishes, the eldest son also likes to add a lot of chili peppers. Although the taste did go to a higher level, it would make the wonderful taste explode in the taste buds on his tongue, but occasionally, it would also make him explode in another place. Come to eat, Father Sama, Izuna, and Kotori. Although he couldn't trumpet the success with great fanfare, Uchiha felt it was necessary to celebrate. After all, he, his younger brother Izuna, and his subordinate Kotori Uchiha were able to come back alive and sound, and it was already a very happy thing to be able to continue to protect their lives in this cruel war. As for the other sacrificed clansmen, Madara can only carefully say sorry, and then let the clan give their family a generous pension, but they will not feel guilty for fighting and dying with them. There are no undead in the war between ninjas, and Uchiha has done his best to give these people behind him the best, the most weapons, the best armor of this era. He had a clear conscience. Good clan elders, good Izuna-sama, and hello young patriarchs. At home, you don't have to be so restrained. In the playful gazes of both Izumi and his father Tajima, Uchiha looked very calm. After opening the Sharingan, Kotori Uchiha has improved very quickly, and he is obedient to his orders, and he is a loyal subordinate that he can trust in the future. And he Uchiha spot, more to with such a talented subordinate, is there a problem? Ahem, speaking of which, Madara, you are indeed not young. Father Uchiha Tajima, after a little look at Uchiha Koto, who had begun to develop, said meaningfully to Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Kotori heard the words of the patriarch Uchiha Tajima, and a trace of shame flashed on his face, which was beginning to turn white because of the rapid growth of his body, and a faint blush also appeared. She lowered her head, and the afterglow of her eyes quietly looked in the direction of the young patriarch. But when Uchiha was questioned by his father like this, his face did not have the slightest panic, but after placing the dishes and chopsticks neatly in front of the three of them and Uchiha Koto, he replied lightly, "But it's early." In the Uchiha clan, and even in the entire ninja world, because the average life expectancy of ninjas is less than 30 years, coupled with the battles between ninjas, it is easy to affect civilians and die. Therefore, in the ninja world, everyone gets married and has children at an average age. In addition, the physical fitness of people in the ninja world is generally good, so in this era, 15 or 16-year-old teenagers give birth to children, and the mortality rate is not so exaggerated. But it's still not low. Father, I want to control the rhythm of this matter, and I don't want to spend my life with a person of the opposite sex who doesn't like and has no feelings. Yes, Uchiha Tajima was a little sorry. He actually wanted to urge Madara to determine which guy to marry as soon as possible, and then when the time came, he could get married and have children, passing on his excellent genes in the Uchiha family. As for whether he likes this kind of thing or not, he feels that it doesn't matter. He was not wide-eyed before he married Madara's mother, and he was very strange. After getting along, he slowly felt a sense of respect for each other, until Madara and Izuna's mother, after so many years of dying on the battlefield, he did not marry Madara and Izumi and their younger sons again. Then let's eat, you can drink a little wine today. Uchiha Tajima glanced at Uchiha Kotori, who was a little disappointed on his face, but quickly hid it, picked up the small shot glass, and took a sip of it. Recently, the Uchiha clan has really become more and more smooth, and even the pressure on him as the patriarch is much less, and there are many fewer things that need to be dealt with in the family. Today he decided to relax himself, take a drink, and then sleep invigorated for the night. Gee, it's a pity, woman, it seems that the eldest brother does not treat you as a favored person at all, and does not have any good feelings for you of the opposite sex. Sure enough, as my eldest brother, I can't be so short-sighted and immature, and a smart and powerful person like my eldest brother has to find a particularly beautiful and powerful sister-in-law for me Uchiha Senna. However, here is his father and Uchiha Kotori present. Uchiha Senna still maintains a cold and cool look on his face, and does not complain madly in front of his eldest brother Uchiha Madara. Outside their house, the great elder was walking towards the home of the patriarch of Uchiha Tajima. Patriarch Uchiha Tajima can leave some unimportant trivial matters to his subordinates, but there are still some things that he can't avoid making a decision. Patriarch, knocking on the door, the great elder was slightly surprised to see Uchiha Kinri open the door of the patriarch's house inside. Soon, he entered the room and saw Uchiha Tajima, who had drunk a reddish face. Great elder, is there anything important? It's not, it's just that the ledger of the family's income and expenditure this month has been prepared, so give. Patriarch, even if the family's situation has improved tremendously now, it is not a reason to drink casually. The great elder is a person of the same generation as Patriarch Uchiha Tajima, and he has always been relatively dull, serious, and stubborn. Although the Uchiha clan has relaxed in the past 2 days and has a little leisure time, this is not the reason why your clan elders can completely relax. It's okay, great elder, just drink a little, you can relax the pressure and let us make better decisions later. Come, Izuna, Madara, this account book will be handed over to the two of you. By the way, great elder, you don't have to worry about this. Madara and Izumi do things, you can rest assured. Come, this is the spirit that Madara and Izumi are tinkering with. I really don't drink. The great elder resisted very reluctantly. He was not without alcohol, and before becoming an elder, as a ninja of the Uchiha clan, he also often went out on missions. The pressure brought about by the fight between life and death makes him drink a few sips with the memory of his deceased companion after completing the task, allowing him to forget his sadness and pain for a short time. It's just that after becoming an elder, he needs to stay calm all the time to be able to urge Uchiha Tajima to lead the entire family on the right path, so he hasn't drunk for a long time. Drink, great elder, for so many years, we have been helping each other, supporting each other, and guiding the family forward. If you don't drink now, you just don't recognize the recent brilliant achievements of our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Tajima did not overwhelm people, nor did he say anything that you don't give me face, but kept using the recent progress of the family to persuade the great elder to relax and be happy. The great elder really couldn't resist it, and after taking a sip, his face immediately turned red. Ahem. What kind of wine is this? Why is it so strong? Uchiha and Uchiha Senna looked helplessly at the mood was very beautiful, and Uchiha Tajima, who drank high, forcibly poured more wine into the mouth of the great elder, causing the great elder's whole person to cough continuously. Father, drink less, we have a strong drink. Hey, it's okay, your daddy and I haven't drunk any wine. You say yes, great elder. Hiccup, yes, Madara, you don't know, when your grandfather was still there, your father and I went out for the first time to complete the mission. The first time we saw the clansmen around us die in battle, and after the mission was completed, I came back crying and my eyes were red. Then we went to drink and vomited on each other. And then, we didn't cry again, we didn't drink and vomit again, didn't we, Tajima? Come, drink, continue to drink. The two began to drink more and more, and the drunkenness on the faces of the great elder and Uchiha Tajima became more and more obvious. Obviously, the sake brewed by Madara and Senna had exceeded their expectations, and its intensity had made them almost completely drunk. Madara, at first, I really felt that you guy was wasting the resources of the family. After Grand Elder Uchiha got drunk, the whole person seemed to be a little confused, and forcibly hugged Izuna, where he muttered. Uchiha Kotori watched as Izumi wanted to break free, but he couldn't escape the clutches of the great elder at all, and his face was filled with the alcohol spit out by the drunken great elder, and his face turned red, and he couldn't help but laugh. She looked at the young patriarch Uchiha on the side, her eyebrows were crooked with a smile, and her big eyes were full of admiration for Madara-sama. As if he was an unknown prophet, Madara-sama dragged Izumi over and sent him to the great elder's arms before the drunken great elder wanted to hold him and talk. You obviously accept resources that most other children in the family are out of reach, and you have the best teaching, the best weapons, and the best cultivation environment. However, you are not so contentious. You have always seemed plain and talented, not as good as Hoon and Izuna, and I feel that you are wasting resources, and you are wasting the sacrifices of so many members of our Uchiha clan in exchange for an excellent environment. But I'm happy that you can prove me wrong, you can prove it. Hiccup, so many of us are wrong in our eyes. The great elder held Izumi and began to cry and laugh, jump and make trouble. Come, I'll toast you. Bang bang bang. It was said that it was respect, but in fact, the younger brother Izumi could not resist at all, and was forcibly opened by the great elder to pour a cup, and then soon, he also became drunk. I admire the people who can lead the family to a better place. Come, from today onwards, you and I are good brothers and good compatriots. The great elder was already drunk and confused, but Uchiha Senna was not so drunk, and glanced at his drunken father who was drunk on the side, and there was such a hesitation. Hiccup, this is not okay, great elder, you and my father are the same generation, if we become brothers, then. The great elder's head was on the wine table, and little by little, it seemed that he might fall headlong at any moment. His flushed face was almost completely buried in his hands and arms, and after waving his hand, a strong smell of alcohol emanated from his body. Out of the way. You can talk to your father. You call me brother, and your father calls me brother, but you continue to call your father father, poof. Uchiha Kotori finally couldn't help it, covering the corners of his mouth and laughing. She didn't expect that in the past, it would make her feel a little resentful in her heart, feeling that the other party did not look at these ordinary clansmen at all, and let them eat and wear unsatisfactory great elders. There would be such a side. After getting drunk, the great elder confided some of his hearts, so that Uchiha Kotori also saw their distress and sorrow. They do not fish and meet every day as the most ordinary clansmen think, but they have been working hard to make the family able to continue in the chaotic times. Once the great elders and clan elders were also young people with a passion for blood, but they saw countless people die in front of them and died because of their orders. This growing amount of blood and lost lives began to numb them and make them cold. Because of this, they can withstand great pressure, make cruel decisions, and let the clan sacrifice without hesitation to fight for a future for the clan. After cleaning up the wine table, Uchiha Kotori was about to say goodbye. Let's go, I'll walk with you. Huh, the small flame that had just been extinguished in Uchiha's heart burst up again. Madara-sama wants to walk with me? What should the child's name be in the future? They make the whole house smell of alcohol. I don't like this smell. Let's go and relax. Oh, the pouring rain completely extinguished the weak, pitiful, and helpless little flame again. Be careful, Tiles, Itama. When the Senju clan contracted its defenses, so that other clans refused to make the head bird, and fought with the Senju clan to let others profit, the Hinata clan and the Kagaya clan did not give up. Having already achieved victory, they naturally refused to stop like this, and they were still attacking the ninja with 1,000 hands. The 1,000-hand pillar kicked away the enemy in front of him sharply, and then sealed his hands and released the earth escape ninjutsu. In front of Senjua and Senjuitama, who were attacked by the other party's 5 adult ninjas, an earthen wall was quickly erected to block these guys' attacks on Wama and Itama. Big brother, a kunao flew over, but instead of attacking the Senju pillar, it flew away another kunao thrown by a Hyaga ninja who was trying to sneak up on the Senju pillar from behind. Senjukuma glanced at the ninja who wanted to sneak up on him, gritted his teeth and quickly rushed in the direction of Wama and Itama. Kagaya ninja had directly pulled out his bones and broke the defensive earth wall he had created with earth ninjutsu. Don't hurt them. Quickly ran past the Senju pillar and kicked away a Hyaga ninja in front of him, ignoring the other party's fierce return fire, leaving injuries on his body, and continued to stretch out his hand towards the Kagaya ninja who was raising his bone knife high and cutting down at his younger brother who had lost the ability to resist. Don't! A violent shout emanated from the throat between the 1,000-hand pillars, and the strong desire made him desperate to stop the other party's attack. Whatever it is, whatever it takes, let me stop them. The change in the nature of the soil attribute chakra and the change of the nature of the water attribute chakra that had been mastered to a very good degree between the 1,000-hand pillars, at this moment, changed again and slowly fused together. Moreover, under the urging of the huge chakra in the body, it quickly took root and sprouted. Boom! Under the feet of Kagaya's ninja, the land trembled rapidly. The Kagaya ninja, who hesitated for a moment, lowered his head and saw the trees that broke through the ground, at an incredible speed, in front of him, and completed the growth of ordinary trees in an instant, which took years, decades, and decades of the entire growth process. And then, poof! A large number of extremely sharp wooden thorns, from the top of this growing tree, suddenly pierced out, penetrated through the gap in his bones, pierced his skin, entered his body, and instantly covered him with holes. What kind of ninjutsu is that? The strange ninjutsu that had never been seen before, so easily penetrated the body of the Kagaya clan with extremely strong defensive ability, which possessed the blood succession limit of the corpse, making it become riddled with holes in an instant, and a large amount of blood continued to seep out from all parts of its pierced body. The powerful killing ability displayed at this moment between the 1,000-hand pillars made the surrounding enemies feel shocked. Well done! The Senju Buddha, who was leading the clan and blocking more powerful Kagaya clan and Hyaga ninjas, saw his child's performance and couldn't help but exclaim, "Is that the blood succession limit?" The enemies who surrounded the Senjua and Senjuban, after seeing this strange special technique, the expression on their faces changed and changed. This kind of incomprehensible technique is either the blood succession limit or the secret technique, but the 1,000 Hands clan has fought with them for so long, and the losses are so heavy. If there is a secret technique, it would have been taken out to fight them. Where will it stay until now? Kill him. On the battlefield, the power of the blood succession limit realm that was actually used directly to save people's hearts made the ninjas of the Hyaga clan and the Kagaya clan couldn't help but be a little frightened. This guy was originally a genius of the Senju clan, with strong combat power, enough to easily kill adult ninjas who killed their two races. If he was allowed to grow, wouldn't it be that the clan would have an enemy that was difficult to match in the future? Protect between the columns. After sensing the movements of the Hyaga clan and the Kagaya clan, the ninjas of the Senju clan, under the order of the Senju Buddha, rushed towards the direction of the Senju pillar. Go! Senju also cut down the enemy in front of him, quickly ran to Wama and Itama's side, grabbed the two of them and quickly moved away from the eldest brother's side. The choice between the two is incomparably wise. Next, behind the 1,000-hand pillar, it became the most terrifying meat grinder in the entire battlefield. The ninjas of the three clans rushed forward one after another, holding the belief of killing the enemy, and one after another fell to the side of the Senjuja pillar and fell at his feet. Burst! A large amount of blood splashed out in this narrow place, causing the guy in the center of the vortex between the 1,000-hand pillars to be dyed bright red. One by one, the faces of the enemies fell in front of them, and one by one, the familiar clansmen, in order to protect themselves, died with the enemy by their side. Every minute, every second, there was life dying by his side for him. This unparalleled sense of heaviness rushed to his face and fiercely pressed on the shoulder between the 1,000-hand pillars, making him a little overwhelmed. 1,000-hand pillar, what are you in a daze? The world in front of them became a trance, and the movements of the people around them became slow at this moment, and their voices were even more like a world away, making the 1,000-hand pillars unable to hear it, and the whole person became more and more confused. Blood, a lot of blood. Endless blood, all flowing in this land because of me. Syllable. With a loud slap, the 1,000-hands Peach, who had been injured on the shoulder, finally woke up the 1,000-hands pillar from that strange state. Everyone is fighting to protect you, why are you in a daze? 1,000-hands Peach roared angrily again, which made the 1,000-hands pillar tremble. Damn, you'd better be right about the sacrifice of so many clansmen. After she saw that the pillar was awake, she turned around, and with her 2 injured arms, she completed the seal with difficulty, and used illusion to block the surrounding enemies again. Then, a calm and thick familiar voice sounded behind her, making Senju Rose quietly relieved. New Duen, the art of cuttings. The 1,000-hand pillars suddenly rushed out from the protection of the clansmen, and just when the Hyuga ninja and the Kagaya ninja saw this scene and showed joy on their faces, they were greeted by a terrifying and cruel wooden ninjutsu. Poof! The blood color has completely stained the armor and clothes on the body of the 1,000-hand pillar, and when the last enemy, with incredible eyes, fell at the feet of the 1,000-hand pillar, the 1,000-hand pillar gasped and looked at everything around him. We won! Senjima, who was also injured all over, heard the 2 younger brothers he had been protecting, cried with joy and asked the question, coughed, collapsed on the ground, and nodded. We won! 1,000 Hands Peach wiped her face, her beautiful white face, at the moment, was also stained with blood, wiped hard. I don't know whether it was blood or tears that wiped down. We won! The 1,000-hand Buddha raised the kuwu in his hand and shouted out loudly to the few remaining clansmen who could still stand up around him. Ooh! However, on this battlefield that smelled of blood, under the witness of countless corpses, this victorious cheer seemed so thin, weak, and without a trace of happy joy. We won! Woo woo! The wind could not take away the sorrow of the tribesmen, nor could it blow away the rich smell of blood that emanated from this land. Feeling the breeze blowing on his face, 1,000-hand pillar looked at the corpse lying under his feet, and once again showed a dazed look. Hearing his father leading the clansmen to make a small cheering sound, the heart of the 1,000-hand pillars was full of doubts. Yes, this time I did help the clansmen and defeated the opponent. Yes, the 1,000 Hands clan won again and went to glory. But next, there will not be more enemies, there will be more battles. If this continues, there will be not only these enemies today, but these tribesmen will fall at their feet and behind them. The younger brother Kurama, Wama, Itama, Peach who helped him, his father Senju Buddha, and the distant relatives who came to support from the Uzumaki clan will probably fall behind him one by one. The constant condensation of hatred, as well as the confrontation caused by ninjas robbing each other's resources for survival, will make these ninjas, one after another, continue to fight. Can I protect some people today, and tomorrow, can I protect everyone? When will the younger brothers, their fathers, and their clansmen also die in front of themselves? The 1,000-hand pillar looked up at the sky, only to feel that the sky of the entire ninja world was so dark and scarlet. Ahem, what happened last night, don't take it to heart. At the gate of Uchiha Patriarch Uchiha Tajima's house, Grand Elder Uchiha, with a hint of warning and a hint of shame on his face, looked at Uchiha Senna in front of him. That look was very dangerous, as if as long as Uchiha Senna showed a hint of disobedience, he would beat this guy Uchiha Senna fiercely. Ahem, don't worry, Great Elder, I understand, I understand. Uchiha Senna recalled that last night he and the Great Elder and the two hooked up. You call me brother, I also call your father brother. Let the relationship between the three of them mess up, and his face couldn't help but laugh. Last night, in that instant, he almost became his father's half-brother? Just no, the Great Elder hurriedly left with the account books of the Uchiha clan, and when he was leaving, he quietly glanced around, afraid that some other person would see that his Great Elder had not returned from a night's hangover and finally ran out of the Patriarch's house bloody. Whew, it scares me to death. You're the one who scares me to death, Izuna. You almost became brothers with your father, so what do you want to do with me? Big brother, I didn't mean that. His father, Uchiha Tajima, came to his senses early in the morning and went to deal with the affairs of the clan. No one can stop Izumi from being beaten by his eldest brother Uchiha. After drinking this meal, Uchiha Senna began to continue practicing swordsmanship, and at the same time, he also watched every day as the extremely concentrated spirits that his brother Uchiha had instructed him to brew. This is the next way for him to make money from Uchiha Senna. Uchiha Ban, on the other hand, is the daily busy exercise to control the various chakra attributes, the study of sealing techniques, and the study of fire ninjutsu and thunder ninjutsu. Also take the time to see their progress outside the Uchiha source, who is now exploring more of the truth and essence of this world. However, such a happy and busy life did not last many days, and soon stopped completely. The battle in which the Senju clan fought Hinata and Kagaya and successfully fought back, causing great damage to them, finally spread in this ninja world. Even though the Senju clan tried their best to hide the information and intelligence between the Senju pillars, the news about many Senju pillars was still passed on by the ninjas who escaped from the Hyuga clan. In particular, his special blood succession limit that can control trees was ruthlessly publicized by the ninjas of the Hyuga clan, which shocked many ninjas in the ninja world. The Senju clan has a very strong physical energy, and the average amount of chakra of the clan is much stronger than most family ninjas in the ninja world, and the news transmitted by the ninja of the Hyuga clan shows that their young patriarch also has a very terrifying blood succession limit. New Duen actually developed it so early. Perhaps it is a powerful force developed in battle to protect relatives and protect younger brothers. After Uchiha learned the news, he couldn't help sighing. It's really powerful, between the 1,000 hand pillars, then next, you will gradually grow into the top powerhouse in this chaotic world. The truth was also just as Uchiha expected. The news that the young patriarch of the Thousand Hands clan had a blood succession limit was quickly passed on. The ninja world, which was already restless, became even more violent at this moment. All kinds of geniuses began to emerge in this chaotic world. Sarutobi Suzuki, a member of the Sarutobi clan, has mastered 5 chakra attributes and is proficient in a large number of 5 attribute chakra ninjutsu. Shimura Shizo of the Shimura clan has practiced the ninjutsu with one hand to the point of incomparably profound, which is amazing. The Kurama XX of the Kurama clan is said to be able to use illusion even more than the Uchiha clan's chakra eyes, so as to fake the real and capture people's hearts. The Inyuga butterfly with the secret art, the Kato clan with the art of spiritual transformation, and the Kiki clan with outstanding sword skills, as well as the Senju clan, the Uchiha clan, etc. These ninja clans who still stand in the ninja world have geniuses who have emerged to strengthen the prestige of the family. The families are constantly fighting each other, and each genius is showing his talent, making this already hot chaotic era even more bloody. And the Kagaya clan, whose entire clan is basically crazy, has detonated this fiery battle intent to another extreme. In the battle with the Senju clan, only the ninjas of the Hyaga clan managed to escape, and the ninjas of the Kagaya clan all died on the way to charge against the Senju clan. Logically speaking, the heavy losses of this war will make them like the Hyaga family, quiet for a while, accumulate strength, and then make a comeback. But the Kagaya clan is a group of madmen, a group of completely unreasonable madmen. They are not afraid of sacrifice at all, they are not afraid of death. Even the Hyaga family, who were friends of the world, were not willing to continue to fight each other now, but they did not have the slightest idea of stopping. The crazy ninja of the Kagaya clan continued to find the Senju clan, and actually suppressed them again when the Senju clan suffered heavy losses, and constantly fought. Even the Thousand Hand Pillar, who has now developed the Muta Blood Succession Limit realm and has greatly increased his strength, cannot just take the Thousand Hand clan and defeat these madmen. After all, his father Senju Buddha, as the patriarch of the Senju clan, the top family in the ninja world, was still much stronger than him at this time, but he could not completely suppress the most powerful guys of the Kagaya clan. Coupled with the successive battles of the Thousand Hands clan, there were many clansmen who lost, and at this moment, they really couldn't stop the attack of the madman-like Kagaya clan. Seeing that the Senju clan, which was about to rise to the top in the Land of Fire, suffered again, the entire ninja world and other families couldn't help but move their hands towards their goals. And the Uchiha family has finally ushered in a powerful opponent, an alliance united by several powerful families who want to make a move against the Uchiha family. The things that the Uchiha family has obtained these days have been a little too amazing. Such a huge benefit naturally attracted the prying eyes of many jackals. It's naive. Although he has to face the great pressure brought by several families in one breath, it seems that it is whether it is his father Uchiha Tajima or his younger brother Uchiha Senna, as well as the great elder, the people of various clans, even Uchiha Kodori, subconsciously felt that the Uchiha clan could easily defeat all enemies. Is it because everyone is having a good time during this time? Uchiha felt the atmosphere spreading in the clan, and couldn't help but be a little disappointed. This is not the attitude that the Uchiha clan should have, all along. Because of the powerful power and the smooth progress of this time, the clan people are a little paralyzed. This is an alliance led by the Shimura clan and the Sarutobi clan. Uchiha was still carefully analyzing the enemy's intelligence, but suddenly, he heard news from the family. The confident clansmen, led by Uchiha, formed an elite squad and decided to attack the enemy first, seriously undermining the confidence of the other party. Uchiha didn't even have time to stop the other party from leaving, and in the end, he only saw the back of Uchiha Hun leaving the family with someone. This is terrible. Uchiha has gathered more information about the genius of the Sarutobi clan, Sarutobi Suzuki, which is an opponent that must be taken seriously. Uchiha was a little worried, and also told his father Uchiha Tajima, "Father Sama, please let me lead a squad to assist Uchiha Hun. Sarutobi Suzuki is not so easy to deal with." Father Uchiha Tajima shook his head and looked at Uchiha Madara, a little funny. "Madara, don't worry, Uchiha Hun can't shake your status, your prestige now. Moreover, you have to learn to make other people in the family able to do things and be able to stand out." Uchiha Tajima patiently taught Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara's face was dark. "I didn't have the idea of taking all my merits to myself. Father, I didn't mean that." "I know." A hint of stun appeared on Uchiha's face, and he looked at his father in front of him blankly. "I know, you don't mean that. You're just worried about the safety of your clan, worried about their injuries, worried about them dying. But Madara, you have to remember that they are Uchiha's clansmen and ninjas. As a ninja, you must have the consciousness to die in battle, and you must have the awareness to face various traps and face dangers. Uchiha, you are not the nanny of all of them. Moreover, this is also the choice of Uchiha Hun and those clansmen themselves. Madara, if a family wants to be strong, it must not only be smooth sailing all the time, but also withstand the test of failure and setbacks. Uchiha Tajima's last smooth words made Madara feel a little uncomfortable. This is the choice of Uchiha Hoon and those clansmen themselves? And some failures are needed? What exactly does this mean? After flickering Uchiha away, Uchiha Tajima wiped the sweat from his forehead and came to the great elder. You old fellow, how could you come up with such a plan? The great elder's face did not change, and he watched the intelligence that the clan continued to collect and gather into his hands. Moreover, on the map, the flag representing the team led by his child Uchiha Hoon and the flag representing the enemies Sarutobi and Shimura have been brought closer. It's true that the clan needs to fail in this chaotic world. Because of Madara, our clan is doing too well. The continuous success of this period and the greatly reduced casualty rate caused the clansmen to have a relatively serious contempt for the enemy. We need a failure to make everyone wake up, but we can't let this failure make other families feel that our Uchiha clan is weak and deceptive. But you old fellow is willing to let your children sacrifice and bear the consequences of failure? Aren't you afraid that Sun will die at the hands of the enemy because of the failure of the mission? As if he understood Uchiha Tajima's thoughts, the great elder of Uchiha did not change his face and continued. Among the younger generation of the Uchiha clan, those who have prestige and strength can barely compare with the elders of the Madara clan, and only Sun. Sun's failure will make more clansmen remember the success of Patriarch Bansheo, and it will also let others understand that our Uchiha clan has geniuses who can surpass other families. Hoon is my child, but like me, he is also a ninja of the Uchiha clan. Being willing to sacrifice for the sake of the Uchiha clan is an enlightenment that both I and he deserve. Uchiha Tajima looked at the great elder in front of him, and couldn't help but feel that this bad old man is really ruthless. Even his own children can be treated like this. You really can sacrifice everything for the sake of the family. The great elder, on the other hand, turned his back on Patriarch Uchiha Tajima, closed his eyes, and forcibly held back to keep himself worried. And Uchiha Tajima, looking at the appearance of the great elder, couldn't help but be a little silent. If they were young, where would they care so much and think about it so much? Of course, they will lead the clansmen and kill the enemy to the point of armor, to show the glory and strength of the Uchiha clan. What pride, what arrogance, what deliberately used a failure to alert the clansmen. Let the clansmen know that the Uchiha clan cannot be proud and complacent now. It does not exist. However, after becoming patriarchs and elders for a long time, the more questions they think about, the more things they discover, the more things they have to carry and the choices they have to make, the heavier they are. Soon, the astonishing intelligence came back from the front, and Uchiha Hoon led the clansmen to attack the alliance of the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan on the front line, and the attack was unusually smooth. After defeating the opposing team's small group of ninja troops, Uchiha Hoon led his clan to chase after the victory, wanting to completely annihilate the opponent. When the clansmen heard this, they all laughed happily. They rightly thought that this time the Uchiha clan would easily defeat the enemy and win, and then the whole family would be better and better. They even began to discuss how much they would gain from following the clan after defeating Sarutobi and Shimura. Looking at the proud appearance of these clansmen, and seeing that they did not pay attention to other families in the slightest, Uchiha felt that he seemed to be a little aware of what his father Uchiha Tajima meant. Paralyzed by victory after victory, the clansmen felt too relaxed and taken for granted. And Uchiha Hoon is chasing with his clansmen to victory, wanting to completely annihilate his opponent. Then, under the ambush of Sarutobi Suzuki, who is unusually strong and proficient in the 5 attribute chakra ninjutsu, he leads the ninja of the Sarutobi clan. The other party actually used fire ninjutsu, which instantly caused heavy damage to the Uchiha ninja, who is also good at fire ninjutsu. Many clansmen died on the spot, and Uchiha retreated from the battlefield with a few clansmen in embarrassment. Such news suddenly made the entire cheering family instantly quiet down as if a basin of cold water had been poured on it. How so? Weren't the enemies of the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan just defeated by us before? Is that just a decoy? Lord Sun failed. When the team with heavy losses returned with a dejected aura and wounded with scars and a strong smell of blood, the entire family fell silent. Uchiha Sun walked in the front. Seeing the incredulous gazes of many clansmen, he lowered his head slightly, and the whole person was quite heavy. When his father asked him to carry out this task, he was also very bitter in his heart. However, this is all for the Uchiha family. If you are too proud and complacent and do not take any enemies into account, the family is too dangerous. Even such a powerful family as the Thousand Hands clan has suffered setbacks one after another recently, and has constantly suffered various heavy losses. But what about the Uchiha family? Under the credit of Uchiha, the frequency of battles has decreased, the casualty rate has also dropped a lot, and he is more nourished than before. This made many clansmen even forget that this was an unprecedented, fierce chaotic world. They lost due vigilance and awe of this chaotic era, and lost their appreciation for other families. For the sake of the family, Hoon finally accepted this task, and personally selected some clansmen to follow him on this doomed mission. I made them die. Came to the family cemetery, little by little, the urn after the cremation of the bodies of these dead clansmen, and buried them. Although Uchiha Hoon looked painful, he did not regret it. I will carry your pain and your responsibility to live. All this is for the Uchiha family to be able to live better in the chaotic world. The defeat suffered by the Uchiha clan has pushed down a lot of fanaticism in the family, as well as some excessive pride and complacency because of successive victories. At the same time, the fiery revenge mood was also ignited. At the same time, when the other families saw the defeat of the Uchiha clan, one by one, like sharks that smelled blood, they gathered one after another, as if they wanted to eat the Uchiha clan. After all, the wealth that the Uchiha family now holds is too enviable. They don't have to do anything every month, and there will be a lot of dividends. Moreover, after the Uchiha family had a good relationship with the daimyo, nobles, and wealthy merchants, the commissions they got from their side were all safer tasks with more money and less work, which made other families blush. Madara, now this team is handed over to you, lead the Uchiha clan to victory. Tigers are also afraid of wolves. Hit the strength of our Uchiha clan, Madara. Yes, Uchiha took over the command that his father gave him to a part of the clan. Next, no matter what he wants to do, who he wants to fight with, how he wants to fight, it is his business, his responsibility. Go. With a wave of his big hand, the clansmen who sharpened their swords behind him, and their eyes were red, followed behind him one by one, and quickly left the clan with an instantaneous technique. Sasuke, you did a really good job. What kind of Uchiha Hun, but among the Uchiha clan, a very famous genius, was easily defeated by you like this. In the alliance dominated by the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan, Shimura Shizo truly admires the friend in front of him who grew up together. Don't be too proud, Shizo, I always feel that we won a little too easily. Sarutobi Sasuke looked back at this move to lure the enemy deeper and then ambush and annihilate the Uchiha clan, feeling that the other party seemed to be completely brainless, and easily fell into their trap. Hey, those guys of the Uchiha clan are very proud and arrogant, and even if they know that we are a trap and an ambush, they still feel that they can easily defeat us. Shimura Shizo's words made Sarutobi Sasuke also feel a little distressed. Because what he said was right, the ninjas of the Uchiha clan, with their blood succession limit sharing on, have always been dismissive of other families. It seems that the success of this operation is only because the ninjas of the entire family of the other party are such guys. The madness and pride shown by these besieged ninjas of the Uchiha clan in a desperate situation really proves that they are such people. In the face of enemies several times their own, not only did they not find a way to retreat at the first time, but they wanted to fight headlong and want to defeat them in turn. This group of red-eyed guys, one by one, fought madly in the battle, with those pairs of ominous blood, making people feel full of shocked eyes when they saw it, and released amazing power. The ninjas of the Uchiha clan do have capital that they can be proud of. Even under the siege of such several times the enemy, in the end, the ninjas of the Uchiha clan can still maintain the battle-loss ratio to about 1-to-1. What a terrible and evil Uchiha. Don't think about it, Shizo, get ready, prepare for the counterattack of the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Sasuke's heart was a little heavy, although Uchiha Hun was defeated at his hands, but if it was that unusual Uchiha BA who led those crazy Uchiha ninjas, would he still be able to defeat his opponent? Young clan elder. Suddenly, an anxious ninja quickly ran into the camp established after defeating the Uchiha clan in order to liquidate the benefits obtained from Uchiha. It's not good, our ally the ninjas of the XX family are being attacked by the Uchiha clan, and they need our quick support. What, so fast? Here thwarted the Uchiha family, just snatched a lot of things in Uchiha's hands, and is digesting in a big gulp. Then Sarutobi Sasuke wanted to distribute it to the allies who participated in the war according to the merit, so that everyone could get practical benefits, and he heard such news. What, our family was attacked? Sasuke-sama, please help us. The ninja of the attacked family, after hearing the news, immediately couldn't sit still. They also knew that they would definitely not be able to compete with Uchiha. Sarutobi Sasuke did not answer immediately, but looked at the brief map in his hand. They were still digesting and absorbing the benefits snatched from Uchiha, but they suddenly received intelligence that Uchiha began to launch a counterattack against them. Under normal circumstances, they would have sent reinforcements immediately to rescue the other tribesmen whose allies were being brutally attacked elsewhere. But what if this is a conspiracy? Sarutobi Sasuke frowned and looked at the map, the key place that was attacked. Help, the reinforcements they send out may be ambushed and attacked by the ninja of the Uchiha clan. If you don't save, then what to do with this alliance? The people's hearts are directly dispersed, it is more cost-effective for Uchiha, and you can solve them one by breaking them one by one. Sarutobi Sasuke can clearly realize that the ninjas on his side are definitely inferior to Uchiha with their average combat strength. If it weren't for the large number of people, it would definitely not have fought with Uchiha. In fact, the war with the Uchiha clan was also because of the suggestion initiated by the Shimura clan. They think that Uchiha is too oily now, and during this time, participating in battles and performing tasks is not as frequent as before, and the combat effectiveness of ninjas should decrease. Coupled with the pride and arrogance of the Uchiha clan, as long as you design it first and hit the Uchiha clan hard, then the war with the Uchiha clan will be very good later. Saratobi Suzuki's fingers kept clasping on the table, one after another, as if with some kind of thick magic. The ninjas, who had been attacked and were looking quite anxious, wanted to say something, but they all held back. Sorry, I can't lead you to support your clan's besieged ninja here. Saratobi Suzuki thought for a while, and the words he said made the ninjas in this alliance instantly in an uproar. What do you say? You directly want to refuse the pleas of your allies for help. What are you going to do? Do you want to treat everyone as cannon fodder? Faced with all kinds of disappointed rays, Saratobi Suzuki was in no hurry and said his reasons. I'm sorry, and I honestly say that from the moment we received the report until we sent reinforcements here, it is very likely that all the ninjas of your family have been wiped out. We rushed over now, running all the way, and after consuming a lot of chakra and physical strength, we were easy to fall into the ambush of the other party. Saratobi Suzuki's words appeased many ninjas from other alliance families. Yes, how can the clansmen of your family resist Uchiha's attack? I am afraid that when the reinforcements arrive, not only will they not be able to save your people, but they will also put their people in danger. So, we're going to attack here. Saratobi Suzuki's eyes were fierce, and his finger pointed to the mine that the Uchiha clan and the little nobles controlled together. This is an important source of funds for the Uchiha clan, and if we attack here, we can not only gain a lot of benefits, but also force these Uchiha guys to come here to fight us. A fierce look appeared in Saratobi Suzuki's eyes. The previous little fights were just appetizers between two behemoths. Now if they want to attack here, it will soon turn into a huge and bitter battle between them. At that time, this team that ran out, obviously to attack their allies separately, wanted to constantly contain their personnel, disperse their combat effectiveness everywhere, and then break them one by one, also had to gather here. Saratobi Suzuki's heart began to plop and beat. This time such a battle is about to begin. To be honest, his heart is also a little excited. When the time comes, my father will definitely take the command back from him again to direct this huge battle. The huge, brutal battle between Senju and Hinata and Kagaya, until now, has not been divided. And what would happen if the battle between them and Uchiha really went to that extent? It's really exciting. At that time, if you take here, all the losses of your family will be able to get back, and all of us get more. Saratobi Suzuki's words made many ninjas of the Alliance family nod one after another. It's really powerful. The young patriarch of the Ape Flying Clan can not only lead everyone to defeat Uchiha, but also be able to think calmly, not being led by the other party's nose, but taking the initiative to find the other party's passive point to force the other party to concentrate his strength here. Guys, since our battle with Uchiha has already begun, it will not end until the last moment to divide the winner and loser. Either we defeat each other, snatch a large piece of meat from Uchiha, and then stand at the peak of this troubled world, or we will spit out everything we have obtained before, and we will also pay a large sum to Uchiha, so that we can withdraw from this dispute and seek self-preservation. If you don't want to miss such an era, follow me and go all out. Big brother, those guys are not fooled. When Uchiha Sene reported the news to Madara, Madara nodded, not surprised. After all, he is a powerful enemy who can be recognized by the Uchiha clan, and even in the future, he will become the object of tribute to the name of his child by the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku. Saratobi Suzuki, this guy, is not that simple. It's okay, I've asked Sun to bring the other clansmen back to the clan and inform my father, and the next thing is the battle between the three of us. Uchiha Sena is a little dizzy, just the three of us to stay outside, what role can it play? Uchiha looked at Izuna, who was a little dizzy in front of him, and his hands began to print. Ugly high. Shadow doppelganger art. Burst. A puff of white smoke rose, and an identical Uchiha Madara appeared in front of Uchiha Sena and Madara behind him. Izuna, can you tell which of us is your real big brother? The two Uchiha spots spoke together, making Uchiha Sena even more confused. This. He poked his finger at the shadow avatar that had just been created, a little incredulous. It's impossible, big brother, why can't I see it at all? Moreover, this doppelganger can still act? Moisture. A ray of electric light flashed from the shadow doppelganger's hand and lit at Izuna, making him dance. Can you still attack? Uchiha Kotori looked at the back of Uchiha who created this technique, and was also shocked fiercely. Of course, this is the ninjutsu that I finally developed, and through the art of shadow avatars, I created a physical avatar. It has the will of the ontology and all the memories, knowledge, abilities, and part chakra. The shadow avatar can use chakra to release ninjutsu attacks, or it can take a certain amount of damage and then disappear, and after disappearing, it will transmit memories and experiences back to the body. I asked Uchiha Hoon to return to the family with this technique, and I believe that my father and they will definitely use this technique to entertain Saratobi Suzuki well. Uchiha Sena scratched his head, puzzled. So since everyone is back, why are the three of us staying here? 3 people, even if you add a bunch of shadow doppelgangers, can they still play a big role? Big brother, what about us? We, of course, have another role. Within the Uchiha clan, along with Uchiha Hun passing the news back from Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Tajima looked at the shadow avatar technique that he finally developed when he brought back by Madara Ranksun with a strange face. He originally thought that Uchiha would have many other ways to break the situation and lead the family to break the current situation. However, he never imagined that the situation could be changed by the development of a ninjutsu and the emergence of some new forces. At a time when such new things emerge, the intelligence of the past is completely ineffective, and it is impossible to formulate strategies based on intelligence. This made Uchiha Tajima feel that this seemed to be a complete crossing of another level to strike. Go and find all the elders. The meaning of the shadow doppelganger art was already understood when Uchiha Tajima carried Uchiha Bandara's will and handed it over to Uchiha Tajima. This technique means a lot to ninjas. Intelligence detection, ninja fighting, and even the practice of ninjutsu can all be drastically changed because of this shadow avatar technique. In that case, then the Uchiha family should use this technique to create the greatest results when it first appeared. Soon, the elders were all summoned, and after learning about the shadow avatar technique developed by Uchiha, they were all amazed. They also quickly realized how this technique would affect the next battle. The shadow doppelganger technique, in fact, is very difficult to develop, but it is not developed to learn, which is time-consuming. When the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan, as well as some alliance ninjas of small families, asked for support from within the family, hoping to get full support from the family to win this war, the Uchiha clan had already sent many clansmen to the mine to guard against them. And within the family, powerful ninjas are being organized, one after another, to learn quickly and master the art of shadow doppelganger. Of course, after the battle, their contribution should be taken out of the corresponding part and counted on Uchiha's head. Soon, Sarutobi Suzuki, Shimura Danzo, who received the full support of the family, with a large number of ninjas, attacked the vicinity of the important mine controlled by the Uchiha clan. After a long journey, it took a lot of time to clear the traps and lift the opponent's defensive enchantment. So in the end, the ninjas of the Sarutobi village alliance chose to camp nearby, and quickly arranged the surrounding traps, defenses, and perception enchantments, and arranged a large number of ninjas to continue to scout the ninjas of the Uchiha clan. They are not at all afraid that Uchiha's ninja will leave and run away, and this is a place that will bring great benefits to the Uchiha family every month. It is also to continuously provide mineral materials to the Uchiha family, so that their family can also maintain the ninja tool within the place, and will not be stuck in the neck during the special period. They will not give up here no matter what. The ninjas under their command are ready to fight a protracted battle with the Uchiha clan here for several days, and the support from the clan in the rear will also rush to this side in a steady stream. Although the Uchiha clan is very strong in combat, you definitely don't have as many families as we have combined. When the Uchiha clan shows a weak and embarrassed appearance, other families will rush up like mad dogs. Sarutobi Suzuki knew very well that it was impossible for him to completely defeat the other party, and it was already very good to be able to eat away at some of the other party's interests. When the other families and the Uchiha clan come up, he can take the clansmen and retire to digest the benefits. However, it was clear that everything was going according to the previous plan, and between the afternoon intelligence battle, trap arrangement, and squad fighting each other, the Uchiha clan did not appear too strong to deal with the combat power. Why is my heart still a little uneasy? It was night, the moon was dark and the wind was high, and Sarutobi Suzuki let him clear out of a large clearing in the forest. Looking at the pitch-black appearance around him, the uneasiness in his heart was about to reach its limit. What the hell is going on? Are you all ready, Patriarch? We are all ready. Outside the range that the other party's perception ninja can sense, Uchiha's ninja are standing quietly behind Uchiha Tajima, quietly waiting. Their pair of scarlet eyes that looked a little restless, shrouded in this night, filled with endless shadows, glowed with killing intent. Uchiha Tajima had a hideous smile on his face and waved his big hand. So, let's get started. Shadow doppelganger art. Poof. A group of Uchiha elites used this ninjutsu, and then took out part of the ninjutsu they were carrying and placed it on the hand of the shadow doppelganger. Then he immediately began to sit on the ground, ate the pills, and began to quickly recover the chakra that had just been consumed. Mori-sen's killing intent, accompanied by the shadow doppelgangers of the Uchiha ninjas, was like flowing water, shrouded in dark night, and quickly poured towards Sarutobi Suzuki. Coming. Feeling the attack of the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi Suzuki was finally relieved. If the other party didn't come to sneak attack, he would be even more uneasy. Boom! Hearing the explosion of the detonation charm trap arranged on the periphery, Sarutobi Suzuki did not expect the detonation charm to kill the ninja who killed and injured many Uchiha. The main thing is that these traps allow him to judge the direction of the Uchiha ninja attack. Be careful. Giving the order below, Sarutobi Suzuki took a deep breath and quietly waited for the Uchiha ninja to rush to their side. Soon ahead, red-eyed Uchiha ninjas rushed up and engaged in a fierce battle with their men, clanging in the ears. A large number of shurikens, ku-wu, before the two sides could contact each other, they had already shot out and shot towards each other. However, what made Saratobi Suzuki slightly pained was that the ninja on his side, in such a ninja shooting, more people fell. The ninja of the Uchiha clan with the eyes of the Sharingan is better able to dodge in such a dark night. Poof, poof. When the two sides began to engage in further hand-to-hand combat, several ninjas on their side fell under the evil scarlet, ominous eyes of the ninja of the Uchiha clan in an instant. But soon, the Uchiha clan who attacked the ninja with 2 fists and 4 hands were also stabbed in the body by their own subordinates. However, the violent chakra fluctuations that appeared on these guys caused Saratobi Suzuki to have an ugly expression on his face. Bang! Violent explosions spread one after another in this area, and the large number of detonation charms carried by these Uchiha ninjas were actually immediately detonated by their injured ninjas. When the explosions completely subsided, everyone fell silent. They watched incredulously as this area emitted a faint fire after the explosion, illuminating a little place. The figure of the Uchiha ninja was completely invisible. All of them were in the battle just now, and at the last moment, they chose to protect themselves and take so many people around with them. This wave exploded, and the Uchiha ninja dragged at least twice as many enemies as his own into the water. These guys. Saratobi Suzuki's back was shocked into a cold sweat. He never thought that the ninja of Uchiha would dare to exchange lives with them in such a way. Forcibly calming down, Saratobi Suzuki felt a chill that also rose from the ninjas of these small families around him. But everyone did not speak, silently digesting the huge impact that these Uchiha ninjas brought them. Go clean up. For a long time, Saratobi Suzuki still stood up. He looked in the direction where these all disappeared Uchiha ninja attacked. His eyes seemed to have passed through this dark forest, and saw the enemy hidden in it, who was quietly watching them. Just when Saratobi Suzuki was under great pressure from the Uchiha clan who could hide in the forest and could strike again at any time, the ninja who ran back, but with a trill, brought back Saratobi Suzuki with news that made his heart even more uneasy. Suzuki-sama, we haven't been able to find any of the bones of the Uchiha ninja at all. What the? Saratobi Suzuki's heart rose with a huge feeling of absurdity. This is impossible. The ninja of Uchiha, even if there are more detonation charms on his body, it is impossible to blow himself up at the end and not find even a little bone, and not a single trace of blood. Remember, don't tell anyone about this. Warning the guy in front of him fiercely, Saratobi Suzuki immediately walked outside, taking advantage of the other ninjas going back to recuperate and prepare to deal with Uchiha's attack. He took matters into his own hands and went to clean up the area where he had just fought. After the search, his face turned pale and he looked very weak. Not really. Not to mention the bones, there is not even a trace of the blood of the ninjas of the Uchiha clan, only the corpses of the ninjas on their side who died in battle. The ominous feeling in Saratobi Suzuki's heart has become more and more solemn. What is going on? How can this guy from the Uchiha clan be so weird, making people's hearts panic? No, you can't wait any longer. The feeling of foreboding in his heart has become more and more intense. Saratobi Suzuki immediately wants to return to the camp, and directly orders all the ninjas to follow him out of this side, leaving from the side of the Uchiha ninja first, and waiting until the large army reinforcements behind follow. However, before he could inform the others, he heard another sharp whistling sound from the forest behind him. Damn, Uchiha's guy is here again, everyone be careful. The ninjas rushed out and killed Uchiha's ninjas. However, no one saw Saratobi Suzuki's face that was white to the limit under the violent explosion, reflected in the firelight. Because, under the reflection of such firelight, what he saw was the same blurry, hideous, and crazy face as the Uchiha ninja who had just died. Although he still can't see the appearance of these Uchiha ninjas 100% clearly, Saratobi Suzuki can be sure that this is the same Uchiha ninjas. What the hell is going on here? Why can these ninjas of the Uchiha clan continue to attack themselves and others in such a suicidal way? Could it be that they have mastered some forbidden technique that allows these guys, like ghosts and gods, to constantly attack themselves? Damn, no wonder they attacked their side in this way. No, you can't wait any longer, you must leave here immediately and find out what kind of forbidden technique the Uchiha clan is, so that you can continue to attack them. Saratobi Suzuki quickly gave the order, let the people pack up, and prepared to start the retreat. Even, in order to be able to quickly retreat and leave here, he directly let the people on his side throw away all unnecessary weights and materials. They just want to be able to travel as fast as possible and leave this damn place. Uchiha Tajima laughed after receiving the information gathered by his clansmen. This is the importance of intelligence in the battle between ninjas. Without the information of their shadow doppelganger art, the other party will be tricked by them before they know all the characteristics of the shadow doppelganger art. If the other party knew the news of the shadow doppelganger, he would definitely send another ninja neatly and directly run to attack them. And because they just divided half of the chakra to the shadow doppelganger, their strength has dropped greatly, and they may be wrapped in dumplings by the other party. The night is still long, don't you want to run away so easily? Catch up with them and kill as many enemies as you can. Quickly retreat, quickly retreat. Blood spilled on the road behind him. Saratobi Suzuki listened to the heart-wrenching, fearful cries of the ninjas around him, and his expression was in a trance. When he discovered that there was something wrong with the Uchiha clan through 2 attacks, he made the decision to quickly evacuate with the ninjas, but it was too late. The Uchiha clan, led by Uchiha Tajima, quickly followed, constantly using that forbidden technique, so that wave after wave of identical ninjas followed behind them, and constantly attacked them in a suicidal way. The guys on the other side who disappear without a trace every time they die, and then can reappear intact after a while, carry a large number of detonation charms, doing crazy things to die with them. This style of play made the ninja on his side quickly fall into fear and dare not fight with it. And rightfully so, the great retreat, under the cover of the enemy, turned into a great rout. The ninjas of various families are in a mess and are killed by Uchiha's ninjas like pigs behind them. Uchiha Tajima, the patriarch of Uchiha, has countless years of combat experience than him in leading his clan to fight, and his eyes are old. He was always able to crush all the efforts Sarutobi Suzuki wanted to make as fast as he could. And in such chaos, under the attack of Uchiha Tajima, Suzuki simply did not have enough prestige and strength, and forcibly gathered the ninjas who had collapsed again to fight against Uchiha together. Go, Shizo, gather our clan as much as possible, in this direction, break out together. Shimura Shizo was anxiously trying to collect the ninjas again, but was pulled by Sarutobi Suzuki. He immediately understood what the other party meant, and a surprised look appeared on his face, but when he turned around, he saw the ninjas who were running away in chaos, fighting, and becoming a mess. He understood that this was a choice Sarutobi Suzuki had to make. Let's go! Soon, Sarutobi Suzuki and Shimura Shizo, through the escort of the two, gathered a group of elites of the two races. Under their command, they quickly broke out and left the siege that had now entered the shadow doppelganger in the Uchiha ninja body, making them collapse in the void in the real thing. It's really clever. Uchiha Tajima looked at Sarutobi Suzuki with a somewhat pale face, and they left with a part of the elite. After a night of non-stop use of shadow doppelgangers and suicide attacks, the Uchiha clan has annihilated a large number of enemies. However, after chakra was almost consumed, in order to expand the victory, their Uchiha clan also began to suffer casualties. They have already achieved great results, continue to chase and kill, chakra is about to consume clean clansmen, will lose more, then the gain is not worth the loss. Stop the pursuit and clean up the battlefield. Uchiha Tajima gave an order, and Uchiha's ninjas, this ended this crazy night attack. With the ninja world's unprecedented shadow avatar technique, it caused incomparably terrifying damage to enemies several times their own, and the number of dead and injured clansmen on their side was nothing compared to the other party. Such a result is really worthy of the Uchiha family, and such glory is the strength of Uchiha, and all this comes from their young patriarch Uchiha. Big brother, you are really powerful. On the way to evacuate from the Uchiha clan, in the direction of Sarutobi and the Shimura clan, Uchiha Senna looked at the back of his eldest brother standing in front and couldn't help but show a look of longing. After concluding that the family has obtained the shadow doppelganger technique, it is inevitable that this battle will be won. Instead of returning to participate in the family's attack on the enemy, Uchiha found the rival clan with Sarutobi and Shimura and convinced them. If the two clans of 8 Fiazi village really fled back in embarrassment, then they would definitely not spare their strength, seize the opportunity, and strike them hard. And at this moment, some of the ninjas of these families are quietly waiting behind Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Senna, and Uchiha Kotori. Anyway, the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan are already enemies of Uchiha, and it is good that they and the Uchiha clan can form an alliance and deal with the same enemy together. As time passed, the dark night was broken by the rising sun, and a hint of fishbelly white color appeared in the sky, so that the earth began to be shrouded in light again. Coming, they are coming. Soon, a ninja appeared in front of a large number of ninjas who were quietly ambushed here, and with a hint of disbelief, after glancing at Uchiha Madara, he reported, "Damn, Suzuki, we're losing a lot this time." Embarrassed, he ran out of the encirclement of the Uchiha clan, looking at the appearance of his team losing their armor and abandoning their armor. Shimura Shizo's eyes were all pity. Uchiha must have used some terrible forbidden technique. This group of guys, they are really evil. Recalling those guys who were not afraid of death, appeared in front of him again and again, dared to die with a large number of detonation charms, and disappeared without a trace after the explosion, Shimura Shizo couldn't help but grit his teeth with hatred. Well, they must have used some special technique. Sarutobi Suzuki nodded, not yet figuring out what kind of technique the other party used to achieve such an effect. Looking at these dejected ninjas behind him, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. Failure is not terrible. I am afraid that these clansmen will no longer be able to confront the Uchiha clan and confront other more powerful enemies. Leave it to me. Seeing Sarutobi Suzuki's concern, Shimura Shizo also understood what he was thinking, and after quietly saying something to Sarutobi Suzuki, he laughed in Suzuki's slightly worried eyes. Shimura Shizo's laughter resounded in the forest, making the ninjas around him very puzzled. Young Patriarch Shizeng, we have all been defeated like this, what else are you so funny? Ha 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 ha. Guys, Uchiha defeated us with the evil and terrible forbidden technique, but, in my opinion, it is not Uchiha who is terrifying, but the art they mastered. As long as we have information, we have a way to deal with them. And you see, now we have run to this place in embarrassment, this is a good time to annihilate us in one fell swoop. If I were Uchiha, I could kill us all by ambushing a team of ambushes in front. Shimura Shizo's voice was a little higher, as if he wanted to convince him as well. As a result, they didn't do anything. Shimura Shizo even had a disdainful expression on his face, and at this moment, he felt as if the real Uchiha clan was not smart. They just relied on forbidden techniques that we didn't know about to make us suffer, and perhaps, such a technique also made them pay a lot of price. After we understand their techniques and know how to deal with them, I believe that we will be able to defeat Uchiha. Shimura Shizo's words seemed to really have a trace of truth, which gave some comfort to the ninjas present. Yes, the other party was able to defeat them by relying on that terrible forbidden technique. Those ninjas who are tireless, not afraid of death, and jumping alive soon after being eliminated really caught them off guard. When they find out the intelligence of the Uchiha family and deal with it well, they will definitely not lose. Seeing the slightly warmed morale, Sarutobi Suzuki couldn't help but look at Shimura Shizo with some surprise. Not bad, Sitso, so quickly, stabilized everyone's morale. Just as Sarutobi Suzuki, Shimura Shizo breathed a sigh of relief, and continued to rush back with a heavy line on his face that seemed to be unloaded. Uchiha is not afraid. Call. Shimura Shizo exhaled, and finally, he pulled back the team that was about to collapse. Not scared? The angry voice suddenly appeared in the forest ahead, and Shimura Shizo's body froze, and his neck mechanically turned towards the place where the voice came from. Then he immediately saw Uchiha Senna, who was staring at him with red eyes, and Uchiha Madara who was in front of him. Dense sweat oozed from his forehead. Oops, really bad. As soon as he finished saying that Uchiha was not afraid, you jumped out and hit him in the face? Shimura Danzo didn't have to look back, and he could feel the morale behind him because of the appearance of the ninja ambush of the Uchiha clan, and he fell into the abyss again. You even said that I am not afraid of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Senna looked angrily at these remnants of the defeated soldiers in front of him. The number of ninjas before you is several times more than the clan of Uchiha can draw to deal with you, without affecting the normal operation of the clan. But one of the eldest brother's techniques still plunged you into great chaos and failure, and you dare to say that Uchiha is not afraid. Don't worry, it's just these three guys, Uchiha's army is not there. At the critical moment, when Shimura Shizo was already stiff and unable to say a word because of the appearance of Uchiha, Sarutobi Suzuki keenly observed that the ninjas who followed Uchiha, Izuna, and Kotori were not from the Uchiha clan. If it wasn't for Uchiha, it was okay, their combat power was still enough to be able to kill out. Even if you catch this guy from Uchiha and use it as a bargaining chip to get more benefits from the Uchiha clan, you may be able to do it. Up! Sarutobi Suzuki took the lead and rushed directly in the direction where Uchiha was located. Several elite of the Ape Flying clan followed closely behind, wanting to follow their young patriarch and grab Madara. Izumi snorted and drew his sword, and Uchiha opened the Sharingan eye and stood in front of Madara. In the face of a large number of surging enemies, the two of them were not afraid. And just behind Uchiha, those ninjas who were persuaded by him to come here, ready to ally with Uchiha, and severely damaged Sarutobi and Shimura, saw Sarutobi Suzuki and their embarrassed appearance, and couldn't help but get excited. This is really an opportunity too. They exchanged a look, and the elite of the clan stepped forward to protect Uchiha. Either way, Madara is the key person who gave them this opportunity and was able to form an alliance with Uchiha, and there is absolutely no room for error. Really, why do you think I'm the one who needs to be protected? Uchiha Madara pulled away from Uchiha Kotori who was standing in front of him, pulled away Izuna, who wanted to slash up angrily, and faced Sarutobi Suzuki who rushed up, and the ninja of the Sarutobi clan, his hands quickly froze. Shuriken, the art of shadow doppelganger. The scroll unfolded, and a huge wind demon shuriken appeared in Uchiha's hand, and was thrown by him sharply towards Sarutobi Suzuki. Then, in the horrified gaze of Sarutobi Suzuki, this terrifying, huge wind demon shuriken, in the process of flying towards him at high speed, split in two, divided into four, and then, hundreds. Buzz buzz. A terrifying humming sound resounded in the air, emitting a terrifying aura. The blade tip of the wind demon shuriken that was spinning at high speed rubbed in the air, bursting out terrifying sparks. A wind demon shuriken is just as Sarutobi Suzuki can definitely easily dodge. But now, in the face of such hundreds of wind demon shurikens, Sarutobi Suzuki only felt for a moment, and the shadow of death spread all over his body. This, all are entities, these wind demon shurikens, all real? A terrifying feeling enveloped his body and made him feel cold. In this piece of black pressure like a tide, towards his side of the wind demon shuriken, for a moment, Sarutobi Suzuki did not know what method to use to deal with. Young clan elder, go quickly. At this moment, the clansman behind him grabbed him and threw him out into the distance. And Sarutobi Suzuki's eyes were instantly filled with blood. Under the impact of that black wind demon shuriken wave, the clansman who had just roared angrily and rescued him had been completely submerged. Run! Wind escape, Big breakthrough. Tu dun, tu liu wall. Water escape, water array wall. The wind demon shuriken shadow doppelganger technique blew off the trees blocking in front of him all the way, shattering them into scum. Then these ninjas squeezed out the few remaining chakras in their bodies, and shredded them together with the bodies of some ninjas, before finally disappearing. Sarutobi Suzuki was supported by Shimura Shizo, looking at the wind demon shuriken stained with blood standing alone on the ground in front of his feet. His pupils shrank sharply, and he looked at Uchiha. "It's you!" The weird technique of the Uchiha clan last night, all the losses and defeats they suffered, were all done by Uchiha Spot. Uchiha didn't speak, and behind him, Uchiha Senna, Uchiha Kodori, and the ninjas who couldn't hold back were already rushing towards Sarutobi Suzuki like a flood, and their team full of remnants of defeated soldiers. Clan Elder, we wiped out half of the ninjas brought by the alliance between the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan. This is a big victory. After the pursuit battle against the alliance between the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan was over, the Uchiha clan completely boiled. Destroy more than half of the enemy, and capture a large number of ninja tools, weight, grain and grass, and money. This is the great victory of the Uchiha clan to wash away the shame of their previous defeat, and it is a victory that continues to show the powerful Uchiha clan to the ninja world. Despite this, Uchiha's people were no longer as proud and complacent as they were before because of the victory. Patriarch Uchiha Tajima, after the victory, faced the clansmen, gathered them, and announced what Sarutobi Suzuki had done in this battle. The other party's boldness and decision-making amazed the people of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Tajima loudly told everyone that if it weren't for the special technique developed by the young patriarch that turned the tide of the battle, then many of the clansmen present today would have died in the bloody battle with their opponents. These words woke up many clansmen, making them maintain a sense of sobriety and know a humility in their hearts. And in Uchiha Tajima, they are still thinking about whether this time should continue to attack Sarutobi and the Shimura clan alliance, plunder their interests, and strengthen Uchiha. Sarutobi and the Shimura clan very decisively made an amazing move that made the Uchiha clan depressed. They knew that after this defeat, they would not be Uchiha's opponents, and it would even be difficult to resist the erosion of the Uchiha clan against them and fight back. Therefore, they directly chose to surrender to the Thousand Hands clan, willing to form an alliance with the Thousand Hands clan, and led by the Thousand Hands clan, willing to follow the Thousand Hands clan to the east and west, but also wanted to be protected by the Thousand Hands clan. What do these guys mean? After Uchiha returned to the family, he saw his father Uchiha Tajima, who was choked enough. Look at it, look at these guys. The Senju clan has not reacted to this matter yet, but Sarutobi and Shimura's behavior is like telling others that they Uchiha is not the opponent of the Senju clan. They can get shelter from Senju and resist Uchiha's counterattack. If the Thousand Hands clan really dares to shield them, then a terrifying ruthlessness flashed in Uchiha Tajima's eyes. If Uchiha did not continue to fight because the Senju clan wanted to protect Sarutobi and Shimura, it would be a huge blow to the confidence of the family ninjas. Moreover, this was originally owed to them by Sarutobi and Shimura, and it was only natural for them Uchiha to continue fighting. However, the matter between ninjas and ninjas is now only about the size of the fist, and it is not reasonable in whose hands. Yes, I see, father. Uchiha didn't say anything more, nor did he mean to persuade his father not to be an enemy of the Senju clan. This is a war that the Uchiha family cannot avoid, and even fate. The chaotic times will not end, and the Uchiha clan will eventually have to confront the Senju clan, who is also the strongest ninja clan in the ninja world. Unless one party, or both, is willing to resign and compromise with each other, it is possible. However, this was impossible when his father Uchiha Tajima and Senju Buddha dominated the two races respectively. When the Uchiha clan was boiling over because of the choice of the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan, there were also violent fluctuations among the Senju clan. Father, we can't do this. Senju Kyuma tried hard to advise his father, who was the patriarch, not to accept the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan at this time. This would attract great hostility from the equally powerful Uchiha clan. However, his father Thousand Hands Buddha was unmoved, and he had long planned to accept these two races and let the Thousand Hands clan gain greater prestige and power. Between the pillars, I know what you're trying to say. You are nothing more than saying that they want to become our appendages only because they have lost the war, which will bring us war. But have you ever thought that after we defeated Hinata and defeated Kagaya, Uchiha, who has also been getting stronger, will not fight us in the end? No, that's just a matter of time. The eyes of the Thousand Hands Buddha seemed to have passed through countless blood and fire, and saw the scene of the Thousand Hands clan and one of the Uchiha fighting for benefits. In that case, then why don't we accept them, integrate all our forces first, and solve the strong enemies in front of us? After he questioned his father why he could so ruthlessly let his younger brother Wama and Itama go to battle as bait, his father Senju Buddha seemed to be more willing to say something to himself and was willing to communicate with himself. However, Senjuju found that no matter whether his father wanted to say these words to himself or not, his will, his decision, was still so tough, and there would be no change at all. Accept more families, let the world see the strength of my thousand hands, although, defeat all enemies step by step, our thousand hands will eventually stand at the peak of the ninja world. Thick ambition bloomed in the eyes of the Thousand Hands Buddha, and he looked at his eldest son Thousand Hands Pillar, who was a little confused in front of him, and a trace of dissatisfaction still flashed in his eyes. It would be great if the talent and strength of the eldest son could be combined with the wisdom of the second son's thousand hands. It's a pity that his eldest son obviously has great strength, but as a ninja, he is always a little too gentle. I see, father. The Thousand Hands Pillar left his father's face depressed, and the words of the Thousand Hands Buddha echoed in his mind. Do they still want to fight with the Uchiha clan after all? However, can't we sit together and have a good talk, instead of meeting each other to divide the victory and defeat, and fight to the end? Obviously, the movements of the Uchiha clan were so small before, and there were no particularly big wars, nor did they fight with many enemies. However, before he could be confused for long, a new order from his father Thousand Hands Buddha came to him. In order to further deepen the relationship between the Senju clan and the distant relatives of the Uzumaki clan, and to allow the Uzumaki clan to provide more support, so that more people of the Uzumaki clan and their sealing techniques can be used by the Senju clan, the Senju clan wants to formally propose a marriage to the Uzumaki clan, and the object of the marriage is the genius young patriarch of the Senju clan, Senjuzuma, and the whirlpool Mito of the Uzumaki clan. Uchiha couldn't help but sigh after learning in the family that the Senju clan had accepted Sarutobi and Shimura's surrender. The Senju clan will definitely be the most powerful and terrifying opponent that the Uchiha clan has encountered in the chaotic world. Don't see that they are now pulling with Kagaya and Hineda's alliance is very difficult, but that's because the white eyes of the Hyuga clan and the corpse bone vein of the Kagaya clan are two blood succession limits, and they are also extremely powerful blood succession limits in the ninja world. His father Uchiha Tajima began to let the family ninja quickly repel them, and even had to shrink a large number of interests in the sphere of influence, all of which were brought back to the family by force. Considering that if you want to occupy these places, you have to divide some clansmen to defend here, and it is easy to be defeated by others in the future and continue to encroach. In the end, his father Uchiha Tajima chose to let the clansmen take away all those places that could be taken away, and emptied and destroyed everything that could not be taken. In this way, even if Sarutobi and Shimura come back to retake these places, they will only be able to face a scorched earth, and they will need to spend a lot of effort to rebuild. During this time, Uchiha Tajima was not prepared to go directly to war against the Senju clan who had accepted their enemies. The clan needs to take a break in reward for their merits, compensate the dead and wounded clansmen and allies, and find more allies to deal with Senju together. These things are still in charge of Uchiha Tajima and the Great Elder, and Madara has also relieved him of his command after the battle, and has a peaceful life. Big brother, look at me, how about this self-created fire sword technique of mine? Then, Uchiha was entangled by many people. In the family training ground, Madara glanced at his younger brother who was constantly trying to infiltrate the fire chakra into the precious sword in his hand, and took a deep breath. Are you stupid? In this way, your sword has not been able to melt the opponent's sword, and your own sword body has been melted by you. Uchiha Madara could see at a glance what Izumi wanted to do. He wanted his sword, in battle, to directly cut off the opponent's weapon at an extremely high temperature. You might as well cover it with Thunder Chakra, or simply use the form change ability of Fire Chakra to turn into a sword to attack the enemy. Avoiding this hapless brother who wanted to develop something new by himself and was about to go crazy, Madara thought about it and simply went to the liquor store, wanting to relax a little. During this time, as the battle in the chaotic world became more and more intense, the blood on his hands became more and more, and the pressure of the battle also shrouded him more and more. Moreover, to start commanding more clansmen is equivalent to carrying the lives of these clansmen. Even if one clan member dies under his command, Madara will feel that his heart will become heavy because of this, and he will always feel a trace of guilt for the clan member in his family. However, Madara does not resist such feelings. He hopes that he can always have such a deep feeling, so that he can cherish life more and will not become numb and heartless soon. The little one took a sip of what he and Izumi had made, and it had already been sold in the family, and even began to sell high-grade spirits over there in the Daimifu castle. Uchiha just relaxed, and Uchiha Kotori also sat down next to him. Young clan elder, good, what a coincidence. Uchiha's face turned dark. What a coincidence, I just saw you in the training ground. Finally got rid of his younger brother Izuna, and you followed again? That, Madara-sama, I feel that my Sharingan seems to have changed a little lately. Can you please, Madara-sama? Are you trying to provoke me? After taking a sip, coupled with a lot of thoughts in his heart, Uchiha felt that his emotions seemed to be gushing, and he couldn't suppress the urge to say something. Tut. After all, you can't drink too much of this thing, otherwise, it's easy to make people gaff. Ahem, it should be that your pupil strength has increased a lot, and your ability to master the chakra eye is stronger, which is a good thing. Sending Uchiha Kotori again, Madara looked at the small wine jug in his hand and quietly slipped away. Just take a sip, definitely only the last sip. I swear, it's really only the last bite. Guys, come on. In the corner of the Uchiha family, although during this time, the Uchiha family seems to be a little busy because of the various disputes that have been constantly stirred, but Yushibo Genwai, from beginning to end, completely pounced on these children in front of him. For him, the Sharingan was not a fighting force at all, nor was it the blood succession limit that the clansman dreamed of, but a tool for research. And Madara-sama's dream of helping him open his chakra eyes and giving him a superior environment where he doesn't have to worry about eating and drinking is his dream. The clansmen of the Uchiha clan who can fight have been trained by the family since childhood, and they are trained as ninjas to fight on the battlefield. The rest of these clansmen, Uchiha Genwai wants to help Madara-sama as much as possible and select more geniuses from inside. You can't do such a simple question, are you stupid? Uchiha Yuen kept shuttling back and forth among the children, and he couldn't stand it anymore. So he knocked a fist on the top of a child's head, and he grinned in pain. A large water bottle can hold 10 liters of water, and the water leaks underneath. It can leak 3 liters per minute. You can add 5 liters of water to it in 1 minute, and it will take you a few minutes to be able to fill this pool. Why do you have to do something wrong with such a simple question? No, does it only take 2 minutes? The child who was knocked on the head by Uchiha Genwai covered his head and cast a shy gaze at Uchiha Genwai. It's still leaking, it's leaking. How could you possibly fill up with water in 2 minutes with a leak? Facing Uchiha Genjin's somewhat crazy look, the kid whispered, however, how can I fill it with water when there is a leak? Of course, I must first fill the loophole and then install it, otherwise, such a waste of water will be killed by my mother. Uchiha Genwai was speechless and choked, and when he raised his hand, he wanted to knock a fist on the child's head. Hiccup. Uchiha, who had already drunk and had a red face, suddenly came here and made a sound. Yuanwai, hiccup, don't be so rigid, this kid knows how to be flexible, very flexible, I am optimistic about you. Seeing that Madara came over to take a look, with a body of alcohol, comforted a few children, and hurried towards the direction of the toilet, Uchiha thought thoughtfully. Is Madara-sama personally encouraged to be flexible? That's right, after all, Madara-sama has enlightened so many of us and allowed us to see a new world leader. Then, during this time, the problem I have been thinking about, perhaps, in another way, can be better solved. Thinking of this, Uchiha Yuanwai wanted to get more affirmation from the elders of the young clan, so he secretly touched in the direction of the toilet. Inside the toilet, Uchiha just undressed, closed the door of the small hut, and squatted down. Then, keenly perceived, there was a sound of stumbling outside, tiptoeing closer. Madara-sama, are you free? Uchiha's squatting body trembled for a moment, and when he looked up, he saw the pair of eyes that were hanging on the side of the door, through the gap in the door, casting gaze inside. Outside the source of Uchiha, you guy, come here at this time, are you looking for death? However, in the face of Uchiha's gaze with a thick, murderous aura, Uchiha Genko asked there as if he hadn't seen it. Madara-sama, recently I have felt that our current power generation and transmission facilities have great limitations. I feel that if we want to scale up, maybe, we can use AC, what do you think? Get out. Huh? Uchiha Yuanwai looked confused, he didn't understand, obviously he was able to praise the children around him with a pleasant face, and the young patriarch who also said a few words with him would become so irritable? Obviously he didn't open the Sharingan, and Uchiha Genko also felt that the young patriarch's eyes turned red. Moreover, on his face, the green tendons burst, looking very terrible, abrupt, and his eyes seemed to be protruding. How did this young patriarch change so much? Uchiha Genwai, who couldn't figure it out, pinched his nose and left the toilet door with a look of loss. And Uchiha Ban, who finally confirmed that there was no one around, solved the 3 hurries and left here in a hurry. When he returned home, he felt that no one should finally disturb him now. Madara was much sober, felt that his alcohol had dissipated a lot, and just wanted to lie in bed and take a good rest. Bang! The door of the room was directly pushed open from the outside. A beaming Uchiha Tajima walked in, and after seeing Uchiha Madara, he took out a report with various harvests written on it and handed it to Madara in front of him. Madara, you deserve it. Uchiha sat up helplessly, looking at the wealth that had been counted and would be attributed to him, a little helpless. I just want to have a good rest, can I give me a chance? As a last resort, he got dressed, followed his father Uchiha Tajima out again, and met the eager gazes of countless clansmen, and Uchiha came to the front of the great elder. The benefits obtained by the Uchiha clan in this battle have all been calculated after removing the pensions given to the various clansmen who died in battle. Due to the merit of Uchiha's contribution to the shadow doppelganger technique, coupled with his record of contacting other ninja clans to jointly defeat the remnants of the Sarutobi and Shimura alliances, Uchiha Madara alone will almost account for nearly 1/3 of the entire war. The wealth that was divided into his hands, the war dividend, can only be said to be terrifying. However, all the clansmen, after watching Uchiha get what he deserved, not only did not have any objections, but took it for granted. Carrying the longing and envy of the clansmen, Uchiha solemnly shouldered this credit that condensed heavy responsibilities and obligations. However, looking at their feverishly curious, knowledge-seeking gazes, Uchiha swallowed his saliva. No, I can't stay like this in my family, otherwise my life will never be peaceful. Today, just Izuna, Kotori they consciously or unconsciously want to let themselves point out, so that they also have what new techniques they can develop, which makes Madara feel a little difficult to deal with. These clansmen, and even these beautiful young ladies in the family, the red eyes that want to communicate with themselves well, make Uchiha feel a little hairy in his heart. After making a casual speech, Madara fled and quietly slipped out of the family, without letting people find himself. The sun sets, and the gorgeous fiery red sunset slowly loses its brilliance. Uchiha came to a river not far from his family and watched the water flowing in front of him. After clearing some spots, leaning against the edge of the tree, I finally breathed a sigh of relief, closed my eyes, and felt the tranquility under the night breeze. The clansmen were so fanatical, judging from the many ninjutsu that he invented that changed the life of the Uchiha clan, as well as the situation of the war. These clans also began to think and began to want to contribute more new powers, so that the family became stronger and at the same time, they could also get more. As for Madara, they even began to have some ideas that no matter what kind of enemy and what kind of difficulties, the elders of the young clan were able to come up with ways to deal with it. This is how after Madara repeatedly brought victories to the clan people developed great confidence in him. It's just that this confidence is an affirmation of Madara, and it is also a lash to him. There was no unexpected encounter, no stone suddenly flying over. Madara had been quietly staying there, listening to the silent night and listening to the voice of his heart. Hey, do you still have to fight with the Uchiha clan after all? Although Thousand Hand Pillar listened to his father's words, in his heart, he did not fully agree with what he said. Father Senju Buddha felt that the Uchiha clan would eventually go to war with the Senju clan, but Senju Juma did not think so. He thinks that the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan only took the initiative to provoke Uchiha, and finally were counterattacked by Uchiha and beaten like this. If their Senju does not accept the absorption of Sarutobi and Shimura, then between their Senju clan and the Uchiha clan, they may not have to fight, and they don't have to be enemies with the Uchiha clan. After all, those special charms that flowed out of the hands of the Uchiha clan saved his brother's life. This makes Senju Kyuma, who has a certain affection for the Uchiha clan, not want to fight with Uchiha. But now his own people are soft-spoken. Although they are geniuses in the family, they must also obey their father's orders and go to the Uzumaki clan to complete the marriage with the girl Uzumaki Mito who has never met. I really don't want to marry someone I don't know at all. The Thousand Hand Pillar couldn't help but complain a little in his heart to live like this for a lifetime with a girl who is completely strange and doesn't know what the other party looks like. A teenager like him is still very melancholy. Some of them, who felt uncomfortable for the future of their families and for their marriage, lay down in their rooms and fell asleep in confusion. However, after sleeping for a while, I quickly woke up again. I don't know why, he felt that after he had just fallen asleep, one seemed to be looking at him all the time. However, after sobering up, he looked left and right, but found that no one was watching him. Father Senju Buddha is still busy with family affairs, and he is still busy integrating the power he wants to borrow from the Uzumaki clan and the support he received from the Sarutobi Shimura clan, wanting to defeat the current enemies, Hinata and Kagaya, in one fell swoop. And the younger brother Chien Shao is busy practicing swordsmanship. It seems that some time ago, the guy who was still not famous, but holding a machete and impersonating him, stimulated him. He wanted to practice a superb sword technique that others could easily imitate. The younger brothers, after a tiring day of training, had collapsed in their rooms and slept. Glancing at the bright moonlight outside the window, Senjuju felt that he couldn't sleep anyway, so it was better to go out and relax. After the Thousand Hand Pillar quietly slipped out of the family, a blurry black shadow came out from under the ground behind him. The black shadow was so deep that this moonlight could not tear apart the layer of black fog that shrouded it and reveal its appearance. It's hooked. A low and hoarse voice came from the side of the black shadow, which stared straight at the direction that the Thousand Hand Pillar left, and soon, it disappeared completely, as if it did not exist in this world at all. Soon, Senjujima came to the river where he often came during this time. When his father Senju Buddha disagreed with him, when he was worried that his younger brother would rush to the battlefield and die in front of him, he would always come to this place to vent his depressed mood. Today he couldn't sleep a little, so he simply came to this place that neither his father nor his younger brother knew about it, and lifted a small stone in his hand. Whew, did you oversleep a little? By the river, Madara stood up, came out of the dappled shadows of the trees under the moonlight, and stood by the river. Then, his eyes froze, and he looked at the figure standing on the other side of the river. What people? Madara's voice sounded, so frightened that the guy on the other side, who was also aware of the existence of the awake Madara, a stirring spirit, threw the thing in his hand directly towards Madara. Enemy. Madara was a little puzzled, and grabbed the stone that was thrown towards him. Strange, the other party's figure looked like a teenager, but there was no killing intent. Who is a bare child, who does not sleep in the middle of the night, runs to the river to play? Similarly, he also felt that Uchiha did not have any killing intent, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Sorry, you suddenly spoke up, I was too nervous, hahaha, didn't hurt you, right? Uchiha couldn't really see the other party's face under the shadow of the forest. However, hearing the other party say this, he couldn't help but snort coldly. A small stone can't hurt me. With a shake of his wrist, Uchiha sent the stone directly back. The stones that directly crossed the river were firmly caught in their hands by the 1,000 hand pillars, and then, this guy's eyes burst into essence. You have strong wrist and arm strength. Do you want us to play in the competition? Taking 2 steps forward, a watermelon head jerked out of the shadows of the woods, and then, opening its mouth, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, reflected moonlight, almost blinding Uchiha's eyes. Uchiha was shocked by this guy in an instant. Between the 1,000 hand pillars, why is the 1,000 hand pillars here? Damn, Uchiha, never leave the family casually during the day, let alone approach a certain river alone, just to prevent such a strange thing from happening, and establish a bond with a certain guy like this. But tonight, I just want to leave the family, avoid being disturbed by too many people, and take advantage of the night to calm down outside. As a result, the big night, how come you still run into 1,000 hand pillars? You guy, why don't you stay at home in the middle of the night? Why do you have to run to the river? Does water rafting attract you so much? Uchiha Madara stood on the other side of the river with a headache, looking at the Senju pillar in front of him. Why did this guy appear in this place? There was not so much doubt between the 1,000 hand pillars, and he felt that tonight's meeting was a meeting of fate, a coincidence, and a chance encounter. Since fate has allowed him to meet this unknown guy in front here, let's make a friend. So, without even waiting for Uchiha to answer, the 1,000 hand pillar actually threw the small pebble directly in the direction of Madara in the form of a splash. Boring. Uchiha dodged the stone on the side, watched it pass by his feet, and finally rolled on the ground before stopping. Hey, the 1,000 hand pillar was a little frustrated, and the other party seemed to look down on such entertainment at all, which was really unfortunate. Then, Uchiha turned around and left, seemingly not wanting to stay here much at all. Senjuju was a little frustrated. In the past, he used to make friends with others, even strangers. He was able to get acquainted quickly. But today, that guy is too unkind. Not only was there a daze between the 1,000 hand pillars, but even the shadows hiding in the shadows were a little strange. Impossible. Is something wrong? The black shadow saw the meeting of the two people from the beginning to the end, although it said that the 1,000 hand pillar came to the bank of the river, and it deliberately did some tricks. However, it is clear that they have already met. Why have the reincarnations of Ajura Chakra and Indra Chakra not been able to entangle together? Just when the black shadow didn't know what the problem was, another figure that sneaked up quietly emerged from the forest, but it made the frustrated pillar and the black shadow who had been hiding in the darkness all stop. That guy. The black shadow looked at Uchiha Senna, who appeared on his head, and couldn't help but have a strange feeling. Big brother has been resting all day today, and has not done any cultivation. Taking out a small book, Uchiha Senna, who was determined to learn from his longing big brother, recorded Uchiha Madara today's life and routine. I also quietly sneaked out of the family at night and slept lazily by the river. After recording what his eldest brother Madara did, Izumi couldn't help but have some doubts. He flipped over and looked at Uchiha's daily life several times that had been recorded before. Except for the special battle period, the eldest brother seems to be busy, and the rest of the time, the eldest brother's life and practice can only be described in enviable words. When he was picked up from bed by his father Uchiha Tajima before dawn and thrown in front of the family ninja for guidance, his eldest brother was still sleeping soundly. If the eldest brother's life is 9 to 5, then his life of Uchiha Senna is 5 to 9. Even when the eldest brother is too hot in summer, he has to find a cool place at noon and take a nap. Such a big brother can actually develop so many techniques, and can have such strong strength. Is this the talent of the big brother far beyond his own? Hey, what are you? What does it have to do with my eldest brother? After recording the words and deeds of the eldest brother, carefully recording the life of the eldest brother Uchiha and storing it closely, Uchiha Senna looked at the Senju pillar, and a trace of hostility flashed in his eyes. Really, at night, there are still people who will be bored enough to come to the small river to play throwing stones and playing in the water? Isn't it some enemy, with some ulterior motive, deliberately approaching the eldest brother's side? Right, I'm not anyone, I just can't sleep at night and come out to relax. Being looked at by Izumi with a slightly hostile look, the pillars were a little embarrassed, but they were not annoying. The teenager in front of him has something to do with the guy who just turned around and left directly, and did not give up. He was concerned about his relatives, such people, and Zuma liked it. By the way, will you be in the water? Do you want to come and try it with me? Boring. Uchiha Senna glanced at the pillar with cold eyes, and his voice was so concise in reply. However, I wanted to test this guy again to see if he had evil intentions. He still stood there and didn't walk away directly like his eldest brother. After all, the guy on the other side of the river had a strange feeling that it was difficult to make people directly rise hostility at this time. Perhaps, he is really not an enemy, but just an ordinary person who can't sleep in the middle of the night, gets up and comes to the river to float? Hey! Seeing that Izumi didn't walk away directly at the first time, Pillar laughed, and the smile on his face became pleasant. Pick it up. A stone kept floating on the surface of the water, and finally came to Uchiha Senna. Uchiha Sena didn't even look at it, relying only on his hearing. He frowned and took it with one hand steadily. Good, awesome. Hearing Senju holding his cheeks in his hands there and cheering loudly, Uchiha Sena's brows furrowed. He squeezed the stone in his palm and felt that he had been greatly insulted. He was even worried that such a guy was a spy, an undercover agent, and a guy who wanted to deliberately approach his eldest brother Uchiha. It's impossible for him to be stupid, right? Boring. Repeating the words again coldly and briefly, Uchiha Sena turned to leave. Suddenly, a sound from the other side of the river made him stop again. It's a game, isn't it? Are you scared? The Senju pillar, which instantly became blackened, made the anger in Uchiha Sena's heart flutter upward. How does this person suddenly feel a little cheap? Uchiha Sena, who did not answer, stepped down a little, and a small stone was ejected by the squeeze, and he held it in his hand. Then, he threw it sharply at the surface of the water. Poof! At a very fast speed, the stone plunged headlong into the water, splashing a large splash. Gee, water drift, it's not like this. The mean sense of superiority that appeared on Senjuju's face made Uchiha Sena even more headache. He has been training since he was a child how to be a good ninja and kill enemies, and he has never played anything so-called to play a water drift. You see, you have to do this, like this, with such force, you can make the stone float far. Senju demonstrated once again in front of Uchiha Sena. Under the cold moonlight, by the river, a teenager was smiling like the sun, exuding warmth. The other boy looked cold like this cold moonlight. It's just that this coldness seems to be slowly melting under that warmth. On the clear river, soon, the sound of stone after stone constantly floating by sounded. Unconsciously, the two were already standing on the same side of the river, not far apart. What a pleasant night. The thousand-hand pillar stretched out, raised his head, and saw the huge round bright moon hanging in the boundless sky. How beautiful, these stars. Uchiha Sena was really speechless. He felt like he couldn't look directly at this guy at all. Obviously, your eyes reflect the light of that huge bright moon, but you say that the stars are so beautiful? Is there a problem with my ears, or is there a problem with your head? I heard that when people die, they will turn into stars, hang in the sky, and continue to be there, watching their loved ones. The expression between the pillars began to become sad, and Uchiha Sena took a deep breath and spat out a cold sentence again. Boring. But this time, he didn't mean to leave here directly, but instead looked at the sky and the stars. If what this guy said was true, then Lord Mother was also watching him from the sky. I have many younger brothers, and I hope that in these chaotic times, I will be the first to become a star, hang in the sky, and watch them. A thousand-hand pillars showed a trace of sadness, worried that in the next big battle, the younger brothers who lacked strength would die one step ahead of themselves. Hearing his somewhat worried words, Uchiha Sena just thought that Senju might be afraid of his family and die like this in this chaotic world. Maybe he's a ninja, maybe he's just a normal person. But at this moment, Izumi didn't want to delve into what was behind him, because he also wants to be able to protect his eldest brother, protect his younger brothers, and even protect his clansmen, so that they cannot be in front of him, and become stars and hang in the sky. You guy, not bad. In the end, Uchiha Sena dropped such a sentence, and left with that cold face under the light of the moonlight. Thousand-hand pillar looked at his back that was about to go away, and couldn't help but call out. Hey, your name, what about your name? I am between the pillars, my friend, Sena. Uchiha Sena did not say his last name, nor did Senju say his last name, and the two just exchanged names with each other. However, Senju couldn't help but laugh happily after Uchiha Sena left, because Izumi didn't refuse him to call him a friend. The next day, Uchiha began to feel a little weird. It's so strange, on weekdays, his younger brother Izuna, who always follows behind him, makes his somewhat uncomfortable eyes full of longing. Today it seems that he is not sticking to himself like before. What's going on? Uchiha, who felt uncomfortable all over his body, spent the day awkwardly, then left work on time, stopped practicing, researching, and prepared to return home to cook. However, what made him even more strange was that Izuna, who had always taken time to run back in the afternoon, eat and continue to train for a while, until night fell, and Sena, who did not come back until the moon, was actually not there for dinner today. This abnormality made Uchiha, who is the eldest brother, can't help but lose his eyes when he sprinkles message, and sprinkles a handful of salt on it. Uchiha Tajima, the old father who was about to suffocate by the salty one, and the other two stupid Adaudu glanced at the somewhat absent-minded Uchiha Madara. They wanted to say something, but suddenly, from Madara's body, they seemed to feel a terrifying, suffocating sense of oppression. Shhhhhh just after Uchiha ate the peppercorns without changing his face under the stunned gazes of Uchiha Tajima and his younger brothers, he stood up at once, excited. I know what Izumi is doing. That kid should have just opened his emotions. Uchiha excitedly carried his hands on his back and kept walking around in front of his father and younger brothers. I'll just say that I was absent-minded all day today, and it was not serious at all. The younger brothers are speechless. Big brother, if you don't follow behind your ass, it's called improper, and you have to be absent-minded? However, now the eldest brother is excited, they dare not touch the mold of the eldest brother. After all, at this time, even the old father Uchiha Tajima was quietly pouring that big pot of boiling water into his mouth. Haha, this stinky boy, I don't know which girl you like. Uchiha touched his chin, feeling that as an eldest brother, he needed to help his younger brother Izumi smoothly face the ignorant emotions that naturally fluffed in adolescence. Well, you can keep some flowers at home. Well, maybe I can try to cook some more dishes so that I can entertain people. Izuna, you're here, do you want to fight me today? Under the moonlight, Uchiha Senna saw that familiar face and appeared in front of him. Although the other party chattered and talked a lot to himself last night, Izumi did not think that their friendship could last. I'm a ninja, and so is the other party. Even now, because you don't know the surnames of both sides and don't know each other's families, you don't have to worry about being enemies of each other. But maybe one day, we'll actually get to that point. Therefore, Izumi decided that after defeating this guy today, he would not interact with him anymore. But we're not going to play this today, how about we go hiking? Boring. Uchiha Senna darkened his face and turned to leave. You fellow, I'm going to come to break off relations with you, we'll go one side of the road, what a mountain to climb. However, half an hour later, Uchiha Senna sat on the top of the mountain, his face darkened. Why did I climb the mountain with him again? Izuna, how are you looking here? Okay. While reflecting on how he couldn't resist this guy's pull, Uchiha Senna answered concisely as always. Looking down from the top of the mountain, a wide forest rises lush and green in front of you. Yes, do you think it's great too? Uchiha Senna gasped, damn it, can you understand what I mean? I'm talking about okay, not good. I have a dream. I hope that in the future I will be able to build a village here, a village surrounded by mountains and rivers, surrounded by forests and beautiful environment. The 1,000-hand pillar stood up and looked at the vast forest in front of him, as if he wanted to use his own hands to encircle them in his hands. In this village, I hope that my younger brothers will not have to go to war again. I hope that all children can spend their childhood safely and happily. I hope. I have a dream in the face of the ninja version of the Senju pillar, and Uchiha Senna can't help but be touched. Only, is this really that easy to achieve? Ninjas no longer fight each other, is that possible? If nothing else, not long after their Uchiha clan moved from the land of thunder to the land of fire, they already had disputes and hatred with many families. If the Uchiha clan wants to survive and live better, it will inevitably encroach on the interests of other Fire Nation races. Even if the Uchiha family uses electricity generation, sells special charms, and uses the proceeds of the mine, so that the family does not have to rely too much on the commissions of those daimyo, nobles, and rich merchants to earn funds and maintain the needs of the family. But they still inevitably come into conflict with many people. Moreover, these can continue to produce huge wealth without sacrificing bloodshed, and the Uchiha family is also subjected to the prying eyes of other families. It can be said that between various families, going back a long time, there may be a deep blood feud that cannot be separated. Such a heavy hatred accumulates above the ninja world. How can you guy between the pillars be able to let the ninjas all live in a village, and let their children no longer have to face each other with swords? However, the thoughts between the 1,000-hand pillars, his words, still contained a huge power. In the middle of the night, Uchiha Senna sneaked back to the door, looking at the familiar home in front of him, and couldn't help but be a little stunned. I have obviously made up my mind to completely cut off with the other party, and I cut it off. Why did I talk about it now? Although most of it is he who is speaking, he is listening. Damn, next time I have to draw a line with him. Uchiha Senna made up his mind and quietly pushed open the door of the house. Hey, strange, when did the eldest brother raise flowers? This lily is quite beautiful. Father Uchiha Tajima can't raise flowers, and the two little brothers can't raise flowers if they are tired to death a day. Then only the big brother who has leisure and likes to live a regular life every day will raise flowers. Although Uchiha is much more leisurely than his family, he does not raise flowers. It was a masterpiece that he had plucked directly from elsewhere and crudely transplanted onto the land on his doorstep. However, this doesn't matter. More importantly, it should be Izuna's sweetheart who secretly went on a date with his big brother behind his back, his family behind his back. Izumi NA, what kind of guy fascinates you like this? As a big brother, I really want to see it. Father Uchiha Tajima is too busy, so let him, the eldest brother, take care of it for you. Uchiha Senna began to feel that something was wrong, and recently, the eldest brother, the younger brother, and the father, they all began to look a little strange when they looked at themselves. The smile that always bloomed at him made Izumi feel a little weird. Come, Izuna, eat more leeks, this is my father as a comer. Ahem, advice on your nutrition. It was still morning, but Uchiha Senna saw that his rice bowl had an extra serving that would occasionally appear at the dinner table at night. But my father never gave it to himself, nor did he sandwich himself with green dishes. Izuna, it's time for you to grow your body now, and you still need a glass of hot milk in the morning. The eldest brother Uchiha also recommended his unique secret of long body to himself. Nai-chan, eat more abalone, it will be useful to you in the future. The two younger brothers even fawned and sent something fishy to Uchiha Senna's bowl, causing both the eldest brother and his father to look at them angrily. You two little rabbit cubs, you are not old, you know a lot. Strange, really strange. After eating a breakfast that made him feel particularly strange and awkward, Izumi rinsed her mouth before going out, allowing the smell of milk mixed with leeks and abalone to dissipate a lot. After the day's training and dinner, Izumi thought about it, but walked out of the house as usual, continuing to train under the light that had been lit up in the family. It's just that he seems to be a little out of state today, and he always thinks of that guy in his mind, standing on the top of the mountain, telling him seriously that he wants to build a peaceful village. Can the inter column do this? Feeling that something didn't seem quite right in her mood, Izumi hesitated for a moment, but still slipped out towards the outside of the family. And just behind him, he had been aware of Izuna's abnormal spot in the past 2 days, and quietly appeared, followed Izuna's ass, and also sneaked out of the family. Seeing where Izumi was slipping towards, Uchiha, who at first wanted to see someone Izuna, but felt very curious, began to look more and more wrong. It turned out to be him. Uchiha Madara walked away directly, and did not give you a chance to talk to me between Senjuju, but you talked and laughed with my brother Izuna? Izumi seemed quite decisive today, feeling that he had become a little indecisive lately. This is not a good thing for a ninja. He decided to cut off the bond between the two with a knife, and he definitely could no longer let such weak emotions control his reason. Izuna, you listen to me first, I will leave tomorrow. However, as Uchiha Senna expected, the Senjuju pillar interrupted him once again, and moreover, aroused his curiosity. In order to protect my brothers, tomorrow, I will go to a strange place and make out to a strange girl. Izuna, maybe after this, I don't even have the time, I don't have any chance, to be able to come out again and meet you. Listening to Senjukuma's words, Uchiha Senna looked strange. Strange, obviously he was going to cut off the bond established between the two people. But why do I feel a little unhappy after you guys said it? Isn't that more appropriate for me? Sorry, Senna, after this, we will have much less chance to meet, but, I believe, we will always be friends with common ideals. Izumi darkened his face and left without saying a word. Senjukuma you guy, Uchiha Seneko, have never admitted that you are my best friend. And, Mary, Uchiha Senna, have seen many adults in the family, after getting married, whether it is the speed of swinging the sword or the sharpness of the battle, it has dropped a lot. You guy, how can you have a connection with Izuna? After Senna left, Senjukuma sighed, but heard Madara coming out of the shadows again. Hey, you're Senna's brother. Senjuzuma originally saw Izumi go straight away without saying a word, and even the last splash interaction did not come with him, and he was a little uncomfortable. But after seeing the spot appear, the whole person suddenly became energetic again, like a fool. It's so good, and your relationship is so good. Izumi also wants to protect you. Uchiha's heart warmed, but there was not much expression change on his face. Looking at the 1,000 hand pillars in front of him, his eyes flashed. No matter what happened to the 1,000 hands pillar, but in the chaotic world, as a brother, he was definitely qualified. For the sake of his younger brother Wama and Itama, he talked back with his father Senju Buddha, and was slapped fiercely by Senju Buddha. However, he did not change his mind, he just wanted to make himself stronger, so strong that all adults must listen to him, so that he could let his younger brother and young clansmen not have to go to battle. Uchiha was thinking about something related to the Senju pillar, and a strange brilliance flashed in his eyes. And the 1,000 hand pillar saw that the Uchiha in front of him had been watching him, so he also stared at the 1,000 hand pillar with his big eyes. Such a strange atmosphere, under the affectionate eyes of the two, constantly rose. Facing Uchiha, there is always a strange feeling between the 1,000 hand pillars. It was clear that Izumi Nai and his friendship for so many days made him feel that the two of them were like-minded. They both love peace, they both want to protect their loved ones, and Izumi completely agrees with her idea of building a village, protecting her family, and protecting her children. But obviously he and Izumi have such similar interests. However, they are still not as touching to him as the guy in front of him who directly rejected him and walked away. Even now, the other party is just looking at him all the time. The 1,000 hand pillar also felt very strange, and there seemed to be something particularly attractive to him in the other party. Actually, you're a ninja, right? Then, don't continue to have contact with Izumi in the future. Senju and Uchiha haven't fought yet, but they will definitely fight in the future. The friendship between the two of you might as well be cut off now. A hint of bitterness appeared on Senjukuma's face, and he could also see that Izumi was a ninja, and Izumi must have seen that he was also a ninja. It's just that obviously the two people maintained such a tacit understanding, and they didn't think about breaking each other's identities. But now, do you want to completely cut off their fetters just like that? This is to protect you, but also to protect Izuna. In the end, Uchiha didn't say anything more, didn't talk to Senjukuma again, and quickly disappeared from in front of Senjukuma. Seeing Madara departing back, there was some unwillingness in his eyes. I must become stronger and stronger. I'm going to be so strong that the adults, other ninjas, even enemies, have to listen to me. I must create a peaceful ninja world, and create a peaceful village where everyone can live happily. At that time, I will let the village also have the existence of Izuna, as well as his eldest brother. Early the next morning, Izumi woke up, washed up, cleaned up, and rushed in the direction of the training ground. However, when he went out, he involuntarily glanced at the flowers at the door. Strange, when I came back last night, they were still pure lilies. Why did you get up this morning and look at it? How did it become such an ugly chrysanthemum? Big brother, this is not sleeping in the middle of the night, and pinched some chrysanthemums and transplanted them on these potted plants? Uchiha Senna, who didn't think much about it, hurriedly left, and behind, the two younger brothers got up and were gobbling up the breakfast in front of them. Their gaze was quickly looked at by the strange chrysanthemum planted at the door. Big brother, why did you change flowers again? The curious little brother couldn't help but eat breakfast slowly, revealing an elegant momentum that everything was under control. If there was something that you look at every day, over time, what would you think? I'll find it ordinary, even a little boring, right? The younger brother's answer made a smile appear on Uchiha's face. Yes, that's it, just to make Izumi bored with this thing after watching it for a long time. Madara never imagined that after he left directly in front of the pillars, he would actually hook up with his younger brother Izuna. This is really impermanent. Sure enough, the thousand-hand pillar did not appear by the river again, and he went to the Uzumaki clan to complete the marriage with the Uzumaki clan according to the meaning of his father Thousand Hands Buddha. After the Senju clan had the power of the Uzumaki clan and their own ninjas, as a basic plate, plus the power of various clans such as the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan who had defected to the past, there is no doubt that the Thousand Hands will become the most terrifying behemoth in the Fire Nation. In the face of such a behemoth, the other ninja clans will tremble under the prestige of the Thousand Hands clan. Even the Uchiha clan would only feel an infinitely huge pressure in the face of the alliance led by the Senju clan. At the high-level meeting of the Uchiha clan, the faces of the elders were full of solemn expressions. The Senju clan is now so powerful, and their Uchiha clan has already accepted the surrender of Sarutobi and Shimura because of Senjudo, and naturally stands on the opposite side of them. So, are we going to form an alliance with the Hyuga clan and the Kagaya clan? What kind of joke? The Kagaya clan are all crazy people. If you ally with them, I don't know what will happen in the future. When the Kagaya clan suppressed Senju before following Hinata, it was also merciless, irrationally attacking other families, offending many ninjas of the Fire Country. And yet they still go their own way. Being involved with them is not necessarily a good thing for the Uchiha family. However, if they don't ally with Hinata and Kagaya now, can the Uchiha and the Uchiha clan resist the oppression of the Senju clan? Ask the young patriarch what to do. An abrupt voice sounded, which made Uchiha Madara, who had been sitting in the corner a little helpless, facing the many gazes thrown towards him. Uchiha Madara had a cold face. Allied with the Kagaya clan. Is the young patriarch also in favor of an alliance? A loss visible to the naked eye appeared on the faces of the elders. Unexpectedly, the young patriarch of Tianzheng could only put forward such a mediocre opinion in the face of such a situation. Hey, is it really difficult for the Uchiha clan this time, and really can only be in cahoots with these guys from the Kagaya clan? You don't have to. Madara glanced at some of these elders with strange faces. I haven't finished speaking. How do I feel that you all come out one by one as if your brain has made up countless things? Although the Kagaya clan is impulsive and belligerent, the Hinata clan is not fools. They know that if we sit back and watch the Thousand Hands defeat us, or if we watch the Thousand Hands defeat them, then the entire Fire Country ninja realm will be surnamed Thousand Hands. A faint smile appeared on Uchiha Tajima's face. Not bad, Madara is not bad at all. Since both sides know the weight, forming an alliance is actually a cut scene. Therefore, even if there is no alliance, both sides will have a tacit understanding to fight against Senju together, and they will not suffer a drag on their reputation because of the Kagaya clan. Concern is chaotic, and things that are easy to think of are ignored by the elders because of their worries. Madara is really right. I actually didn't think of this when I was in a hurry. However, I think we Uchiha clan still need to be careful. We should send more ninjas to probe the movements of the Senju clan and determine if they want to attack us first or attack Hinata. Yes, in this way, we can also be prepared, and we can also be prepared to deal with the Senju clan when they attack Hinata. The elders talked about it a lot, and they all offered their words and suggestions, wanting to do more for the family. At this moment, Uchiha shook his head slightly and raised a different opinion. Why wait for the Thousand Hands clan to call? Why can't we take the initiative? Since we are destined to fight, then it is in our interests to hit hard, beat our enemies painfully, and completely destroy our enemies. There is a shocking fierceness in Uchiha's voice. The Thousand Hands clan is now dominated by the Thousand Hands Buddha, after having such a huge strength and having such a large number of followers. Under the leadership of the Thousand Hands Buddha, the ambition of the Thousand Hands clan is inevitably expanding. If they don't take the initiative now and let the Senju clan take the initiative in their hands, then they will have to fall into a passive situation. Sorry, between the columns. You have your dreams, your consciousness, and you want to protect my family. I also have my brother, my friends, my people. If your father fights with the Thousand Hands Buddha, my two younger brothers, who follow me and believe that many of my clansmen will inevitably die on the battlefield. Moreover, now that the Senju clan is powerful, there are many ninjas who want to deal with them. We can do this, like this. How despicable. I like it. It's worthy of being a young patriarch. It's really not something I can compare. One by one, the elders spoke up, so praising that Uchiha's face couldn't help but turn red. I'm not as despicable as you say, okay? It's just a normal strategy. 2 days later, when Senju was still on his way to the country of Uzumaki and was about to marry Uzumaki Mito, Uchiha had already taken his own brother Uchiha Senna, as well as Uchiha Kodori, Uchiha Hoon and others, and touched the vicinity of the alliance of the Hyuga clan and the Kagaya clan. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha stood in front of everyone, his gaze seeming to penetrate the lush forest and see a small town not far ahead. The Hyuga clan can maintain the inheritance of ninja giants in the ninja world for so many years. Naturally, in addition to making good friends with the Kagaya clan, they also have close contact with some nobles. These nobles, rich merchants, were the main hires of their Hyuga clan, and they were also the pillars that brought huge economic and profit support to the Hyuga clan. The Uchiha clan wanted to take the initiative, of course, to provoke a big battle between Hinata and Kagaya. Then, after this, whether to support the Hyuga clan from the side, or to sneak up on the Senju clan from behind, this initiative is in the hands of the Uchiha clan themselves. Attention, everyone, we must not expose the identity of our Uchiha clan, and we must make Hinata and Kagaya, as well as these nobles and rich merchants, think that it is a good thing done by Senju. Don't worry, big brother. Young clan elder, please rest assured. I have no problem. Izuna, Kodori, and Hoon expressed their positions one after another. After nodding, Madara immediately began to disguise himself. Due to the height problem, now Uchiha has no way to pretend to be the appearance of the Thousand Hands Buddha, and he will not be the wooden dun between the Thousand Hands pillar. Therefore, he only needs to put on a layer of fiery red armor, and then, after that, in the middle of the battle, he will inadvertently expose the family emblem of the Thousand Hands clan from the armor. And Izumi began to use hair dye in distress to dye his head silver, but compared to the last time he thought about it when he pretended to be Senju, he felt that he was much lighter this time. Because after Senju was pitted by him last time, he went back to practice swordsmanship hard. It just so happens that he doesn't need a machete he doesn't like behind his back. After Uchiha Kodori dyed his hair red, he looked at Uchiha Hoon. She wants to continue to pretend to be the ninja of the Uzumaki clan, and the ninja of the Uzumaki clan are generally more hot-tempered. And for the young clan elders, she can't be angry. But for Uchiha Hoon, the guy who once touched the deepest pain in her heart, wanting to get angry, it was very simple. Uchiha Hoon swallowed his saliva, not understanding why Uchiha Kodori looked at him. His eyes turned red, as if he was very angry. Like the rest of the clansmen, after a little disguise, he quietly followed Uchiha and waited in the woods. The nobles and wealthy merchants in this small town are constantly helping the Hyuga clan run the supplies, weapons, herbs, and other resources they need to fight. Of course, the nobles who were desperate for their lives had already entrusted these things to the subordinates of their own palace to do, and they ran to the city of the daimyo to escape. Only by waiting for the battle of the Hyuga clan to end and ensure safety and security will these noble rich merchants themselves return. Let's go! It was already dark, and in the distant town, a faint light had risen. After such a long period of promotion, the power generation system that Uchiha has been constantly repairing and improving has begun to spread throughout the fire country. The existence of electricity has allowed ordinary people and wealthy merchants in the ninja world to have several hours more active time at night, which greatly increases the popularity and liveliness of the fire country. After Uchiha gave the order, Uchiha immediately led people towards the river next to the town, wanting to cut off the power system and plunge the entire town into darkness. And Uchiha directly led people and killed in the direction of the town. In order to avoid accidents, Kodori, after you take people around, no Hyuga clan can let go. At this moment, there are not many Hyuga ninjas who are preparing to hand over supplies here, and the large army has just transported a large number of things away, and there are not many things left in the town. However, in order to be afraid that any of the Hyuga clansmen would see their identity just in case, Uchiha decided to kill all the Hyuga ninjas who remained here. And these nobles, wandering ninjas hired by the rich merchants themselves, it doesn't matter how many live and how many die. It can even be used as a microphone to convey the news of the attack of the Thousand Hands clan here. I have to say that the white eyes of the Hyuga clan are really impeccable in terms of detection. When Uchiha was still hundreds of meters away from the town, they had already been discovered by the other party. Although this is only a snap of the fingers for the ninja, it is enough to send a signal in the opposite direction of the town and start to prepare. Cracking sound. At this time, the light in the town disappeared in an instant, and a large area of darkness shrouded in this town that had been accustomed to electric lighting, so that everyone's eyes were dark and fingers could not be seen. Damn it! These rich merchants, wandering ninjas hired by the nobility, rubbed their eyes vigorously. They want to be able to see clearly again in the dark as soon as possible. However, before they had time to adjust their vision, they felt a killing intent from Wang outside the town, coming towards them. Uchiha, who took the lead, after entering the battle state, his eyes were cold and trembling. That guy. So fast. After the light provided by electricity has receded, the moonlight has become the source of domination of the earth and the night. The moonlight like flowing water poured down from the sky, allowing these wandering ninjas to see clearly the man who was running in the front, with terrifying killing intent in his eyes, frantically rushing towards him. Abominable. They had just grasped the kunao in their hands, but suddenly saw that the man, in the moonlight, raised his head and looked at them with those cold eyes. This glance, through the moonlight, the endless terrifying killing intent seemed to be all fiercely pressed on their shoulders, making their bodies suddenly stunned. And it was this pause in the blink of an eye, and Uchiha rushed to the front of them, and between the swings of the weapon in his hand, the blood-colored lines burst out from the bodies of these ninjas in front of them, splashing to the ground. What? Endless darkness struck, shrouding these ninjas, and in the blink of an eye, Uchiha Madara, who had solved several enemies and took the lead in rushing into the town. Seeing that the other party had such an amazing killing efficiency, the few Hyuga ninjas who remained behind never thought that at this time, someone would attack them. It shouldn't be. Really valuable large-scale weapons, food, resources, have already been sent away by large forces. Even if you kill this place, it will actually not affect the Hyuga family. Next time, their large army can easily rebuild here again, and continue to carry a large number of supplies away. What are these guys coming for? However, they already have no time to think about these brothers. Among the few clansmen left in this place, 2 people were separated and evacuated to the rear, to report the information here back to the family. The rest of the clansmen rushed towards Uchiha and the people behind him. When the Hyuga ninja saw Izuna, who had silver and white hair, who was superb in swordsmanship, and many clansmen who were dressed up in disguise, these guys had angry expressions on their faces. Who the hell are you and why are you pretending to be 1,000 hands? The Hyuga clan and the Senju clan have fought several times, not to mention that they are completely familiar with the Senju clan, but that is also an impression of many ninjas of the Senju clan. This white-haired guy with superb swordsmanship is not 1,000 hands at all. However, their questions have no longer been answered. Under Uchiha's intentional drive, the hired bounty ninja and wandering ninja, who were frightened by him, were already far away from this side, and they couldn't hear the Hyuga clan's questioning at all. After driving away these wandering ninjas and bounty ninjas, Uchiha watched Izumi finally take down the Hyuga ninjas one by one, put down his heart, and began to let Izumi go and join Kotori and take down the 2 Hyuga clansmen who left. He, on the other hand, commanded the clansmen and began to loot the homes of the nobles and wealthy merchants who cooperated with the Hyuga clan in this town. Standing on the street, Uchiha could feel the look of fear coming from the houses on both sides of the town street. They didn't understand how they suddenly started fighting, but they were naturally afraid of ninjas who were high and not at all the same class as them. They understand that these murderous ninjas with sharp blades only need to throw a shuriken to end their humble lives. As long as these people are willing, the wealth they have accumulated for most of their lives will be easily plundered by these guys. Are you hating me? In this chaotic world, either kill or be killed. In order to protect his family, Uchiha chose such a path. However, when he felt the eyes that were carefully projected on him from behind the closed doors and windows, his heart could not stop being heavy. Boom! In the aftermath of the ninja fight, the detonation charm and special charm will inevitably accidentally injure civilians. The aftermath of a ninja's fight may leave a family, a loving couple, happy parents, and children, forever. Ninjas have strength that they can't understand. They also have pain that ninjas don't experience. In battle, in the intelligence, how many people died is just a number. However, in the ninja world, countless families have been separated from their wives and families, and their families have been destroyed. Bad guy. Just when Uchiha was a little out of his mind, a childish voice suddenly sounded in front of Uchiha-ban. He couldn't help but turn his head and look, and saw a couple, with a panicked face, took a child in from the window, and then faced him with a humble, flattering pale smile, and quickly closed the window. In Uchiha's mind, the child's gaze full of terrible hatred struck him hard. He understands it all, and he understands it all. This kid, why do these people hate him so much? Because they stole the things of the Hyuga clan, the things of the rich, the nobles, those people, but they will double down on plundering from their hands. Big brother, it's all dealt with. Izuna, who was covered in the smell of blood, came behind Madara and respectfully reported the battle situation. The few ninjas left by the Hyuga clan have all been killed, and the 2 who escaped have also died at the hands of Uchiha Kotori. After finishing the report, Izumi looked over to the family who had just said that to her eldest brother. In order to protect so many clansmen, the eldest brother has been working hard for so many relatives. In this world, if even the eldest brother is considered a bad person, then there are no good people at all. How desperate and terrifying this world must be. I know, Senna, I just overthink it. Now, Uchiha Madara is just a ninja, and as a ninja, it is the most important thing to complete the task well. And, am I really not a bad person? No, I'm a bad person. Not a bad person, how can you protect the people behind you? Not hands stained with blood, how to protect people I love. Besides, are you innocent? Living in this place under the protection of the Hyuga clan and those nobles, enjoying the security and peace that is rare in other places. The Hyuga clan plundered from outside, and these nobles got the benefits, and you will benefit with it, and you will cheer with it. And you who live here are not one of the forces of the Hyuga clan. Be clean, don't let people find out that this is our hands and feet. Whispering to Izumi behind him, Uchiha returned to his serious state in an instant. Soon, the Uchiha ninjas, who completed the attack, snatched up the small amount of wealth and resources that could be plundered in this town, then, quickly evacuated from here. You heard, Suzuki. In the alliance where the Senju clan belongs, Shimura Shizo quietly finds Sarutobi Suzuki and gets together with him. The Hyuga clan has been attacked by someone again. I heard that among the ninjas who attacked the Hyuga clan, there is a guy with silver hair and superb swordsmanship, who is particularly conspicuous. In Sarutobi Suzuki's tent, Shimura Shizo told Sarutobi Hinata all the news he had inquired about. Suzuki, do you think it was done by the Senju clan again this time? I think it's very likely. Sarutobi Suzuki took a deep breath and looked outside the tent. There was a little haze in his eyes. The Thousand Hands clan, it's really terrifying. I'm sure it's definitely the handiwork of that Thousand Hands. Everyone thinks they won't do it again this time, and he's going to do the opposite. Everyone thinks that he will not use such a clumsy disguise this time, making everyone think that someone is impersonating him and doing such a thing. He wants to do this. Everyone thinks that the guy from the Thousand Hands clan goes to the Whirlpool clan to marry, and when he gets reinforcements, he won't make a big move, he just did it. Sarutobi Suzuki mentioned the appearance of Senjuku, and his fist slammed the table in front of him, and his voice was sonorous. Do what ordinary people dare not do, and ordinary people dare not think. The Thousand Hands clan has this monster-like guy between the Thousand Hands pillar, and there is such a smart guy between the Thousand Hands pillar, the Thousand Hands clan, it's really amazing. Shimura Shizo couldn't help but worry. They were not sincere, but with the idea of bringing disaster to the east, they wanted to let the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan fight each other. When they both lose, then everyone is very weak and returns to the same running line, then it doesn't matter. But if the Thousand Hands clan carries the general trend and directly dominates the entire Fire Country ninja realm, then they can only become sincere. From then on, he was under the fence and controlled by the Thousand Hands clan, driven by people, just to survive. In our time, there are so many powerful guys. Sarutobi Suzuki couldn't help laughing, and the whole person seemed quite happy, not too discouraged. Wait in peace, Shizo, what will become in the end, maybe because Uchiha's side. Shimura Shizo nodded, falling silent along with Sarutobi Suzuki. The huge defeat brought to them by the Uchiha clan made them unable to breathe now, and they could only join the alliance dominated by the Senju clan. The Uchiha clan has never been able to bring them such a strong oppressive force, but all this has changed since the appearance of Uchiha. It is not only Sarutobi Suzuki and Shimura Shizo who are watching the Hyuga clan being attacked, but many other families are also watching this attack. They were puzzled a lot, and they didn't know if the Thousand Hands clan did these things. However, it seems that at this time, there is no other person who dares to provoke Qian Chao. Oh, haven't you found out who did it? Among the Thousand Hands Buddha looked at the information in his hand with a trace of anger, and threw it to the ground. Someone impersonated them again and took the initiative to provoke a fight between Senju and Hinata. Abominable Uchiha, did you do it? The brain between the Thousand Hands is turning wildly. Maybe, it should, not necessarily, right? Perhaps, someone wants to deliberately divert their Senju's attention to Uchiha in this way? Last time, Sarutobi and Shimura attacked Uchiha, but were defeated by Uchiha. So, does anyone want Senju and Uchiha to fight each other and lose both? In this way, maybe the Hyuga clan themselves may be able to direct an act like this. Otherwise, how could they have been attacked just after so many precious resources had been robbed, and after only a few clansmen remained? Otherwise, their clan had such a good white eye for reconnaissance, how could not even a single clan member be able to successfully escape? After thinking for a long time, Senju shook his head. Father, I don't think it matters who did this anymore. We are always going to fight with the Hyuga clan, and this fuse will ignite sooner or later. After our Thousand Hands clan crushed all the enemies head-on, it was no longer meaningful who did this kind of thing. The words of the Thousand Hands Buddha made the expression on the face of the Thousand Hands Buddha turn cloudy and become clear. Good, Junma, you're right. Then, during this time, don't care about those rumors in the ninja world, continue to strengthen training, strengthen materials, and purchase ninja tools, and make all preparations before your eldest brother returns. Yes, father. The Senju clan ignored the rumors of this attack and began to prepare with all their strength. and the entire Hyuga clan is burning with angry flames of revenge, wanting to take revenge on Senju. Lord Ten Nin, we must give them a little color. Among the Hyuga ninjas, the Hyuga ninja, who was given the title of Teninja because of his outstanding talent, looked at the angry clansman and nodded. Isn't there between the 1,000 hand pillars? On the battlefield full of the sound of fighting, the ninja who was named the title of Tenju is trying his best to fight with the Senju in front of him, and the Hyuga ninja and Kagaya ninja behind him are fighting fiercely with the ninja of the Senju clan. What is surprising is that without the 1,000 hands pillar, it seems that the entire 1,000 hands clan alliance does not have the sharpest thorn, and it is impossible to directly tear the offensive of the Hyuga clan and the Kagaya clan, and stalemate with them. Senju Buddha is fighting against the powerful ninjas of the Kagaya clan and the Hyuga clan, and there is no time to support other places. Senju looked left and right, and finally understood why he obviously had more ninjas on his side, but he was in a stalemate with the other party. As the leader of the alliance, the 1,000 Hands clan naturally wants to take the lead, and the ninjas who sheltered them and chose to follow them were not forced by the Senju clan to send a large number of ninjas to fight. After all, most of them are attached to small families, and Shimura and Sarutobi, who had just joined, were not traumatized. Moreover, although they eventually sensible sent many ninjas to show their attitude. However, these ninjas, just like before, only stopped some of the weaker enemies for the Senju clan. You still have to be distracted to fight me, 1,000 Hands, who gave you such courage? Soft fist Bagua empty palm. The Tenjin of the Hyuga clan seized the opportunity and slammed into the air, making the air bombard Senju's abdomen fiercely like a condensed cannonball, causing him to be knocked out. Go and die. Seeing that the 1,000 Hands were instantly broken, Tianren rushed forward, and the thick chakras surged in his body. The jutsu secret technique that can directly punch a large number of chakras into the opponent's body with a terrifying force, penetrate into the opponent's body, severely damage the internal organs in his body, and kill the enemy's jutsu secret technique, which is ready to strike. Shui Duan. 1,000 Hands saw Tianren rushing up quickly, feeling bad. His body had not yet stood firm, his hands were squeezed together, ready to make a seal. Stupid, such a close distance, actually want to use water escape to block my attack? In the absence of water now, water ninjutsu is basically the most chakra consuming among the same level of ninjutsu, and it is also the most time consuming technique that needs to be sealed. Are you crazy? Or, in the face of such a dilemma, you messed up your hands and feet? Tenin is full of confidence, he can definitely kill the other party completely before he completes the ninjutsu seal. 1,000 Hands is so smart, kill him. Among the geniuses of this generation of 1,000 Hands, 1,000 Hands pillar is just a reckless man. A reckless man with a smart brain behind his back is extremely terrifying, but without that brain, the next generation of the 1,000 Hands clan has nothing to fear. Soft fist gossip, 128 palms. The full chakra flowed in the body, but the next moment, the white eyes of Tianren's green tendons bulged, but he saw the speed of chakra flowing in the body between the 1,000 Hands, which was incredibly fast. Impossible. It takes a lot of tedious processes to seal the water ninjutsu, but in the hands of 1,000 Hands, it is incredibly quickly completed, simplifying a large number of seals. Water escape, water dragon bomb. The moment he fell to the ground, the seal was completed between the 1,000 Hands, and a large number of water sprays appeared around his body. The huge water dragon circled, supporting his body, and then raised his head high and poured down like a waterfall towards the rushing Tenren. Talented. Undoubtedly genius. Water ninjutsu has been simplified by you to this extent, and you can still use such a terrifying water ninjutsu so easily in a waterless environment. 1,000 Hands, you are really terrible. Tianren's face remained unchanged, and the soft fist Bagua palm turned into a Bagua empty palm, constantly striking out. The huge force that erupted in the air bombarded the head of the water dragon bomb fiercely, and soon burst the oncoming huge water dragon bomb. And the 1,000 Hands behind the water dragon bomb showed a panicked expression on his face, and one hand blocked in front of him, as if he had no time to do anything else. That's not right. Just when Tenren cruelly wanted to kill this guy, his white eye swept over the guy in front of him and found that something was very wrong. A sense of crisis continued to emerge from behind him, and the 1,000-handed room in front of him also turned into a large splash in an instant, poofed, and slapped on the ground. It's just a water body. Die. A dangerous voice came from behind him, and Hinata didn't think about it, and his body spun quickly in place. Go back to heaven. In the high-speed rotating body, each acupoint erupted a large number of chakras outward, and the body that rotated with the heavenly ninja also rotated. A huge spherical hood appeared beside him, and suddenly ejected the 1,000 Hands that attacked him. It's really powerful, Senjukuma. Stopping and returning to the sky, the white eyes of Tianren locked the body of the Gangjima deadly, full of killing intent. These two brothers, who have grown up, are such geniuses. I don't know what they will become after that. Only the geniuses who have been strangled will not be the biggest enemy of the family in the future. It's a fight. The Hyuga clan and the Kagaya clan are really powerful. After receiving another fierce battle between Senju and Hinata, the Uchiha clan was also a little unable to sit still. They, like Hinata, didn't want to see the Senju clan alone in the entire Fire Nation. The tense state of war once again shrouded the Uchiha family, and Uchiha ended his leisurely life for a few days again. Izumi looked at the unattended every day, and became more and more unsightly chrysanthemums, and a little helpless, so he could only personally water the chrysanthemums every morning when he got up early. We should hit this place first. I think it's time for us to take it slow. In order for the Hyuga clan to be able to fight head-on, they have enough combat power to fight each other. The Uchiha clan has cut off the supply of all special charms in the black market, and even sold some of the charms and ninja tools that his family has stockpiled to the Hyuga clan. Now the family's use of these ninja tools, detonation charms, and special charms is back to the same as before. I have become accustomed to carrying more detonation charms than enemies, more kunao, and ninja tools can be used, and now the ninjas of the Uchiha clan still feel a little unaccustomed. Madara, what do you think? At the high-level meeting, Uchiha looked at these guys, and as he spoke, he looked at him all one by one, and suddenly felt that Yuan Fang was very tired, and there were so many things to see. I have some ideas recently, the battle matter, and I also asked my father to decide. Yes, I don't have any ideas about the current battle, but, in other ways a little. Before Uchiha finished speaking, he saw many elders, including his old father Uchiha Tajima and the great elder, looking at him with fiery eyes. Well, what are you looking at me for? Uchiha was a little speechless. Why are you all suddenly like you have suddenly become a guy? Patriarch Bansheo, do you still need any special equipment, materials? Don't worry, leave it to me, I can get it all for you. Yes, young clan elder, if you have anything difficult to do, you can leave it to us to do. I need to mobilize all the clansmen in the clan who are good at sealing. No problem. Uchiha Tajima directly slapped the board, allowing Uchiha to boldly do whatever he wanted. During this time, I will pay attention to the problems between the Senju clan and the Hyuga clan. Madara, you just do what you want. What else can Uchiha say is strange? Soon, all the manpower that Uchiha needed was mobilized in front of him, and because of Uchiha's request, the place where he and Uchiha Yuan are located has become a place where the family has been tightly sealed. Seeing so many detonation charms and special spells that should have been created in the clan, prepare for the clan for the next battle. But because of his own words, the ninja clan who were mobilized without complaint and regret, Madara only felt a great responsibility in his heart. Guys, I have you gathered again because we have very important things to do. You should also be able to feel by now that we are still too slow to create the detonation charm and a series of special charms. Even if we gather all the ninjas who can seal in our family, it is difficult for us to meet the needs of our own family ninjas, and then sell them to other families in the outside world to achieve our strategic goals. Uchiha muttered and looked at the clansmen in front of him. As we all know, the production of detonation charms is divided into 3 steps. First, we need to make special talisman paper that can seal all kinds of techniques. Then, the sealing technique is engraved on these special rune papers. Finally, let the ninja who has mastered various advanced techniques seal their skills into these talismans. And all along, in fact, what restricts us the most is to engrave the sealing technique on these special talisman papers. There is no shortage of Uchiha ninjas who have mastered high-level fire, and the special sealing talisman paper is far from reaching the limit of consumption. On the contrary, there are too few people in the family who master the sealing technique and can leave the sealing technique on these special talisman papers, seal the secret technique inside, and maintain stability. Moreover, even if there are more such people, the work efficiency of the unit is still very low. A ninja who is good at sealing techniques, building this technique with chakra and writing it on rune paper, is undoubtedly a very mentally and physically draining thing. Even if a person keeps writing and drawing talismans all day, it is possible that the detonation talisman he draws in a day is not as useful as an elite ninja throwing it out in a battle. Not to mention, in the Uchiha clan, the ratio of ninjas who are good at sealing and other ninjas who are good at various combat techniques is too great. I've been wondering if we can do this in another way. For example, you see how these characters on books are printed on these printing presses. I kept thinking that we were engraving the sealing technique on the rune paper by hand. If we could also use sealing on these presses to build specific chakra running circuits. In that way, can we let the ninja enter the chakra, and then let such a seal be successfully imprinted on the talisman paper? Really, peculiar idea. After Uchiha Genwai listened to Madara's idea, he felt a little confused. Uchiha felt that he was just telling them some ideas of scientific ninjutsu that would be vigorously developed in the ninja world in advance. In the future, there will even be scientific ninja tools that allow people to cheat, so it is also possible to use a printing press that combines science and ninjutsu to print talismans and other talisman seals. It's up to you to be in charge, Genwai. Uchiha Genwai, who was named, nodded fiercely, indicating that he would definitely go all out. Then, Uchiha looked at another group of clansmen who had been gathered by himself. As for you, I will follow me and find a way to complete the development of another thing. The Uchiha clan began to get busy, and after Madara told the family his thoughts, he let go. Due to the fact that the Uchiha family needs to keep secrets, and some parts of the family need to divide some people to go out for protection, there are not too many people that the Uchiha family can use now. But even so, after the Senju clan and the Hyuga clan fought, Madara still let the clansmen follow behind him and made a gesture of attacking the rear of the Senju clan with great fanfare. Uchiha's actions attracted the attention of the Senju clan, and they had to send some men to follow Sarutobi Suzuki and Shimura Shizo to guard against Uchiha's sneak attack with them. Under the restraint of the people led by Madara, on the frontal battlefield, there were fewer people to fight the decisive battle between Senju and the Hyuga clan, which suddenly added a lot of pressure. The Hyuga clan understood that this was Uchiha's beginning to act, so they seized the opportunity and began to launch a fierce attack on the Senju clan together with the Kagaya clan. And Madara, after letting the Senju clan be pinned down by many people, took his younger brother Izuna, subordinate Kotori, Uchiha Hoon and other elites of the Uchiha clan and began to sneak attack everywhere. Whether it is the Senju clan who wants to send and contact other ninjas, including the 3 clans of Inoka Butterfly, or their team to support the front line and provide supplies, they always need to be careful and guard against the Uchiha who sneaks up from time to time. This kind of continuous sneak attack on the opponent's supply lines, disrupting their logistics, disrupting their transportation of food, materials, ninja tools and other weapons made the Senju family miserable. As a last resort, Senju Buddha gave orders to Sarutobi Suzuki and Shimura Shizo, and they definitely couldn't let Uchiha get so involved with them anymore. He directly asked Sarutobi Suzuki and Shimura Shizo to lead people to the Uchiha clan, and launched another attack, forcing Madara and Izumi to go back. Sarutobi Suzuki and Shimura Shizo understood at this time that the Senju clan did not really want to use them as cannon fodder to consume the Uchiha clan, and even consume their power. However, people are selfish. Even if they understand that the Senju clan wants to use their power to drag Uchiha so that Senju can concentrate and kill Hinata first, they can't really fight for 1,000 hands. Therefore, they felt that they only needed to use a little force and barely drag the Uchiha family. This made the 1,000 Hands family angry and annoyed, and the 1,000 Hands Buddha was even furious about it. However, Senju didn't have much thought about these two families who could not seriously carry out the orders of the Senju clan. Such an alliance would have been very loose. Sarutobi and the Shimura clan had just suffered a heavy blow from the Uchiha clan, and they only wanted to ask for shelter before joining the Senju clan alliance. Now they are asked to deal with Uchiha, and it is normal for them to work without contributing. Father will be angry like this, and it is only what he wants, so that the Senju clan can dominate the entire ninja world as soon as possible, and it will be delayed for a long time. To be honest, Senju does not think that there is anything good about the Senju clan defeating all enemies, reaching the top of the ninja world, and becoming the strongest family. To be the strongest means to be the target of everyone, to be constantly besieged, and to always be in the biggest whirlpool. Although the 1,000 Hands clan is strong, there are countless families in the entire ninja world. The 1,000 Hands clan is still far from being able to single-handedly subdue the entire ninja realm. Big brother, how long do you have to come back? At this time, Senju has begun to miss his eldest brother Senjujima, who dares to talk back to his father and has his own ideas. And the Senju Jukuma, who was in his heart, at this moment, had also completed his marriage with the Uzumaki clan, and was secretly returning to the country of the whirlpool from the sea with the ninja of the Uzumaki clan. Received information from the Senju pillar, and the support he brought from the Uzumaki clan. The 1,000 Hands Buddha made a bold decision. The 1,000 Hands clan is very strong now, really, very, very strong. The 1,000 Hand pillar is extremely powerful and is still growing rapidly. Senjutsu is good at developing new ninjutsu, and one hand of water escape, the other hand of swordsmanship is also rare in the ninja world. The other ninjas of the Senju clan are not bad, their innate strong physical qualities make the ninjas of the Senju clan not bad even if they face the eye-opening Uchiha ninja one-on-one. Relying on their protection, the huge 1,000 Hands alliance formed by so many families, if they can use all their strength, then the 1,000 Hands clan will definitely be invincible. However, the Senju clan is not now to the point where other families can be commanded by them. The 1,000 Hands Buddha saw the hope of letting the 1,000 Hands clan in their own hands, suddenly becoming bigger and stronger, and becoming the strongest in the ninja world. He was already a little unbearable, and he had been constantly restrained by Hinata and Uchiha and could not drag on the situation further. He pretended to send a little manpower to Sarutobi Suzuki and Shimura Danzo, making a look that he was going to prepare to start dividing the army, helping Sarutobi and Shimura, and dealing with the Uchiha clan and fighting a protracted war. In fact, it was only after arousing the vigilance of the Uchiha clan that he drained all the remaining power and pressed towards the Hinata clan and the Kagaya clan. And Senju pillar brought reinforcements from the Uzumaki clan, and when Senju and Hinata Kagaya fought at their most intense, they were killed from behind the Hinata clan. Under the attack from both sides, Hinata and Kagaya were defeated. As a last resort, in order to ensure the continuation of the family's inheritance and future status in the Fire Nation, the Hyuga clan voted like this. However, the Kagaya clan did not fall. But under the desperate breakthrough, after most of the young and strong in the clan died in battle, let the remaining part of the old and weak, and the few remaining clansmen who could fight, were chased and killed all the way and escaped from the country of fire. Even, they did not dare to stay in other places longer, and after getting on the sea, they quickly took a boat and fled towards the country of water. The battle maniacs, who have always been unafraid of heaven and earth, were also killed crazy by the Thousand Hands clan. When the Uchiha family got the news, it was already too late. Uchiha Tajima did not expect that the other party would dare to directly expose the base camp under his nose like this, and let it be in a weak state. He also did not expect that Hinata and Kagaya would be directly defeated by Senju so quickly, and they were not able to resist for too long. By the time Uchiha wanted to take the opportunity to attack the Senju clan, it was too late. The Thousand Hands clan is now a general trend. Tell me, what should we do? Among the Uchiha family, the atmosphere was a little dignified. After getting the news from the Thousand Hands clan, all the clansmen were taken aback. At the same time, they also realized that the sky had changed, and the Senju clan had now become a real behemoth in the ninja realm of the Land of Fire. Patriarch, Pig Deer Butterfly, is there still no one willing to cooperate with us? At this time, how dare they go against the Thousand Hands clan? Uchiha Tajima heard the discussion of the elders below, and he couldn't help but have a little headache. Now in the ninja realm of the Land of Fire, everyone is watching to see if the Senju clan who defeated Hinata and Kagaya can be stopped. If the Uchiha clan can stop the Senju, or even just delay for a long time, then the other guys who don't want the Senju clan to be alone will definitely help. But if even Uchiha is defeated by the Senju clan, then sorry, they will choose to surrender. Now, everything depends on the Uchiha family themselves. How's Madara over there? After the Senju clan defeated Hinata, Uchiha returned with Izuna and them, and plunged headlong into the research outside of Uchiha source. The young patriarch sighed, it's still a little worse. If the special spell proposed by the young patriarch and the method of making the detonation charm could be developed, improved, and start to produce the detonation charm quickly, they would have more confidence. However, it's still a little worse. Going from 0 to 1, from nothing, is always the hardest. Then, let's try to buy time for Madara as much as possible. If not, then trouble the Great Elder. Uchiha Tajima glanced at the Great Elder, and the Great Elder immediately noticed, and his face couldn't help but feel a little gloomy. Uchiha Tajima's meaning he understood that if the Uchiha clan could not stop it and was completely defeated, then the Great Elder would leave the Land of Fire with the geniuses in the clan and Madara with him. He wants to keep a piece of vitality for the sake of the family. On the battlefield of the Land of Fire, the ninja alliance led by the Senju clan is killing the Uchiha clan in front of them to defeat. Although the ninjas of the Uchiha clan are fighting hard, however, in the face of enemies several times their own, and they are still Thousand Hands, Apes Fly, such enemies are not weaker than their own, and they are difficult to support. Coupled with the defeated and surrendered Hyaga clan, although now because of the heavy losses, there is no need to send too many ninjas to participate in the battle. However, just dispatching some elites to carry out intelligence reconnaissance work was enough to put the Uchiha family at a huge disadvantage on the battlefield. The other party can rely on the inside ability of the White Eye to find their weak points, and then analyze the intelligence to the Thousand Hands clan, so that the Thousand Hands clan can quickly mobilize the team to attack. Several times, the front of the Uchiha clan was defeated only after these weak points were broken, and their clan was divided by the other side, and then eaten away little by little. Despite this, the bloody battles of a large number of clansmen, coupled with the Sharingan, as well as the Spiral Pill, and the vigorous promotion of the Shadow Doppelganger art within the family, the clansmen were still able to fight a battle-loss ratio that shocked the Thousand Hands clan. What a tenacious family, but the victory will be ours in the end. The Thousand Hands Buddha looked at the current situation with satisfaction, and the Uchiha clan had been defeated by them, and they were about to retreat to their old lair. Sarutobi Suzuki, Shimura Shizo collected his thoughts, respectfully representing Sarutobi and the Shimura clan, standing behind the Senju Buddha. The Hyaga clan lost so suddenly, even they didn't expect it. Because at that time, when the Thousand Hands Buddha rashly mobilized most of the forces in the clan, even they did not inform, and even those Thousand Hands clan people who were sent to them did not know. How ruthless, this old fox. They deceived their own people and each other, buying Senju such precious time that they seized the opportunity and crushed the alliance of Hinata and Kagaya in one fell swoop. Now, in front of the Thousand Hands clan with such a terrifying grandeur, they can only completely and honestly obey each other's orders. Big brother, what are you looking at? On the battlefield where the sunset was like blood, the Thousand Hand Pillar was in the middle of the battle team, looking at the stump and broken arm all over the ground. It was particularly painful and silent. Nothing. The Thousand Hand Pillar sighed, and on the battlefield of the Uchiha clan, there was no power to return to the sky. However, the figure in the distance who was still fighting hard in the encirclement and suppression of the ninja of the Thousand Hands clan was so familiar. Senna, so you are Uchiha Senna? I really didn't expect. We are now enemies. Stop fighting, surrender quickly, please. As long as you surrender, even if I don't want this life, I will protect the lives of your Uchiha brothers. Qianshao glanced at the eldest brother with a sad look in his eyes a little strangely. No matter how powerful that Uchiha Senna is, it is impossible to reverse the situation. Qianshao simply followed his eldest brother to look at the figure who was leading the clan to break through, and his eyes couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. It's amazing, he's still holding on. Big brother, let's end this war as soon as possible. Pillar saw Kurama rushing towards Izuna's side, his eyes flashed, and he followed. Suma is a pragmatist, and if he can kill Uchiha Senna now, further break the will to fight of the Uchiha clan, and make the next war more fightable, he will not hesitate to do so. However, he was a little reluctant between the 1,000 hand pillars. Not only because of the days when Uchiha Senna spent time with him and listened to his story, but also because the special charms of the Uchiha clan saved his brother's life. He couldn't do something to let Izuna, who was fighting to protect his brothers from retreating, die here. A knife slashed at the enemy in front of him, drawing a bloody scar, and Uchiha Senna asked his younger brothers and clansmen to quickly break out of the gap in the encirclement he had opened. At this moment, Senju chased after him from behind, also drew his sword, and slashed at Izuna's back. Clang! As a last resort, Izumi could only stop his retreat, turn around, and fight with Senju. Both of them are quite superb in swordsmanship. Obviously Uchiha Senna has fought until now. Chakra's physical strength is not much left, however, the whole body is still invulnerable, and the strength makes the 1,000 hands shocked. How are you? However, the 1,000 hands pillar that appeared behind him, his familiar face, but in an instant, disturbed Izuna's mood and made him show flaws. Good opportunity. Senju took advantage of the situation to kick away Uchiha Senna's flaw, kicked him on the body, swept him out, and then quickly sealed his hands. Water escape, water dragon bomb. Abominable. His body hit a rock hard, and Uchiha Senna felt as if all his internal organs were about to shift. He released the long sword in his hand, and his hands began to seal. Fire, the art of the fireball. The blazing fireball technique collided with the water dragon, and the scorching water vapor quickly spread, enveloping both Izumi and Kurama. Good opportunity. The other party is already at the end of the strong crossbow, and he must take advantage of this time, in this water mist, to kill him. However, just as Senju touched Uchiha Senna's side and was about to continue attacking him, a sudden fist slammed into his eyes. Feeling the incredible moment, Uchiha Senna gritted her teeth and glanced at the stone that appeared in the palm of her hand, and the pain and emotion in her heart were intertwined with each other, opening the Sharingan. Then, with his Sharingan eyes, he took a deep look at the vague and familiar figure that appeared in the water mist, and quickly ran towards the direction of the breakthrough in the encirclement in his memory. When the water vapor cleared, Qianshao stood expressionless in place, with a black eye, looking at the eldest brother who was grabbed by himself. Big brother, why? Ha ha ha, you've caught all this, you're really good. 1,000 Hands Pillar also wanted to be perfunctory, but 1,000 Hands Pillar did not adhere to it, and looked at him with eyes full of oppression. Big brother, just hit me, why let him go? That, hey, Gangma, Tile and Itama, after all, they saved it once. 1,000 Hand Pillar smiled awkwardly, and finally looked helpless and bitter. Izuna, are you all right? When Izumi escorted some of his clansmen and 2 younger brothers back home, Madara was already anxiously waiting here. It's okay, big brother. Seeing his eldest brother's expression, Izumi quickly hid his strange emotions in his heart. Between columns? Between 1,000-handed columns? I should have thought of it a long time ago. Unexpectedly, in the end, it was your clan that forced us Uchiha into a corner, but it was also you who saved my life. Sorry big brother, I'm a little tired, I want to go and rest. Seeing the exhaustion in Izuna's eyes, Madara quickly asked his brothers to take him down to rest. The Senju clan was pressing step by step, and after he discovered that his current strength alone, in such a huge battlefield, no longer had a huge power to change the tide of the battle, he returned to the family and followed Genwai like crazy and kept studying. Izuna, on the other hand, was constantly active in the battle against the Senju clan instead of herself, and experienced many battles. He must have seen that the clan had to retreat helplessly step by step. How could he not rely on the strength of his own family to fight against the monster-like 1,000 Hands clan that had now become a behemoth in the country of fire, and he felt tired. Damn, I still need a little time. Thinking of the current strength of the 1,000 Hands clan, Madara couldn't help but be a little anxious. After all, although the wooden dun between the 1,000 hand pillars was powerful, it had just appeared, and it was far from the level where one person could control the entire battlefield. And he did not open the wheel eye, and his strength has not even climbed to the top in the family. In such a huge war, where countless people will die, it is just a small pebble that will stir up insignificant waves. Uchiha Tajima watched from a distance as his children returned safely and finally breathed a sigh of relief. The cool breeze at dusk with the smell of blood blew on his face, making him can't help but close his eyes slightly, allowing his hot brain to calm down for a short while. These days, he has been leading Uchiha's ninjas to fight in the most intense places. However, just as Madara thought, there is no one who is enough to control the strength of the entire battlefield, then Uchiha Tajima, the Uchiha Patriarch, is just a relatively large flower among the countless waves. Patriarch, I saw that new thing developed by Patriarch Bansheo. Even if we really didn't survive in the end, at least, we can ensure that some clansmen leave safely and worry-free. Even without me, they can leave safely. Oh. Hearing such a voice from the great elder beside him, Uchiha Tajima's spirit couldn't help but lift up a lot. This is good, at least it will not let the remaining seeds of the family lose some more when they break through. The great elder did things, and Uchiha Tajima was still relieved. Great elder, we have fought side by side together, unconsciously, it has been so many years. Yes, Patriarch, it's been so many years, I don't even remember what my brothers look like. The two looked at each other and smiled, and Uchiha Tajima understood what the great elder meant by wanting to stay and fight with him, and did not refuse. If things really can't be done, then let's show the Senju clan the pride of our Uchiha. A hideous smile appeared on the faces of the two with a twisted face, and at this time, everything was silent. In the face of the pressure of the army and the tense atmosphere of the Uchiha family, Uchiha Sun recalled the order personally given to him by his father, the great elder, and his face couldn't help but look a little hideous. Father, I can't watch you die. Uchiha Hun carefully wiped the kunao and shurikens one by one, keeping them in the sharpest state. The detonation charm and several special charms in his hand were also carefully placed in his ninja bag. Evacuate this kind of thing, it is enough to have spotted them. Uchiha believes that Madara and Senna's genius is more than his own, and protecting them so that they can evacuate safely is the future of the Uchiha clan. As for himself, a pure reckless man who can only fight, or follow his father, it is best to die fighting for the sake of the Uchiha clan. Thinking of this, Uchiha Hun also laughed, and continued to quietly wipe his ninja equipment in his room, and refused the family's request to send someone to bring him into the evacuation team. And at home in Uchiha Kotori, she looked at her parents in front of her, her younger siblings sitting at the dining table, constantly eating food, keeping her head down, and her body was constantly trembling slightly. Snap, snap. One teardrop after another, constantly dripping from the eye socket, fell into the rice bowl. Uchiha Kotori wanted to wipe away his tears, but he couldn't. Looking at her painful appearance, her parents gently touched her head, and her younger siblings also came to her side. Sister, you must live well in the future. Kid, don't beat yourself up. Because of you, we have lived a rare good life. We all understand that in this world, it is already precious to be able to live as we are now. Mother, father. More tears couldn't stop gushing out of her tears, and Uchiha lowered her head, her eyes becoming more and more blurred. Don't be sad, child, you are the hope of our family. Uchiha Kotori could no longer hear her parents and younger siblings, she said goodbye to them in a trance, and was taken to the most secret corner of the Uchiha clan. Under the dark night, outside the Uchiha clan, the clansmen had begun to fight each other's ninjas in the dark, and they had to do their best to push the other parties out of their own family for several kilometers, so that the Hyuga ninja could not probe the situation inside the Uchiha clan. And in the secret corner of the Uchiha family, Uchiha Senna, Uchiha Kotori, and many small geniuses of the family, some young and strong people with high potential to tap, are concentrated here. Even if the Uchiha clan fights for many years and is extremely worried, the average clan is relatively indifferent in terms of feelings. But at this moment, realizing that they were chosen to continue the fate of their family, they still couldn't help but turn their eyes red. I want to stay and fight. Hearing the painful whispers of so many clansmen, Uchiha Senna also seemed very silent, and he looked in the direction in front of the family battlefield. He has been fighting non-stop, but he did not expect that at the last moment, he was about to escape and leave the battlefield. Big brother, what the hell are you doing? Please, quickly turn this battle situation around. Uchiha Senna bowed her head and prayed silently. After hearing his voice, Uchiha Kotori also whispered. Soon, the voice of praying to Uchiha began to spread out continuously. At this moment, many of Uchiha's ninjas are praying that the Madara Patriarch, who has always been good at creating miracles for them, will still be able to create miracles this time. At this moment, the Madara Patriarch who was chanted by them was standing on the front line of the battlefield, standing side by side with his father Uchiha Tajima. You've grown this big. Uchiha Tajima looked at the Uchiha spot beside him with a complicated look, and unconsciously, this child was almost as tall as him. Moreover, over the years, Madara has shared a lot of pressure for the family, and has brought great opportunities to the family. It's a pity that a behemoth like Senju appeared in the Land of Fire, and he, the patriarch of Uchiha Tajima, was not able to seize the opportunity to give Uchiha more time to develop and grow. It's all my unqualified father, so let me finally do something that a father can do. Uchiha Tajima's eyes were slightly red, obviously thinking of something, and a pair of ominous blood-red pupils revealed a trace of sadness. After all, Madara and Izumi still have to endure such pain to open their eyes? I just don't know how I, the father, look at them. If I die, can they open their eyes, and if they open their eyes, will they open a single-hook jade riding wheel eye, or a double-hook jade? Uchiha Tajima's thoughts have been crooked, How could Uchiha not think that his old father was thinking about these things all day long? Can you give me a little more time? Uchiha's voice was hoarse, and the research on using chakra and sealing to transform the printing press to print charms had reached the final step. This step requires a lot of time to break through and find such an opportunity. However, in the face of the aggressive Senju clan, what Uchiha needs most now is also time. Sorry Madara, we can't do it yet. A hint of apology flashed on Uchiha Tajima's face. He believed that if he gave Madara enough time, he would one day be able to make the Uchiha clan show endless brilliance. It's a pity. You go quickly, with you, I believe that the Uchiha clan can still rise again. Uchiha gritted his teeth, took a deep look at his father, and turned towards the clan, where a large number of clansmen who needed to be transferred had gathered. Uchiha Genwai. With a low roar, a bearded guy in the crowd stood up dejectedly. Bring things up for me and continue researching. Uchiha Genwai moved his dry lips, and after seeing the fire that was almost erupting in Uchiha's eyes, without saying a word, he commanded the people and moved their things up. Then, at the end of the night's struggle, dawn approached, and the first rays of morning light cut through the darkness in the sky. They lifted the cloth that had shrouded themselves and the rest of the group of people who had prepared the second thing long ago. Let's go up. The clansmen were silent, one by one, lined up and went to these baskets. The tears had completely dried up last night, and all that remained was an unforgettable hatred for the enemy. Rumble. With the sound of ignition, the airbags of hot air balloons were quickly puffed up by the expanding hot air, and the blowing was rapidly raised. Each balloon was already loaded with several selected tribesmen, as well as enough food and water to feed them for a day or two. They stood one by one on the edge of the hot air balloon basket, looking at the figures of their relatives who were becoming more and more blurred in their line of sight, and they couldn't help but moisten their eyes. What's that? When the hot air balloons are raised, they don't even need to be observed with white eyes, and in the camp of the Thousand Hands clan, almost everyone can see those huge balloons rising towards the sky one by one. How clever! Senjuma couldn't help but exclaim. It seemed that the Uchiha clan had already been prepared. These things, which can fly into the sky, will soon hide from their sight, leave their tracking, and go to places they do not know. Then, a group of Uchiha with a huge hatred for their Senju clan will take root again. Attack! The smile on the face of the Thousand Hands Buddha that had been maintained for a long time had disappeared. What he wanted was not such a result, but to completely wipe out the Uchiha clan, or make the Uchiha clan also submit to Senju. But now, Uchiha actually wants to be like the Kagaya clan, with the vitality to stand out. The most important thing is that there are no ninjas on their side who can fly, and they can attack those things that fly into the sky. And where they are located, there is still a long way from the Uchiha clan, and they can't stop those hot air balloons in the first place, one after another, taking away more Uchiha people. Under the order of the Thousand Hands Buddha, a large number of ninjas of the Thousand Hands Alliance, like a tide, pressed in the direction of the Uchiha clan. Ha ha ha, great elder, let's see which of us can take out more enemies. Among the Uchiha family, the ninjas who remained had a terrifying look of madness in their eyes. They followed behind Uchiha Tajima and the great elder, and they also rushed head-on towards each other's crowds. Ha 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 ha. Swimming headlong into the crowd of people on the other side, Uchiha Tajima couldn't help but let out a wild laugh of excitement. Beside him, the great elder looked a little depressed as if he had dropped everything, from a patriarch who wanted to lead the clan to victory continuously, and back to a pure-killing extreme Uchiha Tajima, who did not cut the throat of the enemy in front of him. The unscrupulous Uchiha Tajima began to show his toughness again. After all, Tajima was also the strongest genius of the younger generation of the Uchiha clan. Fire, the art of the fireball. The Senju Buddha looked gloomy at the Uchiha Tajima who rushed up the river with his own body as the sharpest arrow. At that moment, the guy who completely put everything down and devoted himself to the battle showed the peak combat power that the ninja of the Uchiha clan should have now. At the same time, it is also the top power of their generation in this era. Shuriken, the art of shadow doppelganger. The How fireball technique rushed forward, blocked by the ninja on their side, releasing a huge vapor that obscured the vision of a large number of ninjas. The Shuriken Shadow Avatar was released, and in the water vapor, it was easy to hit a large number of ninjas who were shrouded in it without aiming at all. Subsequently, Uchiha Tajima, who opened the eyes of the three-hooked jade chakra, rushed directly in, using his pupil technique to harvest all the surviving ninjas inside. Alone, he quickly killed more than a dozen ninjas of the Thousand Hands Alliance, who were not weak. And Uchiha Tajima's hands-on results inspired the fighting spirit of the clansmen who already knew that they would stay and fight to the death. They all had red eyes and fierce killing intent, and rushed towards the enemy in front of them. Strange monster. The ninjas of the Thousand Hands Alliance who were charging at the front looked at these murderous and red-eyed guys in front of them, and they rushed towards them one by one, and the whole person felt a little suffocated. However, in the eyes of Sarutobi Suzuki and Shimura Shizo, this is just the last struggle of the Uchiha clan. Even because of the special spell, the spiral pill that can be instantaneous and powerful after cultivation to the back. Coupled with the existence of the shadow doppelganger technique, which has now been detected with some intelligence, and the power of the Sharingan, the average combat effectiveness of the ninjas of the Uchiha clan has even surpassed that of the Senju clan. However, their number, in front of the Thousand Hands Alliance, is still too far apart. Senju, Sarutobi, Shimura, and some of the smaller clans who had previously joined Senju's command, plus Hinata, who now serves Senju as a scout, and the strong support of the Uzumaki clan, the most hardcore ally of the Senju clan. On the side of the Thousand Hands clan, there are too many forces that can be mobilized. Go and die. Uchiha Tajima laughed maniacally and killed one of the enemies in front of him, then couldn't help but gasp. After all, he is still a lot older, and after becoming a patriarch, he personally fights a little less than before. After killing dozens of enemies, he actually began to gasp. But, Great Elder, why are you so embarrassed? Uchiha Tajima looked behind him. The Great Elder was even more embarrassed than himself. The number of enemies he killed was far less than his own, and there were already several wounds on his body. Cut! The Great Elder's feet trembled, and he raised one of his middle fingers to Uchiha Tajima in front of him, and all his contempt was silent. By the way, Grand Elder, do you know that technique? Although Uchiha Tajima was laughing at the Great Elder, looking at the blood marks on his body, he couldn't help but feel that the Great Elder was about to reach his limit. Don't worry, I've learned, no matter what, I have to use this technique, and ruthlessly lead a bunch of enemies to the death. It's a pity, the time is too short. If more clansmen learn this forbidden technique, our Uchiha clan will also be able to turn over. There was a hint of regret in Uchiha Tajima's voice. The strength of the Uchiha family is not just Madara. There are many forbidden techniques in the family, but unfortunately they all have a great impact on the family, and many of them are in a state of being blocked, and they can easily not be learned by the clansmen. Just like the forbidden Hitomi technique that was about to be extinct in the Uchiha clan before, Izanage. This technique can rewrite reality at the expense of the light and pupil power of one eye. However, because the effect of this technique was too strong, it once caused mutual rivalry within the Uchiha clan and the history of the Uchiha clan, causing a lot of infighting among the clansmen themselves. In the end, after being stopped by the genius female ninja who invented Izanami, Izanagi is a forbidden art, and very few clansmen in the clan know about it, let alone those who learn this forbidden pupil technique. It's just that after the Uchiha clan fell into the current situation until now, even if he had quietly let some elite clansmen start to try to learn this forbidden art, few people had learned it in such a short time. Yes, then, at least let's drag more enemies to hell together. Uchiha Tajima Chakra surged out, grabbed the kunao on his hand, a pair of scarlet eyes, and jerked, looking at the place where the Thousand Hands Buddha was. Senju Buddha stopped the clansmen around him from trying to block Uchiha Tajima's movements, jumped up, and rushed in the direction of Uchiha Tajima. The collision between the two patriarchs broke out instantly, and the aftermath of the terrible battle leaked out, which directly made the surrounding ninjas can't help but retreat one after another. However, Uchiha Tajima, who has already killed many enemies and consumed a lot of physical strength and chakra, does not have any timidity or the appearance of sparing strength. Every move and every style of his is a fierce killing move that carries endless killing opportunities and seeks to completely kill the enemy. With just one blow, you can turn the fatal flaws exposed by the other party into the opponent's death time. Father Sama. Senju Kyuma blocked the crazy attacks of several Uchiha ninjas in front of him, but there was a trace of pain on his face. He really didn't want to fight the Uchiha clan anymore. Obviously, he also knows deeply that Izumi and his eldest brother Madara are both kind people who want to protect their brothers. It is clear that he is just a person who wants to protect all his younger brothers. But why are we all such people, but we want to face each other with swords? In the name of love, we are all doing things that will continue to accumulate hatred. What we want to protect, we have to sacrifice. If we protect those we cherish, we will kill others. Senju Kyuma gritted his teeth and looked in the direction of his father, Senju Buddha, watching the battle between him and Uchiha Tajima. Looking at the ninjas who had just counterattacked, but now, under the dense coverage of a large number of ninjas, they fell one after another, and their eyes could not help but show despair. The body between the thousand-hand pillars shook violently. Go and die. When the ninjas of Uchiha began to find that the momentum raised by the clan elders could not make their side resist the attacks of the several times the enemy, they are not frustrated, they are not afraid. It has reached the point where there is no way to retreat, it has reached the point of having no scruples, and under the despair and the heart blooming wantonly, the scarlet and ominous color in the eyes of the ninjas of Uchiha has become more and more intense. They frantically attacked the enemy, and suicidal behavior became more and more. On the entire battlefield, under the splash of blood one after another, the ninjas of Uchiha and the ninjas of the Thousand Hands Alliance continued to fall. Damn it! The Thousand Hands Buddha did not expect that the Uchiha clan, which was on the verge of collapse, did not choose to surrender like Hinata and other families, but chose to fight them to the end like they had arranged to send away the elite of the clan. Moreover, the Uchiha ninja in a desperate situation, the power that bloomed, and the terrifying pupil power released, made them look even more terrifying. Look at the fallen clansman, the heart of the thousand-hand Buddha is dripping blood. Even if he knows that this is a sacrifice that he has to accept and face on the road to hegemony. You lunatics! Roared angrily at Uchiha Tajima in front of him, and when Senju Buddha just wanted to defeat this guy as soon as possible, and then completely kill him, suddenly, Uchiha Tajima's body froze, revealing a huge flaw. Without thinking about it, Senju Buddha kicked it up, and by the way, he slashed at Uchiha Tajima's shoulder. Uchiha Tajima, who flew out upside down, was caught by the great elder behind him, and the two of them panted together. Are you ready? A large amount of blood flowed out, and after Uchiha Tajima was simply stopped by the great elder, he faced the Senju Buddha and asked a word that made the Senju Buddha Shoji scratch his head. Ready for a tougher battle? A terrifying twisted smile bloomed from Uchiha Tajima's face, and he and the great elder were both squatting in front of the Thousand Hands Buddha. Obviously, the two of them together will no longer be his opponents at this moment, but their smiles made the Thousand Hand Buddha chill. The Uchiha family will not fail so easily. If you want to completely defeat us, the Thousand Hands clan, you will have to pay the price of blood. Ha 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 ha. Along with Uchiha Tajima, the laughter emitted by the great elder, behind them, several elite clansmen also followed and laughed maniacally. This sudden laughter made the heart of the Thousand Hand Buddha more and more uneasy. Then, he saw that Uchiha Tajima, the great elder, and the few Uchiha clansmen who laughed maniacally, one of the eyes in one of their eyes, suddenly became blank, losing all color. At the same time, a force that distorts the world and changes reality blooms on the land of the ninja world. Yikes! One by one, the corpses of Uchiha ninjas, who had just died and fell to the ground, disappeared. Instead, they were intact and unharmed, and once again stood on the ground on their feet. Me, I'm still alive? Even the resurrected Uchiha ninja felt incredible himself. Not to mention the enemies on the other side who saw that they finally killed were actually alive again. What's going on? Unable to believe that such a thing could happen again, Senju's eyes were tightly fixed to the eye that Uchiha Tajima and the great elder had lost their light. They actually used one eye as a price, so that each person could easily resurrect a dozen, or even dozens of ninjas, around them. What an evil and terrifying force, what an evil and terrifying Uchiha. You. The Senju Buddha saw the resurrected intact Uchiha ninja, and his heart was shocked to the extreme. However, after seeing that only Uchiha Tajima, the great elder, and a few Uchiha elites could use such forbidden techniques, forcibly put the panic in his heart back into his heart. Forbidden arts like yours are really terrible. Unfortunately, there are only a few of you who can use it now. And those of you Uchiha ninjas who have used this technique, chakra consumes a lot, and one eye has lost its light forever. A strong fear of the Uchiha clan had risen in his heart, and the Senju Buddha felt that he could no longer tolerate the existence of the Uchiha clan. I'd rather see how many times you can revive them. With an order from the Thousand Hands Buddha, the ninjas of the Uchiha clan fell into the siege of the Thousand Hands ninja who had to face the tactics of the Sea of People. Uchiha's forbidden technique, although it will make the Thousand Hands alliance face greater losses, but it will not be able to turn the tide of the war. There are too few people who will. If there are a large number of ninjas in the Uchiha clan who can do this, I am afraid that the Thousand Hands Buddha will also have to carefully consider how much he will have to pay for being an enemy of such an enemy. However, why is there such a forbidden technique, and the Uchiha family did not take it out until this time? The Senju Buddha glanced at the many ninjas of Uchiha who were still in the encirclement, and breathed a sigh of relief. It's done, I'm done, young clan elder. On the hot air balloon, it had already flown high in the sky, but had not yet left the height of the Uchiha family, and Uchiha Genwai looked at each other with red eyes, and a hint of joy appeared in their eyes. We succeeded? Yes, we've finished the detonator aspect. Enough! Uchiha stood up, his mood turned around, grabbed the fence of the hot air balloon with both hands, took out a signal flare, and fired it around. Soon, the hot air balloon that received the signal quickly came to a safe distance next to the hot air balloon where Uchiha, Senna, Genwai, and Kotori were located. Go on! Uchiha tied a sealing scroll tightly to Kuwu, and then threw it at the nearest hot air balloon. After the other party caught it, and quickly finished browsing the contents inside, his eyes were red and he remembered, and then nodded fiercely, and also passed the sealing scroll to other hot air balloons. Uchiha Hoon, surrender quickly, don't fight anymore. On the battlefield on the ground, many resurrected Uchiha ninjas have died in battle again. Even Uchiha Hoon has already died once. However, those elite clansmen who had mastered Izanagi, including the Great Elder, used their only remaining eyes to resurrect many clansmen, including Uchiha Hoon, and Uchiha Tajima, who needs to keep the pupil power of the last eye, to fight against the Senju Buddha. It's just that now, Uchiha Tajima, who has been attacked by the Thousand Hands Buddha, is about to turn into a bloody man. Poof! Kicked on the body by the Senju Buddha again, Uchiha Tajima who fell to the ground, coughed up a large mouthful of blood. You're finished, your family, it's also finished, Uchiha Tajima, this time, it's the Senju clan that won. However, except for Uchiha Tajima, the Uchiha clan is now unobstructed by the Senju Buddha. And a ninja patriarch like the Thousand Hand Buddha can inflict immeasurable terrible lethality on ordinary Uchiha clansmen. Ahem. Uchiha Sun coughed up a mouthful of blood, looking at the Thousand Hand pillars in front of him, a little unwilling. Is this the power of Mu Duan? What a terrible guy. I actually can't even die with him, so that the Uchiha clan will not have such a strong enemy in the future. Big brother, if you can't get started, I'll come. Senju had no intention of staying, and he was about to rush towards Uchiha Hun with a long sword in his hand. Then, caught off guard, he was pulled by the collar behind him by a Thousand Hand pillars, choked on his throat, and his face quickly turned red. Big brother, what are you doing? Qianshao couldn't help but be anxious. Big brother, do you still want to release water at this time? He asked behind him with a red face, but the Thousand Hand pillar raised his head and looked at the sky. What do you think that is? Qianshao looked up, his pupils shrank. Those who should have been hiding in the clouds, avoiding their sight, leaving the pile of hot air balloons here, lowered their height again, divided into 3 parts. Some of them flew out in the direction outside the battlefield, some flew back towards the inside of the Uchiha clan, and the remaining part that was the most returned to the battlefield, above their heads. At this time, in these hot air balloons, these were found by Uchiha Genwai, and completed the large-scale, batch printing of the sealing technique on the detonation charm. After descending to a height that was difficult to be attacked by ninjas on the ground, Uchiha asked the clan to maintain this altitude, and then, with a sharp sword, tied a large number of detonation charms to Kumo and shuriken, and threw them at the ground. Yikes! These kunao and shurikens that fell from the sky naturally made it difficult to pose a threat to so many ninjas on the ground. However, the detonation charms that began to explode one after another caused a lot of damage in an instant in the dense alliance team of the Thousand Hands Alliance. Boom! The continuous undulating explosions, almost instantly, shrouded an area on the battlefield, almost shattering the ninja inside. After the huge smoke caused by the terrible explosion slowly dissipated, except for a few ninjas with extremely powerful defensive ninjutsu, they were still surviving inside. Many of the rest of the ninjas in this area, who did not have time to escape, were already exploding, and their bones were gone. Come again! Uchiha's indifferent voice full of murderous intent resounded in the sky, making the ninjas of the Thousand Hands Alliance below feel cold in their hearts. How is it possible? How can these guys suddenly have so many detonators again? This is absolutely impossible. However, when Uchiha took his clansmen, they took out a bunch of detonation charms from their hands and threw them at the ground. In the midst of the violent explosion, under the terrifying heat wave, these ninjas of the Thousand Hands Alliance had to believe that they really had so many detonation charms all of a sudden. Then, after the second wave of explosions ended, Uchiha took many clansmen and took out many detonation charms in his hand. Even many sharp-eyed ninjas on the ground could see the Uchiha clan people with terrible hatred in their eyes on each hot air balloon, all holding a bunch of explosive charms and wanting to throw them down. That's all true. The ninja of the Hyaga clan also had incredible expressions in their widened white eyes. The sealing technique on that detonation charm could not be fake, and their white eyes could confirm that there were now a large number of these terrible things stored on every hot air balloon. Once they ignore it and throw down all the detonators above, I am afraid that this area will be completely scorched under the explosion of this terrible detonator. And these ninjas are difficult to survive in such a violent explosion. What? Confirmed by the ninjas of the Hyaga clan, the ninjas of the Thousand Hands Alliance on the ground couldn't help but break out in cold sweat on their heads. They couldn't help but look in the direction where the Thousand Hands Buddha was, where Uchiha Tajima, who was lying on the ground, couldn't help but laugh out loud, and the rampant laughter resounded throughout the heavens and the earth. Well done, Madara. Don't worry about me, let the Senju clan and me be buried in the sea of fire together, so that we Uchiha will have no enemies anymore. Yes, Madara, leave us alone, let these guys die with us. The Thousand Hands Buddha looked at Uchiha and the great elder who were lying there, laughing madly, and their eyes were full of killing intent. However, after looking up at Uchiha who was staring at him with cold eyes, he couldn't make a move. Uchiha's biggest weakness, his people, are all here now. If his Senju Buddha really killed Uchiha Tajima, and then, those angry Uchiha ninjas died together with the ninjas of their Senju clan, those guys in the sky would absolutely mercilessly turn this land into scorched earth. In that way, even if the Senju clan kills the current patriarch of the Uchiha clan, what is the point of breaking the current clan land? If a large number of his own living forces have been killed, can the Thousand Hands clan continue to exist? The Thousand Hand Buddha looked up at Uchiha Mama, and Uchiha Ba had also been staring coldly at the Thousand Hand Buddha, and the eyes of the two were constantly colliding. Thousand Hands Pillar quietly sighed in relief. He felt that maybe he didn't have to fight anymore. Thousand Hands looked at the expression of his eldest brother and rolled his eyes. He also knew that his father would not continue to fight. After the other party has air supremacy, coupled with a large number of detonation charms, the Thousand Hands clan will only end up losing both sides if they continue to fight like this. Abominable. Remove. With red eyes and gritted his teeth to say the order to retreat, many ninjas of the Thousand Hands Alliance, including the ninjas of the Senju clan, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the patriarch still maintained his sanity. In the hot air balloon, Uchiha Madara, who was standing, looked at the Senju Alliance, who finally retreated like a tide with the corpses of the ninja on their side, and sweat continued to drip on his pale face. Then, Ichigo sat down, and couldn't help but laugh maniacally with Izuna, Kotori, Genwai, who also had no strength and chakra next to him. Their detonation charms are indeed real, but the detonation charms that can explode have long been thrown down in the first 2 rounds. The rest have just been printed, but there are not enough fire chakra to release the fire ninjutsu to seal it in, and there is no powerful detonation charm. However, this real detonator will still make the Hyuga family see clearly and clearly, bringing them endless pressure. Big brother, we really scared them away like this. Soon, after confirming that the other party had really retreated, the hot air balloons landed one after another and returned to the Uchiha family. Izumi rushed out, trembling and helping his father Uchiha Tajima, who was tightly wrapped up in 3 layers inside and outside. And Uchiha Sun also followed behind, and helped his father, the great elder, back with him. You boy, you did a beautiful job. Uchiha Tajima, a mummified father who was bandaged, laughed angrily from the urn, and a large amount of blood oozed from the wound that was still laughing. Like the great elder, who was very concerned about the experiments on Uchiha's side, he naturally knew that the production of a large number of detonation charms was not such an easy task. If Madara can open up the manufacturing of the sealing link, it can improve the efficiency of the production of the detonation charm by a lot. However, the amount of rune paper and the number of ninjas who are good at fire ninjutsu will become the main factors restricting their ability to make detonation talismans. As soon as I came back, I saw these clansmen who got down from the hot air balloon, one by one. Their legs and feet were weak, pale and weak, and chakra was exhausted. He guessed that Uchiha was a member of the Kazu clan, and he only made a large number of blank detonation charms, but he was not able to seal the fire ninjutsu into it. Instead, they pretended to use those detonators they carried on their own bodies and used the explosions of the first 2 rounds to scare the other party back. In front of thousands of troops, Madara was actually able to do such a thing without changing his face, deceiving the clansmen and deceiving the opponents, which is not easy. Well done. The great elder touched it, and then, he hugged Madara, who had not avoided this time. Thank you, Madara. If they don't have to die, who really wants to die? What's more, his own child also died once on the battlefield. That heart-wrenching pain, the great elder did not want to go through it again. Great elder, father, your eyes, and so many clansmen, they can't come back after all. However, even if he succeeded in scaring off his opponent with the empty city scheme, one of his father's eyes and the eyes of the great elder could never come back. Uchiha clenched his fists tightly, and in his pupils, a scarlet light bloomed, and a pair of single-hook jade chakra eyes quietly appeared. That night, the hot air balloon that flew outside finally flew back with a large number of real detonation charms bought from the black market at a high price. Then, all the clansmen did not dare to slack, and continued to squeeze their chakra overtime, sealing all the detonation charms. The remaining clansmen who had no combat effectiveness walked out and collected the corpses of the clansmen who died on the battlefield as much as possible and buried them. Uchiha Yuen smelled the thick smell of blood and gun smoke in the air, and the victorious expression of joy on his face disappeared. Without saying a word, he returned to his small research room, working overtime to continue to study the printing methods of other special charms. The clansmen who were still able to move placed the wounded well and cared for them. And in front of Uchiha, a forbidden scroll was placed in his hand, and read it carefully. This is the forbidden scroll that his father asked him to give him, and it records the forbidden artisanaga that is about to be diluted in the Uchiha clan. If it weren't for the crisis of the Uchiha clan this time, his father Uchiha Tajima would not have chosen to let the clansmen use this technique. Because they have chakra eyes, their own emotions are more extreme. Once they begin to abuse such forbidden techniques, they will eventually reproduce the results of infighting and consuming each other within the family. Now, his father gave him this forbidden technique again, and let him decide whether to let the clansmen learn it or not. Uchiha didn't have that many thoughts. Forbidden techniques, if you use it well, you can turn things around, and if you use it badly, you have to pick your own family. Therefore, the key is to make good choices about who can learn and use such techniques. After a little thought, Madara decided to let the genius ninjas of the Izumi family, Kotori, and Hoon learn first. Let's see later which other eye-opening clansmen have such a heart and can master the power of such a technique without abusing it. Moreover, the art of Izanagi, who restrained Izanagi, also has the Uchiha clan. The bloody night passed quickly, and after resting, the clansmen who had recovered a lot of chakra, and under the organization of Uchiha, began to contribute a large amount of their fire escape chakra, sealing the fire ninjutsu into the detonation charm. And after accumulating a lot of detonation charms, a fierceness appeared on Uchiha's face. Go! The hot air balloon took off again, and began to retreat towards the Senjutsu clan under the control of the clansmen who had mastered the wind ninjutsu, and then flew over the camp. Then, in their stunned gazes, a steady stream of detonation charms were thrown at the top of their heads. Abominable, Earth, Earth. Now as not before, in the Thousand Hands Alliance, there are already many Earth ninjas who have been gathered together, using ninjutsu, creating huge layers of solid earth walls and shrouding them above their heads. However, the speed of creating Itsuka ninjutsu for defense was still not as fast as the speed of the Uchiha clan, who easily stood on a hot air balloon and threw the explosive charm at the brain below. After the wall created by the Tudun ninjutsu is destroyed, and the technique released by the Tudun ninjutsu cannot keep up with the speed of repair, a lot of detonation charms will fall into it and explode violently. Wait, let me come first. Blockade my detonator attack, right? Uchiha grabbed a detonation charm, pressed it tightly to the top of the kunao, and then aimed it at the huge earth dome below that had been repaired again. The dazzling electric light shone in his palm, and Izumi could feel that his eldest brother's hand had amazing power that was accumulating. And then, phew! At an extremely high speed, Kuwu fell downwards with an incredibly terrifying acceleration. The violent friction with the air caused Kuwu to even burst into flames, and suddenly penetrated the defense of the round ball made by the solid earth dun, piercing it. Then, with a bang, a violent explosion erupted inside. Uchiha did not stop in the slightest, making the other clansmen stop, and he alone constantly used the changing magnetic field generated by the super-changing current, accelerating Kuwu, allowing it to penetrate the earth and explode inside. Even if the white eyes could see through the earth and see the power he was accumulating. At the moment he launched, even the Hyuga ninja could not give a warning in time to make the people around him dodge. However, Uchiha used such a technique several times to project the detonation charm into the opponent's defensive ninjutsu, but he was unsuccessful. It was penetrated downward with extremely high acceleration, rubbing against the air in mid-air, generating huge heat, so that the detonator exploded directly in mid-air. Izumi lay on the fence of the hot air balloon, looked at the appearance below, and soon, he had an idea. Big brother, or else, let's go back and get a little hollow Kuwu first, and stuff the detonation charm into it. Big brother, if your technique can make Kuwu fall at high speed and generate huge heat, then almost after penetrating these earthen walls, you can let its heat damage the detonation charm, and let the fire ninjutsu inside directly explode. Uchiha glanced at Izumi beside him in surprise. My stupid Adaudu, why do you suddenly seem like a different person? Why are you suddenly so smart? But your idea is very good, let's go. Before leaving, Uchiha threw a very dense detonation charm down again. Whether they can blow up these defenses that are constantly being built and repaired by a large number of earth ninjas is another matter. Uchiha must at least keep them in great fear. They're gone. The white eyes of the Hyuga ninja, through the earthen wall, saw the Uchiha people in the sky with a large number of chakras flowing in their bodies slowly leaving, and sighed in relief. As his voice flowed out, the surrounding ninjas couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Great, so that the shadows that do not know when they will die have finally left above their heads. However, their relaxed expressions became a naked shame in the eyes of the Thousand-Hand Buddha. Obviously, before, it was still their absolute superiority over the Uchiha clan, and they could arbitrarily surround Uchiha. He even forced Uchiha to keep surviving, retain the most elite power, and leave here. However, just because the other party occupies the advantage in the sky, their own advantage is not there in an instant? No, actually, it's still there. Even if they have air superiority, they can constantly attack their side with detonation charms. But in fact, that day, as long as he worked harder, he could break the backbone of the Uchiha clan, and he could kill all the pillars of the current generation of the Uchiha clan, including the Uchiha Patriarch Uchiha Tajima. Without these clansmen led by Uchiha Tajima on the ground, how long can they hold out if they fly in the sky? However, he retreated. When he was about to win, he retreated because of his concerns. With such a huge power, he controls such a huge alliance, which exceeds the power of the Thousand Hands clan at any time before. However, he lost the decisiveness to sacrifice when he was the patriarch of the simple Senju clan. He was afraid that the Thousand Hands clan would sacrifice too much and could no longer subdue the other families. He was afraid that the huge Thousand Hands alliance would disappear like this. He was afraid of his low-hanging fruit, ambition, and left him like this. However, the more you fear losing, the more you will lose. Looking at the cowardly appearance of these ninjas of the Thousand Hands Alliance in exchange for their own survival, the Thousand Hands Buddha seemed to see himself who had made the decision to retreat before. If you hesitate, you will lose. A trace of regret flashed in the eyes of the Thousand Hand Buddha. What about the blacksmith? What about the blacksmith? Quick, come out and start working. Izumi returned to the clan, eager to see his eldest brother take revenge with the Uchiha clan, so he woke up the tired clan blacksmiths. Quickly help us create some special kunao. Speaking out what Uchiha needed now, these had been sleepless for several days, and the blacksmiths who had not yet rested well breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it is not difficult to create a little special bitterness for the elders of the young clan. Soon, under Izuna's gaze, there was a jingling sound here, and the sound of banging gongs and irons was connected. And Uchiha came to this place outside Uchiha's source and saw him who was still working silently. Outside the source, you don't need to put so much pressure on yourself, and you can't reach it if you want to be fast. Uchiha Genwai's body stiffened for a moment, but he continued to bury his head in front of these sealing techniques and printing presses in front of him. Sorry, young clan elder, this time, I can't stop. Uchiha sighed, looked at Uchiha Genwai in front of him, and slowly turned and left. Genwai was born in a family, an ordinary small family. He has talent, which naturally makes his family better off. However, in yesterday's fierce battle, even these unarmed ordinary clansmen were holding the detonation charm tightly with both hands, waiting for the last moment. When the fighting clans led by Uchiha Tajima outside can no longer resist, they will also use these detonation charms to complete the decisive attack on the Senju alliance. Genwai had already seen the crystal tears in their eyes once when he was separated from his parents before. Now, naturally, I don't want to see my parents cry a second time. When he returned, he hadn't even returned home, so he hid here and worked desperately. At the high-level meeting of the family, Uchiha Tajima, who had already untied a lot of bandages on his body, was laughing with the great elder sitting next to him and some elders. Great elder, you really can't do it, you kill fewer enemies than me, not to mention that when you use that technique, the number of clansmen who have rewritten the ending is also less than me. The great elder was agitated by Uchiha Tajima, and he blew his beard angrily and glared. If I were better than you, wouldn't it be me who sat in your position? Uchiha Tajima was stunned, looking at the big elder who was similar to himself, and his whole body was tied everywhere, and he insisted on showing one arm, grabbed the wine jug, and poured wine into his mouth, and grunted. What you said makes sense. Come, Jingyu's Haibo. Honor our companions. The sparse voice sounded at the high-level meeting, and in the past, this noisy place has lost more than half of the familiar voice. It's just that the deceased is gone, and they are not too sad or desperate. Instead, this thought, this anger, will be turned into the deepest power brewing in the body, and accumulated. They also want to use this strength to continue to support their scarred bodies, to support this huge family, and to lead the clansmen to continue to move forward. Then, from now on, let's think about how to dismember the behemoth of the Thousand Hand Alliance. Dismemberment of 1,000 hands? After such words were spit out of his mouth by Uchiha Tajima in a cold tone with Sensen's killing intent, the entire Uchiha high level fell silent. Don't see that they forced back the behemoth, but in fact, if the other party was really willing to sacrifice, they could still force their Uchiha clan to flee in embarrassment. Don't be so frustrated, guys, the Thousand Hands clan is now huge, and if it has his advantages, then naturally there will be his shortcomings. Uchiha Tajima could see more thoroughly than they could all do. If before yesterday, the fierce victory of the Senju clan could still unite so many ninja clans and accept their command shortcomings to cover up. However, yesterday's defeat and retreat will undoubtedly cast a shadow over this huge alliance. In an alliance, how should each family contribute, how much compensation should be paid to ninjas who died in battle, and how should battle merits be calculated? You have your reason, I have my excuse. There will be no softness in arguing with each other. Everyone wants to win better benefits for their own people, and no one is willing to sacrifice, then there will inevitably be discord and contradictions. Don't worry, there are spots, we now have air superiority, and in about a week, they will not be able to find a way to counter us. The structure of the hot air balloon is simple and easy to imitate, however, the materials are not so easy to find and make well. Coupled with Madara's technique, even if the other party really made a hot air balloon, at high altitude, other hot air balloons are just a target for Madara. Well, that's right, there is Madara, our Uchiha clan, even if we can't completely defeat the Thousand Hands Alliance, we can definitely be invincible. The great elder said to the surviving elites around him who were still alive. Although they suffered heavy losses yesterday, there were so many elites of the Uchiha clan, and the dying counterattack before the death of the battle, and even the second counterattack made by Izanagi, caused the Thousand Hands Alliance to suffer much heavier losses than them. Moreover, Uchiha's hope is still there, the hope in their hearts is still there, and a bright future will come. Compared with the Uchiha clan, everyone is united in their happy appearance, and among the Thousand Hands Alliance, it is much worse. Uchiha soon sat down on the hot air balloon again, above their heads, and began to vent his power unscrupulously. Get out of the territory of our Uchiha clan, or you'll all die here. Accompanied by the angry voice of Uchiha coming down from the sky, a brilliant firelight, like a meteor that had shrunk countless times, fell from the sky and violently penetrated the defense that the Earth Ninja had built again. A piece of red kunao rubbed by the ultra-high-speed flight was directly inserted into the ground, and the next moment, the detonation charm hidden in the hollow structure created inside was ignited and exploded. Already about to burn, it was flushed and became extremely fragile, and in an instant, it exploded into countless fragments. In the hollow structure, after the explosion of the detonator, it is under the huge pressure and heat generated in a very small space. The kuwu that burst apart shattered into countless fragments, spreading violently towards the surroundings. Whoosh! These terrible fragments can easily penetrate even a ninja's body and leave them with huge burns and pain. Uchiha opened his chakra eyes, and after seeing a little vaguely that the kunao he threw down actually produced an effect similar to a grenade explosion, he couldn't help but get a little excited. Izuna's proposal actually made the lethality of the detonator charm get such a huge improvement. Compared to the huge destructive power of the detonator in a small area, the killing ability of those broken by the explosion and splashed out of the Kumu fragments becomes greater, and it is also more difficult for ninjas to dodge. Abominable. The Senju Buddha can only instruct more Earth ninjas to strengthen their defenses to deal with the unscrupulous fire suppression of Uchiha and the other Uchiha clansmen in the sky. Where the hell did these guys get so many detonators? Why are their detonators desperately thrown at the ground as if they don't want money? The continuous rumbling explosions above their heads made the ninjas of the Thousand Hands Alliance who were shrouded in earthballs feel dull and depressed. And from time to time, in the randomly selected direction of attack, the miserable screams of the unlucky eggs who were killed and injured by the bursting fragments made these Alliance ninjas panic. But the Thousand Hands Buddha must endure, and if he can't bear it, he must endure it. If it had been before, he might have made the decision to let the Alliance army attack, surround Uchiha, and fight with Uchiha. Because of this, does Uchiha dare to be ruthless and blow up the Alliance army and Uchiha together? However, after the Uchiha clan showed the power of Izanagi, the Senju Buddha knew that they would definitely dare to do such a thing. I wish they could do this, so that the Uchiha clan could maximize the power of so many detonation charms. The Thousand Hands Buddha was undoubtedly painful, and after yesterday's retreat, he did not directly take the alliance and completely retreated like this. Because he was very unwilling, he felt that he only needed to go further, that is, this small step. As long as he defeated the Uchiha clan, then he could realize his ambition and that of the Senju clan. How long will it be before we can imitate something like that? The Senju Buddha looked up, as if he saw those arrogant Uchiha ninjas, sprinkling detonation charms on the ground all over the sky, and selecting unlucky eggs to blow up. If they want to fight each other, then they must also have air superiority. Father, to be honest, I think we'd better retreat now. Asked by the Thousand Hands Buddha like this, after thinking for a while, the Thousand Hands still said it solemnly. Suddenly, he felt a huge pressure and pressed his body, making his shoulders sink. Senju looked up and saw his father's eyes staring at him. Those eyes were full of unwillingness, full of humiliation, full of violent desire. Facing such a look from his father, Senjuma also felt a lot of pressure, but he still grunted and said the words in his heart. The structure of that thing is simple, but the technique that Uchiha is using now allows him to easily defeat us in the air. However, the Thousand Hands Buddha still maintained his sanity, and after listening to the analysis of the Thousand Hands Buddha, he relied on his child very much, and slowly pressed the desire in his heart. You're right, we need to at least make that thing that can fly into the sky. As for being shot down by the other party, when the opponent's technique can attack us, the wind escape ninjutsu can already attack the other party. A Thousand Hands' eyes lit up. How did he forget the wind? Still, we have to retreat. If you continue to stay here, the other families of the Alliance will not agree. They have been scared out of their guts and do not have the courage to fight Uchiha again. And even if they can really make that big guy that can take to the air, they will have to float from another place. Otherwise, let the other party attack from top to bottom, and they will still become a live target. Retreat, Junma, by the way, call me the patriarchs of the other families. After saying such an order, the figure of the Thousand Hand Buddha instantly seemed to be 10 years old, and it looked a lot older. The elaborate preparation of the huge operation, the surging ambition burning in the chest, was shattered in this operation, and the Thousand Hands Buddha felt exhausted. Seeing such a father, Senju felt a little uncomfortable, and quickly conveyed the order of the Senju Buddha. Just as the Alliance army began to quickly and even a little panic to pack up its things and prepare to leave, the Thousand Hands Buddha was also meeting with the patriarchs of many other families in the Alliance. Guys, this time our war against Uchiha failed. The Thousand Hands Buddha frankly admitted the appearance of failure, which made many family patriarchs begin to think strangely cautiously in their hearts. The powerful Thousand Hands clan continued to fight and fight one after another, until they lost today. Then, will they also be weak to the point of being incomparable, and then? But do you really think that's the end of it? Are the Uchiha clans so easy to mess with? They are all a bunch of crazy people. The words of the Thousand Hands Buddha, this moment made the faces of these family ninjas in front of them change, white and white, quite ugly. The Uchiha clan swore to death, frantically wanted to fight with them until the last moment of their lives, and even used forbidden techniques, and then continued to die with them again after being resurrected, which undoubtedly shook their hearts fiercely. And having already formed such a grudge with the Uchiha clan will definitely take revenge on them. Although the Thousand Hand Buddha looks a lot older, he is still so shrewd, and with a gentle word, he can point out the fear in the hearts of these guys. The Thousand Hands Alliance still seems to be a behemoth, but if it falls apart, every family that has been separated is now full of holes and weak. Together, continue to huddle closely, they can continue to live well. Otherwise, what awaits them is not only the counterattack of the Uchiha family, but also the eyes of many other hostile families. Therefore, at this time, we should watch over each other. That's right, the Buddha Patriarch is right. The various races that had already heard a lot of vitality agreed one after another, and there was no longer the careful thinking before. Except for the old god who stayed in the corner all the time, it seemed that the Hyuga ninja had little to do with the defeat of this war. Soon, under the warning of the Thousand Hands Buddha, the Thousand Hands Alliance began to retreat cautiously. At this moment, Madara has no good way. The hot air balloon flew too slowly in the sky, far less than the speed at which the ninjas retreated and ran. And under the organization of the Thousand Hands Buddha, their orderly retreat did not allow Uchiha Tajima to find more opportunities to bite back at them. However, whether it is Uchiha Tajima or Senju Buddha, they know that this matter is not over. In the sky, Uchiha stood in a hot air balloon, condescendingly looking down at the grey retreating ninjas below, and finally, in the midst of the embarrassed crowd, he saw the conspicuous target. At the same time, the thousand-hand pillar also raised his head with a feeling and looked at the sky. It was clear that they were far apart, and even Uchiha couldn't see the expression between the thousand-hand pillars on the ground through his chakra eyes, but the thousand-hand pillars felt that he felt the anger in Uchiha Ban's eyes. After all, it still faded away. Abominable, thousand-hand pillars, you bastard. Before Uchiha could say anything, Izuna's angry roar suddenly came from beside him. The feelings in Uchiha Sena's heart are extremely complicated now. On the one hand, he and Senjuju have a friendship that does not need to worry about anything, and can express his heart unscrupulously. However, the other party has now become the enemy of the Uchiha clan, and during the battle, Uchiha Sena has even fought the other party and the other party's brother several times. And in these battles, not only did they understand the embarrassment of the other party who firmly wanted to protect their loved ones and had to fight each other, but also the fact that the thousand-hand pillars secretly helped him escape from the encirclement. Let's go. Next, it's time for us to return it. Half a month later, above the sea east of the Land of Fire, in the Land of Whirlpools, which was only some distance away from the ninja continent, the sound of fierce fighting continued to come. Uchiha took the lead, Izuna, Kotori, Hoon, and a group of elite members of the Uchiha clan followed behind them, entered the country of the Whirlpool from the sea, and began to attack the ninjas of the Whirlpool clan in the country of Whirlpool. This group of elites of the Uchiha clan, everyone opened the Sharingan, and their combat effectiveness was very strong. Uchiha Madara Uchiha Sena already possessed the combat power to easily kill adult ninjas of rival families before he opened the Sharingan. After opening the Sharingan, he has surpassed most of the adult ninjas in the family, and has incredible combat power with a weak crown body. With a pop, Uchiha inserted Kumu into the body of the last living Uzumaki ninja. Facing his painful, blood-coughing up hate-filled face, he was accustomed to such eye spots, and the colors released in his scarlet pupils shocked this dying person. After killing this other team of Uzumaki ninjas who came to support, Uchiha Sena didn't even wait for his eldest brother to look at him. Just like Uchiha Hoon, he took the initiative to dispose of the corpse and search for information. This well-behaved and skilled appearance made a smile appear on Uchiha Kotori's face. Izumi is so well-behaved in front of Madara. Big brother, these guys have learned smart, and they don't have any supplies and ninjutsu scrolls on them. Hearing Izuna's slightly disappointed report, Uchiha thought about it and gave the order. It's time to retreat from this side, let's change places. From the very beginning of the attack launched against the Uzumaki family, which caught them off guard, Uchiha spot, and they gained a lot of benefits. The ninja of the Uzumaki clan never thought that the Uchiha clan was not in a hurry to deal with the Thousand Hands alliance that was still hugged, but instead traveled thousands of miles across the ocean and came to them to sneak up on them. Then, before they could react, Uchiha even led many clansmen and snatched some sealing ninjutsu. Hoon, Izuna, and Kotori also disposed of the corpses of many ninjas of the Uzumaki clan at the behest of Uchiha Madara, preparing to bring them back to the family. However, judging from the Uzumaki ninjas who had clearly reacted to this team, I am afraid that they would not be able to continue like this on the territory of the Uzumaki clan. Fortunately, they themselves were on the sea, circled the country of whirlpools, and randomly found a place to rush in. Now he quickly returned to the coast of the Vortex country, boarded the ship, and soon disappeared into the vast sea amid the angry roar of the Uzumaki family. Big brother, who are we going to fight next? Uchiha Sena was very excited, and the surprise attack on the Uzumaki clan made them gain a lot. Wait a minute. Uchiha did not choose the other families of the Senju alliance to start, but took Izumi and them back to the ninja continent by boat. Subsequently, the sealing technique of the Vortex clan is very strong, and it has the power to easily suppress the tailed beast, and even control the tailed beast. This news, along with some information about the sealing technique that Uchiha got from the Uzumaki clan, and the secret push of the Uchiha clan, coupled with a large amount of reward for the ninja of the Uzumaki clan and the sealing technique, spread out quickly. The entire ninja world was suddenly in an uproar. The tailed beast, in this chaotic era where ninjas rely on their families, carry out tasks, entrust, earn bounties, and survive, are undoubtedly terrifying, powerful, and like natural disasters. However, now, the Vortex clan actually possessed such terrifying power. If they can get something from the Vortex clan, can they also control the tailed beast, or even get the power of the tailed beast? Many ninjas, and even bounty hunters know that they can't deal with the tailed beast. but if you deal with ninjas who are also human, there are many ways. For a moment, a huge malice condensed in the ninja realm, stabbing towards the country of the vortex, and stabbing towards the village of the whirlpool. Many greedy guys rushed towards this land of projectiles standing on the sea. Suddenly, the Vortex family found that the country of Vortex suddenly fell into chaos. Everywhere, there are guys who want to pick up leaks, want to obtain the sealing technique, and want to catch a Vortex clan bloodline and come to the Vortex country. In the land of the Vortex country, the ninjas of the Uzumaki clan are fighting fiercely with people every day. Fortunately, at this time, many families did not dare to draw out too much strength because they were caught in the chaotic world struggle. Otherwise, the Vortex clan may face the scourge of extinction at this moment. Uchiha came out of the black market, took out a large bounty to settle the bounty ninjas, and finally exchanged it for the corpse of the Uzumaki ninja clan and some less powerful sealing scrolls. The calamity of the Vortex clan is now only because of him. Perhaps, at this time, there are ninjas of the Uzumaki clan, and even ordinary people of the Uzumaki country who continue to die because of him, but Madara has not wavered in the slightest. If you want to protect something, you have to sacrifice something. Then, in order to protect the clansmen, protect their relatives, and protect what they cherish, this bloody heaviness will be borne by me Uchiha. Let's go back. The stronghold of the Uzumaki clan has suffered such attacks and harassment, and such suffering and fighting are far from over in the foreseeable days to come. Even if the relationship between the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan is strong, can those ninjas of the Uzumaki clan who came to support Senju continue to stay in the land of fire? Sure enough, soon, with more and more bad news coming from the Vortex country, the Uzumaki ninja in the Thousand Hands Alliance couldn't help it. After saying goodbye to the Thousand Hands Buddha, they hurried back towards the Vortex country. And the Thousand Hands Buddha knew that this was a good thing done by the Uchiha clan, and to divide the family with the strongest relationship with him in the Thousand Hands Alliance, he could only watch the Uzumaki ninjas leave. When the ninja of the Uzumaki clan who was escorted by the Thousand Hand Pillar left the land of fire and began to return, the face of the Thousand Hand Pillar and the Thousand Hands suddenly changed. Swish! Uchiha took many ninjas of the Uchiha clan and ambushed them on their way back. Standing on the hill, Uchiha opened his Sharingan eyes and looked at the Senju pillar below. When he opened his mouth and was about to say something, syllable. Uchiha Senna, who was behind him, suddenly took a step forward and pointed a finger at the Thousand Hand Pillar. Between the Thousand Hand Pillar, I finally waited for you. The angry Izumi looked at the Senju pillar, with mixed emotions in her eyes. However, the great losses caused by the Senju clan must be repaid by them with blood. He let out a huge roar at the Thousand Hand Pillar, and at this moment, even everyone's attention was attracted to him. Just let me come and kill you. Uchiha looked at his excited brother beside him speechlessly. This guy finished everything he wanted to say. Damn, big brother, we have to break through. Xianxiao saw that he and the others had been ambushed, and his face couldn't help but look a little ugly. The detonation talismans in the hands of the Uchiha clan are terrifying, plus they are waiting for work here. There must be a lot of arrangements. Fight with them here, it's a loss. Shuriken, the art of shadow doppelganger. Sure enough, just after Izumi made a particularly attractive declaration, Uchiha was already behind him, completing the seal. Water escape, water rush. Thousands of hands saw so many Kuwu with detonation charms flying over, clapping his hands together, and quickly finished the seal of Shui Duan. The clear water surrounded him, circling, forming a huge barrier, and then, under his push, surged up in the direction of the top of the mountain, trying to block all the detonation charms. Water escape, water array wall. Compared to the Thousand Hands seal, which can make the seal as quickly as possible, the rest of the Thousand Hands ninja can only honestly finish all the seals of the water escape before releasing a wall of water. Thundered. The heat waves and flames generated by the running water and the explosion of a large number of detonators violently dissolved each other, causing a large area of white water vapor to begin to permeate. The ninjas of the Thousand Hands clan all did not hesitate to go in the direction behind and began to run out. Senju just made it clear that it was very unwise to fight someone else in a trap they had set. However, Senju, who turned around and left, had not yet left far, and heard the sound of a Kunao shuriken coming from behind him, shooting aimlessly and cutting through the air. Damn it! Senju looked a little ugly, turned around, and leaned on hearing the sound of Kunao and shuriken flying out in the air, and clanging knocked a large number of sneak ninja tools to the ground. Then his eyes shrank sharply and he continued to jump backwards, while his hands were tightly protected in front of him. Thundered. A series of explosions continued to explode in the white mist. Pushed by a huge force, he flew out of the distant Thousand Hands, and his brain buzzed. He got up from the ground in embarrassment and was relieved to see more clansmen running out of the mist with difficulty. Fortunately, most of the clansmen survived the explosion just now. The hateful Uchiha is really mad. Your detonation charms are really embarrassing. Others are a lot of bitter nothing. There are one or two bitter supreme, sticking the detonation charm, unexpectedly attacking the opponent. You guys are good, each of you has an explosive charm attached to it, and some even have 2 or 3 stickers on it. If it weren't for his resourcefulness just now, he led his clansmen to directly defend with water-done ninjutsu, using the water vapor that diffused to block Uchiha's vision. I am afraid that those Kuwu with the detonation charm will fly behind them as if they have eyes. Back some more. Yikes! The third round, carrying a large number of detonation charms, once again cut through the air and rushed out from the pervasive vapor. However, a man who was always worthy of his trust stood in front of all the clansmen who were still alive. New done. The hands of the 1,000-hand pillars were together, and the huge, hard, and thick wood instantly appeared in front of many clansmen, helping them in resisting the violent explosion of the detonation charm. And the huge gas wave generated by this explosion finally completely blew away the previous water vapor. Seeing the use of the wooden escape between the 1,000-hand pillars to block all the explosions of the last round of detonation charms, the clansmen of the 1,000 Hands clan couldn't help but let out excited shouts. Lord Pillars! The warm cheers for the Senju pillar echoed in the air, making Uchiha's ninjas also look at it. What a terrifying power, what a terrifying ability to control. 1,000-hand pillar, what a terrible enemy. Uchiha Kinlai felt the huge chakra that was emanating from the body of the 1,000-hand pillars, and he couldn't help but sigh. That guy's chakra is so thick that it's rare to see. Kill! Uchiha took the lead, leading his clansmen to jump down the mountain, and the single-hook jade riding wheel that had been opened was turning rapidly, taking in everything between the 1,000-hand pillars closest to him. Fire, fire dragon art. Uchiha spat out a soaring fire dragon in his mouth, and a large amount of wood grew out of the side between the 1,000-hand pillars, sharing a lot of firepower for him. Under the entanglement of flames and wooden dun, the two slammed their weapons and their own strength into each other's bodies. Clang! Between the bitter collisions, violent flames burst out, but they could not stop the collision between the eyes of the two pairs of equally tough people who wanted to protect their younger brothers and their own people. Uchiha Senna, who had been running towards the Senju pillar, had a big question mark on his head, and had no choice but to change direction and run towards the Senju pillar. Go and die. Senju looked at the front speechlessly, not knowing why, and Uchiha Senna, who was a little angry beyond expectations, was not timid. The cold light in his hand flickered, and the sword between the 1,000 hands also slashed towards Uchiha Senna. You bastard! The undisguised expression of disappointment in his eyes is looking down on him. Senju, Uchiha Senna. It's time for us to get on. Uchiha Hoon and Uchiha Kodori saw that the two most powerful combat powers in the Senju clan had been entangled by Madara and Izuna. They quickly began to lead the other clans to attack the remaining Senju ninjas. However, the strength of the ninja of the Senju clan has always been impressive. Because of the large number of ninja tools and detonation charms more than the Senju clan, coupled with the Shadow Doppelganger technique, Spiral Pill and other techniques, Uchiha ninja can suppress each other in one-on-one solo battles. However, in addition to Uchiha, the ninjas of other families in the ninja world may only be able to fall into the inferior position against the thousands of hands. So strong. Although Senju was angry, after fighting with Izuna, he began to gradually fall into the downside. Senna is good at swordsmanship, and with the powerful dynamic vision of the Sharingan, swordsmanship will improve even more. While the resistance between the 1,000 hands became more and more difficult, they also gradually saw that on the battlefield, the clansmen in other places also fell into the downwind one by one. Big brother! He couldn't help but shout at the man who was at the very center of the battle. Between the 1,000 hand pillars, Uchiha Madara. However, the shouts of the two people who were bursting out with all their strength, in order to practice their ninja deo, easily overwhelmed the shouts between the 1,000 hands. The sharp scythe in Madara swirled, blocked by the knife in Madara's hand. The two abandoned their weapons, kicked each other, flew out upside down, and released ninjutsu together. New done. Fire. The How fireball created by Madara instantly came to the front of the pillars, and the wooden dun released between the pillars also quickly emerged from the ground, about to grab Madara's body. Finally seized the opportunity and was able to run in front of the eldest brother, and together with the eldest brother pillar, he temporarily repelled Uchiha Mama. Qianshao said anxiously to the pillar, "Big brother, if this continues, the clansmen will soon be unable to hold on." The other party was already waiting for work, laid traps, and threw them several rounds in advance with the detonation charm. If this kind of fight continues, the ordinary ninja of the 1,000 Hands clan will be completely destroyed here. Receiving the reminder from the 1,000 Hands pillar, the 1,000 Hands pillar quickly looked to the sides. Sure enough, except for him and Karama, many other clansmen were almost unable to support it. "Leave it to me." Senju Kyuma responded heavily to his younger brother, but it made Uchiha Senna, who came with him, angry. 1,000 Hand pillar, you guy, you are too self-righteous. Originally holding a special complicated feeling for Senju Kyuma, Uchiha Senna was even more angry when he heard that he seemed to want to single-handedly stop Uchiha from continuing to surround their team. "I'm sorry, Izuna." The Senju pillar clapped his hands together, and a powerful chakra gushed that surprised Izumi Nato. Then the ground under his feet became exceptionally soft at this moment, becoming like the surface of water, undulating. The vine, which was thicker than Izuna's thighs, suddenly broke through the ground, burrowed out from under his feet, and swung to grab Izuna's thighs. At this moment, a cold light flashed, and Uchiha had already grabbed his weapon, got rid of the vines under his feet, and after cutting these things with a knife, he carried Izumi and jumped backwards. Not only that, but a large number of vines also appeared on the ground around the Senju pillar, helping the Senju ninja and capturing many of Uchiha's ninjas. Retreat. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Thousand Hands pillar took the Thousand Hands pillar and the many clansmen of the Thousand Hands clan to quickly withdraw from the front of Uchiha Madara. Big brother, let's chase after it. After getting rid of the technique between the Senju pillars, Senna was a little impatient, but was grabbed by Madara Yi. Look at them. At this time, Izumi looked at Uchiha Hun and Uchiha Kodori, who were specially taken care of by Senju Jukuma and were both recruited. Their legs had been pierced by Mudun and became blurred with blood and flesh, and many more clansmen fell to the ground in pain. The lethality of the wooden dun between the Thousand Hand pillars is not weak, of course. I can also kill many Thousand Hands clansmen regardless of the deaths and injuries of the clansmen, but it will not be worth the loss. Go, and help Sun take out all the wooden thorns in the wound. Uchiha gave up continuing to hunt down and kill the Thousand Hands clan, otherwise the power of the wooden dun between the Thousand Hand pillars would bring unexpected huge casualties to the clansmen. Moreover, the Thousand Hand pillar did not directly use Mudun to kill all the captured clansmen, but directly beckoned his clansmen to retreat, and the meaning was obvious. Hey! Izumi gritted her teeth, quite unwillingly. However, seeing the injured appearance of the clansmen, Uchiha Senna finally gave up the idea of pursuing them. He held his head to help the tribe break free from the entanglement of the vines and help them deal with their injuries. Sorry, Madara-sama, I'm too weak. Next to Uchiha Kodori, Madara had already crouched down and cut all the thorn-covered vines on the sides of her legs with kunao, so that her feet could be pulled out. Watching the enemy flee, Kinlai felt very uncomfortable. It's a shame that they weren't able to keep each other all here. Bear with me. Uchiha pulled out the wooden thorns that had been stuck in her legs one by one. Although Madara was already very careful with his movements, Uchiha Kodori couldn't help but twitch in pain. After pulling out all the thorns, Madara bandaged her wound little by little to stop the bleeding. Uchiha sat embarrassed on the ground, her eyelids trembling slightly, watching Madara press her hands on her calves and wrap the bandages. The pain just now had disappeared, and now she only felt an amazing heat, which was passing from where Madara-sama's hands touched her calves, and constantly passed into her head, making her feel that her whole body was hot and hot. What a gentleness, Madara-sama. Just as Uchiha was thinking about it, next to her, a rough muffled snort pulled her back from her fantasy. SHHH. Uchiha Senna, can't you just tap like Madara? Aha, Uchiha Hun, are you a woman? Do you want your mother-in-law to cry out for pain? Uchiha Senna and Uchiha Hun looked at each other with an unhappy expression. Then Izumi snorted coldly, continued to forcefully, and roughly pulled out the wooden thorn that was pierced into Uchiha Hun's leg, and the painful Uchiha Hun looked miserable. Uchiha stood up, pulled Uchiha Kodori up from the ground, and looked around. Many clansmen were injured, but fortunately, very few were killed in the final battle. And the team of the Thousand Hands clan was ambushed, and those who were killed by the detonation charm were quite a few who rushed over and killed. And the distant relatives of the Senju clan, the hardcore ally Uzumaki clan themselves, are now coveted by a large number of ninjas and ninjas in the ninja world, sleeping uncomfortably, and constantly facing all kinds of huge pressures. It is now difficult for them to draw out people to help the Thousand Hands, so in the Thousand Hands alliance, does the Thousand Hands clan still have such a solid right to speak? Moreover, in addition to the Thousand Hands, those families all have to pay the price. Uchiha looked at the clansmen around him again, looking at each other, who seemed to be unable to deal with each other, but during the battle, they were able to trust each other with their juniors, and laughed. Big brother, thanks to you. In the team of the Thousand Hands clan, the atmosphere was a little dull. Having just sent away his hardcore ally, he encountered an ambush by the Uchiha clan, and the clansmen of the Senju clan were also a little sad. The eyes of the Thousand Hands rolled around, and the words that came out made the Thousand Hands pillar embarrassed. It's good that there is a big brother, otherwise we might really be there and be wiped out by the entire army ambushed by Uchiha. Yes, thanks to the young clan elders. The words of the Thousand Hands were echoed by many clansmen. When the demoralized clansmen saw the back of the young patriarch's Thousand Hand pillars, their hearts suddenly calmed down a lot. Between the pillars of Muduan, the strength is still constantly improving. Phew, it's okay, finally stabilized the morale. Seeing that he had stabilized, the clansmen who followed behind him breathed a sigh of relief. After hiding from the sight of other prying eyes, their team finally returned to the family. At this time, among the Thousand Hands family, the production of hot air balloons was finally about to be completed. After returning to the family, Senja did not have time to rest, so he returned to his familiar work. In previous attempts, the hot air balloon was either because the material of the airbag was not good, and it was easy to break when pulling the large hanging basket below to fly, or it was easy to burn up at high temperatures, so that the hot air balloon turned into a fireball and fell down. After many attempts, Senjuma felt the importance of materials, but found that this aspect was not so easy to break through. Often, it takes thousands of attempts to make some progress. Originally, this was a very boring thing, but in the midst of 1,000 hands, I began to feel a trace of fun that others could not detect. He felt that it was interesting to keep doing such experiments, constantly looking for the slightest possibility in the repetitive process that others found boring. It's like developing a new ninjutsu, finding a better direction in the midst of endless possibilities. Lord Kurama, we are ready. Facing the clansman who came to report, a happy smile appeared on the face of Senjujima. Then let's get started. Under the auspices of Senjuma, another new experiment began. Under the tireless testing of the ninja clansmen, the new materials found this time finally reached their goal. Let's ignite it. The clansman who lit the fire in the hot air balloon soon became a little nervous, raised torches, and set the fuel pile on fire. Then, in the huge air bag of the inflated hot air balloon, the huge lift began to push this thing and slowly rose to the sky. However, with the restraint of the 4 ropes connected to the bottom of the large hanging basket, the hot air balloon was pulled when it flew to a height of about 30 meters. After flying steadily for a while and there was no hot air balloon burning up on its own, Senjuma excitedly walked up the rope and landed lightly in the gondola. Is this what it feels like to fly? I heard that in the land of earth and the land of fire, there are ninjas who have secret techniques that have been passed down from generation to generation, allowing them to fly in the sky. However, flying is ultimately the right of a very small number of ninjas. Now, not only does the Uchiha clan have the power to fly into the sky, but even he feels the beauty of flying. This feeling, it's really good. Although it was only 30 meters tall, looking down condescendingly, he saw the figures of the clansmen becoming small in their eyes, and he felt his heart thumping with excitement. After flying, with the wind escape ninjutsu, you can also pose a threat to the opponent's hot air balloon. At that time, Uchiha lost his air superiority, and it would be difficult to pose a huge threat to them on the ground. It's just that when he thinks of the fierce war that may break out between the two races in the future in order to compete for air supremacy, he can't help but sigh. When the hot air balloon fights in the air, the ninja on the broken hot air balloon falls, and I am afraid that he will not survive at all, and his death is extremely tragic. But soon, a trace of haze appeared on the face of the 1,000 hands. He thought of the technique that had been developed in the Uchiha clan that could create an entity avatar to fight instead of the body, and even practice. The other party can completely use the technique to create shadow doppelgangers to deal with them. Now it seems that creating a hot air balloon that can fly into the sky is only the first step against Uchiha. After completing the hot air balloon, asking the clansman to tell the other clansmen the good news, Senjuma left the family station, came to a small hill outside, and found his eldest brother, Senjuzuma. Big brother, what are you thinking? 1,000 Hands guard stood beside his eldest brother, and seeing his eldest brother looking at the forest under the small mountain in front of him, 1,000 Hands suddenly felt a little sad. Big brother, this fool, obviously told him everything before. But now, big brother, see for yourself. What happened to that Uchiha Senna who suddenly appeared and seemed to be familiar with you? Why do you seem to know both brothers Uchiha? As your own brother, I don't even know when you got in touch with the 2 geniuses of Uchiha, an enemy family. Well, you are a good big brother with thick eyebrows and big eyes, but unknowingly, you have hidden so many things from your own brother. I was wondering if one day, we wouldn't have to fight Uchiha again. I mean no more fighting with anyone. Our children can spend their childhood happily in the village carved out of the forest below. At that time, people were able to forget their identities as enemies of each other, but to unite and live together in this village, watching the growth of all the children in this village. Thousands of hands listened to his eldest brother chattering about his thoughts, and soon understood what his eldest brother's dream was like. Build a peaceful village that can accommodate all the ninjas. Big brother, are you thinking about something like this? Yes, Kuruma, thank you for being able to listen to me. 1,000 Hand Pillar breathed a sigh of relief, and being able to pour out to people again made his heart relax a lot. You're welcome, big brother. The mood between the 1,000 Hands suddenly became much better, and sure enough, we are brothers. Big brother, your dreams, your thoughts, are all here, and you can say them between your brothers without reservation. And as a younger brother, I will definitely do my best to help your eldest brother to complete it. This village, I will definitely help the eldest brother you to build. You are the second person after Senna, who can listen to my thoughts, and I hope that one day, you, Senna, and more Uchiha and Senju people will be able to let go of hatred. The expression on Senju's face instantly turned dark, and the happy mood disappeared, but became terrible. Why do you look unhappy? After 1,000 Hands Pillar finished his dream, he saw his younger brother 1,000 Hands beside him, and his face seemed to be dark. Nope, Senjuma resolutely refused to acknowledge the ugly expression he had just revealed. Senju Zuji scratched his head. No, he had indeed seen the terrifying look on his brother's face just now. It was like the look that my father looked like when he heard his objections from the 1,000 Hand Pillars and with him. Moreover, he always felt that the eyes that had just been read were like those Uchiha who had opened his eyes. I just think, big brother, your dreams are a little too naive. At this time, Xianxiao has already put down the mustard of what the eldest brother just said. Who calls you the eldest brother? Can I, the younger brother, really hate you for this little thing? Don't talk about others, just look at Uchiha. Our hatred has reached this point. What do you think we have to do to be able to live in peace with them? The unforgettable hatred that those guys who opened their eyes in the war for our Thousand Hands clan is difficult to eliminate. Senju recalled the scarlet gaze in the eyes of many Uchiha ninjas who had fought against him during the battle. The gaze of the pain, despair, and sadness that was born in the war was so terrible, full of ominous blood. Is it really possible for us to live peacefully in a village with those guys who hate us and we hate us very much, as you said, big brother? Even, let our descendants gradually forget the hatred between each other, forget each other and even kill their own relatives, and unite and help each other. The solemn words between the Thousand Hands did not shake the slightest bit between the Thousand Hand pillars, and in the face of the doubts between the Thousand Hands, he said solemnly, there are some things that someone has to do, even if those things seem hopeless. If we don't do those things because we all think they can't be done, that's true despair, and peace really never comes. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he looked incredulously at the back of his eldest brother standing in the moonlight. At this moment, the figure of the eldest brother suddenly seemed so tall and incredible. He was a sane man, a man who felt that it was impossible to make peace with the Uchiha clan. However, the eldest brother was able to say such words, so that all of a sudden, he was a little heartfelt and some blood surging. Big brother, so you think so? What an idiot, knowing that it is not feasible but you have to do it, you have to try, you are really impressive. Don't worry, I will always follow behind you. But, big brother, what are you going to do next? Faced with the question between the Thousand Hands did not answer directly, but turned around, a pair of sparkling eyes, and looked deeply in the direction of the family station. Xianxiao turned his head with him, and after feeling the direction his eldest brother was staring, he couldn't help but chuckle in his heart, and cold sweat began to come out on his head. Big brother, you wouldn't want to do that, would you? Phew, Madara-sama, we're done. Among the Uchiha family, in the research room outside Uchiha's source, Uchiha looked at these things in front of him, a little incredible. He stepped forward and stroked these cold things with both hands, and after thinking about it, chakra calmly entered it and felt it. It's incredible, you actually did it so quickly, in these special mechanical structures, using chakra conduction metal to construct a route similar to when we ninjas run chakra, Saying that, Uchiha looked up at Uchiha Genwai, looking at Genwai who was crying with joy and was rubbing his eyes, and suddenly stopped speaking. Big brother, no, it won't. Uchiha Senna also stood behind Madara and stammered as she looked at Uchiha Genwai who was crying there. Even Uchiha Kodori, Uchiha Hoon looked at Genwai incredulously. Sorry, Madara-sama, I gaffed. The pupils flashed with scarlet double-hooked jade, but Uchiha Genwai didn't seem to value such a power at all. After he finally completed the structural changes to these printing presses with great self-blame and guilt, a lot of emotional catharsis also made his chakra eye evolve. Sun swallowed his saliva. He is now also a double-hooked jade writing wheel eye. However, this is all because of the battlefield, experienced a lot of pain, despair. The writing wheel eye that was opened. The double-hooked jade chakra eye was even opened because he experienced death and felt his weakness. And if he can open the Sangha Jade Writing Wheel Eye, then he can definitely become the top combat power of the Uchiha clan, comparable to his father, and even, after surpassing his father, he will directly catch up with the patriarch Uchiha Tajima. It's incredible. After thinking for a long time, Uchiha Sun looked at the Uchiha source in front of him, and could only let out a slightly envious sigh. He now began to understand a little why Uchiha Kodori said that he was Uchiha Sun, and he didn't understand the pain of these low-level clansmen at all. These people have the same feelings, if not richer, more distinct as they are. Because of their humble and low origins in the family, they are even more sensitive. After being valued, their sense of responsibility, dedication, and sacrifice to the family is not weaker than that of him Uchiha. The powerful power that bursts out from such emotions allows them to also open the chakra eye and get great power. Okay, that's a great thing. Uchiha smiled and came to a conclusion about the matter, and then began to have a headache. After all, the most important factor that restricts the Uchiha clan from making more detonation talismans now is the amount of this special talisman paper. However, these things should be left to the clansman in charge of procurement to have a headache. Uenwai, give you a week of vacation and take a good rest. After letting the great hero of Uchiha Genwai go to rest for a while, Madara spread the news within the clan, making more clansmen happy. Then, he took Uchiha Kodori, under the strange expression of Uchiha Senna, returned to his house, returned to his room, and then closed the door tightly. Not good. That woman is going to delay the future of the eldest brother. After seeing many clansmen marrying wives and having children, Uchiha Senna, whose strength stagnated and even regressed, instantly broke out in a cold sweat. For the future of my eldest brother, for the sake of Uchiha, I want to stop them from doing bad things. Lonely men and widows, in the same room, isn't this next, that and that? In Uchiha's room, Uchiha's head was buzzing and blurry. Before being invited by Uchiha Madara to eat at home, she was able to make her shy in Madara, and she couldn't say anything in front of Izumi and Tajima Patriarch. Now it's okay, Madara-sama, aren't you too anxious? Let me enter your house, take off my shoes and go straight into your room. Although Kotori also likes you, isn't this too direct and too fast? Uchiha Kotori, who blushed, lowered his head, and his eyes kept looking at his two incomparably entangled little hands and 10 fingers. Madara-sama can't wait so much, should I refuse him later? This is a unique opportunity. Only, will this seem too casual? Uchiha Kotori was still constantly shy, and Uchiha on the side had already taken out a secret ninjutsu scroll and came to Uchiha Kotori's side. Seeing the way she kept her head down, I thought she was a little uncomfortable, so I reached out and patted her shoulder. Kotori, ugh, the girl exclaimed slightly, tempered in the fire, and the voice that changed after the physical development appeared delicate, and there was a rare heroism. Her body, which had begun to slowly become plump and white, trembled even more violently, and her long eyelashes continued to tremble gently on her eyes, making her look extremely shy. Madara-sama, don't pity me, I'm not afraid of pain. And Uchiha Madara quickly became crying and laughing after thinking about it for a while. Amazing, really amazing. Outside the room, Uchiha Senna had collected all of his breathing, including his other actions that might cause movement. He even took out his years of ninja tracking and anti-tracking reconnaissance learning experience, and Uchiha Senna was like a gecko, sticking to the door of his eldest brother's room, quietly listening to the movements inside. When he heard the strange sound in Uchiha Chin inside, he couldn't help but have a strange picture in his mind, and his cold face turned red and red. He couldn't help but want to be ruthless, push open the door, and persuade the eldest brother in an upright manner, your future is bright, and it's best not to do this kind of thing now. But what if the eldest brother who was disturbed by the good thing became angry and beat himself up? You can't beat the big brother, it seems that you can only let other people top the bag. So be it, let daddy take care of it. Uchiha Senna tiptoed away from the door of his eldest brother's room, and then ran out of the house like the wind, so that the chrysanthemums at the door of the house floated down and fell to the ground. Father, the bandages on his body are about to be removed, and Uchiha Tajima, who has recovered most of his mobility, is busy dealing with the large number of things that have piled up in the family during this time. Seeing that Uchiha Senna was no longer calm, he ran over in a panic, and his face suddenly froze. This stinky boy, what is so flustered? Shouldn't I, the son of Uchiha Tajima, be able to keep Tarzan intact? Izumi NA, it seems that you still need to practice well. Father, it's not good. Uchiha Senna couldn't care about the displeased look on his father's face, and next to Uchiha Tajima, he muttered softly. What? The indifferent look on Uchiha Tajima's face disappeared instantly. However, he was a little hesitant about Izuna's words to stop Madara. The Uchiha Tajima is also from here, and he knows how rebellious a child who is in love will be when he is opposed in this regard. Even the more you oppress him, the more determined he will become. However, anyway, let's go back and check it out first. The great elder, who had transplanted a pair of dead clansmen with preserved eyes, looked in the direction Uchiha Tajima left and laughed. It's nice to be young. Kotori, look at this technique. Uchiha looked at the strange Kotori in front of him, and instead of explaining more, he handed his Inaga's forbidden scroll to her to browse. Do you have any special ideas? Uchiha Kotori finally reacted to how far he thought. Sighing in frustration, Kotori glanced at Madara with some resentment and took his Inaga's look. This technique is to record the state of oneself or the person you designate. Then, within the effective time of this technique, reverse all damage that is unfavorable to the caster and the object of the operation, and return to the recorded state. The price is to permanently lose the light of one eye. The strength of his Inage was fully demonstrated when his father Uchiha Tajima led the great elder and a few other elite clansmen. There is no doubt that this technique is used well, that is, the ultimate pupil technique that can rewrite the result and reverse the tide of the battle. Uchiha Koori is the descendant of Yuri who invented his Inami's art, and Uchiha Kori must have been very familiar with his Inage at the time in order to be able to develop his Inami in a targeted manner. And the characteristics of his Inage made Uchiha can't help but have some strange thoughts. The big tubular people can transform everything they have into data, which is inscribed on containers through their special wedges. Then, through this container, after his own death, he came back to life perfectly. Izanagi also records the state of the state at a specific time, and within a certain period of time, people can rewrite the ending. So, can Izanagi be promoted and improved more perfectly? Can you find a special connection between the Uchiha clan and the Itsuji clan between these two techniques? Because, Izanagi's technique is really similar to the ability of the Itsuki clan. Kotori, I don't want you to have anything in the future that will make me never see you again, so learn this technique. And if you have other ideas, such as improving this technique so that we can use it without losing our permanent light, that's great. Uchiha heard Madara's words and was quite moved. Madara-sama, very reluctant to die himself, Madara-sama, reluctant to disappear from him like this. This is also Madara-sama's wish. I see, I'll give it a try. That's it. At Uchiha's home, on the sofa in the living room, Uchiha Senna and Uchiha Tajima both smiled and watched Uchiha Kotori leave, who greeted them. Then, a whisper sounded between Uchiha Tajima and Uchiha Senna. Ah, I thought big brother he. The two rushed back to the house and put down the matter in hand. When he returned, he saw Uchiha Kotori walking out of Madara's room neatly dressed, and holding a ninjutsu scroll in his hand. Clang! Uchiha Tajima knocked a brain melon on Uchiha Senna's head. What are you thinking about all day long, Izuna? Learn from your eldest brother. Greeting the old father Uchiha Tajima that cub, Izumi couldn't refute it for a while. Senna, come in. Father, you are here. Izuna, I don't want anything from you to happen in the future that will make me never see you again, so learn this technique. And if you have other ideas, such as improving this technique so that we can use it without losing our permanent light, that's great. Walking out of the door of his eldest brother's room in a daze, Izumi held the replica of his Inaga's forbidden scroll in his hand, and his head couldn't turn around for a while. Looking at his father Uchiha Tajima, who had not yet returned to work, Izumi subconsciously asked his father, "Father, do you remember what the eldest brother said to Uchiha Kotori?" "Remember, exactly the same as I said to you, except that I changed Kotori to Izuna." A smile appeared on Uchiha Tajima's face, which made Izuna's face turn red. Big brother, this. Does big brother treat me Uchiha Senna as the same tool as Uchiha Kotori? Damn it. It's okay to be a tool man, why is that guy in the piano still ranked ahead of me? With a bang, the door to Madara's room was opened again, and Uchiha Madara revealed a head from inside and looked at Izuna. By the way, Izuna, call me Hoon too. Hey, go right away. Izuna, who was still angry just now, instantly turned into a cold machine and faithfully carried out his eldest brother's orders. So, Izumi and his father Uchiha Tajima once again heard the eldest brother say exactly the same thing to Uchiha Hoon, and saw Uchiha Hoon walk out of the room with a touched look and leave with the forbidden scroll. Big brother, is it really good for you to do this? When you fool me like this, you don't even want to call me brother, but like Kinlai, Sun, call me by my name. Uchiha did not notice Izuna's grudge and gave them the task of analyzing his Inagi, which also gave these ninja elites of the Uchiha clan, including his younger brother, more than one life. In the midst of war, losing the light of one eye is not terrible. After so many years, so many clansmen who died in battle have been left behind to protect the Sherinan, and the number of Sherinan is enough for the clansmen who have lost their light to replace. The surviving father, the Grand Elder, who had previously used his Inagi, had all had new eyes transplanted and restored normal vision. However, Uchiha thought about it, and in the end, he did not spread his Inagi in the family on a large scale. History has proven that the Uchiha clan, which is already prone to radicalization due to the chakra eye, even causes terrible internal friction after gaining the power of his Inagi. It is better to leave this kind of technique to someone who makes him feel at ease. It seems that you have already chosen. Seeing that Madara distributed his Inagi to some elite geniuses within the family, Uchiha Tajima smiled and walked out of the house, wanting to rush back to continue dealing with things. In the battle between Uchiha and Senju, the losses on both sides were not small. Although now Uchiha has successfully provoked the power of the Uzumaki clan away from Senju. But the Thousand Hands Buddha is not bad, and he can actually let Sarutobi, Chimera, and the small families who followed the Thousand Hands before still follow him closely. Is this already completely tied to their own warship? After Uchiha Tajima returned, he looked at the internal affairs of Uchiha who had been handled by the Great Elder, and turned his gaze to the intelligence of the ninja world. In particular, the intelligence of the Senju clan is the most important thing that the ninjas of the Uchiha clan should learn from the ninja world. Thanks to the fact that Uchiha did not hesitate to spend a lot of money to reward the Uzumaki clan before, the Uchiha clan now also found that some things were done through the black market, which was much more convenient than sending their own clansmen to do it. However, the black market is a black market after all, and the information obtained from the black market cannot be fully trusted. After pondering for a while, Uchiha Tajima began to discuss the next item with the Great Elder, which was also quite important to the Uchiha clan. Are we going to continue selling our detonation charms and those special charms? The two looked at each other, and there were countless thoughts in their eyes. Finally, they laughed at each other again. What's going on? Among the Chimera family, Chimera Shizo looked at the various bills in his family this month, and keenly felt that something was wrong. He searched for a while and finally found the problem that made him feel wrong. Why is spending so unbalanced within our family? Whether it is a kunao, a shuriken, or an explosive charm, it is a very important resource for the ninja family. Even if the number of people in their own family is not enough, they will support some clansmen within the family. In this way, they can ensure that when the family loses these resources replenishment from the outside world, the ninja in the family, as well as ninja tools and detonation charms can be used. And because of the subsidy within the family, even if the scale is small, the price of the detonation charm for the ninja sold by the ninja in the clan will not be too expensive, and it can bring good income to these clansmen and the entire family in the past. But how did this month, the family's account books, spending on ninja tools, become so amazing? Shimura Shizo hurried to the family to start understanding, and soon learned that it turned out that the clan had discovered that the enemy had a much cheaper channel for the detonation charm than his own family obtained from the outside world and from the country of craftsmen. After the number of detonation charms and ninja tools that enemies can have increased, the ninjas of their Shimura clan have to complete the task and complete the commission, and the cost will become greater. And after figuring out that these things were passed down from the Uchiha clan, Shimura Shizo's face was very gloomy. The Uchiha clan sells a large number of detonation charms to the enemies of the Senju alliance at a much lower price than the other clans make their own detonation charms. With heavy worries, Shimura Shizo soon found Sarutobi Suzuki and told Sarutobi Suzuki about his worries. But what Shimura Shizo didn't expect was that Sarutobi Suzuki also had such troubles. Most of the ninjas in their family also found that when completing mission commissions and earning bounties, they now faced enemies that were much more dangerous. Even, some wandering ninjas, some bounty ninjas who are not in the flow, dare to attack the ranks of these families with a detonation charm. Although the Uchiha clan has no way to control the direction of all the detonation charms and some special charms that flow out, it can at least make the Thousand Hands Alliance not get too much. In this way, completing the same difficult task, and trusting, the ninjas of the Thousand Hands Alliance will have to pay more and encounter more dangers. These guys are so ruthless. Uchiha is not only weakening the Thousand Hands Alliance, they have exuded a large number of detonation charms that are much cheaper than before, and even make the battle between this chaotic world more fierce. Even Uchiha himself may suffer from such a move. But that's what they did. There is no doubt that the families on the side of the Thousand Hands Alliance will suffer the most damage from such a large number of detonation charms pouring into the ninja market. From now on, there are already some wandering ninjas, bounty ninjas, who dare to attack their team with some detonation charms. In the future, the little ninjas, who got more detonation charms, would they also dare to take advantage of the chaos to sneak up on them and obtain more benefits for themselves? Thinking that in the future, the ninja of his own family, in the face of the enemy's sneak attack, may have to lower his head first and carefully withstand the opponent's round of fierce detonation charm fire bombardment, Sarutobi Suzuki's mood is a little bad. It's all this bastard between the Thousand Hands. Shimura Shizo also became angrier the more he thought about it, and his last fist slammed the table, causing the entire table to crunch. Damn, if it weren't for the despicable Thousand Hands, we wouldn't have fallen into such a passive situation. Sarutobi Suzuki closed his eyes and sighed. Is it all the fault of a Thousand Hands? In fact, it is also related to their lack of strength. At that time, the Senju Jima attacked them fiercely, and they did not want to be involved in the war between Senju and Hinata because of the strength of the Senju alliance, and they did not dare to retaliate against Senju. After failing to attack Uchiha later, he had to humiliate himself into the Senju alliance that sneaked them in the past in order to seek refuge. However, it is indeed completely inseparable from that hateful and evil Thousand Hands. Ah, cut! In the Senju family, Senju sneezed and shook his head, feeling as if someone was saying bad things about himself. After finding the right materials, the Senju family has worked overtime to make a hot air balloon. After lifting several hot air balloons into the air, the Senju family also felt the joy of having air supremacy. Standing tall in the air, looking down on the ground beneath your feet. At such a height, the ninja is already as small as an ant, and the enemy's ninjutsu can no longer attack the hot air balloon, and they can use the detonation charm or something, to their heart's content. Beyond that, though, they also feel troubled. With such a high distance, it is difficult for our ninjutsu to be effective. Even the powerful fire ninjutsu, such as the How Fireball technique, is released against the ground on a hot air balloon. After the fireball has descended to a certain height, it is difficult to continue to maintain this form, and it will dissipate in the air. So, only with kunao, shuriken, and detonation charms can they still attack the ground well. He was standing in the gondola, meditating, and if he attacked the ground with a shuriken and a detonation charm, the hit rate was too low. Uchiha had also relied on round after round of concentrated attacks on this area to cover the firepower. But that kind of playing seems to be too much of a loss for the Thousand Hands Alliance. Perhaps, using the detonation charm and the ninja tool in this way, it is better to use the ninja in the alliance to destroy each other with their lives. Senjum aside, it seems that the hot air balloons created on his side can only be used to contain the other party at most, and cannot bombard the ground. It's really distressing. Why does Uchiha dare to use the detonators so brazenly and casually and bombard the ground indiscriminately? Senju thought of all the previous actions and behaviors of the Uchiha clan, and couldn't help but have a headache even more. It's really scary. Uchiha, perhaps, in the various ways of making money from other ways that they have invested in at the beginning, they have already begun to prepare for today. His father, Senju Buddha, insisted that ninjas were tools of killing and plundering, defeating a family and obtaining a lot of benefits from the other party, faster than Uchiha's thin water. However, now, the strength of the Thousand Hands clan has been damaged, and it is not easy to go to other families and plunder enough resources. The Uchiha family was still able to enjoy a steady stream of benefits into their pockets. In addition, the Uchiha seems to have developed many new things themselves, so that they do not have to worry about strategic materials at all. All these changes were brought about by Uchiha. Uchiha, you are a terrible enemy, and the Uchiha family is also a terrible and evil family. At this time, standing on the hot air balloon, I saw the terrain that was constantly changing in the corner of the family. Huge trees rose from beneath the ground, and thick vines spread out in all directions. That's Big Brother's Muduen, that's Big Brother's power. Big Brother, come on. In his eldest brother, he saw the power to change the current situation, and even change the entire chaotic world. New done, the tree realm has arrived. The Thousand Hand pillars were trying to improve his strength, but so far, the wooden ninjutsu he had used could only create a small forest composed of a dozen large trees. He is still far from the point where he can permanently change a piece of terrain with a single technique. I'm going to change all that. The Thousand Hands pillar looked at the family behind him, and the family led by his father Thousand Hands Buddha was still sliding towards the abyss of war. Even after suffering such a heavy blow, my father still thought about how to fight back, how to let the Senju clan once again have the same power in the Fire Nation as before. Father, your thoughts are too dangerous, I have to stop you. With such thoughts, Thousand Hand Pillar felt that his strength was far stronger than his father. Only in this way can Father Thousand Hands Buddha, as well as those clansmen, be willing to listen to himself and his opinions. Instead of being like now, no matter what the family is going to do or who to fight with, it has always been to ask what Kurama thinks and use him as a weapon. And there was no way to reverse their father's mind, but to obey their will. Therefore, I want to break the situation myself, and for this reason, even if I am misunderstood by my father Thousand Hands Buddha, I will not hesitate. If you want to seize control of the Thousand Hands clan, you can only snatch it from your father's hands. Father Senju Buddha would not understand it in any way, and agreed with his idea of letting everyone put aside their fights and live together in peace in a village. New done, the tree realm has arrived. In the midst of the rumbling sound, the Thousand Hand Pillar was quickly controlling the power of his new done in his hands, and his eyes became more and more firm. Among the Thousand Hands clan, the Thousand Hands Buddha suddenly shivered, always feeling that there was a malice approaching him, but soon, he threw the feeling out. As the patriarch of the Thousand Hands clan, he encountered countless enemies, and he was full of hatred for him, and there were more people with hatred in their hearts. But by now, maybe someone can let him try the taste of failure in the Thousand Hands Buddha, and can make the footsteps of the Thousand Hands family stop temporarily. But no one can always block in front of the Thousand Hands clan. It's time to look at those bastards of the Hyaga clan. Unlike other families, the Hyaga clan joined the Senju alliance, which was semi-coercive. The Hyaga clan did not truly submit to the guidance of Senju, and did not unite in a close alliance with the Senju clan. This family, which may turn over at any time due to the weakening of the Thousand Hands alliance, must first clean up. Especially after the die-hard allies of the Uzumaki clan had to retreat to the country of Whirlpool to protect their own people, the Senju clan needed to continue to maintain their prestige at this time for the stability of the alliance. Taking the Hyaga family is a good choice. If the Hyaga clan still doesn't know the proportions, then completely wipe out the Hyaga clan, or let them flee from the land of fire and embarrassment like the Kagaya clan and leave the homeland that has been passed down for generations. Don't blame me for being ruthless among the Thousand Hands Buddha. After making a decision, the Senju clan was about to start directly targeting the Hyaga clan. The Thousand Hands Buddha did not directly pressure the Hyaga clan for the first time, but put forward a normal request to the Hyaga clan. Now that the Hyaga clan has joined the alliance, now the Hyaga clan should also send some of the clansmen over to accept the assignment of the alliance together to fight against the common enemy. Moreover, in order to protect the interests of the various families of the alliance, in some tasks, the Senju clan also needs the participation of the Hyaga clan. After completing the tasks obtained from the channels of each family, the Senju clan will fairly and impartially distribute the benefits obtained and the bounty entrusted. After the Hyaga clan received the request of the Senju alliance, the entire family was worried. Lord Ten Ninja, do we want to agree to each other's request? The Hyaga ninja, who received such a title and replaced his own name, was also worried. If we just agree to this, there is no doubt that we will all be completely controlled by the Senju clan in the future. The Thousand Hands clan said it well, it is necessary to integrate the channels and resources of each family, so that the entire alliance family has tasks to do and money to earn. And in order to ensure fairness, we will send ninjas from various families to cooperate with the corresponding tasks, and then allocate the resources according to the merit. If the Hyaga clan really agreed like this, and sent some clansmen to accept the command of the Senju clan in the alliance, wouldn't it be that in the future, they would have to rely on each other's snort to live? Taking the distribution power into their own hands, they can also take advantage of the situation to access the channels that other families have, and the Thousand Hands family is taking the opportunity to hold a lot of power tightly in their own hands. And once the Thousand Hands clan distributes tasks in this way fairly and justly, I am afraid that the ninjas of these families will also begin to feel that the Thousand Hands clan is doing well. Gradually, the ninjas of their family had another authority in their hearts. The most important thing is that the Hyaga clan itself also knows that in their own family, there is a huge contradiction between the branch family and the clan family. Although the Zone family has a caged bird to the death of the separation family, who knows if those who have a mustard for the Zone family in their hearts will completely change their hearts because of this? Moreover, the Thousand Hands clan has the strong support of the Whirlpool clan. In case the Vortex clan secretly develops a sealing technique that can lift the caged bird spell in the future. In short, now is not the time when the Senju clan has just defeated the Hyaga clan, and the Hyaga clan has been defeated, and they can only let the Senju hold it. Now Senju has also suffered a big defeat, and they are almost half a pound and 8 tails with their Hyaga clan. So now the Hyaga clan is also entangled, whether to break the table with the Senju clan. Perhaps, we shouldn't just think about the Senju clan now, we might consider Uchiha. Hineda's words made the eyes of the ninjas of the Hyaga clan light up. Uny, now give you a new task. After Uchiha had completed the printing transformation and upgrading of special charms of various attributes, Uchiha quietly took out his own money and established a new laboratory in the family. In addition, many clansmen in the family who had been on the battlefield and eventually lost some of their limbs because of the battle, and appeared to have fallen in the family, were invited over. Some of them were hired as security guards for the lab, while others were to follow Uchiha Genwai and learn about biology while researching. Most ninjas are educated on how to handle corpses, as well as getting intelligence from enemy corpses, as well as various kinds of information. And all these ninjas of the family gathered by Uchiha have to do is study the corpses of the ninjas of the Uzumaki clan. After handing over the corpses of many Uzumaki clans who had attacked the Vortex country before, as well as those obtained through the black market bounty, to Genwai and the others, Uchiha watched with anticipation as they began to work. The guys of the Vortex clan also have a strong body energy comparable to that of the Thousand Hands clan, and the chakra of many clans also has a special ability to suppress the tailed beast. The Senju clan, the Kagaya clan, and the Uzumaki clan should be the 3 clans with the strongest physical energy in the ninja world at present. They should also be related to Kagaya Atsuki and her 2 sons, inheriting the descendants of their physical energy. However, before the family did not have much money left, it could not establish biological research and related aspects, and there was no time for additional exploration in this field. Until now, when Uchiha and Senju were silently recuperating and regaining their combat effectiveness, Madara felt the need to let the clan work in this area. If the Uchiha family's physical energy can be raised by another level, the combat effectiveness of the entire family will be above that of any other family. Except for the kind of monster between the Thousand Hand pillars. The corpses of the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan have a lot to study. Do you want to go to the country of water and get 2 ninjas from the Kagaya clan? Just when Madara was thinking about this problem, and unconsciously wanted to tear off the chrysanthemum petals that were still blooming, Izumi took the call of his father Uchiha Tajima, saw the scene of the eldest brother, and couldn't help but feel a little hairy in his heart, and the chrysanthemum tightened. Big brother, a messenger from the Hyaga clan has come, and my father asked you to come too. Oh, the Hineda? Madara's eyes lit up, and he soon followed Izuna to the place where the family held a high-level meeting. According to the secrecy requirements of the Hyaga clan, the entire family now knows about their arrival to 4 people. Father, Great Elder. After saying hello to his father and the Grand Elder, Uchiha and Izumi looked at the 2 guys who were sitting quietly on the other side, seemingly waiting for them. Hineda looked at Uchiha with mixed emotions in his eyes. He originally thought that after he won the title of Heavenly Ninja in the family because of his outstanding talent, which was difficult to be possessed, he would be able to stand out in this chaotic world and lead the family to the top. However, he did show quite good ability in the family. Whether it is his own talent or the huge improvement in strength he has brought about by him, he has now surpassed a bunch of old powerhouses in the family and has become the strongest ninja in the family. Or his wrists, they are more flexible and tough than the old patriarchs. The Hyaga clan also defeated many small families around them at the beginning and grew a little. However, soon, when the Hyaga clan was still looking forward to reaching the top step by step, they encountered 2 behemoths. Hineda Tenshin is already working hard, very careful, and wants to lead the family to the top. However, he also ran into monsters. Facing Hineda's complicated eyes, Uchiha looked at him without the slightest fear. Then Father-sama, what does the Hyaga clan want to plot when they secretly come to us Uchiha? They want to complete an alliance with us in secret. A weird smile appeared on Uchiha Tajima's face. Secret alliance? That's right, Patriarch Bansheo. Hineda Tenshin took the stubble and said without humility, I hope that our Hyaga clan can secretly ally with the Uchiha clan. The Senju clan is now pressing on our Hyaga clan, but due to geographical reasons, we dare not directly ally with the Uchiha clan, because the Thousand Hands clan can block you a little and attack us directly. The asymmetrical speed of the message transmission is enough to give the Senju clan plenty of time to deal a heavy blow to our Hinata before you can react. A look of pain appeared on Hinata's face. Previously, the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan had a very tacit understanding, and they were both ready to pull the Thousand Hands from both sides, and the behemoth of the Thousand Hands alliance did not have enough energy to fight on two fronts in one breath. However, the decisiveness of the Senju clan and the inconvenience of transmitting the information gave them enough time before the Uchiha clan reacted and dealt a heavy blow to the Hinata clan. Presumably, you don't want to see us next time, and you have to completely join the Thousand Hands alliance and help the Thousand Hands clan deal with you with all your might, right? Uchiha and his father Uchiha Tajima looked at each other. Indeed, Hinata Tenshin was talking about a problem. The Senju clan blocked the direct communication between Uchiha and Hinata, and last time they even directly hit Hinata, and hit Hinata hard before Uchiha could react. And the White Eyes of the Hyuga clan, if they enter the Thousand Hands alliance on a large scale and help them fight, it is indeed a big problem. So, how do you want to work together? This is what we want to discuss with you next. Soon, because he now had a common enemy to fight, Uchiha quickly reached a secret alliance with the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga clan said that she would delay as long as possible when the Senju clan was completely drawn into the alliance and completely controlled by them. The Uchiha clan will secretly cooperate with the Hyuga clan, constantly trying to weaken the power of Senju and separate the stability of the Senju alliance. After reaching an alliance, Hinata did not stay too long and soon quietly left. Seeing their completely distant backs, Uchiha Tajima suddenly burst out laughing. What a bastard, who wants to make us and Senju both defeated. Now Hinata is sandwiched between the two races, and can only be left and right. Don't see that when they were discussing with Uchiha, they said so nicely, they wanted to deal with Senju together. However, they also absolutely understood that whether it was Uchiha or Senju, if either side was completely victorious, the Hyuga clan would definitely not be happy. So what they hope most is that Uchiha and Senju will both lose. This is the best interest of the Hyuga family. However, at this stage, it is still necessary for the Uchiha clan to have a virtual encirpment with the Hinata clan, and the White Eyes of the Hinata clan are really too useful in a large-scale war. However, just after the Uchiha clan and the Hinata clan made an agreement, and when they were temporarily stopped fighting with each other like the Senju clan, but silently cultivated their own family's children and enhanced their family's combat effectiveness, something unexpected happened. Senjua and Senjubanma were attacked and killed in battle. In fact, this is not an unexpected thing. In this chaotic world, except for the real strong, no matter who it is possible to die at any time in a battle, in an accident, or at the hands of unknown people. The Thousand Hands Tile Room and the Thousand Hands Board also have good talents, however, they have not reached the same level as the Thousand Hands Pillar and the Thousand Hands Pillar. They just carried out a mission commission that the family accepted externally, and then when they completed the task, they were attacked. These two children, who were not yet 10 years old, died in an ambush by the enemy, which seemed sparse and ordinary. For others, the death of 1,000 hand tiles and 1,000 hands is just the disappearance of two more names. For the Senju clan, the death of the Wamaitama brothers is just a behemoth, and two more clansmen died in battle for the sake of the family. For the enemy, the death of the Wamaitama brothers is just that after they see the powerful talent of Kurama and Pillar, they don't want such a powerful Senju brother to grow up. However, for the Thousand Hand Pillar, the death of the two younger brothers seemed to make him feel like the sky was falling in an instant. When the Thousand Hands Pillar learned the news, tears couldn't stop flowing from their eyes. The family needs to quickly return blood, so younger brothers Wama and Itama, who have not yet fully grown, are also sent out to perform various entrusted tasks. While a large number of tasks are completed, the Thousand Hands will inevitably be sacrificed. It's just that this time, the tile and the panel room have not been as lucky as before. Senju Juma once again found his father, Senju Buddha. Father, stop, let's reconcile with the Uchiha clan, don't fight like this anymore. Senjuja knew that there were obviously some elite clansmen in the family, but because of the tension between Senju and Uchiha, they had to be used to guard against Uchiha and prevent them from suddenly attacking. Otherwise, there would be no shortage of manpower to the point where children under the age of 10 such as Wama and Itama would need to be sent to do the task. However, with red eyes and tears, Thousand Hand Pillar found that when he said such words, not only his father disagreed with his own thoughts, but even many clansmen who fought with him were very disapproved. Senju Kuma, do you know what you're talking about? Between us and the Uchiha clan, it has already been like this. Do you think we can still say stop and stop? Yes, young man, we can't stop the war with each other. Listening to a buzzing sound in his ears, his eyes turned red. So we're going to keep fighting, forever? Our younger brother fought non-stop and died on the battlefield, will our children do the same in the future? Father, I know that for the sake of your family, you can have such an awareness and send Wama and Itama out on a mission. I can't do it. I can't watch so many younger brothers and watch more children in the future, because of our decision, die on the battlefield. In this way, generation after generation, when will it be ahead? Even the most determined ninja couldn't help but be a little silent when he heard the grief-stricken roar between the 1,000 hand pillars. They have experienced hundreds of battles, and they should obviously have hearts like iron and stone, and they are extremely hard. But I couldn't help but feel a little sad when I heard the cycle of hatred that would continue to happen to my relatives, my descendants, and my own children from generation to generation, and the never-ending wars depicted by the 1,000 hands pillar. Human hearts are made of flesh, and these ninjas have their own consciousness of daring to sacrifice for their families. But when it comes to their relatives and descendants, they still occasionally think and hope that their children will no longer have to live their own lives. If their descendants are also shrouded in such a cycle of hatred like themselves, it will be really terrible. I want to end this. The 1,000 hands Buddha was silent for a moment, looking at the eldest son in front of him who had his fists tightly clenched together. He couldn't help sighing, and then, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. You want to end this? Ha 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 ha. The Senju Buddha laughed, laughing, and a strange distorted expression began to appear on his face. Once, when my brother died in my arms, I also hated and suffered and thought about killing all my enemies. I also thought about ending the war completely, so that my relatives and children in the future would not face such a parting of life and death again. Between the 1,000 hand pillars, I didn't do it, and I couldn't do it at all. You want to end the war? Well, you have such a heart. Are you sure everyone has it? Are you sure that your enemies will think the same way as you? No, between the 1,000 hand pillars, they will only seize your weakness, take advantage of your weakness, and then give you a fatal blow, so that your family and your people will suffer pain and disaster because of this. Even so, are you going to stick to your stupid and naive idea? In the face of a furious face, it seemed that he had been poked in the pain in the nest of his heart, and the unprecedented hideous and terrifying Father 1,000-hand Buddha, the 1,000-hand pillar was shaken. On his father's face, there were obviously some past events that he did not know. Moreover, can he really stop all the ninjas from fighting each other with a single passion? Many people won't listen to my words at all, right? However, when he was shaken, the dead brother, Senjua and Senjuatama, who had been chatting with him on the top of the mountain, ended up in the midst of the war, and the face of Senna, who was angry at him. And the first time he saw himself, he walked away without saying a word, but later, because his younger brother Izumi appeared, he had a feeling of kindred in an instant. If I fall into this self-doubt again, if I retreat from this pressure, perhaps the only remaining younger brother Kurama will also die in battle like Wama and Itama. Perhaps, people like Izumi or Madara who want to protect their loved ones will also die in battle and grief-stricken. Our break has already made both Izumi and Madara painful and sad. I'm going to end this cycle. Father, even if it is difficult, I will do it. I will definitely realize my dream under the premise of protecting my people and protecting my loved ones. For this reason, even if I am left alone in tears and left me alone in devastation, I will not hesitate. The courage, momentum, and strong personality charm that instantly bloomed between the 1,000-hand pillars made the surrounding clansmen, the younger brother behind him, and the Father 1,000-hand Buddha in front of him all surprised. Between the 1,000-hand pillars, is there such an enlightenment? But so what, there are more enlightened people in this world. You've disappointed me so much, Senjutsu Kuma. If your eldest son's ideas are still so naive, so unrealistic, and so weak, then he really has to think about who should inherit his position. At present, he feels that Kurama is more suitable than Zuma to inherit the position of patriarch of the Senju clan, leading the family to go down in this era of chaos surrounded by strong enemies. The 1,000 hands Buddha ordered to temporarily remove all positions in the family between the 1,000 hands pillar, so that he could take a good look and listen to how their 1,000 hands clan operated. The 1,000 hands Buddha also wanted him to see that the contradictions and fights between various ninja clans because of interests could not be completely eliminated. Soon, the 1,000-hand pillar was idle. After he was no longer assigned tasks by his father, he observed in the family in addition to completing further cultivation of Mudun every day and standing in front of the graves of his two younger brothers for a while. He carefully observed the way the Senju clan operated. He saw that after his father had integrated many family channels that had been integrated into the 1,000 Hands Alliance, he methodically delegated and distributed the tasks obtained from each channel. Let the right ninjas team up, do the corresponding tasks in a targeted manner, and finally complete the commission with a high success rate and get the bounty. In this way, my father soon mastered the survival channels of other families in the subtle. Moreover, he was still in the league, because of his fairness, further consolidated his prestige and status. However, what makes Pillar sad is that no matter what kind of mission, basically ninjas are going to bloody killings and fighting for life and death. Ninjas who accept escort protection type missions face attacks from wandering ninjas, bounty ninjas, bandits, and rival clans. Ninjas who accept annihilation type combat missions must take the initiative to fight others, to kill, to plunder. No matter what, everyone's hands will be stained with more blood. However, if you don't accept such a task, where will you go to make money and get things to maintain the survival of the family? 1,000-hand pillars walked around the family with questions, and also saw some people who were self-reliant. For example, most of them don't like to fight, or they don't have talent. Instead of being ninjas, they make a living by growing food and doing small tasks in the family, such as helping the clan to build ninja tools and doing other jobs. However, that's about it. The Senju clan is one of the few powerful ninjas in the ninja world, but in fact, it is also very closed compared to the outside world, and within the small family, these clans can only barely meet their own lives. However, do you want all ninjas to lay down their power, put down their ninjutsu, and go to production? Let's not say whether these clans who have become ninjas are willing or not, whether they agree or not. Dispatching many ninjas to production, that is, exposing their weakness to the enemy's nose, will expose the clan to other enemies. There was a little headache between the 1,000 hand pillars. He had grown up in the family since he was a child, and he couldn't think of any good way to improve such a problem. So, these days, he is becoming more and more frustrated. Sometimes standing in front of his brother's tombstone, he wondered if he was capable of doing what he said. After all, he had said before that he would protect his younger brothers well and not let them get hurt again, but in the end, he was now only left with a Keikima. In the early hours of the night, Senju Kuma quietly got up from the bed, tiptoeing to the outside of the eldest brother's room. After finding that the eldest brother was not in the room, Senju sighed. He went back into the room and looked at himself in the mirror. Big brother, my dark circles are going to become deeper. After getting dressed, he went out of the house and went to the family cemetery first, looking at the tombstones of his younger brothers. His eyes turned red. He looked at the flowers left in front of the tombstone by his eldest brother, squatted down, and gently swept the dust in front of the tombstone with his own hands. Wama, Itama, lend me your strength as well, let's help big brother together. After speaking, he touched the names of his younger brothers on the tombstone with trembling hands, then stood up and walked out towards the outside of the family. Big brother, you are really here. On the hill, where you can see the forest below at a glance, you really found the figure of the eldest brother. You didn't sleep. The naturally optimistic eldest brother actually rarely turned his back to him, so depressed, and he sat there all the time, exuding a depressed will all over his body, which made Kurama very unbearable. Big brother, do you have any difficulties? Oh, am I a little whimsical? In front of the last brother, Zuma had nothing to hide, and told Suma everything he observed and thought. If the people want to survive, they must do things that confront others. Could it be that ninjas are such cursed fellows, destined to bring tragedy and pain to others and themselves? Looking at the depressed eldest brother, Kinchao's heart ached more and more. The younger brothers are sacrificed. Big brother, don't be slumped. After thinking about it, in the end, Qianchao was very embarrassed, and said to the eldest brother with some reluctance, Big brother, in fact, in this regard, maybe you can refer to Uchiha. The 1,000 hand pillar was very surprised, turned around, and looked at his younger brother. He has always only been afraid of Uchiha's younger brother, and he will actually give such an opinion of himself. Yes, that's it. In fact, the more I fear an opponent, the more I will study it. Big brother, don't hide from you, I found something that may interest you. Senjima felt that he probably shouldn't say these things, but he really didn't want to see his eldest brother depressed like this. Even if I don't like Uchiha anymore, if I can help my eldest brother fulfill his dream, then I will recognize it. What, you said that after Uchiha began to play a role in their family, the frequency of Uchiha clans receiving combat mission commissions dropped a lot? That's right, because they have cooperation with the daimyo. Some of the manpower is responsible for repairing and improving those power supply systems on the daimyo side. In addition, the mine side also needs manpower to guard, and their own family has organized a large caravan, which needs some ninjas to escort them to other places to buy materials for making detonation talisman paper. In fact, they are used in battle, and the number of ninjas in terms of plunder is much less than before. In fact, I estimate that even if they don't take on entrusted tasks such as annihilation and escort, they can feed most of the clans in the family now. The changes of the Uchiha clan described by Kurama compared to the traditional ninja clan make the eyes of the Senjuja pillar sparkle. Seeing that the eldest brother showed such an interested look at Uchiha and the situation of the Uchiha family, Senju began to regret a little again. Forget it, it's good that the eldest brother can cheer up. Senjima quickly dissipated the anxiety in his heart, and went home with his eldest brother, who was in good spirits. The next day, when Senjima continued to carry out the various tasks of the family, Senjukuma also began to think about himself. Since the Uchiha clan can be led by Madara, they do not have to kill to obtain enough resources to maintain the survival of the Uchiha clan. If, in the future, he can join the one he wants to create, he can protect his brother's village and lead everyone forward. So, can all the ninjas who join the village also get more resources under Madara's leadership, so that they can better reduce the fight and stay away from the war? The more he thought about it, the more feasible he felt, but suddenly, he couldn't help but think of his father. Father, I will never agree with my own ideas. What he wants is not to live peacefully with Uchiha and create a village where everyone can live. What he wants is to defeat all other enemies and let the Senju clan reach the top. However, the Thousand Hands pillar thought that even if his father could temporarily lead the Thousand Hands clan to the top, in the end, the family would be drowned in endless hatred. The father's path was wrong. However, most of the clansmen in the family still support the father. The eyes between the 1,000-hand pillars began to become deeper. Ahem! Among the Uchiha family, at home, Izumi looked at her father who was still coughing, and couldn't help but feel a little anxious. His father, Uchiha Tajima, had begun to weaken slowly after the war. The trauma caused by the war has begun to make this man, who has been busy for most of his life for the Uchiha family, feel the ruthlessness and cruelty of time. Once a strong and powerful body, the ability to recover is far less than before. In other words, before, such an injury, after a few days of rest, has already healed itself. However, after doing many things, his father Uchiha Tajima developed weakness visible to the naked eye. The wounds on the outside of the body have all been healed under the effect of medical ninjutsu, but the dark wounds accumulated inside the body for so many years suddenly exploded. Big brother, if we don't, let's let the medical ninja come. Seeing his father Uchiha Tajima sitting on a chair in the living room, drowsy and no longer strong as before, Uchiha Senna actually felt a sense of panic in his heart. My father is the leader of the family and the spiritual pillar in everyone's heart. If he really fell suddenly, it would have a huge blow to the confidence of many clansmen. Don't panic, Izumina. How many times have I told you, it is enough to use medical ninjutsu on the site of trauma, and the problems inside the body need time to be slowly adjusted. Uchiha was boiling hot water in the simple kitchen at home, and then ran to the daimyofu according to the clan and got the prescription from the doctor of the daimyofu. Big brother. Uchiha Senna looked at the back of his eldest brother in the kitchen, and then at the groggy old father, and suddenly, he stopped talking. Because his father Uchiha Tajima has become weak in recent days, he was directly taken home by his eldest brother, and he did not want to let a medical ninja treat his father. In the family, some strange rumors have circulated. For example, what Uchiha wants to rule the Uchiha family, so he doesn't want Uchiha Tajima to get better quickly. Big brother, we are still young, don't be so anxious. Father has done well over the years, what you want to do, father and adults support you, you really don't need to be so anxious. Uchiha Senna said cautiously to the back in the kitchen. Boom! A piping hot soup spoon flew out of it and flew towards Izuna's head. Izumi stretched out a hand and easily grabbed the soup spoon, a grim smile on his face. I'm stupid. Hiss, 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 so hot, so hot. There is no potion on the soup spoon that is already boiling, but who called Izumi this idiot to grab the spoon handle of the soup spoon? You idiot! Medical ninjutsu uses chakra to stimulate the cells at the wound, make them divide faster, and accelerate the body's ability to heal itself. Although it is indeed effective, it is not good if it is used too much. There is no problem with emergency use in the event of battle, so let my father heal himself. Moreover, a large number of injuries in his body also need time to be well adjusted, and he cannot simply and rudely suppress it with medical ninjutsu, otherwise it will break out even more in the future. Madara, who came out with the boiled potion, put the bowl of medicine down in front of his father, and then knocked the stupid out of the head. You guy, how can you listen to the wind is rain, and let me not be too anxious? How do I feel that it is you who is in a hurry? Izumi was knocked back by Uchiha and could only giggle awkwardly. Uchiha Tajima was also much sober at this time, and he who heard the conversation between his brothers clearly, did not refute it, but just smiled and slowly drank the potion. But, Madara, I don't have much energy to deal with things during this time, so you can temporarily represent me and deal with the affairs of the family. Izuna's eyes lit up. Does the eldest brother want to manage the entire family? Then isn't it me, Uchiha Senna, who can immediately be under one person and above 10,000 people? Uchiha paused for a moment, and after thinking for a while, he agreed. Early the next morning, before the great elder could go to work, he found that someone was already waiting for him at the gate. Patriarch, why are you stopping me here? Ah, great elder, can't we two patients rest for a while? The whole family thing you don't. No, do you want to? Uchiha Tajima smiled and showed the big elder in front of him the fishing rod and fish basket behind him. Let's go and relax, now is the time to start making way for young people. The great elder suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Is it so fast? I feel like I'm not this old yet. Old. Uchiha Tajima grabbed the great elder and walked towards the river not far from the family, where the Uchiha family drew water for their daily life. Let's go fishing. I don't like this kind of activity, you might as well let me go back to sleep. The great elder struggled for a while, and in the end he was helplessly dragged away by Uchiha Tajima. Big brother, what are we going to do now? Sitting in a position that normally only his father Uchiha Tajima can sit. Next to him, Uchiha Senna was a little excited, like a husky out of control. But soon, when a ninja came in below to report some things in the family, he instantly converged his expression and returned to a calm and indifferent appearance. Izuna, go find me some people. Uchiha ordered, and soon Izumi selected many people from the clansmen he had taught before. According to the various things that happened in the family, Uchiha divided them into several groups and let them deal with them separately. Otherwise, he will be like his father Uchiha Tajima, who will be bothered by all kinds of trivial things in the family on weekdays and has no time to practice. He didn't want to trouble Izuna, Hoon, Kotori, and Gengoku, who trusted people to do these things and delay their time. They are all talented people, and it's best to spend their time doing what they do best. It only took a day for Madara to distribute the affairs within the family. After that, Madara continued to devote the rest of his time to the practice, except for spending a little more time every day to see how the family was running. Uchiha Tajima and the Great Elder, who were sitting on the edge of the small river fishing, received the news, and their faces were still a little strange. This kid, is he actually not nostalgic for the right to get his hands at all? On the edge of the river, Uchiha Tajima and the Great Elder, who had been fishing here for 2 or 3 days, felt a little depressed. After they completely mastered the entire Uchiha clan, they were quite excited, full of wanting to show their ambitions and become the ones who led the Uchiha clan to the top. Even the sadness of the death of the fathers in power has been diluted a lot, but they didn't expect that Uchiha would divide the power in his hands so quickly, so that he could continue to pounce on the road to becoming stronger wholeheartedly. Don't look at Uchiha's separation as to deal with all kinds of trivial things in the family. In fact, he is also the patriarch, and the Great Elder controls the entire family and understands the channels of the entire family. Conflicts within the family can be used to understand the relationship between the ninjas within the family and know how to balance the forces within the family. Assign tasks, distribute resources and money to master the ninjas' promotion, improve their strength, and cultivate their loyalty to themselves. It's just that in addition to asking the general direction of the family, Madara actually handed over all these things to the clansmen who were trained in the small classroom he opened at the beginning. That's right, those clansmen have no strength, after all, they can only be a tool man, and they are in the hands of matter. Uchiha Tajima and the Great Elder smiled slightly and began to continue fishing. Sniff! When Uchiha Senna returned home, the sun had not yet set, his nose moved, and he smelled a clear fragrance at his doorstep. He didn't hurry back home first, but directly squatted down and fiddled with the chrysanthemums in front of the house. The eldest brother took the chrysanthemum back, and after planting it here, he didn't care about it anymore. All of it was his Uchiha Senna, and occasionally when he remembered, he would water it. But this chrysanthemum is still strong and alive. Thinking of this chrysanthemum planted by his eldest brother, he remembered the 1,000 hand pillars that he had quietly met with him at night. Although he is an enemy, the guy between the Senjuja pillars is also a person who can rarely get his approval from Uchiha Senna. They are all ninjas who have the consciousness to protect their loved ones even if they sacrifice themselves. They are also people who love their brothers around them very much. It's just a pity that in the past 2 days, they have received intelligence that the 2 brothers of the Senju clan and Senju Itama died in battle. Although it should be a very happy thing for the enemy to die, the person who, like himself, especially wants to protect his brother, must be very sad. Thinking of this, Izumi couldn't help but feel a faint sadness, plucked one of the chrysanthemums in front of him, put it in front of his nose and sniffed it gently. Ahem. Suddenly, a faint coughing sound came from behind. Obviously there is no malice, but I don't know why, Izumi just had the feeling of doing something wrong and being caught, like a child. He quickly pinched the chrysanthemum in his hand and hid it. Senna, go home quickly, don't stand here. Ooh, okay big brother, eh? Big brother, isn't it you cooking at home? Izumi huffed and ran home to see what was going on. Uchiha was at the door, looking at the chrysanthemum that had been plucked off, inexplicably sad. Izumi Nai, your action of smelling the chrysanthemum just affectionately intoxicated made me very sad as a brother. Moreover, the subconscious action of doing something wrong by holding the chrysanthemum tightly in your hand makes brother Dang even more afraid. No, you can't let Izumi go astray. However, Uchiha is also a little strange. What is going on with this fragrant and delicious smell at home? After entering the house, Madara saw that his old father, Uchiha Tajima, was sitting at the dining table in the living room, talking to Uchiha Hoon and Uchiha Senna. Ha 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 ha, although the Great Elder is also a person with some skills in fishing, he is far worse than me. Fishing, not only is it a technical job, but also has to have bright eyes, know how to find a good position, and have incomparable patience to be able to do it. Uchiha Hoon listened to the clan elder bragging here about the results of the fishing match with his father, the Great Elder, and his face twitched, obviously knowing something. And Uchiha Senna, who was fooled by his father, admired him and deeply believed that fishing is indeed a job that requires great skill and patience, just like a ninja, and requires patience. But soon, Uchiha also found a clue. The Great Elder who personally cooked under him, after hearing Uchiha Tajima's boast, snorted coldly, and put out a large pot of fish and placed it in front of them. Try it, this fish soup is the freshest now. Uchiha suddenly felt a little strange. This fragrant smell was not fake, and there was no smell of boiling paste in the pot over there in the kitchen. Why are there scorched marks on the fish? Oh, this looks like a scorched mark after being caught by thunder ninjutsu. The honest Izumi pointed to the place Madara saw and said it directly, and Uchiha Tajima's face immediately turned red. What ninja uses ninjutsu to catch fish is a matter of course. These fish were all fished out of the river by his strength. Uchiha looked at all this in front of him, and his heart was very happy. He asked Izuna, who had eaten and drunk enough, to bring a copy to his 2 younger brothers who were still in the training ground. His drunken father, Uchiha Tajima, who was drunk with the great elder, was thrown into his room because he no longer had to manage the family's affairs. Looking at his father, who was already asleep, Madara couldn't help but think of his original fate. After losing his brother and breaking with his best friend Zu, he will open the Sharingan for the first time. After years of war, he lost his father Uchiha Tajima, and opened the kaleidoscope chakra eye with his younger brother Izuna. In the end, having lost his only remaining brother, Izuna, Uchiha gained the powerful eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan eye that will not go blind. However, if this comes at the cost of being alone, and this comes at the cost of losing all the people close to me, then I don't want it. Without having to open the kaleidoscope chakra eye in such despair, pain and sadness, I can also have great power, I can also reach the top of the ninja world, and I can also protect those I cherish. Because I am Uchiha Madara. Phew. In the early morning, in Uchiha's training ground, Uchiha Senna was constantly wielding the sword in his hand. Only gradually, he began to feel that he seemed to have reached a bottleneck. No matter how he practiced, it seemed that it was already difficult for him to continue to improve too much in terms of strength. Whether it is the pupil power of the Sharingan, or his own swordsmanship strength, or his own fire and thunder ninjutsu. Big brother, can you help me think? What else can I do? Hearing Izuna's question, he had also started training here, and stopped making himself sweaty and exhaling a breath of white air. Your basic abilities, such as swordsmanship, chakra's control ability has reached a very proficient level. Moreover, the fire ninjutsu and thunder ninjutsu have also reached the point where they are more skilled in control and can be used quickly in battle. Coupled with the shadow doppelganger technique and persistent physical exercise, as well as spiral pills that can be instantaneous, there are also a large number of detonation charms. Against the average ninja, you have no pressure at all. Maybe Senna, you can try to deepen the morphological and property changes of chakra. Morphological changes and property changes. Senna fell into deep thought, and then Madara gave more opinions. And Izuna, you can build yourself a better weapon. Although the weapon in Izuna's hand is also very good, if you use the good things made by chakra conduction metal, Izuna's lethality can be taken to a higher level. Look! Uchiha held a handful of kunao in his hand, and then, a burning sensation erupted from his hands. Soon, this kunao became rosy, and the hot Uchiha couldn't stand it himself and threw it on the ground. Only weapons made with those special chakra conduction metals can better carry our chakra. Do you think that when you attack the enemy with your own weapon, if you can attach the extremely penetrating thunder chakra to the weapon, can it be easy to penetrate the enemy's attack? Izuna's heart moved, and he thought about how he would extend his fire chakra or thunder chakra on the weapon made of chakra conduction metal at that time. He doesn't know how strong his killing ability is now, but fire and thunder light appear on his sword, dancing with him, so he feels very handsome no matter how he thinks about it. It just so happens that there is a little chakra conduction metal in the family, so I'll ask you to build a sword first. Big brother, this, or should I get you a handful first? Izumi was excited and guilty. Such a good thing. The eldest brother thought about giving himself a handful first. How could this work? No, Izuna, you give me a good hold, but don't embarrass me, got it? Yes, big brother. Izumi was very moved. Big brother, I will definitely not let you down. Give me such a precious chakra conductive metal, and I, Uchiha Senna, will definitely exert this power. A month later, after Izuna's weapon made of chakra conductive metal had been completed, Izumi held the new sword and couldn't put it down. Ready, we're going to get moving. And the Uchiha clan is also ready to take revenge on their enemies again, showing their fangs. Big brother, I will definitely. Forward. As the team assembled, Izumi saw the huge fan behind his eldest brother and finally knew why the eldest brother said that he didn't need to use chakra conductive metal to build a weapon for himself. Let's go, swish. Quickly leaving the family and running into the ranks in the land of fire, Izumi followed behind his eldest brother Madara. Big brother, when did my father give it all to you? No wonder you don't need a weapon made of chakra conduction metal. The one behind the eldest brother is the artifact of the Uchiha clan, the Uchiha group fan, which is said to be indestructible and can also bounce out the ninjutsu released by the enemy. Have you figured it out? Among the Thousand Hands family, the Thousand Hands Buddha saw the Thousand Hands pillar who took the initiative to stand up again and follow the family out to perform tasks, and his mood was very complicated. He could see that his eldest son was still so stubborn, and there was no change in his heart, and he still insisted on the ideas and beliefs he had expressed before. Well, I figured it out. He thought about the action of entering the family again, but he just wanted to achieve his own purpose through such a move. Do you want to gain the support of more people step by step in the battle, and then have the prestige to confront me or even replace me? Senju Buddha laughed. That's good, just know it's wrong, go. If you can really defeat me, then how about the pillars? Let the Thousand Hands follow you. If you are stronger than me, then prove that you are right. This is the truth of the ninja world of the jungle. Pillars, I hope that this time, you can understand this truth in the process of defeating me. The Thousand Hands pillar did not understand the deep meaning of his old father, the Thousand Hands Buddha. After returning to the battle sequence of the family, he began to lead the only remaining brother Kurama around him, as well as Senju Peach, who had been following him, and a small number of clansmen to start the mission. As a pioneer, with his strong strength and charisma, he soon had a large number of followers in the family again. At the same time, his idea of wanting to protect everyone and prevent such a fierce battle was also slowly transmitted by him to the hearts of the people around him. At the same time, the two of them, who poured into the battlefield between Uchiha and Senjuju, who were active, quickly covered up the light of other geniuses in the ninja world at the same time. For a moment, in the ninja realm of the Land of Fire, among the views on the future, only Senju and Uchiha were left. Between the 1,000 hand pillars, Uchiha Madara, when the other geniuses were eclipsed under the radiance of the two. Finally, after a few years, there was only a little friction during this time. The focus was on other families, and the two major families, which had once again accumulated strength, had to collide with each other on the battlefield. After Senju and Uchiha got into a fight, Uchiha Senna looked at the battle that the two eldest brothers had experienced many times and were on par, and his teeth itched with some envy. Then, without hesitation, he took his younger brothers, who had also grown up and were not weak, to join the battle. 1,000 hands, I'm looking for you again. Kinshao's face instantly changed and became extremely ugly. This bastard, here you are again. Uchiha is powerful, but he feels that Uchiha Senna is equally talented, rigorous in combat, and ruthless. He is a strong enemy with almost no flaws, and in the face of such an enemy, it is already difficult for 1,000 hands. Moreover, Izuna, this bastard, had to call his two younger brothers to follow him every time and fiercely besiege him together. 3 people beat him 1, it is simply not about martial virtue. Cracking sound. No matter how genius 1,000 hands are, they are also difficult to fight with 2 fists and 4 hands, and they cannot cope with the attacks of 3 enemies who are equally strong. Ring the bell. There were several more fist marks on his face that made his nose blue and his face swollen, and after taking a few steps back and spitting out a mouthful of blood, he could only continue to grit his teeth and face the attacks of these guys in front of him. Damn, several people attacked me together. Am I going to die under the siege of the enemy like my brother? Uchiha Senna looked at the embarrassed Senju, who was beaten by himself and his younger brothers, and the whole person almost became blurry, and suddenly, he retracted his strength. Let the 1,000 hands have a breather, and the moment he was attacked, he broke out of the encirclement of the 3 of them with pain. Uchiha Senna looked at his hands a little strangely. Shouldn't be. As a ninja, you should be hard-hearted, without any sympathy, pity, and unscrupulous to kill all enemies. However, when he thought of it, 1,000 hands was already the last brother of 1,000 hands pillar. Thinking about what Senjuju said to himself at that time, he wanted to protect his younger brothers and juniors so that they could live safely, and he found that he couldn't get off a little. The eldest brother also wants to protect me and my younger brothers, and the bastard between the 1,000 hand pillars has also been carrying out this idea. If they lost their brother, they would be very, very sad. Moreover, at that time, Senju let himself and his younger brothers successfully escape from the Senju. I, Uchiha Senna, owe him a life. Lord Kurama, seeing that the Senju was in danger, the right-hand man who followed behind the Senju pillar 1,000 the Senju Peach, threw away the Uchiha Kotori in front of him, and quickly ran towards the Senju who was out of trouble. Are you all right? It's okay. Senjuma's face suppressed anger and pain, and looking at Uchiha Senna's eyes, there was also a hint of puzzlement. This guy who doesn't talk about weird taking his 2 younger brothers to beat him together, why did he choose to leave him away to live at the moment when he could kill him? Could it be the reason for the eldest brother? Qianshao smiled bitterly. It turned out that at that time, what the eldest brother did saved my life? The fighting between the Uchiha clan and the rest of the Senju clan had also gradually stopped. They rallied behind Uchiha Senna and Senju, watching each other with wary eyes, ready to attack again. However, the 2 guys who let each other go because of their eldest brother said the same thing with a complicated expression. Don't act rashly first, wait for the eldest brother to divide the victory and defeat. And the battle between the 1,000 hand pillars and Uchiha Madara, Huajun and Mudun intertwined with each other, the 2 weapons collided violently, and the sharp cold light flashed to reflect the determined eyes of the 2. However, they glanced vaguely at Izumi and Senju. After seeing that they were all safe, the 2 of them fought there with confidence and boldness. The terrifying chakra made the ninjas of the 2 races on both sides couldn't help but feel shocked from the bottom of their hearts. The fierce collision made many ninjas in the 2 families who had been fighting for many years feel a trace of terror. If I fight them, I won't last 3 rounds. Such thoughts quickly surfaced in their hearts and made them shudder. Senju Pillar and Uchiha Madara have just come of age, how can they have the ability to make the other elite ninjas in the family simply unable to parry? Uchiha, you are really strong, however, no matter how many times the 2 of us fight, we can't solve the problem. After the Senju and Uchiha collided again, Senju stepped back and took a deep breath. If you continue to fight like this, you will never be able to tell the winner or defeat with Uchiha. However, what he wants now is to gain prestige in the family that surpasses that of his father 1,000 Hands Buddha, and what he wants to say seriously can be listened to by the family. Sorry. The hands of the 1,000-hand pillars clapped together, and a terrifying chakra that was extremely strong and made people's hearts tremble burst out quickly from his body. New done, the birth of the tree realm. Uchiha suddenly frowned, and looked at the ground with a slight unease. The hard and thick ground under my feet surged madly at this moment like the soft surface of water. Click! Dense cracks spread like cobwebs on the surrounding earth. Curled up with vines, they kept getting bigger, longer, thicker, and then easily pierced the ground, emerged from the ground, and came out in one breath, facing the sun, growing wildly. Uchiha kept retreating, and retreating. Fire dragon art. Tentatively using fire ninjutsu, he created a lifelike fire dragon with teeth and claws, and slammed into the forest in front of him. Madara's fire chakra form change ability and nature change ability have been mastered very powerfully. The fire that came out of the U's, far away, made the 1,000 hands feel a suffocating scorching heat, rushing to his face. The astonishing heat spread through the forest, quickly igniting a large area of trees, making the fire soar into the sky. What a strong fire! After calculating in his heart, Qianshao finally gave up helplessly. He is really not the opponent of the eldest brother, nor will he be the opponent of Uchiha. Such a fire ninjutsu, even he, a ninja who is extremely proficient in water ninjutsu, cannot fight it at all. Even if in general, water ninjutsu is a restraint against fire ninjutsu. The terrifying fire shot straight into the sky, and the amazing heat wave pounced on his face one by one, making the ninjas sweat a layer of hot sweat. However, the forest is still expanding, and even the fire created by the fire of the Uchiha spot spreads towards the Uchiha spot. Senju doesn't care about Uchiha's fire ninjutsu to ignite the forest he created. On the contrary, the forest that burned around Uchiha would give him a taste of the horror of his own fire ninjutsu. After seeing this, Uchiha stopped the temptation to escape, but took out the long-handled weapon shaped like a scythe behind his back, fanned the chakra spread, and fired a sharp slash at the forest ahead. The sharp slash cut down a large row of trees in front of him, creating a separation belt, which finally stopped the trend of the fire spreading back towards him. However, in the ground under his feet, there were still trees that broke through the ground, grew up, and wrapped around Uchiha's body. Yikes! Sharp weapons danced in Uchiha's hands, and terrifying slashes flew out of the forest continuously. However, surrounded by a vast forest that became increasingly wider, Madara attacked as if a drop of water had fallen onto the river, just a splash. If it goes on like this, even the spot that has opened the eye of the three-hooked jade chakra over the years will not be able to resist the entanglement of these trees that surround him and seem to be endless. Madara, give up. I don't want to hurt you. Senju didn't know when he was already standing on top of the forest trees surrounding Uchiha, his hands were still imprinted, constantly urging the trees to grow at an exaggerated speed. If you look at the ground from the outside, the ninjas will find that the forest on the ground is now like a huge cage woven here that is layered and airtight, and has wrapped Uchiha in it. This dense attack was enough to make any other ninja feel desperate. As long as you are deeply immersed in it, there seems to be no way out of it. Don't want to hurt me. Madara, who was still using the eye of the writing wheel and turning rapidly, heard the sentence, and suddenly it was like a fuse had been ignited, and it was about to explode. You mean, you can kill me at any time if you want? Uchiha looked at the increasingly dense forest around him, as well as standing at the top of the forest trees, looking at his 1,000 hand pillars, holding a kunao, and raised his arm. No, I mean. The feeling of incomparable danger instantly came to my mind. The next moment, amid the sound that continued to sound, a rainbow light filled with a terrifying aura of destruction suddenly burst out from Uchiha's hand. When he felt that something was wrong between the 1,000 hand pillars, he subconsciously used the avatar technique. Even so, he felt a palpitation on his face that looked like he had been burned. Raising his head, he looked at the piece of wood that was used by his stand-in technique, and after it was pierced through the smooth hole in the middle, the cut left behind made 1,000 hand pillars swallow. It's so fast, and the penetration is amazing. The rainbow light that climbed diagonally towards the sky took several seconds before it dissipated from his eyes. This terrifying penetrating ability is its greatest lethality. Senju now felt as if nothing could withstand Uchiha's attack, only dodging. Even the entire forest will be directly penetrated by Uchiha from one direction, a huge hole. In this case, no matter where you hide, it seems that it is not very safe. 1,000 hand pillar, just now, you say it again. In the face of such a terrifying attack, the 1,000 hand pillar also had palpitations. It's just that he wants to fulfill his dream, and he can't stop his steps just like that. So, he directly hid himself in the forest. In this case, unless it is a white eye, it should be impossible for Uchiha's chakra eyes to see himself in the forest. In that way, he can use his powerful chakra and Mudun to continuously defeat Madara, who has been surrounded inside and cannot get out in a short time. Then, having defeated Madara, he may have a chance to persuade the Uchiha clan to let go of the war with the Senju clan. After defeating Madara and having the prestige and power to reach the top of the ninja world, the Senju clan must also obey their own words, and also put aside the fight for dominance in the ninja world to become the strongest ambition. At that time, under his own leadership, the Senju clan could shake hands and make peace with the Uchiha clan. Then he can build a village with Madara and Izumi and Kurama together to build a village that can continue in peace and no longer have such chaotic wars as now. With the precedent of the two most powerful families, other families in the Fire Country ninja realm will also join in. At that time, you can really end this chaotic world. Hiding? Do you think you can really hide? Uchiha laughed when he saw Senju Kyuma hiding himself in the forest created by his new Duen. The biomagnetic field on the body of the Thousand Hand Pillar was completely different from the magnetic field he had created with Mudun Ninjutsu. The superficial power of electricity and magnetism that he had mastered through thunder allowed him to easily feel the magnetic field emitted between the Thousand Hand Pillars. This time, it's you who loses, Thousand Hand Pillars. Moisture. When countless trees, under the secret manipulation of the Thousand Hand Pillars, wrapped up against the spots, a rainbow light, in the dark and gloomy dense forest that was wrapped, broke through all the obstacles in front of it. The trees that were about to completely envelop Uchiha came to an abrupt end at the last moment. Outside the forest, the ninjas of the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan both looked anxiously in the direction of the forest, and at the same time, they were secretly guarding each other. What the hell? What's going on? Obviously, just now, when the shocking and terrifying huge forest was created with wood between the Thousand Hand Pillars, the movement there was very amazing. The earth under his feet, in the collision of the two eldest brothers, kept trembling wildly. The sky was covered with terrible clouds, until a rainbow light that slanted into the sky pierced it, giving the ground a little more light. However, just now, the endless pressure brought to the ninjas, making people feel like a large cloud in the sky, terrifyingly connected into a forest, like a huge monster-like living creature forest, but now suddenly stopped all movements. What the hell is going on here? A terrifying feeling of heart palpitations surfaced in everyone's hearts. The strength of the Thousand Hand Pillar is beyond everyone's expectations, even the Thousand Hand Pillar. However, it is also amazing that Uchiha can still fight with the Senju pillar in that forest until now. So, after the movement of that forest stops, does it mean the end of the battle? In the end, who won? Everyone couldn't help but hold their breath and looked in the direction of the forest. Call! The sound of heavy breathing echoed in the air, and the atmosphere became scorching and hot. Everyone understood that the battle between the two eldest brothers determined the final direction of the war between them. Damn, who the hell won? In such a heavy atmosphere, a sound of footsteps slowly approached them from the edge of the forest. At this moment, both Senju and Uchiha Senna widened their eyes and looked over there. Then, soon, the look of surprise in Uchiha Senna's eyes gradually began to enlarge from his face a little. The upturned smile at the corner of his mouth made the cold color that had been maintained on his face quickly disappear. And between the Thousand Hands, the faces of the Thousand Hands Peach and others became extremely ugly. Impossible, how is it possible? Big Brother actually lost. The big brother who has never lost and should definitely not lose, failed like this? Uchiha came out of the forest step by step. On his hands, he still dragged his face extremely weak, and there were huge scars on his abdomen that looked terrifying and were still bleeding outward. However, although the Thousand Hand Pillar looked pale, it was actually much better than just now. This guy's self-healing ability is really exaggerated. Obviously he has not yet shown the ability to enter the immortal mode at any time, but the abdomen that has just been pierced is now almost healed. Under the blood, the scar that looked terrifying was about to heal together. Such wounds may take months, or even half a year, to slowly recover. For the current Thousand Hand Pillars, they can be quickly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Knowing that his self-healing ability was extremely strong, Uchiha quickly ran to his side after severely damaging him. Later, after using ninjas, after grabbing each other's mouths, when they wanted to torture more information, they restricted the other party from using Chakra's special handcuffs and locked him up. If this guy is allowed to grow for a few more years, such a wound may be able to heal quickly in the blink of an eye, and no flaws will be exposed. I won. The words spoken by Uchiha and the pale color visible on the face of the restrained Senju pillar made the faces of the ninjas on the Senju clan side look ugly as if they had eaten. Throw in the towel. Otherwise. Uchiha grabbed Senju Kyuma and crossed his neck, causing Senju's whole heart to rise to his throat. Big brother loses, big brother loses. Although it looks stupid, but it is actually outrageously strong, and the eldest brother who has been protecting himself and protecting the clansmen, actually lost like this? It was difficult for Senju to accept, but the eldest brother's life was now held by Uchiha. What to do? To surrender and admit defeat. Otherwise, those hateful evil Uchiha will definitely not let Big Brother go. When a large number of thousand-handed ninjas had embarrassed expressions on their faces, the joy on Izuna's face slowly disappeared. Looking at the pale appearance between the thousand-hand pillars, a trace of unbearability flashed in Uchiha Senna's eyes. If you can, you should try to persuade your eldest brother and leave the life between the thousand-hand pillars. It's a big deal to scrap him, so that he can't become a ninja in the future and continue to fight for the Senju clan. However, the Thousand Hands clan did not express their position. Even if the Thousand Hands pillar is the most talented outstanding ninja in the history of the Thousand Hands clan for so many years, there is no precedent in the history of the Thousand Hands clan to admit defeat and surrender to the enemy because of a genius. After the ninjas are caught, most of them will find a way to kill themselves with all their strength to avoid more pain for themselves. If they really can't commit suicide, they also know that they will definitely become the object of the family's abandonment. However, in order to be in the family, the relatives who still need to continue to live, they can only grit their teeth, die without revealing any information, and then pray that they are better able to die quickly. Only a small number of ninjas will not be able to endure the torture of the enemy, and after revealing the information, they will usher in a happy death. However, because the Thousand Hands pillar is among the Thousand Hands clan, the personality charm is extremely powerful and there are many followers. That's why they have this hesitation now. Let's go. Qianxiao glanced at his eldest brother with a difficult face, and after seeing him show a helpless smile towards him, a difficult and bitter expression appeared on his face. Uchiha stops the Uchiha clan from pursuing the Senju clan. He must always grasp the Thousand Hand pillar and use his pupil power and special props to be able to restrain the Thousand Hand pillar. If the younger brother and they lead people to catch up, they may not be able to beat them with 1,000 hands. The combat effectiveness of the morning soldiers is quite terrifying. Anyway, as long as you control the Thousand Hand pillar, the biggest whole card of the Thousand Hands clan will be gone, and you can also use the Thousand Hand pillar to let Uchiha get unimaginably huge benefits. The most important task now is to bring him back alive. Let's go. Uchiha took Izuna, took Senju between the pillars, cleaned up the battlefield, and after disposing of the corpses of the dead and wounded, he soon disappeared. Returning to the family with the Senju pillar, Uchiha Tajima took the Great Elder and watched curiously. The Thousand Hand pillar had never been watched by so many enthusiastic Uchiha clansmen, and what surprised him was that these Uchiha guys didn't have much malice towards him. He could even feel a trace of admiration from their bodies and eyes. The Uchiha family worships strength and worships the strong, and between the Thousand Hand pillars, it happens to be a powerful enemy that can make the Uchiha clan feel admiration, and even feel incredible. This incomparably genius shining enemy, crisscrossing the chaotic world, leads the family to continue to advance. Its brilliance in the hearts of the ninjas of the Uchiha clan was only slightly weaker than their young patriarch Uchiha. This is between the Thousand Hand pillars. Uchiha Tajima saw the scars left by Uchiha on Senjukuma's body, and the bloodstains left around the wound could make Uchiha Tajima easily see that it was not long to flow out of his body. However, upon closer inspection, the wound was completely healed, not even a scar. This terrifying self-healing ability is even more terrifying than the information about the Thousand Hand pillars that the Uchiha family has searched for in the Fire Country over the years. What is going on with this guy's body? Will he be particularly powerful and superb in healing? Father, then, what should we do with the Thousand Hand pillars so that we can maximize our interests? Izuna's curious and tentative question made Uchiha Tajima couldn't help but turn his head to look at him. This glance directly made Izuna's whole person become weak in an instant. It's really rare, you actually thought of using the Thousand Hand pillar to let our Uchiha clan get more benefits. Uchiha Tajima looked at Uchiha Senna with a smile, but Izumi was only weak for a moment. Then soon in self-hypnosis, he became very sure that everything he did was just for the sake of the Uchiha family. Of course, killing him is naturally the most trouble-free way, but it is also the most laborious way. After that, we will continue to fight with the Thousand Hands clan, and the clan will still be killed and injured. After all these years of fighting, the clansmen have become extremely tired. In recent years, it has been the most chaotic time in the era of war. Various battles, frequent outbreaks between various families. Senjukuma and Uchiha Madara, it was also in countless battles that they stepped on the heads of a large number of other genius ninjas and climbed to the top of the ninja world. Uchiha Tajima looked at Izuna's righteous appearance and felt funny. At the same time, I can't help but wonder a little. When did Izuna, this stupid child, come into contact with the Senjujuku? This led to these two people meeting on the battlefield. Always you release water, save me, I also release water, want to save you. He has become older and older, and a lot of the family's power has also been given to Uchiha. When Uchiha Tajima became idle, what he wanted to do now was a little different from what he wanted to do when he was young, as the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Young and strong, what he wants to do is to lead the entire family to stand at the top of the ninja world and become the strongest in the ninja world. Old and weak, he is now more willing to see the family pass on safely. After fighting and killing for so many years, after stopping, he felt a heartfelt exhaustion with the Great Elder. At the same time, when he is old, his emotions are not as firm as before, and it is easier to be severely touched by the death of many people in the family who are familiar with him and the descendants he is optimistic about. You have to ask your eldest brother about this. I'm about to retire now. After Uchiha Tajima said this to Uchiha Senna, he smiled and left with the Great Elder. Our family is really a loving family, don't you say, Grand Elder? You're right, Tajima. The strange laughter of the two made Izumi immediately blush, wanting to defend something, but he felt that there was no silver here 300 taels. After thinking about it, in the end, Izumi still found the eldest brother Madara, big brother, that, what do you plan to do with the Senjuju pillar in the end? Madara also glanced at his own brother Uchiha Senna with strange eyes. This guy, did he start worrying about the situation between the Senjujus so quickly? Ahem, big brother, I really didn't mean that, I just felt that I was a little tired. Fight with the Senju clan, fight with the Sarutobi clan, fight with the Shimura clan, and fight with countless enemies. The enemy changed stubble after stubble, and the clansmen who followed behind also died one after another. The hatred that was attacked by the Thousand Hands Alliance at the beginning was actually slowly brought back in the various actions carried out by the family led by the eldest brother a few years ago. Now, if you really want to say which side took advantage and which side killed more people on the other side, no one can tell. Everyone has already killed each other, and they are already numb. They all know that this is a process that is not clear and incomprehensible, and will only make people keep substituting hatred into the process, and the cycle continues. Moreover, it seems that this cycle never ends and never ends. The thought of herself, eldest brother, and younger brothers still having to struggle in such a painful spiral of hatred in the future made Izumi look painful. Big brother, I don't want that in the future. Our descendants, our clansmen, are still doing the same things as us, our fathers and ancestors, and are still struggling in the same whirlpool. Uchiha Senna said very sincerely. Several of his younger brother, who had already gone to the battlefield and his hands were also stained with blood, gradually became confused in the voice of the second brother. Even Uchiha Hoon and Uchiha Kotori, the two clansmen who were the first to fight with the Uchiha brothers, revealed an irrepressible exhaustion on their faces. More clansmen looked at Izuna, as if they had seen their future from Izuna's words. If they continue like this, they will only die in the battle like their own relatives and clansmen, and eventually die at the hands of others. Madara glanced around in amazement, and after quietly collecting his blood that he had just obtained from Senjukuma along the way, he looked at Senna. Izumi you boy, quite powerful. A few words aroused the emotions of the people around him. Izuna, do you think so? Senjuju was moved to cry. Izuna, you have never forgotten the dream we once shared. Even if over the years, we have fought each other for the sake of our respective clans and relatives, and gradually drifted apart, but have you always buried that dream of ours deep in your hearts? Uchiha patted Izumi on the shoulder, leaving it to Izumi to deal with the Senju pillar and the next dispute between the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan, and he himself let Uchiha Hoon leave the family for himself and went out. Madara-sama, you say, can we really end the war once and for all, as Lord Izumi said? Walking among the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Kotori couldn't help but curiously ask Madara questions. In general, there are two ways. Uchiha has secretly done both things to do, and is in a good mood now. Either everyone can reconcile under a consensus and let go of hatred, or we'll finish out all the enemies. Hearing Uchiha's words, Kotori couldn't help but swallow. She always felt that if it was really like the second method Madara-sama said, it would be too murderous. But how can the second method be done? Yes, if you want to kill all the enemies, whether it is for Uchiha or Senjukuma, you can't do it. They can reach the top of the ninja world and become one of the most powerful ninjas in the ninja world, but they will never be able to kill all enemies. They can force many enemies to submit, but if they really want to kill them, with their current strength, they will not be able to do it in their entire lives. So Izumi and Senjuku chose the first method. They want everyone to understand each other and be able to live peacefully together in one place. When Uchiha said this, he slowly stopped, and a weird smile flashed on his face. Kotori Uchiha felt her dazzled. How she felt, she seemed to see Madara have a different opinion about such thoughts and practices between her younger brother Senna and Senjuju. Moreover, what is called Izumi and Senjuju chose the first method. Madara-sama, are you? No matter how strong a person is, it is impossible to really calm down the ninja world. As a ninja god, such a powerful force, did he rely on one person to calm the ninja world? No, it also relies on a large number of ninjas who are willing to follow him, and a large number of clansmen in the Senju clan who are willing to follow him to death, and the dedication of his younger brother who is superior in wisdom, and Uchiha's willingness to reconcile with him, allowing the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan to turn into jade. Izuna, do what you want, be a big brother, I will support your dreams. Uchiha doesn't think so much about peace. He knows that people are creatures with complex contradictions, and they can have peace for a while, but they can't have peace forever. His idea is to protect his younger brothers, protect his family, and protect his cherished people. To do this, you need to continue to strengthen yourself and make yourself stronger and stronger. On the other side of the source, because of Madara's instructions, a person has begun to secretly study the blood between the 1,000 hand pillars he obtained from Uchiha and the power contained in it. And the daimyo's side, Uchiha Hoon, should also be back soon. What? Are you going to do this? In the castle of the daimyo mansion, after receiving the visit of the envoy of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Hoon, the daimyo was taken aback by the meaning of the Uchiha Ba brought by Uchiha Hoon. The gloomy expression on his face flashed away, and he didn't let the ninja in front of him, who was still respectful and bent over, notice his abnormality. However, if Uchiha and Senju are really allowed to continue like this, will these ninjas still maintain such an attitude towards themselves, to the rich merchants, nobles, etc. under them? It is precisely because of their constant fighting and competition that the scale of these guys is always maintained at a level that everyone can tolerate. Ninjas with extremely high mortality rates and extremely low average life expectancy are easy for them to control with all kinds of money, materials, and resources. Over the years, the fierce fighting between the various ninja clans is not unrelated to them. The superiors of the Fire Nation specially issued some entrusted tasks that are very easy to provoke disputes between the two races, artificially create greater hatred for them, and let them have a sea of blood between them. In this way, these guys will always fight each other dog eat dog, and will not eat back at their masters. Haha, your thoughts are good. The Fire Country has been in chaos for so many years, and the civilians are living in hardship, and it is good that you want to end this chaos completely. But can you really let go of your hatred for each other? The daimyo asked tentatively towards Uchiha, wanting to see his expression and see something from Uchiha, the elite of the Uchiha clan. It is best to see some unwillingness, some pain, and anger in Uchiha-hun. That's not something I can think about. And, Madara-sama said, this is only possible. However, Uchiha-hun maintained his calm expression and did not show more emotions. In this way, then, let me wait and see. Rest assured, as long as you can communicate well over there, of course, we fully support you. What if I don't support it? Those ninjas may sneak into their daimyo's house in the middle of the night and cut off their heads. Damn, why did these guys fight die so ferociously, and have such terrible hatred between each other, and now they actually want to shake hands and make peace? The daimyo smiled reluctantly, watching Uchiha-hun leave, and then soon, his expression became gloomy as ink. If things really go in the direction he doesn't want to see, then, no matter what, he needs to be prepared. If these ninjas were brought together in this way, his power as a daimyo in the Land of Fire would be greatly weakened. For a long time, he has been using tasks and economy to control the daimyo of ninjas, and at this time, he is eager to control a ninja team that can be completely controlled by himself. Soon Uchiha-hun returned to the Uchiha clan with the daimyo's reply. Moreover, he also brought back what Uchiha wanted, a title deed covering a large area of deserted forest. Got it, good, Sun, go and have a good rest. Next, it's up to Izuna's. Izuna, for the sake of your dream, Big Brother has already helped you achieve this level. Next, whether the idea between you and the Thousand Hand Pillar can succeed or not. While the Uchiha clan were cheering for their success in defeating and capturing Senjukuma, Izumi was alone and a little distressed. With a grim face, he came to the place where he was guarding the Thousand Hand Pillar, and after letting the other clansmen stay away from here for the time being, he walked in alone. Senna, the injuries on his body had completely healed on their own, and Senjukuma, who looked very spirited, smiled and greeted Uchiha Senna, who walked in. He was not abused in Uchiha, and Uchiha did not want to get more information from him now, but tortured him. Between the Thousand Hand Pillars, Uchiha Senna looked at the Senjuja pillar in front of him with a complicated expression, and the bits and pieces of acquaintance with this guy appeared in his mind. Do you think that by now, we can still have the possibility of peace? Do you think that your dream can still be realized now? Of course, I've always believed that. Uchiha Senna looked at the fact that he was clearly in prison, but he still had such a firm face, believing that he would be able to fulfill his dream, and his heart was shaken fiercely. You bastard, I don't know if I can live or not. Why do you say such a big thing here? If you Thousand Hands are willing to surrender and admit defeat, I believe that Big Brother will help us. No, it's you who fulfilled your dreams. Between us Uchiha and your Senju, we may be able to usher in a truce. Izumi said seriously, and then took out a pen and paper, and asked Senjukuma to write something himself, and he could do it for him and send it to Senju. If those people of the Thousand Hands clan are willing to listen to him, and from now on they and Uchiha will stop attacking each other, then you will definitely be able to survive between the Thousand Hands pillar. Otherwise, in order to deal with the Thousand Hands clan, it will be difficult for you, the genius of the Thousand Hands clan, to survive, unless you are completely abolished, so that you will no longer threaten Uchiha's abilities and talents. You guy, it's really people. Unconscious. Really, it's amazing, Uchiha, who can actually help us do such a thing. Senjuja shouted, making Izuna's face darken all of a sudden. I'm worried about you here, and you're talking about my big brother there? Is the husband currently committed? Think about it yourself, what to write. Uchiha Senna threw all the paper and pen in front of Senjukuma with a black face and left. Among the Thousand Hands clan, the atmosphere was terrifyingly silent. After losing the young patriarch Thousand Hand Pillar, many people found that they had unconsciously regarded the Thousand Hand Pillar as a pillar in their hearts. After losing such a powerful talent as the Senju pillar, many ninjas in the entire Senju clan looked a little apprehensive as they walked. In the past, the Thousand Hands clan had not experienced the era when the talented young patriarch was killed, but it did not have the influence of the Thousand Hand Pillar, and it came so directly and violently. The atmosphere of the patriarch has also become particularly tense in the past 2 days, making people feel suffocated. Are you sure this is a letter from the Thousand Hand Pillars? A stern voice spit out from the mouth of the Thousand Hands Buddha, making a trace of sweat oozing from both the Thousand Hands and the Thousand Hands Peach's head. Father, I'm sure this is a letter from the eldest brother. Senjuma forcefully resisted the pressure given by his father and answered, and did not let his father's letter to his eldest brother be sentenced to death like this. If his father insisted that this was a fiction of the Uchiha clan and did not respond, he didn't know if the eldest brother would suffer something on the side of the Uchiha clan. Is it really my good son? Did he think so quickly to persuade me, the father, to lead the family to lay down his arms and surrender? The Thousand Hands Buddha took a deep look at Shu Ma, and his tone became more and more stern. Of course, he knew that this was the letter between the Thousand Hand Pillars. This handwriting, the tone on it, this and the taste of his speech, the entire ninja world could not find a second person who could imitate it. However, as the patriarch of the Thousand Hands clan, how could he do this? We are a Thousand Hands clan, only those who died in battle. Father, the voice between the Thousand Hands suddenly became a little louder, forcibly interrupting the words of the Thousand Hands Buddha. Father, please take a look at the clansmen. Panic is spreading in their hearts. The invincible young patriarchs have been defeated, so who else can lead them against the Uchiha clan? It's us, we lost. Thousand Hands gritted his teeth and said something that even he couldn't believe, and then he saw his father's face of the Thousand Hands Buddha, and instantly became decadent. Get down! A stern voice roared out from the mouth of the Thousand Hands Buddha, but the Thousand Hands could detect the weakness that appeared in his father's voice. Father, take a good look. Do you also want our Senju clan, like Kagaya and Haji, to disappear from the history of the Fire Nation? A Thousand Hands. The Thousand Hands Buddha stared at the Thousand Hands Gate fiercely, and the fierce light bursting out of his eyes, but he could not continue to make the Thousand Hands guard waver or retreat. My father is old, but he still clings to his unattainable ambitions and dreams. However, in fact, the eldest brother failed, and the Senju clan also lost in the confrontation with Uchiha. Is there any shame in surrendering and throwing in the towel? No, for the survival and continuation of the family, ninjas can make compromises. Isn't this how the Hyuga clan joined the Senju alliance? The father himself could not accept the defeat of the Senju clan, and made such a difficult decision. 2 days later, the news from the Thousand Hands clan made the Uchiha family and other families of the Thousand Hands alliance feel shocked. After the talented young patriarch of the Thousand Hands pillar was defeated by Uchiha, the same genius guy in the family was actually imprisoned by his father Thousand Hands Buddha. For a moment, the people of the Thousand Hands alliance were panicked, feeling that the end was coming, and they didn't know how to be good. Uchiha Madara took Uchiha Senna to the front of Senjukuma, and regretfully told him the news. I'm sorry, Senjukuma, your father didn't agree with you, and the battle between us Uchiha and your Senju still has to continue. So, a trace of fierceness appeared in Uchiha's eyes. Uchiha Senna clenched his fists, looking at the pity on Senjukuma's face, and the expression of finally calmly accepting his fate, and there was a trace of unbearability in his eyes. Just as Uchiha was about to take action to completely destroy the Senjukuma and then begin to torture the intelligence, Uchiha Senna suddenly reached out and grabbed the wrist of his eldest brother. After all, Izumi is his own brother, and Uchiha glanced at Senjukuma and walked out of the place, leaving the space for the two of them. It's really strange, in my heart, I actually feel that it is a pity to let such a genius as the Thousand Hand Pillar completely fall like this. Is it my own thoughts, or is this a correlation between Ajura Chakra and Indra Chakra? Uchiha is not prepared to take out Senjukuma, but it is necessary to restrict him so that he can no longer become a ninja god. Leaving a Thousand Hand Pillars can also allow the source to have more continuous research materials. Moreover, Uchiha also wanted to see if this guy would really enter the state of easily absorbing natural energy and entering the immortal mode after a certain period of time. That kind of Thousand Hand Pillar will have greater use value. At the same time, between Senjukuma and Uchiha Senna, there was also a strange silence. Senjukuma, your father, doesn't seem to agree with your idea. Ah, I know. After a long time, it was Uchiha Senna who broke this silence, causing a bitter smile to appear on Senjukuma's face. You know? Do you know what this means? Uchiha Senna looked straight at Senjukuma and sighed. That means that even if you don't die, you can only be a prisoner for the rest of your life. It means that your dream will end here once and for all. Believe in you, and those who follow you, will die in the following battles after this. Your younger brother Senjukuma will continue the tragedy between Senjua and Senjuki. Your people, your descendants, will continue to fall. Uchiha Senna opened the Sangha jade writing will with a slightly excited expression. Do you want something like this to happen? Thousand Hand Pillars, can I trust you? Half an hour later, Uchiha Senna came out of it and gave Uchiha a request that made him feel incredible. Are you sure you want to do this, Izuna? The embarrassed expression on Izuna's face flashed away, and then, he took a deep breath and looked at the eldest brother Uchiha in front of him. That's right, big brother, it's also for our Uchiha's future. This time, I choose to trust that guy. Uchiha Senna replied firmly, and after thinking for a while, Uchiha nodded. No problem, it's not too risky. If it's your request, I can think about it. Uchiha patted Izuna's shoulder, making Izuna's eyes slightly moist. The eldest brother believes in himself so much that he is willing to take such a big risk. Soon, Uchiha walked in front of the 1,000-hand pillars, and little by little, some of the restrictions on the 1,000-hand pillars were lifted. Senju-kuma, I hope you don't betray Izuna's trust in you. Take this technique, you take a look. Senju-kuma was surprised. He originally thought that it would be very difficult for him to convince Uchiha to give himself a chance through Senna. However, Uchiha trusted Izumi like this, and Izumi trusted herself like this. Thank you, don't worry, I will never tell others about this technique. The scroll of the shadow doppelganger art was quickly held in the hands of the 1,000-hands pillar, a technique that was difficult to create, but it was quite simple to learn, and it was quickly learned by the 1,000-hands pillar. Even, based on the combination of the principle of the shadow doppelganger technique and the ability of Mudun that he mastered, 1,000-hand pillar developed a Mudun avatar that was unique to him. When using the wooden doppelganger in front of Uchiha Senna and Uchiha Madara between the Senju pillars, the two of them saw a large pile of wood spreading out from the Senju pillars. Soon, this piece of wood turned into a guy exactly like the 1,000-hand pillar in the eyes of the two. Even if they hadn't seen with their own eyes the 1,000-hand pillar making the Mudun doppelganger, they would still not be able to see through which was the essence between the pillars with their pupil power. After handing over a large amount of chakra to his Muta doppelganger, Senju-kuma took the initiative to open his hands and heartily let Uchiha once again imprison him with the sealing technique. Then, with mixed feelings, Senna and Madara looked at this wooden doppelganger, and with the will between the 1,000-hand pillars, ran back in the direction of the 1,000-hands clan. This guy is really powerful. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't even believe it. It was just a doppelganger. Uchiha Senna took a deep breath and felt a little scalp tingling for the talent between the Senju pillars. Don't be presumptuous, Izuna, you're excellent too. Patting Izuna's shoulder, Uchiha walked in the direction outside of Uchiha's source with a somewhat fiery look in his eyes. He was now more interested in the wooden done between the 1,000-hand pillars, no, the physical energy possessed between the 1,000-hand pillars. The same technique has completely different effects in different hands. The wooden done between the 1,000-hand pillars can destroy the sky and the earth and change the terrain. Yamato's wooden done can create a home where people can sleep with peace of mind. The strong is between the 1,000-hand pillars, not a special technique like Muduen. Unfortunately, the way to directly bite the flesh and blood between the 1,000-hand pillars and obtain the Ajura chakra contained in the body between the 1,000-hand pillars is too much side effect. After he sewed this piece of meat onto his chest, a face between 1,000-hand pillars gradually grew on his chest. Although I don't have to sew it on my chest, wouldn't it be very uncomfortable if I didn't know where else in my body I grew a face between 1,000-hand pillars? Uchiha doesn't want to have someone else's face in some places on his body when he makes out with his wife and strips naked in the future. He still wanted to wait until Genwai could further study the secrets contained in the body of the 1,000-hand pillars before considering transplanting the power between the 1,000-hand pillars. Young clan elder, you're back. Among the bleak 1,000-hands family, the 1,000-hands pillar reappeared, like sunlight, quickly dispelling the clouds above the ninjas, making them feel that at this moment, the world had hope again. Mudun smiled at the clansman, and after knowing the place where the Senju was locked up, he immediately walked in the direction of the Kuma instead of reporting to his father Senju Buddha. However, his actions fell in the eyes of some ninjas, plus what the ninjas heard about some time ago. After these two things were linked, their faces changed instantly, and some people couldn't help but quickly rush towards the direction of the 1,000-hand Buddha of Patriarch, wanting to report to the 1,000-hand Buddha. The 1,000-hands Buddha quickly received the news, and with a calm face, he asked the clansmen to do whatever they wanted, and then continued to deal with the matter at hand. However, inadvertently, some 1,000-hands clan people would feel that their clan elders seemed to move much slower. Soon, the 1,000-hand pillar that had released his younger brother came to the front of the 1,000-hand Buddha under the gaze of a large number of clansmen. Father, I'm back. The 1,000-hand Buddha sighed, stopped all the movements in his hand, and looked at the eldest son in front of him with a complicated expression. Are you still a 1,000-hands pillar? Looking at the eldest son standing in front of him, the eyes of the 1,000-hand Buddha were indescribably complicated. He had long known that the 1,000-hands clan should not continue like this, but he was still a little unwilling after all. The ninja world is a place where the jungle eats. Now, his eldest son has to practice this in his own body. Because he is no longer his opponent, because his prestige in the family has been greatly reduced because of successive defeats and stubborn desire to continue the war. Between the 1,000-hand pillars, this is the time for you to replace me. Come on. I'm sorry, father. 1,000-hand pillar said such words to his father with tears in his eyes. Soon, the Senju clan once again broke out a shocking news, and the Senju pillar returned to Senju from the Uchiha clan. Then, in one fell swoop, he replaced his father Senju Buddha and became the patriarch of the Senju clan. And, after this, he officially led the Senju clan to surrender to Uchiha and admit defeat. The war between the two communities ended once and for all. For a moment, the entire ninja world began to panic. Such a strong thousand hands have lost to Uchiha, then Uchiha is not. Just when the various families, including the Hyuga clan, Sarutobi and Shimura, Inuga Butterfly, Kiki, Kurama, Oil Girl, and so on, were all worried. On the top of the hill, the actual controllers of the two races of Uchiha and Senju, who finally ended the war, between the Senju pillars, Uchiha and Uchiha Sena, Senju, all stood in this place. Great, are we finally going to start? Yes, that's where the dream begins. Senju Kuma and Uchiha Sena, looking at the land below, couldn't help but sigh. Senjuma was wary of Uchiha's too while asking himself over and over in his heart. What happened? What was going to start? What dreams were you dreaming about here? Senju quietly glanced at Uchiha and found that this guy did not have any unexpected expression. This made Thousand Hands sink in his heart. What the hell is going on? The three of you know what you are talking about, as far as Thousand Hands who doesn't understand anything? Damn, although I already know that several of you have known each other for a long time, this feeling of being excluded is really uncomfortable. What a hateful and evil Uchiha who abducted my eldest brother's heart. Senju continued to listen there pretending to be calm, and soon from the mouths of his eldest brother and Izuna, he knew their intention to establish a village in this place. Starting from us, I believe that all people can recognize our ideas and follow us to create an era of peace together. Suma rolled his eyes. Big brother, that's just because after we reconcile with Uchiha, the fighting power of you and Uchiha will scare other families into having to follow behind you. Over the years, for various reasons, Senju and Uchiha have almost been in the land of fire, beating the other ninjas around them one by one. Eventually the other families discovered that only these two families could fight each other. Uchiha and Senju, after thoroughly subduing the other families, became recognized as the strongest in the Fire Nation. Our two strongest families have joined forces, and if other families don't join in, won't they just wait for death? However, Senju complained in his heart, and they couldn't hear Uchiha. Although the two races have now put aside their hatred, stopped fighting, and shook hands and made peace. However, the establishment of the village is not an overnight thing, and Uchiha and Senju, as well as some ninjas attached to the two families, and the affairs of the ninja clan must be considered properly. In the huge forest below, many ninjas, civilians, and merchants have been constantly building here. Roads have been cleared and the foundations of houses are being tamped. The Senju clan and the Uchiha clan and the people related to their two clans, even if only a small part began to migrate towards the village that was beginning to be built, were quite numerous. Not to mention a large number of merchants who smelled the wind and smelled a lot of money, and took pains to send a large number of materials needed to build buildings from afar. Moreover, the two families joined hands here and began to build villages, which also made some nobles and rich people in the Fire Country want to move some of their families to live in the village. If nothing else, this village will become one of the safest places in the next Fire Nation. Moreover, in a newly built village, there are many new opportunities. Soon, it's going to be a wonderful place. By the way, what do you think is the better name of our village? Senjujima looked at the village below, his eyes full of hope and hope for a better life in the future. How about calling Uchiha Village? Who? Senju glanced back sharply and found Uchiha Hoon, who was hiding behind, with a head popped out and voiced his opinion. I think that's pretty good. Immediately afterwards, behind Uchiha Hoon, Madara and Izuna's two younger brothers also popped their heads. Isn't that too straightforward? Kotori Uchiha felt a little embarrassed to call it that directly. I think this is a little bad, big brother. We are not a time for a family to fight alone, and it seems a little bad to let the entire village bear the name of our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Sena denied the statement of Uchiha Hoon, the two younger brothers behind him, and finally glanced at the Senjuja pillar, frowning and thinking. At this moment, a breeze blew through, and on the top of the mountain, a leaf fell on Uchiha Sena's hand, and he moved. It's called Konoha Village. That's really good, Izuna. Then, your Uchiha clan is good at fire. Then, the leader who leads everyone is called Hokage. The corner of Uchiha's mouth twitched, and he went around in circles, and finally called such a name? Qianshao looked at the people around him depressedly. Hey, don't you ask me? As the silhouette of Konoha Village slowly plumped up, more ninjas from the Fire Country began to follow Uchiha and Senju, and also moved to the village. A large number of civilians who wanted to ask for the protection of the ninja clan also followed, moving towards Konoha Village one by one. The chaotic era of human life is not completely over, and this place where many powerful ninjas gather and protect will definitely become the safest place. After a large influx of people into the village, Uchiha asked Sena, Kurama, his two younger brothers, and Uchiha Hoon to continue their practice or continue to do their own ninjutsu development. The younger brothers all honestly obeyed the arrangement and went to practice. This smelly younger brother of Senju Kuma also wanted to take the opportunity to buy people's hearts, but he was instigated by Madara to keep an eye on him with Senju Jitsu, and he had no choice but to honestly develop ninjutsu. Subsequently, those clansmen who had been appointed by Madara before to deal with things and could not fight were transferred from the family to help deal with various affairs in the village at this stage. No, big brother, how can you do this? Senju was a little dissatisfied, and Uchiha vetoed all kinds of things he wanted to arrange on his front foot. He himself contracted all kinds of things in the entire village to the people of the Uchiha clan. This made Senjuma feel a little uncomfortable. Although he knew that the entire village was indeed decided by Uchiha now, if he couldn't intervene in it and leave a little leeway for the Senju clan, he would be very uncomfortable. Just when Senshao was upset, the house had just been built, and the door suddenly slammed. Senjutsu frowned, put down the scroll in his hand that was developing ninjutsu and recording inspiration, opened the door, and saw Uchiha Tajima in civilian clothes, standing outside the door with an arrogant face. "Thousand Hands, call your daddy out. Father doesn't want to see you." Xianshao felt that the other party was imposing, and the person who came was not good, and subconsciously refused. "Why, you don't ask your dad, just make a decision for your dad? Thousand Hands Buddha, are you afraid? The challenge from my old opponent?" In the next sentence, Uchiha Tajima suddenly raised his voice and poured his voice into their house between the Senju pillars. Soon, a guy with great momentum, still stained with alcohol on his body, and a beard came out. The moment he saw Uchiha Tajima, Senju Buddha's eyes turned red. "This bastard, are you coming to see my jokes? Don't see that I was taken away by my eldest son Senjujima for his dream, his younger brother, but I want to clean you up. I can still do it. Look, isn't this coming out?" Uchiha Tajima did not pay attention to the red face of the Senju Buddha in the slightest, and Kung Fu teased the Senju Tamama. Looking at the father and son in this doorway, both looking a little angry and corrupted, Uchiha Tajima instantly felt that his heart was as sweet as eating honey. At this time, he began to feel that maybe the eldest son Madara supported the second son Izuna, and it was right not to continue to chase and fight the Senju clan. "If I beat them all to death, Uchiha Tajima, who will be angry? Uchiha Tajima suddenly sighed at the Senju Buddha, whose image had changed drastically and became very decadent. The unconcealed pity in his eyes made the thousand-hand Buddha even more angry. "You bastard fellow, if you didn't have a good son, you would be so angry with me. Thousand Hands Buddha, you really disappointed me. I thought that you and I have always been opponents. Even if you are not able to fight time, you cannot beat the general trend of the times. But at least, there will still be wind bones, but look at what you look like now. Forget it, I'd better find other old rivals to compete." The disappointment on his face was almost overflowing, and the reason between the Thousand Hands Buddha was almost cut off the moment Uchiha Tajima turned around in disappointment. Syllable. Senju Buddha slapped Uchiha Tajima's shoulder, stretched his head forward, came to Uchiha Tajima's ear, and asked in a low voice full of murderous energy, with a black face, "What are you going to compare?" 10 minutes later, in Kanaha village, a main road that led directly from the current village gate to the Hokage Rock, which had been identified as the surrender of the Hokage, stood here. "This is it, Thousand Hands Buddha. The two of us have fought for most of our lives, and we have not been able to distinguish between ninjutsu and fighting. So now, let's compare and look at other aspects of ability." The Thousand-Hand Buddha snorted coldly, and did not refute it. He also wanted to vent his somewhat depressed mood this time. "That's 1,000 taels, and it's the only money we can use today." Then we split up and, after half an hour, prepared ourselves and assembled on the small river next to the village. And then by the time the sun sets today, whoever we can catch more fish wins. How about winning someone tonight and eating all the fish by one person and starving the other? Remember, don't use ninjutsu, don't get any help from others, do everything on your own. Uchiha Tajima, your agitation method succeeded, but the final victory must be mine. When the moonlight was thick at night, Xianshao looked at the eldest brother who was already lying on the bed and sleeping heavily, and he was a little puzzled. Where did Dad go? Senju and Uchiha were actually so unexpectedly combined. Under the moonlight at night, Kanaha village, which is still under construction, looks quiet. However, above the fire shadow rock, there was a blurry black shadow, which appeared unusually deep and terrifying. The moonlight pouring down from the sky to the ground constantly fell on its body, but it was like a black hole, absorbing all the light. "But I can't let you go on like this." Heiju looked at the Kanaha village below, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Uchiha and the Thousand Hand Pillars were the best beings he had seen, among so many generations of Asura Indra reincarnated. The Thousand Hand Pillar had awakened Asura's powerful physical power, the ultimate Yang power. Uchiha has not yet experienced terrible pain and despair, and has actually opened the Sharingan-I to Sangoyu. When he endured some unexpected despair, presumably, his kaleidoscopic chakra-I must have been able to be opened easily. "Big brother, it's not good, someone in the village is fighting." Just as the village began to prosper, slowly developing in the direction that Senna and Zuma had hoped, Izumi and Zuma both ran to Madara here, a little anxious. "Fighting, yes. The Uchiha clan and the Senju clan, because of the prestige of the two between Uchiha and the Senju pillar, can basically guarantee that their clan will not be a moth at such a critical time. However, hatred is not something that is so easy to eliminate. There will definitely be hatred between the ninjas of other families, and the difference is only a matter of whether it is thick or not. Even because for the continuation of the family, he had to pinch his nose and relocate to Kanaha village with his former enemies. However, the enemy who can't wait to kill will appear in front of him like this, and over time, there will still be people who can't help it. Any fuse may completely detonate the deep hatred between them. When Uchiha followed Izumi and Pillar and found two ninjas with blue noses and swollen faces who had beaten each other, they had already gathered many of their own clansmen around them. These ninjas gathered in a small alley, looking at each other tensely, and the atmosphere was becoming more and more tense. At the same time, there are even many ninjas of other families who have a feud with these two families, both explicitly and darkly, standing on the wall, standing in the distance, all looking towards the side. When Uchiha rushed here, there were even ninja with red eyes and kunao. What do you want to do? Uchiha's stern voice came from outside the crowd. Suddenly, the ninja shivered and quickly gave way to Madara from outside. As Madara took a step and walked step by step among the two ninjas, his body, the terrifying momentum, was rising little by little. Soon, the surrounding ninjas were shocked to find that Uchiha was standing alone in the center of the crowd, suppressing everyone's momentum. Swept away by his cold gaze, these still murderous ninjas just now swallowed their saliva in fear and took 2 steps back. Tell me, how did it happen? Seeing the current situation, Uchiha couldn't help but frown. The hatred between these guys is very deep, all concentrated in one Konoha village, and similar problems will always erupt. It's him, it's this guy. He looked at me with eyes full of killing intent first. Nonsense, obviously I saw at first that you glared at me first. What makes Uchiha feel even more troubled is that the cause of today's bloody incident that almost turned into a tragic group fight is only caused by such a problem as what you see. Calm me down. It was really troublesome, and both sides firmly believed that the other party first looked at him with eyes full of terrifying killing intent, and then glared back. There is no way for Zuma and Izumi to determine which one caused it first, and it is difficult to make a conclusion. Everyone, don't be like this. We can finally let go of the hatred that we used to be entangled with. Now, for the sake of our relatives, for the sake of our juniors, we must. Senjuji Zuma had already begun to can't help it, and persuaded the ninja on both sides bitterly. Obviously, this is not the first time he has persuaded him like this. But the effect is not obvious. However, the ninjas of these two ninja clans, both hindered by the strength of the Thousand Hand Pillar and the Senju clan, did not seem to want to completely froze in this village now, as if they were going to forcibly suppress the anger of the clan now. Uchiha shook his head. It was better to block than to loosen. Their anger was pressed down this time, and it would still erupt in the future. At that time, Uchiha believed that Senjukuma would ruthlessly suppress these guys for the sake of this village that was hard to build in his dreams. Even if they really seriously threatened the peace and security of the village, they might be killed by the Thousand Hand Pillars. Guys, I understand your pain and hatred. The ninjas present, which had no relatives or friends, had died at the hands of others. The pillars are right, our hands are already stained with blood, and our bodies are already carrying too much hatred. Do we still want our children, our juniors, to do the same? Of course, I know that no matter what, we can't forget that grief forever. I think that ninjas have always carried what ordinary people cannot, but sometimes, it is necessary to vent a certain amount. Say, what do you want to do yourself? Seeing that Uchiha was moved by reason, and stared at himself tightly with a pair of eyes, the two ninjas who had problems at the beginning looked at each other and said firmly, I want to fight that nasty guy, abominable bastard, don't talk to me. Uchiha nodded in understanding. Okay, I'll get you a ring, but you have to promise me that you can only use physical skills, and you can't use deadly attacks. Uchiha breathed a sigh of relief. Just now when he was staring at these two guys with his eyes, he quietly used the pupil power of the Sharingan and used a small illusion. It is not an illusion that is obvious and will cause obvious changes to the two, but a small hint that is buried for them when their emotions fluctuate violently. Senjukuma followed behind Uchiha Madara and couldn't help but frown when he looked at the two people who were following behind them, still staring at each other with red eyes, and the two ninjas who were clearly separated and standing on both sides. Madara, isn't that nice? They are now, but it is easy to hit the real fire. In that case, it may only take an instant for a ninja to fall on the other side's hand. Even if Madara had placed so many restrictions on them, only allowing them to use physical skills, and not allowing them to use particularly deadly attacks. And, can they really let go of hatred with each other? With you watching, I don't worry. A happy smile instantly appeared on Senjukuma's face. Madara, is this completely trusting me to be able to stop them from killing each other in an instant? Well, there seems to be something wrong. How do you always feel that there is something wrong with the spot being directly bypassed like this? Soon, a ring made with earth done that allowed the two to compete with each other was created. Many ninjas also jumped to the heights around the ring, wanting to see what the final battle would look like. Even, in the opinion of Sarutobi Suzuki and Shimura Shizo, perhaps, it is not a good thing for Uchiha to let the two fight together. Obviously, he can be like a thousand hand pillars, knowing the reason and moving with affection to suppress the emotions of others like this, but why choose to let them fight? After the fight, the killing intent in the ninja's heart will unconsciously rise, and how can it be possible to collect the real fire while fighting? Uchiha-ban is not afraid that after these two people fight, they will also become a mortal enemy in the village, and there is no way back? Madara saw the expressions of many people in his eyes, and did not care, but stared at the two people who were already standing on the field together with Senjukuma. With 1,000 hand pillars between the wooden escapes, it should be able to add a layer of insurance to the fierce battle between them, and the small illusion that he had just released to them with his pupil power should also be able to play a certain role. And next, let's look at the magic of chakra itself. Ready, seal of opposites. With Uchiha's order, the two ninjas, whose eyes were on fire, formed a seal of opposition under the gaze of their many clansmen. You bastard! The two ninjas quickly punched each other at the same time, and under the fierce fists, there was a change of moves at any time and anywhere, and a trace of killing intent that was swelling in their hearts. However, to their people's sense of bewilderment, they seemed to be even more irritable than usual. The two who had previously seemed quite calm in the battle and mission, at this moment, as if they couldn't hold back at all, opened the chatterbox and kept roaring at the people in front of them. You bastard, this punch is for my brother. Boom! The ninja who was beaten on the face became even more blue and swollen, but he was not to be outdone, and also punched back. This punch is for my ex-girlfriend. Stare at. A murderous gaze burst out from the eyes of the woman in the family behind him, who was still worried about him just now. My little uncle also died in that attack of yours. Syllable. The ninja who was unable to dodge with a slap shouted angrily at the enemy in front of him. My nephew also died at your hands. I'm for the family, to complete the family's mission. I am also for my relatives, my people. Anger, pain, outbursts of unprecedented intensity. However, what is unexpected is that gradually, there is a trace of sympathy between the two panting guys who are fighting each other. It was strange that they could actually feel that the other party had something comparable to themselves from the attacks of both sides, from the chakra of the other party. That thing is the belief and will to protect the family, to protect the loved ones. Originally, there was no hatred between the two. However, for the benefit of the family, in order to protect their relatives, they were mixed between the families, and they also burst out of great hatred and fought each other many times. Each of them has a loved one who died at the hands of someone who has been related to the other. They used to have their own reasons to attack each other and kill each other because they wanted to protect their own people and protect their relatives. Gradually, the two ninjas' chakras consumed almost the same, but they still insisted, constantly punching each other. You punch, I kicked each other. As they fought, they had no strength, and finally popped and fell to the ground. Tears mixed with blood on his face flowed down and dripped to the ground. After passing through chakra and feeling the determination and belief of the other party, they suddenly felt confused. Obviously, we all just want to protect our relatives for the sake of the family and better, but why, in the end, it becomes mutual harm. Now, they began to understand more deeply the meaning of what Senjukuma and Uchiha had said. The continuous pain, hatred, and continued entanglement will only involve oneself and one's descendants. Perhaps, it's time to slowly bring all this to an end between their generation. You bastard, I will never forgive you. Both of them trembled and climbed up, looking at each other's embarrassed appearance, and their hearts were a lot happier. Although he said so, to the surprise of the surrounding ninjas, the fierce anger that collided with each other in their bodies actually dissipated a lot. Yes, they already have too much hatred for each other, it's hard to forget, but maybe the next generation, maybe there will be opportunities. So, let's end there. Thousand Hand Pillar was excited after seeing the two struggling to get up and return to their own people. He could feel a wonderful change between the two. It's really powerful, Madara. I didn't expect you to actually be able to dissolve some of the hatred that had accumulated between them. Sure enough, only you are the most suitable man to become the Hokage and lead the entire village forward. In the village, after observing today's battle, the various ninja clans also began to reflect and think under the persuasion of the Thousand Hand Pillars. Although it is difficult to completely dissolve the hatred between the various ninja clans in a short period of time, Senjukuma believes that one day, they will be able to do it. At the same time, Uchiha is also lamenting the wonders of chakra. Obviously, this is a wonderful energy that is born from the combination of physical energy and spiritual energy refined by ninjas after it is eaten, and it is spread, and it can begin to be combined with spiritual energy refined by ninjas. However, such energy can actually carry emotions, transmit faith, will and consciousness. Even, chakra can carry souls, so that the 6-Deo immortal Atsuki can exist in the ninja world for so long after physical death. Let his two sons chakra and will be constantly reincarnated in the ninja world. After settling the dispute between the two ninjas, Uchiha completed his day's practice and returned home. What's going on? Why is my father still missing today? Even the younger brothers don't like to come back now. Uchiha thought it was really strange, and glanced at the doorway, the chrysanthemum that had been brought to Konoha village and was still growing strongly. I don't know if it's an illusion, but he feels that this chrysanthemum seems to be blooming more spiritually. Uchiha Madara is cooking at home, but Uchiha Senna is outside, looking at the stubborn father Uchiha Tajima helpless. He finally got news about his father, Uchiha Tajima, from the ninja team who left the village to escort various merchants. From the news they told themselves, Uchiha Sena soon saw his father who was fighting with each other by the small river outside the village. "Father, we should go back." "Don't go back. I definitely won't go back until I win over this guy. Anyway, I don't have anything to do now, whether it's the family or the village, Madara manages it quite well, why do I have to go back? Haha, Uchiha Tajima, if you want to win me, it's absolutely impossible." Senju Buddha's eyes were red, and while glancing at Uchiha Tajima proudly, his eyes were tightly fixed on the surface of the river. From yesterday until now, he has always won Uchiha Tajima in the matter of fishing by a slight advantage. "Last night, I processed the fish boringly, grilled the fish boringly, and finally ate it boringly." Looking at Uchiha Tajima's hungry stomach croaking, he looked at himself enviously from time to time, and finally became angry and stubbornly said that he was not hungry. The Thousand Hands Buddha suddenly felt completely gone to talk about it again. Interesting, really interesting. It is obviously such a boring move, but it can make Uchiha Tajima so angry and corrupt. This made the Thousand Hands Buddha feel a little interesting. The Thousand Hands Buddha didn't know why, obviously he hadn't fished, he was so ordinary, and he sat by the river ordinarily. However, it is a little more than Uchiha Tajima, who used all his strength and even came up with the idea of singing to the fish in the river. "It's so much fun, I love to see Uchiha Tajima angry but helpless at me. You go back first, Sena, I can definitely win him, I'm a professional." Uchiha Sena raised his eyebrows. "Father Sama, don't you have points in your own heart? Every time you go out fishing with the great elder, you end up cheating by thunder. Now, you're driving yourself into a corner." Unable to understand why his father's head still had the obsession of defeating the old rival of Senju Buddha, Uchiha Sena had to rush back to the village. "It's true, my father Sama is too stubborn. You see me, Uchiha Sena, every time I fight with Senju, I call for friends. There are two younger brothers who help beat him up together. Sometimes Uchiha-sun, Uchiha Chin is free, and he also has to come over to help." Returning to the village, Izumi also found it very interesting to see the very busy merchant team going in and out of the village, and the awkward appearance of the ninjas following the merchant team. When the village was founded, the demand for all kinds of things was huge, and the merchants found business opportunities, which also brought a lot of commissions and tasks to the village. The eldest brother Uchiha broke the habit of each family sending people to form a separate team to complete the task commission with his strong courage. He asked the trained clansmen to determine the general classification of tasks and the degree of danger one by one, then let the ninjas of all races form a team to take the task and complete the commission. This is exactly the same as the method used by the Thousand Hands Buddha to master the entire Thousand Hands Alliance. The difference is that the eldest brother Ben did not do these things himself, but let some clansmen fill the village with various posts to complete. Not only that, the eldest brother has the full support of the Senju and Uchiha families, and does not need the consent and election of others, and the man who is already the de facto leader of Konoha village, the first Hokage, will also generously let the ninjas of other families enter the decision-making level of the village. Pig, Deer, Butterfly, these families who rarely dealt with Uchiha before, and did not have any grudges, will not be mentioned. Even the Sarutobi, Shimura and other families are in the village and occupy many important positions. His distribution made other families slowly begin to convince, lowering the mustard in their hearts. It's just that for the ninjas of various families, their cooperation does take a while to run in. Except for a few friendly families such as Sarutobi and Shimura, and the three families of Inoka Butterfly, who often join forces and act together, do not need to run in. The ninjas of the remaining families also need to overcome their inner hatred for the ninjas of other families. However, Madara believes that after the channeling, plus they also have to bear the reputation of their respective families, and strive for the common good, they will eventually slowly erase the barrier. Big Brother is really powerful. Uchiha Sena sighed, looking at the scale in front of him. Under the supply of a large number of power systems, the village that seemed brightly lit had a warm face. Sure enough, has it become a village? In the city of Daimyofu, the streets outside are brightly lit and lively. However, in the palace of the daimyo, the young and powerful daimyo had a dark and gloomy face. The daimyo looked at the information in his hand that summarized the layout of Konoha village and many things visible to the naked eye, and his eyes were vicious. A large number of ninjas from the Land of Fire have gathered in Konoha village and received the substantial leadership of Uchiha. Seeing such information, the daimyo felt that his heart seemed to be tightly grasped by someone at this moment, and the terrible pressure fluttered on his body, making him almost suffocate. No matter how powerful a ninja clan was in the past, he would not be afraid, because a ninja clan is too little threat to the entire fire country. He can use money to easily lead other clans to weaken this ninja clan. Senjukuma is such a genius, so what, can he defeat all the other ninjas in the entire fire country alone? Impossible. But now, if all the ninjas of the fire country were gathered in Konoha village to accept the leadership of Uchiha, their influence on the ninjas would be greatly reduced. "I am the master of this country, and I should be your master." A terrifying low roar came from inside the palace, making the dark hall appear even darker. Exhaling a turbid breath, the daimyo put aside the anger in his heart and began to think about how to balance the increasingly powerful village of Konoha. Want to dismantle it? It's already a little late. To some extent, the daimyo himself also knows, and now it is really difficult to find a way. These ninjas who have gathered together have formed a certain scale, and Uchiha is not a fool and will not give himself a chance to disintegrate them from the inside. Damn, I knew this earlier. I should have observed this situation earlier, and responded in time. Now it seems that there is already some powerlessness. The power of ninjas is too strong, and they are not at the same level as ordinary people. If you want to influence them and do something, you have to be careful and careful. Once the ninjas lose their scruples and lose their awe of his daimyo, it may be that the land of fire will have to change to another master. What exactly should be done? The daimyo knew that Konoha village would continue to grow stronger and stronger. Even, because each family was collected by Uchiha into Konoha village, there is no longer a situation of mutual attack, and these families who have survived the chaos will follow Konoha village and become more and more powerful. At that time, his daimyo may really only be able to become a nominal daimyo, the master of the land of fire, and the ATM of ninjas. A dangerous gaze rose from the depths of the daimyo's eyes, but soon, he laughed again. Because, he found that he thought too simply. Konoha village will indeed become more and more powerful, but this ninja realm is not only the Konoha village of the land of fire, not the land of fire has a large number of ninjas. In other countries, there are also a large number of ninjas, and ninjas exist. After Konoha village gathered a large number of ninjas in the land of fire, the strength of these ninjas further increased and expanded, but it was not just themselves who felt threatened. A cheerful smile finally appeared on the daimyo's face, and then he felt that it was not enough, and quickly began to write letters, ready to have a good chat with the other daimyo, and praise the benefits of Konoha village after it was established. Other countries feel the threat of Konoha, a village with a large number of ninjas, so I am afraid that they will soon develop in the direction of the ninja village. At that time, it is Konoha village that will confront various ninja villages in other countries. The daimyo's eyes bloomed with a hint of essence, and the confrontation between the ninja village and the ninja village must have been able to make the fight between them extremely terrifying and terrifying. They clamp down on each other and fight each other. In a sense, it can also be seen as an amplified version of the battle between the ninja who can be manipulated by him in the past in the land of fire. However, meddling in the fight between such behemoths will certainly be more difficult and dangerous than before. However, this is at least a viable line of thought. While deciding that other countries outside the world would form a ninja village to contain the development of Konoha village, the daimyo began to have another headache. He had realized before that he had to have a ninja team that was absolutely loyal to him in his hands to make him more secure. However, what gives him a headache is that the ninjas who can be attracted with money, resources, and beauty are all bounty ninjas, wandering ninjas, and even renegades. And the more powerful ninja with a complete lineage is difficult to be swayed by these conditions. The crooked date in his hand can only give himself a little psychological comfort, which is something that the daimyo is very aware of. Let's go to the Temple of Fire. I heard that the monks there are very strong. In the end, the daimyo determined his goal and, after writing letters to the other daimyos, set off in the direction of the Temple of Fire. As time passed, the village quickly became lively in Madara's eyes at a speed visible to the naked eye. With a large number of ninjas and more civilians staying, the entire village is prospering at a rapid pace. However, with the increase in the population, more troubles followed. A large number of people gather in the village, and there is a lot of food to consume and resources to use every day. Later, you will go to my father's place and use your water ninjutsu and earth ninjutsu to divert the water from the river outside the village. Well, Izuna, organize the villagers from every household, get them ready, and connect water pipes to their homes. By the way, we should take advantage of the fact that we should start laying sewer pipes in the village so that domestic sewage can be easily washed away. What about outside the source? Let him come over, follow the river to the other side of the river, build a water treatment plant, and every day the river water brought in must be quickly treated, and then sent to the village in various families through special pipelines. By the way, remember to install a water meter and charge according to the amount. On the outskirts of the village, build a place for sewage treatment. Well, sewage treatment also has to be charged. Senju glanced at Uchiha. This guy, you are really a vampire. This daily residents live with water, and I don't know how much money to make. However, it seems that this is also true. The entire village, such a huge water system, must need a lot of money to maintain and manage. Moreover, it can also generate a lot of jobs and feed more people. How does this guy Uchiha grow his brain? Good. Senjuma, Senna, Genwai immediately set off according to Madara's orders. After coming to the outside of the village, he soon saw the old father Senju Buddha who had been outside the village for 3 days and 3 nights, and Uchiha Tajima, who blushed on the side and looked a little thin. Impossible, absolutely impossible, you guy, how can you only happen to have 1 or 2 more than me every time? Uchiha Tajima couldn't accept the fact that he was an experienced angler who had practiced fishing many times outside with the great elder. Why, the Thousand Hands Buddha, who seems to know that he is a novice, and who does not even know how to hang bait for the first time fishing, can beat himself. Am I not as patient as the other party, or am I very fierce and terrible, and I scared away all the fish in the river? Purr. His stomach had already begun to growl, and the ninja was able to endure hunger, but for 3 days and 3 nights, under the gaze of the Senju Buddha, Uchiha Tajima, who was embarrassed to eat even a single soldier food pill, felt a little hungry. You guys are busy first, I'll go to the bathroom. Uchiha Tajima moved and saw Senjima coming here, as if he was going to do something, so he ran towards the forest across the river. He was fast, lightweight, easily stepped over the water, and soon he was in the grass. Pretending to squat down, Uchiha Tajima's trembling hand went towards the ninja bag hidden in his clothes and waist. At this moment, a black shadow quietly emerged from the grass in front of him. Uchiha Tajima couldn't help but exclaim in horror. This time, he even felt that his chrysanthemum was tight, and the whole person instantly cooled from the butt groove to the neck. You bastard! What do you want to do? Immediately afterwards, a huge anger surged in his heart, and Uchiha Tajima looked at the Senju Buddha who appeared in front of him, and roared out angrily, I'm here to bring you paper. The Thousand Hands Buddha was motionless, and the understatement replied lightly, but it made Uchiha Tajima feel that his whole person was about to be ascended to heaven by anger. Moreover, what he said also made Uchiha Tajima take a moment. You guy, would be so kind to send him paper? Are you afraid that you will want to scratch and pull on his ass when you have the opportunity, or grind his ass with sandpaper? Paper feeding. Have you forgotten that you stole paper from me before you went to the toilet yesterday? The look of anger on Uchiha Tajima's face disappeared, and then he quickly fell into deep thought. Yesterday, I didn't seem to have any paper. Wait, what is stealing? I took it in an upright manner. Without my consent, it's stealing. The Thousand Hands Buddha sneered, look, you yourself admit that you have no paper. Forget it, I can ignore your theft of my paper, but Uchiha Tajima, you are not allowed to steal the military food pill. By the way, these papers, you can also use them, you must use them, otherwise I will think that you are stealing military food pills. Looking at the sandpaper that Senju Buddha really took out from his arms, Uchiha Tajima was stunned for a moment, and his body trembled. The Thousand Hands Buddha has disappeared, but Uchiha Tajima, who has already been caught once, is not sure if he can fool him this time. Half an hour later, Uchiha Tajima walked out of the woods calmly and sat down where the two were fishing together. Hey, your ass is bleeding. It's okay, the hemorrhoids are just broken. The form change of the fire chakra can keep the fire ninjutsu in a better form, not allowing it to dissipate before it hits, and its power is much reduced. In Konoha village, in a special training ground that had been built for ninjas, Uchiha was talking about his understanding of some fire chakra in front of a group of ninjas. Generally speaking, our ninjas who are good at using fire ninjutsu open their mouths and spit out fire ninjutsu from their mouths to release fire ninjutsu, whether it is the art of the fireball, or the art of the fire dragon, etc. In front of Madara there were quite a few ninjas, gathered and listened attentively. Uchiha is the top powerful ninja in the chaotic world, and he is very strong with fire and thunder ninjutsu. Being able to communicate with him will help them a lot. So, what is the change in the nature of the fire chakra? How do you understand that? Just as Uchiha was speaking, Izumi suddenly ran over and found his eldest brother with a letter of information. Sorry, that's the end of today. Next, let's continue to think about the practice for yourself. Uchiha quickly left and entered the already repaired Hokage building. Similarly, I also saw that the Thousand Hands Pillar and the Thousand Hands Pillar had received news from all over the village. It's really fast. The information on Madara was passed on from the Konoha ninjas who were escorting merchants to other places to buy things. After the establishment of Konoha village in the Land of Fire, a large number of ninja clans of the Fire Country continue to join. Other countries feel a great threat from the existence of this village. Ninjas from many other countries also felt that the establishment of Konoha village was not a good thing for them. Such a behemoth, for other countries, when it is still grouped around the family, is an irresistible existence. Therefore, driven by the undercurrent, there are also many families in various countries who want to do things like Senju and Uchiha. It's just that they don't have the prestige of Uchiha and Senju pillar, like Senju and Uchiha, who can make most of the people in the family obey unconditionally. In addition, between their various families, the Blood Sea Deep feud is not so easy to eliminate and be forgotten, so they are now in a more intense situation. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimp and rice. However, among other countries, there are already people who have the courage to unify all the ninjas in their own country. That's a good thing. Although Senju Jukuma was a little heartache at this time, the fierce battle between ninjas from other countries would lead to a large number of deaths and injuries. However, if they also build a peaceful village like their own, then every country can become peaceful like the Fire Nation. However, after Senjukuma finished saying this, he felt that Uchiha and his younger brother Senjima were looking at him with a strange gaze. What's wrong? Am I wrong? Don't you think this is a good opportunity? When they have established a village, I will go and talk to them. At that time, all the countries in the ninja world, all the ninja villages, all the ninja can coexist peacefully, isn't that good? Uchiha took a deep breath and glanced at Senjima, who cleverly hid his feelings that he was shocked by the words of his eldest brother Senjima. This guy has obviously seen that there is a problem with such an idea between the thousand hand pillars, but he still doesn't say it. What a dead brother control. Well, I also think it's good, so let's do it. Since our Konoha village has been peaceful, there are not so many fights. So, go and sell all the ninja tools, detonation charms, and special charms in our village, except for the ninja's share of ninja equipment necessary to carry out their mission and need a batch of backup to deal with emergencies. Uchiha had a playful smile on his face and looked at Senjima. Under his gaze, Thousand Hands only felt like a thorn. How about we add to the process of other countries moving towards a peaceful village as well? Isn't that a little bit unpleasant? Uchiha's words made Senju hesitate. Hey, you can't say that. Between the columns, long pain is not as good as short pain. One day after their peaceful unification, maybe more innocent ninjas, more poor civilians. Genma, you are stable and resourceful, and this matter will be left to you. The thousand hand pillars seemed to be moved, nodded, and agreed. At night, Konoha village became more and more peaceful and peaceful. The ninjas who used to have a grudge against each other have now been disrupted after accepting Madara's arrangement, and are cooperating with some families that do not have a great hatred of their own families to complete various tasks together. And the family with deep hatred, after experiencing the events of that day, also had some understanding of their former enemies. Like themselves, they are people of flesh and blood, people who want to protect their families and protect their relatives. In order to complete the mission, they must show no mercy in the fight and kill the killer. But aside from their ninja status, they also have their own lives, their own feelings, and their own anger. Chakra not only passed on the feelings of the two people that day, but also resonated with many people. Even if they still can't forget that hatred, at least their eyes will turn red when they see those people now. That's nice. Senjima looked at the village behind him and walked home with some annoyance. As soon as I opened the door, I found that there was an extra fishy smell in my home. Some of the rather rudimentary-looking fishing gear was placed horizontally by the entrance gate. Father Thousand Hands Buddha, also in a rare mood, sat outside in a rather cheerful mood, seemingly looking at this night sky. The Thousand Hands Buddha saw the sad face of his second son Thousand Hands, and he felt a little stunned. Just a few days ago, he was depressed because he lost his fighting spirit and had no possibility of realizing his ambitions, but his two sons were happy because of the establishment of the village. As a result, so quickly, the expressions of the two of them, happiness, pain, were all reversed. Oh, you look distressed. After taking a sip of wine, the Thousand Hands Buddha suddenly felt that life began to slowly become interesting again. Is it because of love? Love the sighs, someone wants me to do bad things. Thousand Hands didn't know what to say. At this moment, a cheerful figure ran out of the house behind the Thousand Hands Buddha and suddenly sneaked onto the back of the Thousand Hands Buddha. Grandpa, Grandpa, who do you guess I am? Let me guess, it's Koji, right? Wow, Grandpa is so good. Thousand Hands looked at the interaction between his father Thousand Hands Buddha and his eldest brother's son. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he couldn't bear to look at it directly. It's worthy of being a big brother. Your child has inherited your traits almost as much. Perhaps it was the death of the two younger brothers, plus the fact that the two brothers are now very unpopular with their father Senju Buddha, and now the father is quite fond of the eldest brother, who is also his grandson. Okay, Koji, you go back and rest well. Today you have been practicing all day, you will have a good meal later. Say, what's the matter that makes you so distressed? After letting the good grandson go back to his room to rest, Senju Buddha followed Senju to the kitchen, watching Senju become a chef. Father, it's not a big deal. Senjima told his father everything that Uchiha had done for her. Then, the father Senju Buddha laughed there, and the tears of laughter were about to come out. Awesome, awesome. In the eyes of the Thousand Hand Buddha, a burst of essence light flickered. Uchiha obviously wanted to deal with them with the extra detonation charms, kunao, and shurikens of their clan to deal with them in the chaotic world of the Fire Nation. Now, is Uchiha going to meddle in other countries again? So, what are you going to do? Other countries now have very powerful guys appearing, such as the fierce fight of the country of wind, the white lotus of the country of water, the stone river of the country of earth, the country of thunder. I intend to sell the weapons that our village has now surplus to their opponents, further delaying their time to establish the village, so that they can. The two words that suddenly floated out of the Thousand Hands Buddha made the body of the Thousand Hands Buddha, which was tied around his waist, pause. He turned around and glanced at his father, not intending to give in, wanting to hear what his father had to say. If I were Uchiha, I would choose to sell these things on both sides. What do you think the guys who accepted the supplies sold by the ninja villages in other countries and helped them defeat the ninjas in their own countries would be treated by other ninjas in those countries? Thousand Hands heard this, pondered for a while, and then suddenly realized. They will feel that even if these opponents win, they will not be honorable, and even they will think that these guys have secretly made a deal with our Konoha village. They will feel that if they win in the end, they must have the strong support of our Konoha, and they may become our puppet guys in the future. SHHH. As he spoke, he couldn't help but gasp when he saw the smug brilliance in the eyes of the old Father Thousand Hands Buddha. Dirty, really dirty. In this way, not only Konoha can make other guys who have not yet established a ninja village shed more blood from each other, you can also make the guys who won in the end have bad names. Have Uchiha and his father already thought of this layer? It is worthy of being a patriarch, and his heart is the same dirty. My eldest brother Thousand Hand Pillar is not an opponent at all. I know what to do. Senjima is not worried about ninjas from other countries and will not accept weapons trafficking on his side. Ninjas are always unscrupulous, even if they know that there will be some serious consequences afterwards. In this way, the first batch of ninja tools personally handled by Senju and personally escorted to the border of the fire country, the detonation charm, was digested by the ninjas who were so quickly heading towards the country of the wind, where the battle was very fierce. This large number of detonators were relatively cheap at a time when prices were soaring, and a very large number of detonators soon flowed into the hands of many ninjas in the Land of Wind. For a moment, in the Land of Wind, the destructive power of ninjas even doubled. A large number of detonation charms raged on the Land of Wind, which greatly increased the destructive power and mortality rate of the battle. This made the country of Wind have considerable ambitions, wanting to end such a chaotic era as soon as possible and dominate the entire ninja realm of the country of Wind with a headache. Because recently, his enemies have been well armed. The most infuriating thing is that these guys who sell ninja tools and explosive charms to their ninjas in the country of Wind will not refuse. As long as you give money, give resources, they dare to sell, regardless of whether you are the enemy of their last customer. What a vicious trick. The ninja fighting in the country of the wind, seeing that the casualties of the ninjas who have followed him recently have suddenly increased a lot, and they can't help but frown a little. The enemy's detonation charm, Kuwu, Shuriken has become more, and the long-range attack means are more abundant, than their own side can only choose to keep up. However, isn't this exactly what those guys in the fire country are far away? If the struggle in our wind country is greatly intensified by them, then the number of ninja deaths and injuries in our wind country will be even more terrifying. Moreover, it will further deepen the hatred between the ninjas of their wind country. In Konoha, there are guys like Senju and Uchiha Madara pressing, and there is almost a large-scale fight between families. If the conflict on the side of the Land of Wind were a little more intense, Fierce Fight could imagine how hostile the ninjas in the village would be even if they established a village in the future. That kind of village is really bad. Fierce Fight, who has also been paying special attention to the established Konoha village, even if he knows the doorway in this, he has to bite the bullet and let the ninjas who follow him come up with as much money and even resources as possible to buy out the next ninja tools. Then, he felt that he might need to take a step faster to end the battle in the entire wind country. Although this did not meet his expectations and made some of his plans impossible to implement, the threat from Konoha village and the powerful fire nation next to the Land of Wind made him feel like a cattle in his throat. Some of the guys and problems he wanted to solve now seemed to have to stay and compromise with them so that he could build the village faster. Otherwise, there would be no way to counter the constant influence that Konoha village and the Land of Fire exerted on the Land of Wind. By the way, help me find out, which guy from Konoha village is doing these things on our side? Lord Lidu, it's 1,000 hands. What? It's that guy. A hint of ferocity appeared in Lidu's eyes. After the establishment of Konoha village, he not only sent ninjas to inquire about the intelligence of Konoha village, but also made more detailed inquiries about Uchiha, who established Konoha village, and the Senju clan. I have to say that among the Thousand Hands clan, the Thousand Hands is the wisdom of this generation of Thousand Hands people. It's that guys, such a handiwork, it's right. In particular, several times the Thousand Hands clan was false and real, true and false, making people guess and feel that the impossible attack made Lita think that the Thousand Hands was an extremely cunning and evil guy. Now hearing that this guy was presiding over these things, Lita really felt that his previous judgment of the Thousand Hands was completely correct. Cut. Senju inexplicably felt a little cold, and it seemed that there were a lot of people nagging him recently. That's not a good sign for a ninja. For the sake of convenience, Senju has now gathered in the Land of Rain with the manpower of Konoha village. It is convenient to do business with the three kingdoms of the Land of Fire, the Land of Wind, and the Land of Earth. It was this terrible weather that made Konoha ninjas, accustomed to the sunny weather in the Land of Fire, feel a little uncomfortable. In the Land of Fire, there is never so much rainy weather, which makes people feel moldy from body to mind. The people here are in such weather all year round, how can they survive? Hearing the ninjas behind him discussing like this, Senju looked at the appearance of this country, and couldn't help but be slightly surprised. The Land of Rain itself is a small country, and it has been under such weather for many years. Such a country cannot be self-sufficient in food alone. Along the way, he saw the poor lives of many residents of the Land of Rain, and he couldn't help but feel a trace of pity in his heart. However, what is even worse is that such a small, difficult country, sandwiched between three great powers, has to support so many ninjas. It's amazing. Lord Kurama, we are willing to buy a batch of ninja tools from you at a higher price. Our only hope is that you will not sell your ninja tools to others while there is still a surplus. The ninja of the rain country who rushed to greet Senju and the others, obviously knowing the size gap between himself and Konoha village, seemed very respectful and afraid. Don't worry, we won't do such a thing. All of the shipment has been agreed to be delivered with the ninja clans of the land of earth and the country of wind, and no others will enter the land of rain. The words between the thousand hands made the other party feel a lot relieved. Looking at the respectful appearance of this guy in front of him, and then thinking that Konoha village may have more intersections with the land of rain in the future, Senju even began to think involuntarily about whether to sell more surplus food from the land of fire to the land of rain. Then, quietly grasp this battle place that can be attacked, retreated and defended, and can contain the connection between the country of wind and the country of earth. Senju shook his head. How did he become so dark-hearted? Was it because of the influence of his father and Uchiha? Now he is actually beginning to worry about how to use the geographical conditions of the land of rain to create more advantages for Konoha village when there is a dispute between the land of wind and the land of earth in the future. On the outskirts of Konoha village, after completing his ninjutsu, he watched the water flow slowly flow along the rough earthen water ditch now created with the earth ninjutsu, and slowly began to flow through the fields. A reassuring smile appeared on the great elder's face. However, when the village was first established, the ninjas could use ninjutsu to help reclaim the wasteland. But once the village stabilized, it was impossible to let ninjas do such things all the time. To learn ninjutsu and become a ninja is to have strength and to be able to get ahead. Ninjas crave more power, more money, more resources, than being sent to farm. After experiencing the feeling of helping the village to build, the great elder was free to look at Uchiha Tajima, who was lying motionless on the edge of the river in front of him with a chair. Why don't you fish, Tajima? No matter how painful your butt is, you can't see that your fish basket is empty. It is clear that as a qualified Uchiha patriarch, a thick face and a dark heart are necessary qualities. After dealing with the ridicule of the great elder, Uchiha Tajima began to show a worried look. Great elder, you also know what Madara is doing recently, right? I know, it's the thing that sells the ninja tool and the detonation talisman full of the ninja world. Uchiha Tajima nodded, his face a little solemn. As a patriarch, I feel that this practice can undoubtedly weaken the enemy's power to the maximum. However, I am afraid that by doing so, other villages will hold a grudge against Konoha village in the future. Madara should want this too. That's right, Madara wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. The two old men came to this conclusion together, and then began to feel strange. Then why? He wants these ninja villages to have a grudge against Konoha in their hearts. Is it because he thinks that in the future, Konoha village will definitely be an enemy of these guys? Now we don't have enough manpower to meddle in other countries and even destroy ninjas in other countries. That's why he weakens others like this? The two looked at each other, and finally returned to a leisurely state. Forget it, the two of us were just bad old men who barely got on the big ship of the new era. I'm actually more worried about Madara and Izumi now than this. Uchiha Tajima's face showed a hint of sadness, and his sorrow was difficult to resolve. You don't know how angry that guy is in the thousand-hand Buddha room. He has grandchildren, you know? I haven't even seen the shadow of my daughter-in-law. Uchiha Tajima lay on his chair, dancing there quite exaggeratedly. However, if it is just Madara like this, at least the kid in the piano is dedicated to Madara. But Izumi, this kid is also uncomfortable, and he doesn't even have a girlfriend until now. When the great elder heard this, a sad look appeared on his face. With Madara and Izuna's abilities, it's still easy to find a wife. Hey, you don't know, my family soon is in a hurry. You said that he is not bad-looking, tall and powerful, majestic, but why does every time he and the girl end up without a problem? Ah, has Hoon been in love many times? Uchiha Tajima suddenly became interested and inquired about the great elder. The great elder was also anxious, thinking about seeing if he could let Uchiha Tajima help him refer to it. Don't hide from you, son, this kid is very good, but he is very entangled in one issue, and even, now he has reached the level of inferiority. Every time he developed with another girl, he would ask that girl the same question when he progressed to a certain extent. But so far, no girl has been able to give him a satisfactory answer or respond to him. Uchiha Tajima snorted, feeling even more interesting, leaning his upper body in the direction of the great elder, and asked excitedly, "What's the problem? You say it quickly, I promise I will never tell anyone." Seeing that Uchiha Tajima had sworn to himself like this, the great elder hesitated again, quietly leaned into Uchiha Tajima's ear, and said it. That night, Uchiha Tajima returned home and saw several of his children, and his eyes couldn't help but reveal a hint of anxiety. "What are you doing back so early, huh?" Uchiha Senna looked at his old father with a confused expression, not understanding why his father suddenly looked a little angry. "Don't you have nothing else to do all day long except practice? Which is practice? Hurry up, go out. I don't want to find a girlfriend even soon, who is troubled by hair problems, but I haven't hugged my grandson yet." In this way, the four Uchiha brothers, including Uchiha Madara, were pushed out of the house by their old father Uchiha Tajima. Looking at the village in front of them, which began to radiate a trace of peace and tranquility under the illumination, the brothers were a little helpless. Oops. Uchiha sighed and scratched his head. His heavy appearance made the three younger brothers feel a sudden surprise. What's going on, big brother? How is it bad? This is my father's honest permission for us to come out and play. The three younger brothers, who have not yet experienced the life of staying overnight, are actually a little excited. I don't have a mission tomorrow, neither do I, so are we going to drink? Looking at their excited appearance, Uchiha sighed leisurely. I'm afraid, my father's meaning, it's more than that, didn't you hear? My father wants to hold his grandson. The three younger brothers were silent for a while, and then looked at Uchiha together. Big brother, in this matter, the first thing my father urged was you. Uchiha's annoyance became angry, hateful. He obviously wanted to fool these younger brothers to find their girlfriends first, and then let them go to the top pot. By the way, did you just hear that Father-sama said that Uchiha-hun is plagued by hair problems? I'm going to ask. Big brother, we went to drink, my father's problem, it's up to you. Uchiha Senna was a little curious, and then ran out with a cigarette, and the two younger brothers were also excited to go drinking. It's just that Madara saw the direction they were going, and suddenly felt that something was wrong, and in that direction, it seemed that they could only drink flower wine. Forget it, no matter, they have all grown up. Uchiha sighed, or would he go to the Hokage's office tonight to make do with it? With his hands in his sleeves, Uchiha slowly walked down the street. The lights lining the streets, pouring softly on his long flowing sea, made him look like a dashing prodigal son wandering through Konoha village at the moment. These guys are so smart. Not long after the village was built, because there were a large number of rich merchants who were hungry for safety, and powerful people came to live, so there were already people who cleverly opened all kinds of entertainment places in the village. Hey, that guy, isn't it Kotori? Under the mesmerized pink light, Uchiha Kotori was wearing ordinary clothes and was drinking drunk in a roadside liquor store. What's wrong with this guy? The curious Uchiha Madara walked over and patted Kotori on the shoulder. Kotori, are you alright? How can he, a right-hand man who has always been calm and reasonable, have a feeling of pouring sorrow on wine? I'm okay. I'm sober. Also, don't touch me. Uchiha Kotori was drunk and hazy, and he violently threw away the hand on his shoulder. Where did it come from? Burp, little brat, trying to soak me? The old lady doesn't eat this set. Uchiha Ban's hand was shaken away. He lowered his head, looked at his hand, his face was suffocated. I don't have any set. I'm bothered. In Uchiha, he gurgled and poured a large amount of alcohol into his stomach, and his whole skin revealed an intoxicating redness. You've drunk too much, Kotori Uchiha. I didn't. The old lady has not turned 30 this year, so she can't get married. Uchiha vomited in a wow, and after vomiting, he continued to drink there casually. Just when Uchiha thought that this guy was really fine, Uchiha Kinlai actually fell on the wine table in front of him all of a sudden. Madara looked at Uchiha Kotori in front of him and wanted to turn around and leave. If you have a little relationship with a female drunkard, it will be unclear and unclear. However, he looked at Uchiha Kotori again. This guy has gone from the bean sprouts that looked thin in front of him back then, and he has come out of his fair shape, which is very moving. When she was a child, she was ugly and ugly, but now she is like an ugly duckling turned into a white swan, transforming into an extraordinarily white color. Years of ninja practice have made her body tense and her muscles elastic, but not bloated and ugly. The drunken redness in the fair skin on her neck, as well as her red roots behind her ears, and her intoxicating face, made her look extraordinary. Hiccup. A heavy burp, as well as the thick smell of wine coming out of Uchiha's mouth, made Uchiha cover his nose and end all observation of her. Forget it, just take her away and throw it wherever you want. Just make sure she won't be picked up. Just like that, Uchiha paid with one hand, and with the other hand, he threw her over his shoulder and carried her to the pink and next door with a sign that seemed a little strange. Husband, aren't you busy tonight? Although he asked it in a questioning tone, Senjukuma could hear a hint of strangeness from his wife, Uzumaki Nito's question. Ahem, not busy, not busy. Then let's hurry up and go shopping. Uzumaki Nito saw that Senjukuma finally realized the interest, and a bright smile appeared on his face. In those troubled times of war, it is rare for their husband and wife to get together. Konoha village has been established for a long time, and you, the patriarch of the Thousand Hands clan, need to contribute to the entire village and the family, and she has endured it until now, and she has endured it now. After all this time, you can finally find a day to spend time with me, right? Dressed in a fiery red outfit, Uzumaki Nito turned into a beautiful, charming, passionate elf in the eyes of Senjukuma. Father, mother, I want to. The son of the two, Koji Senju, couldn't help but get excited when he saw that his mother seemed to be going out with his father and wanted to play with him. But at the moment he spoke, his father was still preparing to put on shoes, but his usually amiable mother suddenly turned her head. The light was completely unable to shine on the face of her mother, Uzumaki Nito, and the side of her face that she could be seen by Koji Senju looked a little too dark. And now, on that dark side face, a scarlet light burst out from the corner of his mother's eyes, and slammed into his heart. The terrible pressure instantly pressed on Koji's body, making him find to his horror that he could no longer say the next words. Kid, what do you want to do? Just when Senju Koji was trembling, Senju Pillar, who had changed his shoes, turned around curiously and looked at his child. Senju Koji was a stirring spirit, and instantly felt that everything was back to its original state. He looked at his mother's face, which also seemed gentle and caring, and narrowed his eyes and looked into his eyes, and couldn't help but snort again. I said, I will study hard and become a great ninja like you. Haha, I'm not a great ninja, Koji, your uncle Madara is even greater than me. Uzumaki Mito nodded gratifyingly, gently touched Koji's head, took the arm between the 1,000 hand pillars, and walked out. And at this time, Senju Koji found that his body broke out in a cold sweat. It scares me to death. Walking down the street, Uzumaki Mito was lively like an elf, walking the streets of Konoha at night with her husband Senjuju. Seeing that it was funny, Mito was like a girl, scattered between the 1,000 hand pillars, and ran to try it. When I see something delicious, I will also grab the 1,000 hand pillars and eat it together. When it was almost time to play, and both of them had happy smiles on their faces, Uzumaki Mito felt that the time was finally ripe. The husband is so busy these days, there are children and the elderly at home, and some things are very inconvenient to do. But as a woman, she is still a healthy woman, of course she wants to have a good love with her husband. Tonight, I won't go back. Uzumaki Mito looked at the pink signboard and not far ahead, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Tonight's date route, but she carefully arranged, the purpose is to finally visit this place. Then, after the mood arrives, everything can fall into place. What a perfect thing. Just when Uzumaki Mito showed a hint of shame on his face and wanted to suggest that the wooden husband beside him go to that indescribable place to rest, the Senjukuma froze and stood in place, extremely excited. Mito, look, who is that guy? Uzumaki Mito froze, glanced at her husband, and then at the familiar figure in the distance, and was angry. Between the 1,000 hand pillars, you bastard, the old lady just walked around with you, you have never been so excited. But the 1,000 hand pillars did not notice the abnormality of his wife, but looked closely ahead, appearing very nervous. Haha, Mito look, Madara actually carried the piano to that kind of place, by the way, isn't this not very good, is this taking advantage of people's danger? No, it's nothing. Uzumaki Mito stiffened a little, but it didn't matter. Perhaps, after Uchiha Madara enters that kind of place with Uchiha Kotori, he can also stir up the atmosphere again. At that time, it will not be easy to go in and experience it yourself? The most important thing now is to stop letting my husband's attention from Senjukuma focus on Uchiha's body. I think they should be in agreement, we shouldn't bother them. But Kotori obviously looks like he's drunk, he's all drunk. Faced with the quibbles between the 1,000 hand pillars, Uzumaki Mito took a deep breath and kept silently chanting in his heart, this is my husband, there is no way, he is such a person, I have to endure. Kotori has always liked Uchiha Madara, maybe they are all embarrassed, so they can only cough through alcohol, do you get it? Maybe the old lady should also get you drunk and go in together? Uzumaki Mito suddenly had the idea of getting drunk too. Is it? Well, if that's the case, let's do it. It's right to think about it after thinking about it, then it's better not to disturb their good things here. Then, he lifted his leg and was about to leave. Wait. Uzumaki Mito grabbed his arm. No, he couldn't just go, wouldn't he have to go home in a while? It's not convenient to go home and do whatever you want. So, Uzumaki Mito began to soften and hard, and finally, in the eyes of Senjuju with some guilt, the two of them were about to enter the hotel. However, before they could start acting, they were surprised to see that Uchiha, who had only been in for a few minutes, walked out again, and he changed his clothes, with a melancholy face. SHHH. At this moment, the 1,000 hand pillar and the Uzumaki Mito couldn't help but gasp in unison. In a few minutes, I changed my clothes, and I was sad? When they connected these words in their brains, they couldn't help but feel a trace of pity when they looked at Uchiha's eyes walking into the distance. Mito, I feel like I finally know why Madara hasn't found a wife at his age, maybe I should help him. Mito's face turned dark, and he couldn't help but pull the Senju pillar and walked in. I'll talk about everything tomorrow. Strange, I always feel like someone is saying bad things about me behind my back. Uchiha looked at the brand new clothes he had changed, and the depression in his heart had not yet dissipated. He swore that it was definitely a coincidence that he had just walked into such an ambiguous inn with Uchiha Kotori. However, he admitted that he threw Uchiha Kotori on the tatami mat in the casual open room, and he was a little moved by looking at this woman, her bare skin, and the constant cry of heat to undress. But who told this woman to vomit on him? Pity my new set of clothes can only be thrown away. Wearing clothes borrowed from the hotel, Uchiha walked down the street, remembering that she had just stripped Uchiha Kotori naked, and she washed it casually and threw it on the tatami, and laughed again. The ugly duckling back then really became a white swan. It's really a lot whiter, and it's really a lot bigger. Ahem, Uchiha swore that he was still measured, and did not strip Uchiha Kotori, but just took off her coat and wiped her clean with a bath towel in the hotel. Uchiha Madara is a decent gentleman, what I want to do to Uchiha Kotori, that is also directly when she is awake, in person. Soon, Uchiha's figure also disappeared into the mysterious night of Konoha village. But the next day, he appeared angrily in Hokage's office. "You two, grow up, your wings are hard, aren't they? You've all learned to drink and fight, haven't they?" Uchiha Tajima is also in Hokage's office, and he is in front of Uchiha Madara, scolding his two younger sons hard, because he could feel that his eldest son, Uchiha, was a little angry. "Two stupid sons, scolded by your old son, you may really just be depressed, and you are worried about your eldest brother, and you want to take off a layer of skin. How did I teach you? Why don't you listen? Now this kind of thing spreads, how bad the impact is, let me go home." Uchiha stood up from the chair, and the momentum bursting out of his eyes made his father Uchiha Tajima shocked. "If you do something wrong and get criticized, can you pass? You are a ninja, but you are also from Konoha village. You two got drunk yesterday, got into a fight with others, and injured people, so you think it's okay to lose a sum of money? Is that me also a ninja? I am better than you, I beat you up, and then give you tens of thousands of taels of medical expenses?" A dangerous glow bloomed from Uchiha's eyes. "If you do something wrong, you must admit punishment, and if you are beaten, you must stand upright. Uchiha, from now on, Konoha village has formed the Konoha garrison to manage and maintain security and order within the village. You have drawn up some rules and guidelines to regulate the actions of ninjas and ordinary people in the village. Whoever violates these rules is punished. These four guys, it's up to you to deal with. It's not just the two younger brothers who make the mistake, but also the guests who are drunk and fighting like the two of them." However, Uchiha's fair departure and not favoring his brother at least made the two guests feel a lot more at ease. "Yes, Naruto-sama." Uchiha Tajima saw Uchiha Hoon leave directly after receiving the task, sighed depressedly, and followed suit. Soon, Uchiha's punishment for last night's incident spread throughout the village, making more people begin to feel that the village would become safer. Ninjas with terrifying powers need to be restrained in the village. Otherwise, ordinary people will be terrified in life, and how can they better devote themselves to the development and construction of the village? Between the pillars, do you have anything else? Just after dealing with the affairs of the two younger brothers, Uchiha glanced curiously at the Senjukuma who was a little eager to speak. "If you have to intercede for those two idiots too, forget it." No, it's not like that." Senjukuma came back to his senses, and God mysteriously leaned on Uchiha's side and handed him a hot water cup filled with goji berries. "Madara, this is a good thing that can strengthen the body and replenish chi and blood, stick to it every day." "You guy, what do you think all day?" "Ahem, don't worry, Madara, I will never tell anyone else." Senjukuma thought that Uchiha was angry, patted Uchiha on the shoulder, and slipped out of the Hokage's office with ease and pleasure. On the other hand, after receiving the order, Uchiha Hoon quickly began to do things. By observing before that Uchiha appointed other families and even ordinary people involved in the decision-making and construction of many affairs of the village, Hoon felt that since Madara wanted to set up the Konoha garrison, he must also involve the entire village, manage the safety and order of the entire village, and carry out law enforcement within the village, whether ninjas or ordinary people, must abide by the management of the Konoha garrison. This sounds like a lot of authority, and it is definitely not a responsibility that any one family can bear alone, nor is it the power that any family can hold in their hands. With the previous references, Uchiha Hoon found some people from various families and quickly set up the shelves of the Konoha garrison. As for what kind of management regulations should be established in the village, there will be more people involved in it, discussion and construction. And the Uchiha brothers who want to be punished, as well as the guys who fought with the two of them, are now on the site chosen by the garrison, and they are working hard as coolies, and they want to build the garrison little by little. After finishing the day's work, Uchiha Hoon left the chosen garrison plot. He did not go straight home, but walked aimlessly on the street. Logically speaking, as the elder next to Uchiha, he is already in a high position of power at a young age, and he is also a real power figure in Konoha village. Uchiha Hoon himself is also strong and can definitely be regarded as a winner in life. However, after work, he looked very distressed, walked down the street, and soon skillfully walked to a tavern and drank in it. It was as if only in this way could he drive away all his troubles. Why is there not a girl in this world who can like a man like me? Uchiha Hoon drank a little more and began to get a little drunk. Bitter, he grumbled and poured wine into his mouth while complaining. At this time, he had not noticed that the ninjas who also ran to the tavern to drink and have fun looked at his back, and there was a trace of pity in their eyes. "I'll tell you a secret, this is what my uncle told me, don't tell anyone else. Uchiha Hoon, do you know, it's that very powerful Uchiha ninja, he, will ask women a question every time. The secret of two people will no longer be a secret." Ever since Uchiha Hoon's father, Grand Elder, complained to Uchiha Tajima, the secret spread wildly throughout Konoha village like a weed. After Uchiha had drunk enough, he got up and stumbled, and after settling the money, it was like walking outside. "You fellow, go die." Uchiha Hoon, who had just walked out of the tavern and felt a little bad, wanted to go to the alley and vomit, when he heard a loud noise coming from the alley that had just been built not long ago. Uchiha Hoon was slightly stunned, and then did not take it seriously. Konoha was established, and many people dragged their families to the village. Some managed to reach the village, and some did not finally succeed in reaching with their loved ones. Even many orphans who wanted to live peacefully in Konoha village came to Konoha village. It's just that the village has just been created, and there is not so much energy, and there are not so many people to manage everyone well. So in the streets and alleys, there are often such children, such groups, bullying other children. Konoha village is not as beautiful as these orphans who came to this village with dreams imagined. Apart from providing them with 3 meals a day and a humble muddy house barely able to stay, the village under construction has no more energy to manage them. Wow! Uchiha finally couldn't help it, found a trash can, opened the lid, and vomited. Not long after, a strange voice suddenly sounded beside him. What a useless uncle! Hiss! Uchiha, who felt that his stomach had almost vomited, turned around and saw a boy who was covered in a mess, holding a wooden knife on his shoulder, leaning his back against the wall on the other side of the alley, sitting on the ground with his butt. He also had many wounds on his body, and it seemed that the injuries were not light. When he spoke, he touched the wound, and he kept twitching in pain. Uchiha Hoon raised his eyebrows, and in the alley, the group of orphans who had just made a sound had all been knocked to the ground by him. This guy is not bad. Obviously not a ninja, there is no chakra on him, but can he rely on a wooden knife in his hand to knock down so many years? This tenacity is really rare. Looking at his stubborn appearance, Uchiha Sun moved a trace of compassion. Do you know that you guy committed a crime? After painting, Uchiha Sun, who was much more sober, gradually began to show a trace of majesty on his body. Oops. The young man looked at the uncle in front of him who suddenly changed his momentum, and his heart was not good. Originally, I felt that this uncle was just a drunken uncle passing by, but I didn't expect to be a ninja. The village has just established the Konoha garrison to manage and maintain the safety and order of the entire village. The behavior of such a person injuring multiple people, do you know what it is? Facing Uchiha Hoon, whose momentum began to become stronger and stronger, the boy stood up with difficulty, pulled his legs and wanted to run. Then he grabbed the back of the neck by Uchiha Hoon and lifted him up. Come back with me and undergo transformation. Let go of me, abominable uncle. I'm not an uncle, I'm not even 30 years old, I'm still very young. Uchiha Hoon mentioned that the boy who was making a fuss mentioned that he had repaired a rough outline under the super hands-on ability of the ninja. From today onwards, you will be punished here. Rest assured, 3 meals a day are indispensable for you. The boy seemed to sense something, and after being put down by Uchiha, he seemed to be silent a lot. By the way, I still don't know what your name is? Faced with Uchiha Hoon's answer, the boy didn't go overboard, and finally answered in a faint voice. Uchiha Hoon reported some of the information he had found in the village to Uchiha the next day. Madara nodded and sat in Hokage's office, slightly distressed. Konoha village has been established, and for many people, they even feel that as long as they can enter Konoha village, even if they are homeless inside, it is better than living a precarious life that is still a little upside down outside. And it's not just a matter of a large influx of orphans from the troubled times into the village. There is also a deep gap between Konoha ninjas and ordinary Konoha residents. Ninjas stand tall and look down on ordinary people. Following the ninja relocation, the ordinary residents of the ninja who lived in the village looked down on the ordinary residents who were relocated from outside. And the villagers of Konoha, who have a family and a house, look down on those who are wandering. After Uchiha reported to him, Madara discovered that the ninjas, who were doing all kinds of work in the village, did not report these street children fighting for the street to the Hokage office as a matter of business. Uchiha's fingers began to tap lightly on the table. However, Uchiha Hoon felt that with the sound of this knock, the momentum exuding from the body of Uchiha who was sitting on the other side of the table became more and more unattainable. This is a problem that is difficult to change in a short period of time, and Izuna, in the name of the village, set up an orphanage to take care of these children who have lost their parents and are struggling to live in the village. Kotori, give my orders to everyone in the village. The village is preparing to set up a school dedicated to ninja training, and this year the situation is special to raise the age of children enrolled to an unlimited limit. Every year since then, the ninja school has only admitted children under the age of 6 to enter the first grade of the ninja school. This ninja school is completely funded by the village, and the village's books, teaching, the salary of the ninja school teacher, the ninjutsu that needs to be learned, the ninja tools consumed, etc., are all under the responsibility of the village. Uchiha swallowed, a little dazed. Madara, didn't I hear you wrong, my lord? This. Isn't it possible for each ninja to train ninjas by itself? Why should a separate ninja school be established to train ninjas? Can this ninja school still train ninjas with qualified combat effectiveness faster than the appropriate set of laws that the ninja have explored in the ninja inheritance for so many years? You heard you right, Kotori, just do it. Of course, Madara knew that the ninjas cultivated by the ninja clan were faster than the ninja school to cultivate, and they could form combat effectiveness better and faster. In the chaotic times, 5 and 6-year-old ninja children are everywhere killed on the battlefield. In the end, when they were able to survive and live to their teens, they were all elites who were extremely good at fighting. The 12-year-old ninja school students who had just graduated from the ninja school basically had no way to survive against the ninjas cultivated by such a ninja clan, except for the particularly talented ninja school students. However, doing so will make the origin of the ninja only fixed in the ninja clan, only in the hands of the ninja who have the ability to inherit and cultivate. In this way, you will miss a lot of amazing talents, need time to develop, and become late bloomers. Can the ninja cultivate ninjas like Metkai, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Wave Fang Shuman, etc.? No. These geniuses from ordinary backgrounds, whether they have a way to practice ninja-related aspects is a huge problem. Moreover, most of the children raised by the ninja school are more attentive to the village. Most of the ninjas cultivated by the ninja clan put the interests of the family first. Not only that, but children who cannot become ninjas in ninja schools can also be tapped into other talents, traits, and it is not bad to become a good scientist. Yes, I see. Yes, Kotori, just do it. Senju also agreed with Uchiha's decision. He wanted to build a ninja school so that all school-age children could learn and grow together in one school. In this way, children who have called friends will gradually forget the difference between their origins and those of other friends in the future, and the hatred between families will gradually fade. In this way, in the future, the ninja of the village will be more fraternal. Perhaps, in a few years, he will be able to see the picture of young ninjas from different families and different origins fighting side by side and getting along with each other in a friendly way. I will definitely let the Senju clan fully support the establishment of the ninja school. The statement between the 1,000 hand pillars gave everyone in the office more confidence. Uchiha always felt that Madara seemed to have established the ninja school for more than that, but he felt that he could no longer see anything in the eyes of the man sitting in the position of Hokage. Still, he seemed happy. Returning to the rapidly built Konoha garrison, he told the good news to his younger brother 14, who had just taken it. 14, good news, soon you will be able to go to school. 14 frowned, go to school, why go to school? He doesn't want to be one of those crepey guys. However, after knowing that he was attending a ninja school and could become a ninja, his face also seemed a little happier. Madara-sama, I still don't understand something. When Uchiha's order reached every corner of the village through Uchiha Kotori, the impact of this order was still gradually fermenting, and the parties Uchiha and Uchiha Kotori, after discovering that there is nothing special to pay attention to in the village now, walked into the back mountain of Konoha together. News has just come from outside Uchiha Genwai, and the research that has been carried out outside Uchiha Genwai since before the establishment of Konoha village has finally made progress. The ninjas trained by the ninja school are the ninjas of the village, and the ninjas trained by the ninja clan are ultimately only ninjas of the ninja clan. Uchiha answered Uchiha Kotori's doubts, and there was also a word in his heart that he had not yet said. The ninjas cultivated by the ninja school and belonging to the village can be completely used by him. Outside the source, Konoha Goyama, a secret laboratory where Uzumaki Mito personally carried out various sealing techniques, enchantment techniques for early warning, defense, and many Uchiha ninjas. A large number of researchers from the Uchiha family are now working in it, and the work outside the Uchiha source is even more important, with tighter defense and protection. Madara even had Genwai set up a large number of detonation charms and special charms in his personal laboratory. If someone does not enter here in the right way and touch something in it, then this laboratory will carry out the most complete self-destruction in the first place, destroying everything inside. Wait until when the mutual multiplication detonation charm will be developed between the 1,000 hands in the future, and then the mutual multiplication detonator will be arranged in it. When the time comes, Koro will dare to come here to explore the secret of my Uchiha spot, and I will give it the most brilliant fireworks. Outside the source, did you find anything? Walking into the laboratory set up alone for a person outside Uchiha Genwai glanced at Uchiha Kotori without speaking. Madara-sama, didn't you say that it was an absolute secret that only the two of us knew? Don't worry, Kotori will definitely not leak. Uchiha Kotori, who walked in, originally wanted to exit obediently, but when he heard Madara's words, a warm current appeared in his heart. Madara-sama, I'd better go out. If one more person knows the secret, then it's not a secret. Just like that little secret of Uchiha, the whole village already knows it now. Without waiting for Uchiha to say anything, Uchiha retreated from the lab with a sweet smile. Uchiha Genwai glanced at Madara with some surprise. Madara-sama, do you really match the image of the rumors that you are not close to the legend in the village, do not like girls at all, and do not know how to get along with women? While you kept the secret, you also made the love for you in Uchiha's eyes even stronger. Ahem, Madara-sama, since I've been the only one conducting this experiment. So all the while, progress has been slow, and previous experiments have not been smooth. Uchiha Yuen showed Uchiha the results of previous experiments. No matter what kind of creature, after transplanting a little of the cultivated intercolumn cells, it will expand into a monster in a very short time, or simply turn into a huge pile of trees that grow indiscriminately. I have never seen such a strong vitality in my life. Uchiha Yunwei sighed. No matter how many times he saw these experimental records and experimental reports, he would only feel surprised. The cells between the 1,000 hand pillars are even more domineering and more terrifying than cancer cells. Cancer cells can't eat nutrients, it has to eat. Where cancer cells can't spread for a while, it can spread out in an instant, ruthlessly devouring all other nutrients, greedily assimilating all other cells. This is the strength of the intercolumn cells. Hearing Uchiha's description, Uchiha also nodded. Starting from Asura and Indra, the first-generation descendants of the 6 immortals, the reincarnation of Asuras, including Asura himself, fought alone, basically not Indra's opponent, relying on the strength of everyone to defeat Indra's reincarnation. Only this guy between the 1,000 hand pillars can really rely on his own strength and talent, without relying on external forces, without concentrating the chakra of the people around him, and reincarnate the corresponding Indra to suppress or even kill the guy. Now, I have finally discovered that there are 3 clan ninja bodies that may be able to accommodate the powerful power of intercolumn cells: Hinata, Kagaya, and our Uchiha family. Hearing this, a strange look appeared on Uchiha's face. Even a very powerful family like the 1,000 Hands clan and the Uzumaki clan, can't the other clansmen? It's difficult, even if a very small number of 1,000 Hands people can transplant and withstand the power of intercolumn cells, it is only a special case and has no reference. Their powerful body energy will only make the intercolumn cells absorb more nutrients, becoming more uncontrollable and more violent. The Hyuga clan and our Uchiha clan, according to my speculation, rely on pupil power to suppress and control the powerful power of the cells between the columns. We also have the corpses of the Kagaya clan, and I found that the blood-stained disease of the Kagaya clan consumes a large part of the energy involved in the cells between the columns. However, if there are too many intercolumn cell transplants, they will not be able to hold on. Have you figured out the limits that we Uchiha ninjas can bear? Uchiha's eyes lit up, and Genwei dared to call himself over. That must have been discovered. A pair of Gaogu jade riding wheel eyes outside Uchiha Yuen, seeing the excitement of his patriarch, was slightly puzzled. In his opinion, the benefits of intercolumn cells to the strengthening of ninjas cannot compare to the huge risks it brings. Transplanting intercolumn cells will allow ninjas to enhance their self-healing ability, and will also give ninjas a good boost in chakra. However, for a ninja like Madara-sama, it shouldn't mean so much. As for transplanting intercolumn cells to other ninjas, the danger is too great, the mortality rate is too high, and the gain is simply not worth the loss. It is difficult to do, there is still some secret in this. Hard work on you, Genwei. There are some reasons why I can't tell you right now, so I've been able to do the research alone to be on the safe side. Now that you have reached this level, next, you only need to compare and match the blood of some of our Uchiha clansmen, and see how much the strength of the intercolumn cells can probably withstand and be within a safe range. After it is decided, let our clansmen come here and start the secret transplant. By the way, outside the source, you also have to transplant this thing is transplanted, it is good for your body. Next, I'm going to work hard for you for a while. Uchiha Genwei looked at Uchiha with a relaxed and happy mood, and left with Uchiha Koto waiting outside, his mind still thinking about what Uchiha said. Wait, is it because of that? Uchiha Yuanwei suddenly remembered that today someone mysteriously said that he wanted to tell himself a news that he heard from others, telling him not to spread it. He said that the clan elders may have some dark injuries and some sequelae in their bodies because of years of fighting, so they have to soak goji berries in a thermos cup every day, eat leek waste every day, and are not married at this age. And Madara-sama has been letting himself study the intercolumnar cells. Is it because he sees the recovery ability brought by the intercolumnar cells? Moreover, Madara-sama also said that there are secrets that are inconvenient to tell yourself now. Originally, is that so? Uchiha Genwei, who felt that he knew something, felt a little heavy. He decided that he must make the experiment more perfect, and make his best efforts for the continuation and inheritance of the Uchiha family. And in Konoha village, it is not only the secret of Uchiha that was brought by the Senju pillar. And after the great elder personally told Uchiha Tajima, the secret of Uchiha Hun in the entire Konoha village was circulated. Uchiha Hun walked down the street with some of the decorations needed by the Konoha garrison that he had just bought, but found that many people on the street were covering their mouths and staring at their asses with their mouths covered and laughing. Following behind Uchiha Hun, 14 took all the eyes of the people around him, grabbed the hand of the wooden knife, and squeezed his bones a little white. It was late at night, the moon was dark and the wind was high, and 2 drunken guys were supporting each other, staggering in the direction of home. Hiccup, it's a laugh on me. Uchiha's ninjas are all handsome and cold guys, and they are scared to death when they have cold faces. As a result, the Uchiha family will actually appear like Uchiha Sun, gorilla-like, guys with hair all over their bodies, ha ha ha. The 2 drunk were brazenly telling the gossip they had secretly heard, and their faces were very excited. It seems that they are very amused to hear such funny things about the Uchiha family. Yes, I heard that Uchiha Hoon, he has not been able to find a girlfriend because of this. He even has to ask other girls when he gets along with women. Will he mind that there are too many hairs on his ass? This stupid question. Ha 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 ha. What an idiot. Uchiha, those bastards. Click. The sound of tightly grasping the items in their hands sounded behind them, and the two drunkards wanted to turn their heads in confusion, only to find a pitch-black figure, standing in the moonlight, rushing towards them quickly. The next day, the medical ninja who was called from the family by Uchiha was using medical ninjutsu to heal a group of injured guys in front of him under the gaze of a group of Konoha village bosses. It's so bad, it's so abominable. Senju Kuma stood behind the medical ninjas, followed by Uchiha next to him, and roared out in a low voice. At such a time, there would be such a heinous attack in the village. Last night, however, many people were attacked, knocked to the ground, and their heads were bleeding. When the ninja of the Konoha garrison arrived, the other party left very slippery, leaving no trace. Obviously, this guy who specializes in picking black hands at night has his own unique understanding of knocking on stuffy sticks and removing the traces left by himself. However, the other party is just an ordinary person after all, judging from the way he attacked these guys and his strength. Therefore, the ninjas were still able to slowly piece together clues according to some clues and find him little by little. But before that, Konoha's image had been damaged again. Yes? Uchiha is not so important, and at this glance it can be seen that it is an attack between ordinary people. And the person who started the game grasped the proportions, and it seemed like he wanted to teach these guys some lesson, not their lives. Most importantly, when Uchiha asked them what they were doing before they were attacked, the guys were all stubborn, dodgy, and afraid to tell the truth. Uchiha could see that they were afraid of themselves. Are you talking about me, or is it saying bad things about the Uchiha clan? Madara felt that there was another reason for this, but the pillars couldn't stand it. After seeing the injuries of many people, he felt more and more angry in his heart. So, during the day, when the ninjas' tracking trails were still slow, he quietly hid in Konoha village, wanting to see if he could happen to catch the person who was disrupting the peaceful atmosphere of the entire village. Ninjas like Senju Kuma want to hide themselves, which is very difficult for ordinary people to find. Soon, he saw a dark shadow and quietly chased behind the two drunken guys. The bastard who has been sneaking up on others everywhere in the village must be this guy. Today, I'm going to catch you. Unbeknownst to him, the black shadow was being targeted by one of the most fearsome ninjas in Konoha village, holding a wooden knife and staring sharply at the two guys in front of him, always closely behind them. Hiccup, did you hear? A lot of people were knocked on sticks last night. Haha, what are you afraid of? We are not those idiots. Although both of them drank, they were obviously quite sober. You know what? I heard that those guys were beaten when they were talking about Uchiha. I feel that Uchiha's ninja did it, otherwise, why can't the so-called Konoha garrison find out anything now? Their Uchiha ninja themselves are disgraced, and we are not allowed to say it. Whether it's their hairy orangutan or that kidney-deficient Uchiha spot. Whisper, do you want to find death? The two drunkards lowered their voices a little there, but it was clear that there was still a lot of disobedience in the voice of one of them. What's wrong, can't I say? I hate those damn arrogant Uchiha the most. Look at their high-ranking appearance, how abominable. They were walking down the street with that smelly face, and the girls were only looking at them. Where could they still see us? If I want to say it's still useless between the 1,000 hand pillars, and I can't beat that Uchiha spot. Otherwise, now this village is surnamed Senju, not Uchiha. If the 1,000 hand pillar becomes a Hokage, our days will be much more relaxed. Yes, that Uchiha is so hateful, our lives are so difficult, every day with some electricity and water, we have to collect our money, it's really shameless. He looked blankly at the backs of two ordinary people who would never dare to say such things to themselves, whether before or after getting drunk, and for a moment, his heart was extremely shocked. It turns out that I, as well as Uchiha Madara in their hearts, are they all such images? It turns out that a ninja like Hoon who is excellent in Uchiha is just a gorilla with too much hair in their eyes? It turned out that in my inadvertent manner, the words that circulated had already caused so much damage to Madara? What's the difference between me and these guys who don't know how to be grateful, guys who spread other people's privacy at will, guys who don't respect others? You are not allowed to say that, Mr. Hoon. The black shadow behind him let out a low roar, with a terrible anger, brandished the wooden knife in his hand, and rushed towards the two drunkards. Only then did the 1,000 hand pillars see clearly that it turned out that the one who had been knocking on other people's sticks in the past 2 days was the child who had only followed Sun in the past 2 days. The 1,000 hand pillar had frozen in place, and he clearly felt the anger hidden in that child's heart. He, a poor and helpless orphan, was finally adopted by Sun, had a place to live, and had someone who cared about him. He couldn't stand these guys brazenly mocking Uchiha as a gorilla. It's like he was laughed at by others like this. He can laugh, touch the back of his head and pass like this. But if someone insulted his best friend Izuna, Madara who approved, and his wife, children, father, and younger brother, he would definitely be very angry. This kid is in GN2 newspaper. Syllable. The wooden knife slammed into one of the drunkards, but to 14's surprise, this blow did not knock him down instantly. Alcoholic people who drink too much are themselves confused, their pain sensitivity has decreased a lot, and their courage will be much greater than usual. Then, soon, the two who reacted, under the breath of alcohol, turned around and viciously pounced on 14. Two drunken stumbling fellows and 14 got into a ball. As adults, they choked on the still thin 14, and finally he slowly took them down, knocked the two bastards unconscious, and there were many more scars on 14's own body. After gently wiping his face, after touching the wound, 14 couldn't help but snort. Senju had been standing on the house, hiding himself in the dark shadows, silently watching the boy, and staggering away. He was a little confused for a moment. It is his dream to pursue peace and make this village a better place. Logically, he should take down this child as soon as possible, so that such a knocking stick attack will no longer occur in the village, so that everyone can become at ease. In this way, the village will become more peaceful. However, they are really saying bad things about others. If only they were talking about themselves, the Thousand Hand Pillars would not take these things seriously at all. But they are all talking about ninjas recognized by Senju, and they are talking about the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. Senju could hear that in their voices. When they were deeply afraid of these ninjas, they also had deep anger and jealousy. At that moment, a huge invisible barrier was felt between the Thousand Hand Pillars, shrouded above these ordinary people and ninjas in Konoha village, and shrouded between ninjas and ninjas. The peaceful villages that created for them, and the comfortable living conditions of the spots, can be easily choreographed by them. It is obviously to make the village cleaner and more hygienic, and to maintain and manage the public facilities. Obviously, I want everyone to understand that the village belongs to everyone, and if you want the village to become better, you need to rely on everyone's efforts and dedication. Why do you guys deny others so casually? The body between the Thousand Hand Pillars was trembling slightly. He looked in the direction where 14 had gone, and now for a moment, he didn't know what to do. However, what he doesn't do doesn't mean that other ninjas won't do. 14 is just a child after all, even if it is a stubborn little fart who is very good at survival, but he quickly found a trace under the pursuit of the ninja. Soon, the next day, Senju followed the ninja who had found the clue, traced all the way to the garrison, and saw the 14 who had been identified. That's him. Many guys who were knocked on the stick at night, and still had some vague impressions, saw the moment 14, and quickly matched the ninjas, confirming the identity of the 14 attackers. Damn, what kind of Konoha garrison is it? The thief shouts to catch the thief. Yes, Uchiha is such a guy. As the captain of the garrison, there are such people around him. Abominable. 14 is still not very clear about what Uchiha is doing and the meaning of the garrison built here. But he also knew that he had implicated Uchiha. You group of fools, everything is done by Uncle Ben alone. Uncle Ben just looks at you unhappy. Uncle Ben just wants to beat you stupid people. It's okay with him. Bang! A small finger tapped on the head of 14, who was still struggling. Uchiha touched 14's head, a helpless smile on his face, and then rubbed his hair fiercely. Uchiha took a deep breath and walked out from among the ninjas, facing away from the crowd with his back and clenching his fists. Son, it was your lack of discipline that caused this to happen. From today, you will step down as the captain of the Konoha garrison. After this place is built, I will detain you two in the garrison for 1 month as punishment according to the first version of the Konoha village security management regulations that have been formulated. At the same time, you will all bear the cost of their injuries. And now, you are going to apologize to them. Do you have any objections? Uchiha shook his head and took the initiative to stand up and admit his mistake, and bent down deeply, bowed to the many people in front of him, according to what Uchiha said. 14 saw this scene, his eyes were red, and he wanted to struggle frantically, but his head was held down by Uchiha and he bent down with him and lowered his head. Seeing this scene, the eyes of many Uchiha ninjas turned red at once. They clenched their fists and stared straight at these people in front of them, these people with pleasure in their eyes, even a trace of disdain. Uchiha is a ninja with outstanding achievements in the Uchiha clan, and he is a man who has led many clansmen to fight. On the battlefield, between life and death, no matter how terrible the enemy and danger he faced, he never lowered his head. Even when he was facing the patriarch Uchiha from the front, he could criticize Madara-sama for the sake of the family, hoping that Madara would make good use of his talent and contribute to the family. But now, he lowered his head like this. Why do you want to do this? The Thousand Hands Pillar looked at this scene with a complicated look, with a bitter face, not knowing what to do. And he could even faintly hear someone in the crowd laughing softly. Uchiha was indeed a gorilla, a stupid fool who couldn't even control the people around him. However, at this moment, Uchiha suddenly smiled, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, and a terrifying smile bloomed on his face. So now, it's time to talk about you. I'm Uchiha, I'm not someone who is scolded like a Thousand Hands Pillar, and I will giggle at you. This is the village I founded by Uchiha, and the title deeds for all parts of this village were justifiably bought by me from the daimyo in the early years. In my village of Uchiha, let you live, let you eat, let you drink, let you live carefree, and experience security and peace that you have never had before. You actually spread such rumors in the village about me Uchiha and one of my Uchiha spots, Uchiha-hun? This kind of thing will not be cared about by me Uchiha and Uchiha-hun, but you even use this to start attacking us personally? Is it that I, Uchiha, let you eat too much and live too leisurely? The scarlet gaze bloomed from the pupils of Uchiha's spots, and in the face of Uchiha's terrifying eyes, these people suddenly felt a breath of anger and rushed to their faces. Feeling the terrifying momentum on Uchiha's body, the ninjas of Uchiha couldn't help but swallow their saliva in fear. Uchiha Senna's body suddenly trembled, shrunk in fear, and quietly came to the side of Uchiha-sun, who had already stood up straight, behind his eldest brother. It's over, big brother is angry. I haven't experienced this feeling from my eldest brother for a long time. Uchiha Senna swallowed, and his words made 14, who was trembling, look over curiously. Uchiha-hun also nodded, looking at Uchiha's back, a sense of pride rose in his heart. This is the patriarch he recognizes, the Hokage-sama he approves, the man he follows. You boy, you're lucky. Uchiha Senna also patted 14's shoulder and gave him a kind smile. Izumi and Hauna are also comrades who fight together, comrades who share life and death, and clansmen who have a close relationship. 14, this guy, although not a child of the Uchiha clan, dared to do such a thing for the sake of Hun, and was very appreciated by Izuna. According to the newly established Konoha Public Security Management Regulations, if you spread rumors or insults at will, or hurt others without knowing the facts, you will cause serious harm to them. You, and you. Uchiha's terrifying cold eye swept past these guys and more people, and the terrifying momentum made them even dare not continue to raise their heads, and could only look down at their toes. You have deeply hurt me Uchiha Madara and deeply hurt Uchiha-hun, who has paid an unknown amount of blood and tears for the establishment of Konoha. All of you, put me in the Konoha garrison, detain me for 15 days, and write 30,000 words of profound review and examination, and everyone will apologize to me and to Uchiha. Ha! These people who had been attacked by 14 raised their heads one by one in surprise, looking at Uchiha in front of them, very puzzled. On what basis should they apologize? Why do they have to apologize after they have been attacked? And so many people have to be locked up in this damn place for half a month? And to write a review, but also bow your head to Uchiha-hun and apologize? Why, not satisfied? Uchiha walked forward step by step and stood in front of the villagers at the front. Tell me, who told you that I have Uchiha Spot's kidney deficiency? Facing Uchiha's condescending overlook, the man's legs began to tremble, and he was almost unable to stand. Yes, it's someone else. I'm also hearsay. Madara-sama, I was wrong. Is it, listening to what others say, you are sure that I have a kidney deficiency in Uchiha, and you dare to talk nonsense everywhere? That's how you treat the ninja who protects you, that's how you treat the ninja who provides you with a warm, safe place to live, and gives you a job to support your family. That's how you repaid me? I said that your child is not yours, it is your family's next door to the king. Are you angry or not? Are you uncomfortable? Uchiha's low roar spread throughout the Konoha garrison, making Senjuju's face look even more sad. Uchiha is my brother, the ninja who followed me to build this village, fought hundreds of times, and has died once. Dozens of places on his body, large and small, hundreds of places have been pierced, cut by shurikens, and blown up by detonation charms. Maybe you, where you live, have his blood flowed, and you are kind enough to say bad things about Sun? Uchiha's angry voice kept echoing in everyone's ears. He kept taking steps and walking around in front of them, obviously calming his anger so that he would not do something beyond his reason and control. Actually, when you talk about me, I don't really care. I don't think about you at all, and I don't take it to heart. But rumors can kill. Do you know the truth of these words when you spread this information irresponsibly and arbitrarily? You don't know anything, you dare to open your mouths and talk nonsense. If one day, you hurt others deeply because of this, and even a great ninja can't bear such an insult and commit suicide, that's an irreparable loss for the entire village, for everyone. So, now, immediately roll me in, give me an honest stay in it for half a month, write a review, and apologize. The momentum emanating from Uchiha's body made these people in front of him feel more and more pressure. Moreover, after Uchiha spoke, more people from the village began to gather here and start pointing fingers at them. This also made them a little embarrassed to raise their heads. And you, 1,000-hand pillars, roll in for me too. Uchiha finally gave a little face to the Senju pillar and the Senju clan, and did not say what the Senju pillar did. But between the 1,000-hand pillars, he breathed a sigh of relief, walked in with a fart, and said that he must take the lead to make a sincere apology, deeply reflect on his mistakes, and will never make it again. And these people, in amazement to see that such a great ninja as even the Senju pillar, honestly entered and was punished, no longer dared to say anything, did not dare to have any ideas, and honestly entered the Konoha garrison one by one. And the rest of the Uchiha ninjas, as well as more family ninjas who came to see the excitement, as well as many ordinary civilians, couldn't help but look forward to the figure standing proudly in the crowd. What a thrill, Madara-sama. Such a person is really worth following. The Thousand Hand Pillar and Uchiha Spot were at odds, they had a major conflict, and the Thousand Hand Pillar was even imprisoned by Uchiha Spot? In Konoha village, when something happened, some rumors in the village were also spreading rapidly to the entire ninja world. As the first place in the ninja world to establish a village, Konoha village is an existence that many ninjas fear. Now, after hearing the strange news coming from Konoha village, they were shocked. Is this true? Lido is very jealous of Konoha village, because Konoha village has to choose to compromise with some guys who should have been eliminated, so that he can greatly advance the establishment of the gang of Shinobi village, which is still a little incredible. Yes, one mountain does not allow two tigers. If he had become the leader of the ninja village established after he became the leader, he would definitely be jealous of another guy who had great strength and not a weak reputation. Even if this person was the companion who had built the village with him. In a village, it is better to have only one decisive voice. Other voices can make suggestions and express opinions, but they can't have enough weight to influence the whole village anymore. Moreover, although the news from Konoha's side showed that Senju was imprisoned by Uchiha for unknown reasons, he still had a grin on his face and did not seem to have any dissatisfaction. However, Lita felt that this was just a cover for Konoha, and Konoha just wanted this way to cover up the contradiction between Uchiha and Senju. A ninja like 1,000 hand pillars, so powerful, must have his own heart. How could such a ninja, who was still the patriarch of the Senju clan, accept the detention situation with a smile on his own face when he was not even given a reason by Uchiha Madara to come up with a reason? This is definitely a cover-up. This made Lita believe that there was already a certain contradiction between Uchiha and Senju, and it was almost about to erupt and affect the entire Konoha village. However, Uchiha was even better, winning over Senju and locking him up. Perhaps, the disagreement between the two of them will be the focus of his own dealing with Konoha in the future. After browsing the information gathered from Konoha village, Leto took a deep breath. No matter what happened on Konoha's side, he had to speed up. Without building a village and concentrating the power of the entire ninja of the Land of Wind, they would not be able to compete with Konoha village. Moreover, Konoha village has been established and is one step ahead, and they have to speed up to catch up. So soon, the battle between Lidu and other enemies that he should have eliminated turned into compromise negotiations after he accelerated his pace. It didn't take long for the establishment of the Sand Ninja Village to be officially announced, and Lidu also became the first generation of the Sand Ninja Village. At the same time, Union Village, and Wien Village were announced one after another, with their own first generation of eyeshadows. After the establishment of the 5 major countries and the 5 major ninja villages one after another, various small countries and small ninja villages also sprang up one after another. The fighting within each country, along with the establishment of the ninja village, the ninjas were gathered together and began to slowly subside. In the Konoha garrison, after learning the news, Senju even danced happily. Great, the prosperous era of peace is finally coming. Senju was excitedly carried away, feeling that after each ninja village was established, along with the strengthening of the management of ninjas in their own country by each village, there would be no more terrible fights between clans in the ninja world. However, Uchiha Hun, who was locked up next to him, and 14, who was receiving Uchiha Hun's hand-in-hand instruction, were also thinking about this question. After the establishment of Konoha village, the Land of Fire did calm down. There is no more fighting between the ninjas, everyone develops peacefully, politely, and together develops the resources of the entire Fire Nation. Things that you couldn't spare time to do because you were constantly fighting each other are now starting to have a lot of time to do. For example, the Nara family can expand their own drug farming and expand deer parks. The Akimichi family likes to eat, so they can buy ingredients to satisfy their appetite, and share their favorite food, barbecue, and other good things with other people in Konoha village. In the past, all walks of life, where it was difficult for various families to have time to intervene, are now beginning to have ninjas rushing in. Ninjas who learn ninjutsu no longer want to work hard in the field every day, or can only sell hard labor, but they can also do things that can make a lot of money. However, in this country of fire, are there ninjas alone? After the peace has settled, those daimyo and rich merchants who already have a lot of resources are much more powerful than the ninjas who are better at fighting in terms of making money. Moreover, those guys are greedy, and the more they earn, the more they want to possess more. The ninjas in the back can't take advantage of these guys, and there is no way to overshadow them in the big righteousness. It is estimated that there will still be many ninjas who need to rely on the annual financial support of the daimyo and the entrustment of these rich merchants to live. In that case, in the future, the villages will fight again like the ninja clan and the ninja clan before. It's just that the battle between them will become more intense and terrifying. The clan elders had seen this for a long time, but when Konoha village was just established, they found that there were no suitable conditions to conquer the entire ninja world in one go. Is that why you used that method before, among ninjas in other countries, to muddy them, weaken their strength, increase hatred and contradictions between them, and make them unable to unite? What a foresight, Madara-sama. Uchiha Hoon had already thought about what Uchiha had done before. However, in the end, when I looked at the next room, because I heard that the great battle in the ninja world had quickly subsided, and the happy Senju pillar, I couldn't help frowning. What, my eldest brother is locked up? The various ninja villages have been established, the battle between the ninja has subsided, and the mission of Senju in the Land of Rain has been completed. However, when he returned, he heard a news that made him depressed. The reason why the eldest brother was locked up also made him have no way to refute it. After visiting his eldest brother and finding that he was not unhappy at all, but had been giggling happily, Xianxiao let go of his heart. It seems that the matter of the eldest brother being locked up, he himself is at least not aggrieved at all. After visiting his eldest brother, he went to Hokage's office again, and after finding Uchiha Madara was not there, he went to the Konoha training ground and found him. Although during this time, we have earned a lot of money by selling ninja tools such as kunao, shurikens, and detonation charms. However, I also realized that the ninjas who came to buy things from us actually hated us to death. Perhaps, after this, Konoha village will be regarded as the main enemy by the other villages. After Senjima finished talking about his work and observations during this time, he looked at Uchiha. Uchiha put down what he was doing and continued his practice on the changing nature of the fire chakra. Isn't that normal? And besides, even if we don't, do you think other villages won't be afraid of us and fear us? Uchiha's indifferent tone made Senju feel that he had calmed down a lot. After sensing the anger and hatred in the hearts of ninjas in other countries towards the ninjas of Konoha village, he was originally a little worried. However, the truth is also just as Madara said, no matter what Konoha village does to them, these guys will regard the first and most powerful Konoha village as an enemy. So, did you do it on purpose? You didn't think about it. What if it was possible that they would not become our enemies? Uchiha Madara smiled. Senju is not a naive person like his eldest brother. Are you testing me, Uchiha Madara? That may be equivalent to you not being afraid of our Uchiha family. Being poked by Uchiha like this, Senju was not embarrassed at all. After nodding in approval, Senju also laughed. Also, since sooner or later you have to become an enemy, it is better to start first. Perhaps this weakened them and made them always weaker than Konoha village, and they would not dare to attack Konoha. In this way, it may be able to prolong the peaceful situation that the eldest brother expects. Uchiha was on the training ground, slightly out of his mind. Other villages have already been established, and next, I am afraid that it will be a period of time for the major ninja villages to be honest and develop peacefully because they are afraid of the power of Senjuju and my Uchiha spot. Originally, when Konoha village was just established, it should be a good time to take advantage of the time when ninjas in other countries attack each other and dominate the entire ninja world. However, the Land of Fire is still nominally the Land of Fire of the daimyo. As a ninja of the Land of Fire, there is no problem in fighting and killing in the Land of Fire, then if you run to other countries, you will be nameless. Moreover, Madara, who doesn't care about others attacking his reputation like this, also knows that if he wants to take the newly established Konoha village to attack ninjas from other countries and sweep the ninja world, then, at that time, the Senju clan, who had just established Konoha village with Uchiha, would once again become Uchiha's worst enemy under the leadership of Senju Kuma. Many other ninjas of the Fire Nation will not agree. This fool between the Senju pillars is a guy who guards Konoha village and doesn't want anything else. And I, Uchiha myself, am not alone now. Behind me, there are family members who need my protection, and people who need me to lead the way. Therefore, Uchiha can't do what he wants. There is no way, who called me Uchiha Madara, cherished younger brothers, respected old fathers, and subordinates who followed me, all alive and well. They are treasures that I don't want to exchange for anything. Although their villages have been established, their hearts and minds have not yet been established. In the meantime, you also feel the power of rumors to hurt people, and now, the simple thing is going to be left to you to do. After thinking for a while, Uchiha made a new decision. It's just that the face of the thousand hands is black, dry. How can this kind of thing that makes people fall badly? It is my turn to do it in the thousand hands. Between the country of wind and the country of fire, there is also a small country, and at this time, the geographical location of the country of rain is highlighted. This small country, caught between three great powers, is not only a strategic point in the fight between the great powers, but also a pivotal point in trade. The goods of many countries on the ninja continent can flow to the three major countries through the Land of Rain, and the goods of the three countries can also flow to other places through the Land of Rain. Boss, we did it this time, can we rest for a month? In the caravan, a young man looked at the goods of the slow convoy, and his face showed excitement. Since the other shinobi villages were also established, the business routes of their caravans have also been much safer. In the past, there were far fewer encounters that could be attacked by rival clans hiring ninjas. As long as you go to the ninja village and hire some ninja escorts when you are doing business in the country, this ninja village will not accept other commissions from caravans who want to attack their own ninja escorts. So now the caravan needs to protect some wandering ninjas, some mountain thieves, bounty ninjas. Perhaps the most terrifying thing is that they have been commissioned to infiltrate the country where they trade and attack their ninjas. But that shouldn't be happening now. The various ninja villages have just been established, but they will not let the ninjas of other villages sneak in so easily. Stupid, after doing this time, of course we are going to expand the caravan and increase the scale. The days of peace are coming, the life of licking blood at the knife's edge in the past will be much less, and after completing a business, it is necessary to give the caravan people a holiday, and it is not so necessary to release the pressure. Moreover, a fine light flashed in the eyes of the caravan boss, and he seemed to say unintentionally, "This is all the credit of our Konoha village." After our village of Konoha in the Land of Fire was established, other villages followed suit. It can be said that this peaceful era was brought by our Konoha village and our Hokage-sama. Yes, yes. Looking at the little guy who echoed, a smile appeared on the boss's face. When you arrive in the Land of Rain, let this little guy who likes to gossip with people and can quickly get acquainted with anyone, spread these words. The country of Rain, the newly established village of Rainhide, the best wood of the Land of Fire, is the daimyo of the Land of Rain, rich merchants, and ninjas' favorite building materials. Coating these tall, tough woods with a layer of antiseptic, moisture-proof materials can make your family's house stand for many years in weather like the Land of Rain. Most importantly, the trees of the Land of Fire have plenty of time to shine with the sun, and even the people of the Land of Rain who live in such materials will feel a touch of warmth from the sun. This is very rare for the residents of the rainy country who have been in the rain for many years and cannot see the sun. So this time the goods transported by their caravan were a batch of fine wood. After the caravan owner entered Yuin village, he made a handover with the previous merchant who had already been found. After his men counted the goods, money, and resources, the boss gave them a day off. And the guy, who was favored by the boss, also ran to the tavern at this moment and drank. The shinobi village has brought peace to a country, and more businessmen and more ordinary people dare to come out and walk around in search of opportunities. In taverns everywhere, there are drunk people chatting there about Kandasan. Not surprisingly, soon, this guy with a little big mouth spread a little strange gossip that the boss deliberately revealed to him in the past 2 days. Hey, I tell you, don't look at now, there are ninja villages in various countries. But the truly most powerful ninja village is our Konoha village in the Land of Fire. Even the establishment of the other powerful ninja villages is inseparable from our Konoha village. Although the young guy has no skills, his bragging ability is first class. That high-spirited expression, that did not put other countries in his eyes, and waved Fang Xian's appearance, frightened the other merchants and guests who were drinking. I don't agree. Your Konoha village was just established early. Our Lord Lidu of the Land of Wind is also a very powerful ninja. It was with Lord Lidu that our Sand Shinobi village in the Land of Wind was established. The first-generation Mikaze Kage Lidu-sama, in my heart, is a greater ninja than your first-generation Mikaze Hokage Uchiha and Senjukuma, in the Land of Fire. Suddenly, not only the people of the Land of Wind, but also the ninjas of other countries also expressed their opinions. However, during the conversation, everyone still recognized that including Konoha, San Shinobu, Union, Yuane, and Kurito village, these 5 ninja villages established within the 5 major countries are the 5 most powerful villages among all ninja villages. Hearing these guys refuting one after another, and in their words, they all admired the first generation of their country's ninja village. The young man did not directly argue, but the disdainful expression on his face began to become thicker. This disdainful look immediately made other people who spoke out to defend their country's ninja village angry. You fellow, why do you have such contempt for our village? Our San Shinobi village, under the leadership of Lord Lidu, will definitely not lose to your Konoha village. That's it. The discord between Uchiha and Senjuju in your Konoha village is about to fight. There will be no such situation in our village. We Yuane village can unite. Ha ha ha, you fools, the establishment of your village was only established with the help of our Konoha village in the Land of Fire. Before your village was established, you all bought a lot of ninja tools and a lot of detonation charms from our Konoha village, the Land of Fire. Without our help, you are still at war. You're fucking beaten. So many of you go together, you don't talk about martial virtue. What a good boy. The boss was outside the tavern, saw the little guy in his caravan, successfully provoked the other people in the tavern, caused the appearance of a group fight, and he gave him a thumbs up in his heart. And it was decided that in the future, the caravan would definitely not be able to promote this young man. Too honest, it is easy to be pitted with the entire caravan. It would be good for you to be a tool man, give you a little more salary, and then pay for your medical expenses. More, you can't grasp. Through strange channels, some of the more secret things before the establishment of other ninja villages are being spread rapidly. The ninjas of other villages are not fools, they want to give their village a clean slate in anger. However, the large-scale ninja trade in the past could not hide all traces at all. They want to fight back against Konoha with dignity, tell the people of Konoha, and tell their country, the people of their village, and the establishment of our village, all of which our leaders have worked so hard to do. As a result, under their search, one record of the original transaction was turned over. When they really saw the first generation of their ninja village, and really got a large number of ninja tools, weapons, and detonation charms from Konoha village at a very cheap price, the whole person's heart was shaken violently. For a moment, they even began to wonder if their own village, the first generation of their own village, really made some hidden deal with Konoha. Did they exchange the interests of their country and shinobi village for the support of Konoha and become the final victor, the first Makoto? Disappointment, uncomfortable emotions hang over these ninjas who know the truth. They strongly demanded to get a more detailed information, the truth, and wanted to know whether their first eyeshadow had betrayed the country. The first generation of Mikaze Kage Leadu's face darkened and he felt the skeptical gaze that was constantly cast at him in the shinobi village. He couldn't explain it. Because in order to prevent other opponents, he obtained more cheap weapons, ninja tools, and detonation charms from Konoha, and continued to entangle with him. He asked the ninja shaman, who was following him, to run to the rain country, and almost all these things that Konoha sold to the wind country. He never had any deal with Konoha to betray the interests of the wind country, he just wanted to cut off the opponent's source of weapons so that the other party could not hold on faster, so as to end the melee in the wind country. But now, such behavior is unreasonable. Others will only see the fact that he went to buy a large number of Konoha's weapons, but they will not appreciate his good intentions. Damn, is the current situation also one of the layouts you have already made in the first place? 1,000 hands, you bastard, your hand, so ruthless. Just when the other ninja villages in the ninja world were secretly released by Konoha, the public opinion within the entire village was in turmoil, and many villagers and ninjas became suspicious of them. The other two big things also burst out together in the ninja world, which instantly caused an uproar. In the country of the wind that has just settled down, when the first generation of the wind and shadow in the sand shinobi village is fiercely fighting, busy hands and feet, trying all kinds of ways to calm the public opinion that is unfavorable to him. A temple in the land of wind, which has been sealed in one of the tales, broke through the seal of the temple, and in the land of the wind, rioted. Having nearly endless chakra for ninjas, coupled with the terrifying, huge size of the tailed beast itself, brings extremely terrifying destructive ability to the tailed beast. They can easily destroy human-made houses and streets between actions. Roads that can carry a large number of horse-drawn carriages will also collapse by them. And when they use their terrifying huge chakra to condense the tailed beast jade to attack, they can even make a mountain completely disappear from the map in an instant. For so many years, for the entire ninja world, the tailed beast is incomparably terrifying, like a natural disaster. Uchiha ran away in the land of the wind, and in a short period of time, it has already caused great damage to the land of the wind. Several towns in the land of the wind were destroyed, and many of the people of the land of wind, the ninjas of the shinobi village, were brutally killed by them. This pile, one tragedy after another, when it was known by other ninja villages, they couldn't help but gasp. To be fair, if there were other tailed beasts that roamed on their national soil, perhaps their losses would have been even worse. After all, a large area of the land of winds is a desert, and the number of towns and the density of population gatherings are far lower than other villages. Even so, Uchiha still brought terrible damage to the land of wind, even if this is something that no one wants to see, no one wants to happen. Bang bang. Sand Ninja Village, in the Wind Shadow office, Leadu angrily patted the table, looking at the group of old gods in front of him, the representatives of the Motionless Ninja clan, the high level of the Sand Ninja Village. The anger and disappointment in his heart were incomparable. What are you waiting for? Why don't you follow my dispatch and go and lead Uchiha away from this direction now? Are you so many ninjas who can't even block Uchiha's advance so that more people can get from that town? Don't you know that if this continues, several oases in the Land of Wind will also be all destroyed by one tail? However, such an angry cry did not make much change in the face of the ninja in front of him. Perhaps, they will feel a trace of guilt in their hearts for their actions, but for the benefit of the family, they will let themselves be hard-hearted. Lord Leadu, we are still investigating why Uchiha was able to break through the seal. Perhaps, until the investigation is clear, we should not act rashly. It is the best, otherwise, we don't know if we will be harmed by some guy, and we will lose the lady and break the army. Of course, I'm not talking about you, Lord Leadu. The naked suspicion was said by the opponent who wanted to get rid of it before the fierce fight, but in the end, in order to hurry, he had to compromise. Faced with such a statement, many other high-level ninjas in the Sand Ninja Village were a little shaken. After all, they really didn't want to be the unlucky ghost, nor did they want to fall victim to fights between fierce fight and other people. Just in case that guy is right. What if Ichigo's breakthrough of the seal is indeed someone secretly doing ghosts, and even wants to further weaken the power of the Sand Ninja Village, that is, these ninjas? For the sake of the village, for the sake of the family, they had to guard against it. Seeing these guys continue to sit there like this, motionless, fierce, Do's eyes were torn. He took a heavy breath, and a trace of discomfort welled up in his heart. It's hateful. He already knew that after establishing the ninja village, he would have been disgusted by these guys like this, and he should have paid more sacrifices to kill these guys directly. But now, not only did these guys who would cause a huge drag on themselves not be killed, but they also bore the notoriety of having connections with Konoha. Not only that, they are also dragging their feet in the decision-making of various affairs in the village. Even in an emergency like the current one, they think more about preserving their own strength than uniting, putting down the previous mustard and dealing with the disaster brought by Ichigo first. Damn, why can't you guys think a little more for the sake of the village? Why are you so selfish? Unable to sit idly by and watch the Land of Wind continue to suffer terrible damage, Leto had to take action himself, taking the ninja of the Sand Ninja Village and engaging in a thrilling battle with it. After paying a heavy price, the original Mikaze Shadow fought fiercely, and finally successfully sealed Ichigo again. However, the ninjas who followed him and were willing to believe him died quite a bit. This made Leto very distressed. In this way, his strength in the Sand Ninja Village has decreased a lot, and those guys have more confidence to fight against themselves. Leto stood in front of the many corpses of the ninja of the Sand Ninja Village who had died with him, clenching his fists. His jealousy of Konoha caused the cause of what he originally wanted to accomplish, but he could not complete it directly, so he had to compromise and establish the Shinobi Village in advance. Now, this evil fruit is beginning to appear. When the country of Wind was storming away and shedding blood and tears, in the country of Thunder, Union Village was actively looking for the traces of the tailed beast. At the beginning of the establishment of the five great powers, Union Village in the Land of Thunder could be said to be the weakest village among them. Even many ninjas in the ninja world feel that the Union Village, which has the least possession of the ninja family and the blood succession limit, is now not worthy of being called one of the five great ninja villages. For this reason, Union Village now also wants to desperately improve the strength of its own village. And now, when they knew the terrifying power that Ichigo displayed when he ran amok in the Land of Wind, they also set their sights on the power of the tailed beast. After the first Mei Lei Ying gave the order to capture the Nine Tails and obtain the power of the Nine Tails, the Golden Horn and Silver Horn brothers of Union Village led the team to capture the Nine Tails. Then, in Union Village, this pair is shining, showing great talent and strength, and the team led by the cunning and cruel brother is defeated. Not to mention the heavy deaths and injuries of the Union ninjas, even the Golden Horn and Silver Horn brothers were also provoked by the Nine Tails, and ate them into their stomach. After the incident of these two tailed beasts, the entire ninja world was in an uproar in an instant. The terrifying and catastrophic power of the tailed beast made the ninjas' hearts palpitate. However, for the powerful power of the tailed beast, the ninjas are also very coveted in their hearts. However, even two of the five major ninja villages, such as Sand Ninja Village and Union Village, suffered a lot of damage at the hands of the tailed beast, and the other villages had no idea of the tailed beast for the time being. In particular, the fall of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn brothers in Union Village and the special elite troops who followed them made Union Village, the poorest and weakest among the five major ninja villages, even worse. Even if the Golden Horn and Silver Horn were spit out by the Nine Tails later, the other large number of Union ninjas who were killed by the angry Nine Tails would not be resurrected and reborn. After hearing this news, in Konoha Village, the Konoha Village garrison, which had been built, was meditating among the 1,000 hand pillars in the building that exuded great majesty and a solemn atmosphere. He had been sitting there quietly for a long time like a big rock. His strange motionless behavior made 14 in the next detention room a little concerned. It has been almost half a month since they were locked up here, and 14 and the pillars were also familiar. However, sometimes, chatting with this ninja with terrifying power that the ninja of the Fire Country admired sometimes made 14 feel a little unbearable to look at directly. Born in poverty, he lost his parents since he was a child, and he relied on petty theft all the way and his own little wit to survive, life to Konoha, and have today. 14 deeply understands the cruelty and reality at the bottom of this ninja world. Lord Juma's idea of peace is very good, but sometimes, it seems too naive. You have obviously experienced a brutal chaotic war, but you still have such a strong trust and hope for people and ninjas. I don't know if this is admirable or stupid. Lord Pillar, what's wrong with you? Oh, it's 14, I'm thinking, how should I write this review? The 1,000-hand pillar looked at the blank piece of paper in front of him with a distressed expression. He has been thinking about it for a long time, but he has scraped his intestines and scraped his old bottom, and the guilt that he wrote out to make him feel a little numb about the spots, summed up, is only 1,000 words. However, at least 3,000 words must be written. What can I do about this? Moreover, I read what I wrote out several times, and the more I looked at the 1,000 hand pillars, the more I felt guilty, and the more I felt sorry for Madara. Without any confirmation, he guessed that Madara had a problem with his body, and let such gossip spread wildly, which must have made Madara very sad. That, Mr. Pillar, I think important words should be repeated 3 times, are you right? This way you can express your sincerity. 14 soon saw what was going on between the 1,000 hands pillar, and he tilted his head and showed his head to the next detention room. You're such a genius. Senjuju immediately began to write hard, and wrote twice again about his guilt for Madara again. Soon, after completing his own review, plus he had indeed been here for half a month, he couldn't wait to leave the garrison. 14 looked at the back of the Senju pillar leaving, and came back again, honestly asking Uchiha Hun for advice. Among the Konoha garrison, many villagers who were relishing the rumors that Madara's body was not good at that time, and dared to scare Madara in front of the Konoha garrison and speak loudly to Uchiha Hun, are now very distressed. In fact, Madara had long since disappeared, and after detaining them for a week, he changed the remaining punishment of them to the need to write a profound review, and to help the Konoha garrison do what they could, and let them publicize the rules of Konoha village like their neighbors. The villagers, who originally thought that they would really be detained for a long time in the Konoha garrison, were even more guilty of being grateful to Madara-dade. Madara-sama was hurt like that by himself, but he was able to forgive himself and others quickly. Moreover, what made them feel incredible was that they were able to learn knowledge and learn words in the Konoha garrison. Before this, words and knowledge were monopolized by ninjas, daimyos, powerful people, and wealthy merchants. Ordinary people can stutter and write their own names, which is already very good. Writing reviews in the Konoha garrison allows them to slowly learn to read and write, which even makes them feel that this is no longer punishment. 14 followed Uchiha Hun, learning much faster than them, watching these villagers busy with their lives every day, and then with guilt and excitement, they came to the Konoha garrison to study, and understood the appearance of the regulations, and felt that Madara was much more realistic and powerful than Lord Pillar. These villagers, who should have secretly resented him in their hearts, now thank him one by one from the bottom of their hearts, without the slightest hatred. Madara-sama, you are really a master of playing with people's hearts. Madara, have you heard about what happened recently in the Land of Thunder and the Land of Wind? Hokage's office, after Senju left the Konoha garrison, quickly ran over. Originally, I planned to apologize to Madara again, treat him to a meal, take a bath, and even go gambling together. But walking on the streets of Konoha, Senju quickly learned from the pedestrians next to him that there were two major events about the tailed beast that had recently happened in the ninja world. This made him feel anxious all of a sudden. Of course, I know that the two-tailed beasts have brought a lot of trouble to both the country of wind and the country of thunder. Madara was also in the Hokage's office unexpectedly today, instead of distributing a large amount of debris to the people below to do it, and ran to practice every day. Yes, the tailed beasts are really terrible, they are definitely the biggest threat to the peace of the ninja world now. Look how many people have died in Madara, the Land of Wind and the Land of Thunder. If these tailed beasts wreak havoc on the land of our fire country, then our fire country will also be killed and injured. There was some eagerness between the 1,000 hand pillars, but on Madara's face, a weird smile flashed away. Yes, Mama, then let me ask a question. If someone covets your power, they constantly attack you. Even trying to get strength about you, from your family, by any means, has hurt you. So what would you do? I will destroy such an enemy. Senju was quite sure, so the smile on Uchiha's face became even more pleasant. Yes, tailed beasts, that's what you think, right? This is different. The face between the 1,000 hand pillars turned slightly pale. We are ninjas, they are tailed beasts. Of course, this is different, right? Is it really different? Well, let's just say it's different from what you say. It's really pitiful, because of its great power, it is coveted by ninjas, and then plundered from the free life. From then on, they were sealed in the Dark Seal, and they suffered the damage caused by ninjas all the time. Uchiha's words made Senju a little moved, but he did not waver. Their existence will always cause the ninja world to suffer great suffering, and I still think it is better to seal them all. Madara, I know what you mean. It's just that there is no way for humans to stop hating and fearing tailed beasts. Even if we can do this, can the tailed beast still be able to fight the ninja after seeing it? The idea between the 1,000 hand pillars is that since the existence of the tailed beast, it will cause turmoil in the entire ninja world. Whether it's the ninjas gathering to attack them, capture them, and want to gain their power, or the tailed beasts attack the ninjas, killing countless ninjas, all representing the ninja world's endless war. Since this is the case, it is better to use the simplest method to arrest all the tailed beasts that cause the source of such turmoil. Uchiha looked at the appearance of the Senju pillar and shook his head in his heart. Just want the simplest, most superficial solution to the problem. This is not possible, between 1,000 hands and pillars. So Madara, let me go, I'll go and catch all those tailed beasts. The eyes between the 1,000 hand pillars are full of fighting spirit and excitement. If he can make a contribution to the peace of the ninja world, then he will not hesitate to pay for it even if he has to pay for it. Seeing his appearance, Uchiha's eyes moved slightly, and he had an idea. Well, at least you're right now to arrest all the tailed beasts. Go, just let it go. Isn't your wife Uzumaki Nito a ninja of the Uzumaki clan? Their clan sealing technique should also be able to help you a lot. Capture all the tailed beasts, bring them back to the village and seal them first, so that the ninja world can be peaceful. Otherwise, soon a large number of ninjas from other villages will die under the claws of the tailed beasts because of the desire and greed of the careerists. Senju nodded fiercely, feeling very happy that Madara could fully support him in doing this. This does not mean that although Madara has a somewhat different opinion than himself in the matter of the tailed beast, his heart that wants to make the ninja world peaceful is similar to himself. Excited Senju, he soon returned home and found Mito. Before, I finally took the pillar to the ambiguous pink hotel outside to spend a day drinking, and just wanted to chase after the victory, but the pillar was locked up for half a month. Uzumaki Mito, who had been depressed for many days, lit up his eyes after hearing the task received by Pillar Ma. She didn't hear clearly what was said between the 1,000-hand pillars, and from beginning to end, she only heard the 8 big words of going out at public expense and being a lonely man and a widow from beginning to end. Let's go right away. Uzumaki Mito packed his bags almost extremely quickly, took everything he needed to bring, and his face was filled with indescribable joy and joy. Okay, I'll pack it up right away. Senjujima didn't know why his wife was happy about such a dangerous and difficult task. Perhaps, this is the telepathy between husband and wife, and Mito must be happy from the bottom of my heart that I can maintain peace in the ninja world. Mother-sama, we should go. Senju walked out of his room, and just as he wanted to say something, he saw that familiar and terrifying gaze, and in an instant, he was projected onto his body by his mother-sama. After a snort, Senju swallowed his saliva. I remember it all wrong, we already went yesterday, my lord, you are finally out. Well, I'm sorry, kid, I obviously just came back, I'm leaving again, and I don't have time to accompany you. It's okay, there's grandpa here. Senju also wanted to enjoy a little more care and love from his father, but anyway, his mother's eyes were too scary. Sure enough, after he said such words, soon the terrifying eyes from the mother disappeared and became as gentle as before. Father-sama, please take good care of Kauji at home. After saying goodbye to their home with Senju and Uzumaki Mito, they quickly left Konoha village and set off towards the outside of the village. Uchiha had already walked out of Hokage's office and stood on Hokage Rock, looking at the back of the Senjuku pillar leaving. It wasn't until their figures had completely disappeared from their Sengoku jade writing realized that Uchiha sighed leisurely. At this moment, between the 1,000-hand pillars, you are going to poke a big hornet's nest. While the other villages are trying to capture the tailed beast and gain the power of the tailed beast, you and Uzumaki Mito are about to collect all the other tailed beasts except for the tail that has been sealed by the Land of Wind. Failed to get the title of Ninja God in the chaotic world. But in the process of defeating and collecting all the powerful tailed beasts from the 2 tails to the 9 tails, you will once again show the entire ninja world your growing power. At that time, your great power will make the ninja world call you the Ninja God with fear. More people want to get your power, want to get Mu-Du-1, want to get your inter-column cells. At the same time, you, who have caught all the tailed beasts, also have huge chips that other ninja villages will envy and covet. As a result, they will turn their greedily gaze to the Vortex Clan sealing technique that can help you capture and seal the tailed beast. Originally, in the chaotic world, because of the rumor that he had the ability to seal and control the tailed beast, he was attacked by other ninja races, and the Uzumaki clan was in a somewhat difficult situation. After solidifying such power, I am afraid that it will attract even greater greed. Other ninja villages are still difficult to seal the tailed beast, and against the ninja god 1,000-hand pillar, they will find ways to obtain a powerful sealing technique to arm themselves. At that time, what will happen to the Uzumaki clan who are reluctant to join Konoha village and reject Uchiha's kindness? And between the 1,000 hands pillars, seeing the greedy appearance of those guys in the ninja world, you will still insist, do you want to believe the idea of other villages, think that Konoha village can always live in peace with them? Uchiha looked at the huge Konoha village under his feet, and suddenly, he felt more and more expectant. History has become different in its own hands, and the future will still be made by itself. Soon, Senju and his wife Uzumaki Mito left Konoha village and quickly rushed in the direction of the Land of Thunder. Because now in the ninja world, the intelligence of the 9 tails is the most conspicuous and the most eye-catching. During this time, between Konoha village and other villages, a faintly incongruous atmosphere was spreading, and a huge fire was felt between the Senju pillars, which was bursting between the various ninja villages. The conflict of completing the mission, the competition for resources, the plunder of money, and the intelligence investigation and even assassination of the geniuses of the various villages are all exacerbating the friction between the various ninja villages. Even, in the fight for the tailed beast, the ninjas of various villages have already fought in secret. In order to obtain information related to the tailed beast, in order to know the movements of other villages towards the tailed beast, a large number of ninjas have been sent by their ninja village to conduct relevant investigations, just so that their own villages can get a head start in the action of competing for tailed beasts, or disrupt the actions of other villages that want to capture and get the tailed beast. All in all, during this time, when the various ninja villages were just established, the peaceful atmosphere of the ninja world disappeared in a series of complex and changeable events. The ninja world now needs a dawn of peace. Senju thinks so. And I feel that the tailed beast is the best breakthrough point. If all the tailed beasts are sealed and caught, then the many disputes surrounding the tailed beasts will slowly subside. although Senjukuma and Uzumaki Mito have always wanted to hurry when they left the village. Not long after leaving Konoha village, Uzumaki Mito couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart when he saw a street that had been established near Konoha village that had already had a hint of prosperity. Between the pillars, although the Nine Tails have appeared in the Land of Thunder, they have also gone into hiding after experiencing the attacks of the ninjas of Union Village. We don't have to rush to the Land of Thunder so much, and those ninjas in the Land of Thunder are more worried than we are afraid of the Nine Tails and will find the trace of the Nine Tails for us. The two of us, the intelligence ability is far inferior to each other's village, and it is useless to be in a hurry. We might as well have refreshed ourselves before continuing on our journey. You see how prosperous this place is under construction, and in the future, in the Land of Fire, Konoha village will become even more prosperous like this place. Senjukuma felt that what Uzumaki Mito said made sense, so Mito slowed down and looked around in this place called Short Book Street, which had just begun to be built vigorously. Good, so awesome, so many casinos, so many places to eat, drink and have fun. Looking at it, the Thousand Hands pillar began to get excited, and his eyes kept wandering around the surrounding street buildings. That's awesome. Uzumaki Mito looked at his husband, and finally stopped looking worried about the peace of the ninja world like when he set out before, and sighed with relief. Today, just relax, between the columns. I Uzumaki Mito can't make your burden lighter, which you don't want to, but I want to make your life as easy as possible during this time. It's just that at this time, neither Uzumaki Mito nor Senjuka noticed a problem. This was deliberately built not far from Konoha, and it can be said that the place where most of the paths will eventually pass before the Konoha ninja returns to Konoha village after completing their mission, the Short Book Street. Inside this street, there are basically casinos, drinking wine, and various entertainment venues. This bottomless pit, which will destroy people's fighting spirit and swallow a large number of ninjas' own hard-earned money, is being built at a rapid pace. Although the gold lord behind this Short Book Street looks at the money of ninjas, rich merchants, and powerful people who are now gathered in Konoha, so he paid a lot of money, and it is not impossible to build such an entertainment place in this place close to Konoha. But, in any case, it seems a little too coincidental. Soon, Senjukuma and Uzumaki Mito had a lot of fun here, and Uzumaki Mito even personally accompanied Senjukuma into the casino, accompanied him for a while, and helped Senjukuma vent a lot. After having fun, Uzumaki Mito took Senjukuma and drank some more wine with affection. Looking at the increasingly rosy wine halo on Pillar's face, Uzumaki Mito also smiled happily. Drunken promiscuity, between the pillars, tonight you can't escape the palm of the old lady's hand. Laughing, he walked into the same number of hotels with ambiguous lights in the Short Book Street. Just as he was preparing to warm up with his husband, who had been locked up for half a month, Uzumaki Mito busied himself with bathing, undressing, and throwing it on the bed. Then, Uzumaki Mito, who hurriedly washed himself and specially prepared some good things, got into the bed. Just when she sincerely hugged her husband's body, suddenly, Uzumaki Mito's face changed. As a ninja with extremely powerful body control, Uzumaki Mito instantly felt an abnormality in his body. Think about the last time I had a warm life with my husband, because my husband was locked up for half a month in the middle of the Thousand Hand Pillars, and it has been almost 20 days now. Oops, count the days, it is indeed relatives who came. Damn, why don't you come early, don't come late, just come at this time. Just when Uzumaki Mito's whole body became cold and felt unlovable, suddenly, a big hot hand touched her body. Wife. Uzumaki Mito's eyes widened, looking at the Senjuku pillar who had been secretly calculated by himself, and began to have a seizure, and swallowed his saliva. You, don't come here. Uzumaki Mito wanted to run, but under the subconscious embrace of the drunken Senjuju, his body could not move. No, not here. She resisted desperately, and in the end, she could only save herself a little bit after paying the price of shame to speak out. There, not there. The next day, I felt that I was covered in a comfortable Thousand Hand Pillars, and after packing my luggage, I took my wife Uzumaki Mito to prepare to hurry. Just walking, he felt that there seemed to be something wrong with his wife Uzumaki Mito, his nose moved, and soon he smelled a little different smell from his wife Uzumaki Mito's body. Mito, are you here? Uzumaki Mito walked a little staggered, limping and losing his previous balance and agility. No, when your relatives came before, you didn't have such a large amount of bleeding. Moreover, it will not hurt so much that it is deformed when walking, as if the butt has open stubble. Then you need to replenish your body more. Facing the comfort of the Senju pillar, Uzumaki Mito gasped. My good husband, last night when the waterway was not accessible, did her whirlpool Mito's body become like this? We will immediately set off for the Land of Thunder now, and then hurry up and find out the Nine Tails, and then quickly seal it. The Thousand Hand Pillars were shocked. Didn't your wife just say yesterday that you would wait for intelligence? Take your time, don't worry. How can you say one thing a day, one look a day? Is this the needle in a woman's heart? It's horrible. Senjukuma and Uzumaki Mito began to speed up their pace and rushed towards the Land of Thunder. And not long after they left, Uchiha Kotori also showed his head in the Short Book Street. This place is really as Madara-sama said, something is wrong. Not long after the establishment of Konoha village, the short book street drove to a place not far from Konoha village, saying that there were no ghosts in it, and Uchiha Madara would not believe it. Now, after Uchiha Kodori was secretly investigating, she was more and more sure that this place was built by someone with ulterior motives. Ninja is a high-risk profession that fights and kills all day, runs around, and always has to find some specific way to vent. Coupled with the fact that ninjas take their lives to earn money, one by one, casinos, drinking flowers and other exciting things, which quite attract their attention. If Konoha ninjas made a lot of money by doing tasks and commissions, and they were sucked into these areas before they could cover the heat in their pockets, it would be a great disadvantage for the village. The ninjas, who have made a lot of money by taking commissions from the village, would have a problem if they spent all their money in these places. After inspecting the short book street, Uchiha Kodori confirmed more and more that this blatant place built near Konoha village and not afraid of problems was the big money lords behind it that were the powerful people of the Fire Nation headed by the daimyo. However, whether they want to make more money from Konoha ninjas and rich people, or they have other intentions, this is not something that can be guessed by Kodori Uchiha, who has no contact with the daimyo. After summarizing the information here, looking at this place, a cold color flashed in Uchiha's eyes, and finally left here quickly. Soon, returning to Konoha village, Kodori reports the news she has gathered to Uchiha. Uchiha, who was changing and deducing the nature of the fire chakra to a point that was more profound and terrifying than before, frowned. Uchiha Kodori couldn't guess what the daimyo wanted to do, but he could figure it out. The casino is not a small scourge. Even ninjas, without strong enough self-control, will be unable to extricate themselves after being trapped in it. Then, after owing money step by step and owing a huge amount of money, they will be lured by the other party and walk into the trap of the other party. And the fallen ninja with a gambling mentality, whether they are co-opted by the daimyo to serve him, train him as ninjas, or accept the daimyo's secret coercion to spy on him in Konoha and do something, they will be slowly and completely controlled by the daimyo in the end. And such a ninja is an extremely terrible destabilizing factor in Konoha. They will even pull their families and companions into the trap step by step, unable to extricate themselves. And how much damage these guys will cause to the village after they lose their minds is something that Uchiha doesn't want to think about. Go to the black market. This kind of thing has to be solved by the black market. The last thing that Uchiha thought was that after all, the daimyo was still the titular leader of the Fire Nation, and he couldn't just let the Konoha ninja go and destroy a place like Shoshoja. Therefore, it is enough to hide the identity and position of Konoha ninjas, and let the ninjas of the black market, with the reason of seeing money, go to the short book street to make a big fuss, and it is best to destroy it completely. Kinlai, I still have to trouble you, I must come back safely. Kodori nodded. Madara-sama was so gentle even when he gave her the task. Thinking of this, Kinlai couldn't help but feel a little resentful. Madara-sama's relationship with her has warmed up recently, and his care for her, as well as his emotions and words, are much stronger than before. However, it seems that it stops there. Madara-sama, are you not willing to go further? Everyone is dying of lust, but you are suddenly stuck at this moment, in and out and out. You really did it without rubbing in, making people nod up and down, so uncomfortable. Uchiha pretended that he didn't see Kodo's resentful eyes. There have been so many things going on in Konoha village recently, and he really doesn't have much energy in terms of personal problems. Otherwise, it will affect the time that needs to be set aside for daily practice in ninjutsu. Soon, Kodori Uchiha went to the black market and began to prepare for the release of bounty tasks related to the short book street. And in Konoha, another big thing also made Madara have to divide a lot of mind and energy to do. The Konoha Shinobi School, under the impetus of Madara, under the full leadership and support of the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan, was finally established today. In the ninja school, there are already some who have been found by Madara with combat experience, but now for various reasons, they can no longer continue to do it on the battlefield, and it is also difficult to continue to live by entrusting them to live on missions. Some of them have some physical problems, and some of them also have mental problems. At the same time, Madara also arranged for many soft-tempered female ninjas to enter the ninja school to teach. In front of innocent and simple children, in front of beautiful female colleagues. These ninjas who are accustomed to killing because of the unsatisfactory life will be slowly dissipated from the terrible anger in their hearts, find a way to live a stable life, and get a redemption in such a simple life. Moreover, their sophisticated combat experience and some of the skills they have explored in life and death will also benefit these ninja school students a lot. On the day of the opening of the school, Uchiha became the first principal of the ninja school. Boys, everyone, scholars, today is an important day for our Konoha village. I can tell you without exaggeration that, in my opinion, the establishment of the ninja school is the greatest achievement of the entire Konoha village since its establishment. Nothing else compares, because, in my eyes, all of you who come to study in the ninja school are Konoha's future. And in Konoha, what could be more important than the future? Uchiha looked at the uneven first batch of students in front of him, his eyes full of excitement. 6 years, when the first students in a ninja school graduated and began to enter Konoha village, there was a fierce collision with the current Konoha village ninja system. After gradually discovering that there was no more place in Konoha village, more Konoha ninjas had to follow Uchiha in the fierce competition and set their sights on the entire ninja world together.